Chapter 1. Are six-winged angels really powerful? At last we've arrived. Before the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, a small boy, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, gazed at the imposing doors and couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps due to the long journey, his cherubic face was smudged and slightly disheveled. His name was Zhao Su, a boy who originally did not belong to the world of Douluo. He had crossed over from the modern era. A devoted fan of Douluo, he had been engrossed in the latest Douluo anime when he became infuriated by the various overpowered and hypocritical characters, especially Tang San. He often fantasized about traversing to the Douluo world himself, envisioning a role as a grand antagonist to ruthlessly take down Tang San. Perhaps the heavens had heard his innermost thoughts, for he was transported to this realm. Ding! Host detected at the Spirit Hall. The Destiny antagonist system has awakened. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. Restricted Spirit 1, Soul Devouring Silver Needle 1, Soul Saint Pill 1. System tasks are now being issued. Awaken your spirit and become a disciple of the Pope, BB Dong. Success reward, 10,000 year Soul Ring 1. Failure penalty, system collapse, and a lifetime of begging. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile. Finally, the system had arrived, confirming that his decision to come to the Spirit Hall was indeed wise. Soul Saint Pill? What is that? Could it possibly allow me to become a soul saint instantly? As he pondered, Zhao Su's smile blossomed even more radiantly. Without further ado, he swiftly retrieved the Soul Saint Pill and consumed it without hesitation. However, after swallowing it, he felt no immediate change. Just as disappointment began to creep in, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations, host! You have acquired a soul saint-level physique. A powerful spirit and a soul ring beyond its years both require a robust body to bear them. Hey, you beggar, get out of the way! As Zhao Su was absorbed in the system's messages, a domineering voice echoed from behind him. Turning to the source of the sound, he spotted a group of 7 children, led by a little girl. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall? What are you staring at? Looking for a fight? One of the boys, dressed in white, glared at Zhao Su, raising his fist without a hint of restraint or inquiry, ready to strike. Li Kai, don't cause trouble. The little girl called out, halting Li Kai's advance toward Zhao Su. Her voice was somewhat aloof, not even sparing a glance at Zhao Su, before she turned and entered the Yedo Beepin Grand Hall. So, this is the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Not bad as a villain. One should indeed embody such a domineering style, especially Hulaina, whose beauty surpassed even that of her animated counterpart, exuding an enchanting allure due to her fox spirit. In Zhao Su's palm lay a silver needle, the soul-devouring needle, coated in potent poison, capable of sealing the throat of anyone below level 40 upon contact with blood. It could be said that Hulaina had inadvertently saved Li Kai's life. From this, it becomes evident that a true antagonist must possess strength, otherwise they merely become cannon fodder. Soon, a figure emerged from within the hall, beckoning the waiting children to enter and prepare for their spirit awakening. Including Zhao Su, there were approximately 30 children, all accompanied by their elders, save for Zhao Su. Upon entering the hall, they found nearly 100 children already undergoing spirit awakenings. These children came from prominent sects or were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, enjoying certain privileges. The core and all the seed candidates of the Spirit Hall's golden generation were present. The reason the Spirit Hall allowed them to awaken alongside commoners was primarily to showcase its might. It is noteworthy that most of these children's parents possessed formidable spirits, and they were highly likely to inherit their parents' powerful abilities. I heard that Miss Qianrenxue will also awaken her spirit today. We are truly fortunate to witness the most powerful spirit in the world. Not long after Zhao Su entered the hall, he overheard discussions nearby. Indeed, I can hardly wait to see what the strongest spirit looks like. Here she comes, Miss Qianrenxue. A commotion erupted as Qianrenxue, clad in a white gown resembling a porcelain doll, emerged, flanked by the 2 titled Douluos, Snake Spear and Soul Sting. Subsequently, Qianrenxue ascended the awakening platform. The snake spear Douluo personally prepared to awaken Qian Rengshu's spirit. On the awakening stage, 6 blocks of black spirit energy emitted glimmers of golden light, cascading over Qian Rengshu. At the moment the golden light entered her body, it erupted magnificently. In an instant, a golden phantom appeared behind Qian Rengshu, gradually solidifying. A pure white figure, adorned with an ethereal beauty and radiating a sacred glow, the 6-winged angel floated in midair. 3 pairs of golden wings began to coalesce behind her. As the 6-winged angel gently flapped its wings, all darkness in the world seemed to disperse, leaving only light. An involuntary urge to kneel before the divine angel arose within the hearts of the spectators. Remarkable! The 6-winged angel truly deserves its title as the mightiest spirit. Is this the 6-winged angel? It's astonishingly powerful, impossible to discern. Is this truly the number 1 spirit? In an instant, everyone's gaze was drawn to the 6-winged angel hovering behind Qian Rengshu. In their eyes, there was a profound reverence, as they dared not sully the angel's sanctity with their gaze. My goddess, my divine goddess, from now on, I shall be your servant, dedicating all that I am to you. One young man, not far from Zhao Su, stared at Qian Rengshu, his face a mask of infatuation, nearly fainting from excitement. Zhao Su couldn't help but chuckle at this quintessential modern-day sycophant. What are you laughing at? Though Zhao Su's laughter was not loud, the proximity allowed it to be heard. With a furious glare, the boy turned to Zhao Su and demanded, "What do you find so amusing?" "Nothing, I simply laughed because I felt like it. And by the way, is the 6-winged angel truly powerful?" Zhao Su's voice, though initially soft, resonated clearly amidst the captivated silence, amplifying his words. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Zhao Su, filled with expressions of disbelief, some even laced with mockery. Even the title Douluo's Snake Spear and Soul Sting, standing guard beside Qian Rengshu, cast their gazes toward Zhao Su. Though their eyes bore anger, they refrained from speaking, for it would be beneath the dignity of title Douluo's to strike down a mere child. At this moment, Qian Rengshu's spirit had fully awakened. The 6-winged angel spirit, with its golden wings gently fluttering, unleashed a wave of sacred soul power toward Zhao Su. Ding! Danger detected for the host, releasing restricted spirit's soul power. As the system's voice echoed, an aura of death emanated from Zhao Su. Was this aura? Chapter 2. My spirit is far superior to yours. Standing on the awakening platform, the Snake Spear and Soul Sting Douluos felt the ominous aura and turned their attention to Zhao Su. With the sacred energy radiating from Qian Rengshu, the deathly aura intensified. Sensing the escalating ominous presence, the 6-winged angel spirit abruptly opened its tightly shut eyes. An even more potent divine intent emanated from it. That increasingly potent death aura threatened to overshadow even the sacred essence exuded by the 6-winged angel. This formidable death aura caused Qian Rengshu, enveloped in divine energy, to feel a pang of trepidation. Even the title Douluo's Snake Spear and Soul Sting were taken aback, preparing to act covertly. Carrying such a powerful death aura, could it be an evil soul master? Qian Rengshu descended from the awakening platform and approached Zhao Su, amplifying her divine presence in an attempt to obliterate the death aura entirely. Simultaneously, she sought to purify Zhao Su completely. Don't be so quick to label others. I speak only the truth. My spirit is far superior to yours. With his hands casually clasped behind his back, Zhao Su regarded the divinely enveloped Qian Rengshu with nonchalance. Such arrogance. Hulaina chimed in, striding toward Zhao Su. Nana, let it be, he's merely posturing. Why bother arguing with a fool? Yun, trailing behind Hulaina, also interjected. Indeed, conversing with a beggar is a waste of breath. Kid, you should leave now. Soon you won't be able to. Ha ha ha. This kid's word to the funniest thing I've heard in my life. With the golden generation leading the charge, laughter and derision erupted from the surrounding crowd. For these individuals, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall represented an invincible future. Their remarks grew increasingly caustic, ultimately devolving into personal attacks. You are all like frogs at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness of the sky. I speak nothing but the truth if you refuse to believe me. That is beyond my control. Very well, since that's the case, awaken your martial soul now, and let us engage in battle. Qian Rengshu had been taught from a young age that her martial soul was invincible. Thus, with her proud disposition, she would never permit anyone to insult her six-winged angel. Certainly, but I fear you may not even have the chance to strike. Zhao Su replied nonchalantly. Foolhardy. Although Hulaina had always been at odds with Qian Rengshu due to Bibi Dong, she was well aware of the might of the six-winged angel. Seeing Zhao Su dismiss the six-winged angel so lightly, she couldn't help but scoff. Enough chit-chat, allow me to demonstrate what a truly formidable and invincible martial soul looks like. With that, Zhao Su stepped up to the awakening platform. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Uncle Shi Mao, please personally assist him in awakening his martial soul. Qian Rengshu possessed immense confidence in her six-winged angel martial soul. She could not fathom that a person who appeared from nowhere could awaken a martial soul stronger than her own. Then I shall personally assist you in awakening your martial soul. Shimao Duo was equally curious about what kind of martial soul Zhao Su could awaken. The deathly aura emanating from Zhao Su reminded him of the time he sensed the aura of the god of slaughter upon Bibi Dong's return from the slaughter city. Yet, the deathly aura released by Zhao Su was far purer and more powerful. Place your hands upon the blue crystal orb. Shimao Duo instructed Zhao Su. Nodding in compliance, Zhao Su extended his hands to rest upon the blue crystal orb at the center of the awakening platform. At the moment his hands touched the orb, it initially emitted only scattered golden specks of light. Shimao Duo remarked. Only a soul power of level 2? It turns out he is nothing but a waste. Qian Rengshu sneered from below the awakening platform. Losing interest, she decided it was a waste of time to watch this waste of a person. Just as she turned to leave, a gasp drew her gaze back to the awakening platform. Look, the soul power is rising, and those golden specks are growing denser. The golden specks intensified, gradually transforming into a brilliant golden radiance, as if it were to take form. In an instant, it enveloped the entire hall. Even the formidable Shimao Douluo and Cyclady Douluo felt a twinge of fear. The overwhelming aura of soul power surpassed that of their own rank 92 title Douluo. The strength of one soul power is intrinsically linked to the strength of their martial soul. They could scarcely imagine what kind of powerful martial soul could arise from such formidable innate soul power. Even Shimao Douluo, standing on the awakening platform, felt an urge to kneel in reverence. Suppressing his fear, Shimao Douluo activated the 6 black spirits of awakening martial souls on the platform. He was eager to see what kind of martial soul Zhao Su would awaken. With a thought, Zhao Su summoned a miniature humanoid model from within the system interface. This model then entered his body. As the golden radiance surrounding him began to disperse, a phantom materialized behind him. It was remarkably similar to the moment the 6-winged angel martial soul appeared behind Qian Rengshu. However, while Qian Rengshu's martial soul phantom was white, Zhao Su's was radiating with a golden glow. As the phantom became increasingly tangible, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Yet, while Qian Rengshu's martial soul was a female angel, Zhao Su's was a male angel. What is this? A 6-winged angel martial soul? Could he be the illegitimate son of the previous pope? Impossible, this cannot be. This is not a 6-winged angel. Look at the wings behind that angel. As the golden light was absorbed by the 12-winged angel, the wings behind it began to grow. With each pair of wings added, the angel's solemn and sacred aura intensified. Soon, the wings surpassed the 6 of the 6-winged angel. An 8-winged angel? No, it is still growing. A 10-winged angel. A 12-winged angel. When the wings reached 6 pairs, they finally ceased to grow. At that moment, the golden radiance was entirely absorbed into the 12-winged angel's form, rendering its body resplendent. The emanating golden light instilled a sense of awe in all present. Even when the formidable six-winged angel awakened, they had never felt such an impression. Amidst the reverence, there was a hint of invigorating life force. A solemn aura radiated outward, as if it could purify the souls of everyone present. Those who had already awakened their martial souls felt a warm current, enhancing their soul power within. Likewise, those yet to awaken experienced a warm flow that activated their latent potential. This influence stirred emotions in others, igniting a desire to revere Zhao Su. It seemed as if he were not merely Zhao Su, but a genuine angelic deity standing there. But this was not the end. Above the head of the 12-winged angel, a golden halo began to take shape. At the moment when the golden halo took shape, the once tightly shut eyes of the 12-winged angel gradually began to open. Instantly, a solemn and sacred aura emanated, bathing the entire hall in a resplendent golden hue. This divine presence enveloped the entire spirit hall in an atmosphere of holy auspiciousness. Qian Rinxue gazed in disbelief at the 12-winged angel radiating golden light. Before she could react, the six-winged angel spirit she had just retracted emerged spontaneously, hovering behind her. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded once more. The six-winged angel behind Qian Rinxue slowly knelt before the floating 12-winged angel on the awakening platform. Even Qian Rinxue herself, under the influence of her spirit, could not help but kneel. Everyone present was not only taken aback, but also rendered speechless in a silence that bordered on the eerie. The six-winged angel was far too weak. It was unworthy of engaging with me. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile as he gazed softly at Qian Rinxue, who knelt before him. At that moment, any lingering doubts dissipated entirely. All present, including Hulayina, bowed their heads in reverence beneath the sacred aura emanating from the 12-winged angel, manifesting their devotion. In a chamber of the papal palace, Pope Bibidong abruptly opened his eyes, drawn to the aura of auspiciousness radiating from the grand hall. His gaze was filled with astonishment and confusion. He swiftly rose and made his way towards the hall. In the secluded sanctuary of the esteemed Douluo hall, Qian Douluo was likewise roused by the divine presence. Initially, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his features, but soon a smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Has Shuesra awakened the six-winged angel spirit?" In Qian Daluo's heart, the six-winged angel spirit was a unique treasure of the Qian family. However, unbeknownst to him, the six-winged angel would no longer hold the title of the strongest spirit from that moment forward. With this thought, Qian Daluo too set off towards the hall. The remaining members of the spirit hall, along with several elders from the elder hall, emerged from their meditative retreats, all believing that Qian Rinxue had awakened an angel spirit surpassing all predecessors. They regarded her as the true leader of their spirit hall. Yet upon arriving at the grand hall, they were met with the sight of Zhao Su standing upon the awakening platform, accompanied by the resplendent 12-winged angel, leaving them in a state of disbelief. 12-winged angel? As a peerless Douluo of the 99th rank, Qian Daluo was acutely aware of the historical significance of the 12-winged angel, having heard tales from his father during his youth. At the dawn of the continent, when the angel god first descended upon Douluo, it was a 12-winged angel who graced the land. However, the descendants of this 12-winged angel could not withstand the immense power of the 12-winged angel spirit, leading it to devolve into the 6-winged angel. Even so, the 6-winged angel remained the mightiest spirit on Douluo, endowed with a divine domain. While all present were engulfed in awe, they remained oblivious to the fact that within Zhao Su, beyond the 12-winged angel, lay another spirit, perhaps the one that was destined to awaken within him. As this second spirit began to manifest, two entirely opposing auras simultaneously filled the hall. The solemn and sacred aura purified the soul, invoking a profound reverence that forbade desecration. Yet it bore an undertone of destruction and death, instilling an involuntary fear within the hearts of onlookers. A dark mist began to coalesce behind Zhao Su. As the shadowy figure took shape, the malevolent aura intensified. A stunningly beautiful woman, with an exquisite form, sprouted wings from her back, revealing 6 pairs, 12 wings of the dark angel. A black halo formed above her head, and as she opened her eyes, they locked with those of the 12-winged angel. Boom. At the moment the two angels met gazes, a powerful force erupted, triggering 2 distinct domains, one black, one gold, one righteous, one sinister. The sacred and auspicious aura began to blend seamlessly with the terrifying aura of death. Not only did the 2 domains merge into one, but the 12-winged angel and the 12-winged dark angel also fused. In the end, the 2 angels engaged in an intimate embrace, each embodying the essence of the other. Zhao Su himself became a reflection of this duality, half black and half gold. The convergence of good and evil manifested as he wielded a sacred sword of light in one hand and a spear of destruction in the other, a representation of the 12-winged angel. A divine enforcer of the celestial realm, the sovereign of all angels, both holy and dark. In this moment of bewilderment, Zhao Su pondered whether he possessed a twin spirit or a singular, mutated one. Little one, which sect do you belong to? A voice interrupted Zhao Su's contemplation, pulling him back to reality. Zhao Su raised his head and beheld the speaker, none other than Douluo, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. A solitary figure without a sect, he extended an enticing proposition. Would you consider joining the Spirit Hall and becoming my disciple? In time, you shall ascend to the position of Grand Priest. This was a bold and direct invitation from Douluo, a veritable trump card aimed at enticing Zhao Su to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, clad in a resplendent golden robe and wielding a scepter, displayed a flicker of unease on her otherwise icy visage. She was acutely aware that Douluo had long sought an opportunity to eliminate her. Should Zhao Su indeed choose to become Douluo's disciple, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, given Zhao Su's formidable martial spirit and innate soul power. Zhao Su becoming a titled Douluo is merely a matter of time. The aspiration to attain divinity is not an extravagant dream. I wish to join the Spirit Hall, yet I do not desire to take you as my mentor. Upon Zhao Su's utterance, an air of incredulity enveloped all present, a palpable sense of unreality. It is essential to recognize that Douluo holds the esteemed position of the Grand Offering within the Spirit Hall, wielding authority that surpasses even that of the Pope. Bibi Dong. Furthermore, the other prominent offerings of the Spirit Hall are bound to heed the commands of the Grand Offering. Attaining the status of the Grand Offering within the Spirit Hall is tantamount to possessing the audacity to traverse the Douluo continent without fear. Yet, Zhao Su exhibited no hesitation in his outright refusal, leaving many perplexed as to his reasoning. Oh, you do not wish to take me as your master? Why is that? You are too old, and you cannot even best Tangshan. Becoming your disciple seems a path devoid of promise. Zhao Su casually remarked. In truth, it was not that he was unwilling to take Douluo as his master, but rather that the system forbade him from doing so. To be frank, he had long harbored a deep yearning for the angelic ensemble that could elevate one to divinity, which Douluo possessed. Upon his utterance, an uproar ensued, as the audience struggled to believe their ears. In the Spirit Hall, and indeed throughout the entire Douluo continent, few dared to address him in such a manner, let alone a mere child of 6 or 7 years. Hearing this, Douluo inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury that welled within him. In the presence of so many individuals, Zhao Su not only declined to acknowledge him as his master but also mocked him, causing him to feel a twinge of embarrassment. His earlier defeat to Tangshan, albeit by a mere half-move, would forever remain a haunting specter in Douluo's heart. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Douluo's face was quite telling. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhao Su's words not only caught Bibi Dong by surprise but also led him to produce a seemingly unremarkable bone from his embrace. Yet, to the astonishment of the titled Douluos present, this bone was a soul bone. Indeed, it was an external soul bone. Who exactly is this young man, possessing such formidable innate soul power and an extraordinary martial spirit, while also carrying a soul bone with him? The titled Douluos in attendance began to discreetly speculate about Zhao Su's origins. It is well known that even for a titled Douluo, acquiring a soul bone is no simple feat, let alone an external one. Dear sister, if you accept me as your disciple, I shall gift you this bone as a token of my apprenticeship. What do you think? Zhao Su inquired. Bibi Dong, her gaze fixed on him, spoke for the first time, her voice somewhat cold yet melodious. Isn't that called a soul bone? It holds little value, and I have no fondness for bones. Zhao Su spoke as he placed the white soul bone into Bibi Dong's hands. Humph. Douluo let out a cold snort, choosing not to linger any longer and turning away from the grand hall. The remaining elders, witnessing Douluo's departure, followed suit and exited as well. Very well. If that is the case, I shall take you as my disciple. Bibi Dong grasped the soul bone in her hands, feeling the potent aura emanating from it. She understood that the seemingly ordinary bone might very well be a guise. In her estimation, Zhao Su's exceptional talent and his enigmatic background were truly unparalleled. Taking him as her disciple would serve her interests well. Furthermore, she had intended to attract talent to bolster her own power. Even if Bibi Dong contemplated the situation differently, Having Zhao Su as her disciple was undoubtedly preferable to allowing Douluo to claim him. Subsequently, amidst the envious and admiring gazes of those present, Zhao Su followed Bibi Dong back to the hall of the Pope. From now on, you shall reside here. Do not wander outside without my permission. Focus on your cultivation. Bibi Dong stated coldly as she led Zhao Su to a room within the hall of the Pope. Understood. Zhao Su nodded with an expression that appeared innocent and unblemished. By the way, when I have the time, I shall take you to hunt a soul beast to procure your first soul ring. Until then, refrain from recklessly absorbing soul rings. He aimed to create the most exquisite soul ring configuration for Zhao Su. Bibi Dong understood that it would be exceedingly difficult for her to completely extricate herself from the influence of Douluo. To entirely free herself from Douluo and the other high-ranking officials who monopolized power within the Spirit Hall, it was imperative to cultivate an individual who surpassed Douluo in strength. Clearly, Bibi Dong had placed her hopes on Zhao Su. Indeed, Zhao Su nodded. Ding. Task completed. Reward acquired. First soul ring. Zhu Yin, 60,000 years, soul skill, law of heaven and earth. After Bibi Dong's departure, the system interface reappeared, notifying him of the successful completion of the task to join the Spirit Hall, along with the rewards obtained. 60,000 years, law of heaven and earth, quite impressive. As Zhao Su spoke, he closed the door behind him and summoned forth the duality of his soul, the sacred angel of 12 wings, embodying both the divine and the mortal. With a mere flicker of his will, the system's reward, a 6,000-year black soul ring, materialized before him. Gradually, it ascended towards the crown of the 12-winged sacred angel, encircling its head at the moment the dark ring intertwined with the luminous halo. Zhao Su felt the power of his soul igniting within him in an instant. It swiftly coursed through the meridians of his body before settling in his dantian. Simultaneously, the method for utilizing the first soul ring's ability, heaven and earth, materialized in his mind. As he directed his intent, the magnificent 12-winged seraph behind him began to expand rapidly, ultimately breaking through the ceiling. The colossal 12-winged seraph stood tall, one hand wielding a sword and the other grasping a spear of death. What was even more striking was the first soul ring, radiating a dazzling black light. Chapter 4. Uselessness is uselessness. Everyone within the Spirit Hall was left awestruck by the towering figure of the 12-winged seraph. The fusion of divine essence and a deathly aura created a realm that evoked a complex blend of reverence and fear in the hearts of all present. A black soul ring? Douluo, atop the roof of the Douluo Hall, cast a sharp glance towards the direction of the Pope's Hall, where the 12-winged seraph stood, his eyes glinting with malice. He harbored the notion of eliminating Zhao Su before he could fully mature. Who exactly is this boy? Beside Douluo stood the second high priest, the golden crocodile, who inquired, to my knowledge, there is no family on this continent possessing the 12-winged seraph as their martial soul. Furthermore, to awaken one's martial soul today and already possess a soul ring surpassing 10,000 years is unprecedented. We must test him. With a nonchalant remark, Douluo leaped away. At that moment, Zhao Su stood atop the roof, sensing the transformations brought about by the 12-winged seraph and the first soul ability, heaven and earth. Suddenly, he felt a streak of murderous intent. Just in time, he was looking for someone to test his skills. Zhao Su's lips curled upwards slightly as he gazed in a particular direction. A shadowy figure, akin to a phantom, materialized behind him. Humph. Zhao Su let out a soft hum as the death spear wielded by his martial spirit lunged towards the shadowy figure behind him. Simultaneously, an ominous aura of death had locked onto his target, and the black silhouette was swiftly deprived of its head, not even granted a fleeting chance to resist. It was obliterated in an instant. The astonishing fact that a 10th-level Soul Master could effortlessly annihilate an 82nd-level agility-focused Soul Douluo left one pondering the essence of his being. Standing by the window of her chamber, Bibi Dong had already sensed the presence of the Soul Douluo. Initially, she intended to intervene and protect Zhao Su, but to her astonishment, she witnessed him eliminate the threat in a mere heartbeat. Yet, this event rekindled her hope for her grand aspirations. She resolutely vowed within her heart that even if Douluo himself were to confront Zhao Su, she would fight to the death to safeguard him. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared, indicating the detection of dissipating soul power. Would the host like to absorb it? A white halo enveloped the headless corpse lying on the ground, absorbing the soul power that resided within it. Could it truly be so? This revelation came as an unexpected delight to Zhao Su. Absorb. As Zhao Su's thoughts stirred, the soul power absorbed by the radiant white light flowed into his body. With a chime, the absorption was complete, The soul power of an 82nd level soul Douluo transformed into 1,000 energy points, accompanied by the system's notification. A page reappeared before Zhao Su's eyes, visible solely to him. At that moment, detailed information about Zhao Su materialized on the system page. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Spirit, 12-winged Holy Angel. Soul Skill, First Soul Skill, Celestial Phenomenon. Level, 19th level Battle Soul Master, Assault Type. Spiritual Power, 23,200 points. Spiritual Domain Realm. Energy Points, 1,000. Luck Points, 19. System, what are the purposes of energy points and luck points? Zhao Su gazed at the last two lines on the system interface with a hint of perplexity and inquired about the system. The energy value could be exchanged for luck value, which in turn could enhance mental strength. Upon reaching 100 luck points, the host could ascend to divinity. So that is how it works, Zhao Su nodded thoughtfully. Aside from absorbing the soul power of deceased soul masters, what other methods exist to obtain energy value? Completing tasks issued by the system not only grants martial spirits, soul rings, and soul bones, but also rewards energy value. Very well. I shall exchange 1,000 points of energy value for luck value. Insufficient energy value. Exchange not possible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's expression darkened, though he remained unfazed. As he was currently an invincible being and had no pressing urgency to attain divinity, time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed. During these 10 years, Zhao Su did not remain idle in the spirit hall. Douluo had made several covert attempts to eliminate him. If not for Zhao Su's formidable strength and Douluo's reluctance to confront Bibi Dong directly, the situation might have turned dire. Zhao Su may have long been eliminated by Douluo. For his safety, he left the spirit hall many years ago, aside from guarding against assassination attempts by Douluo. He had other matters to attend to. Nevertheless, Zhao Su silently vowed that he would return to the spirit hall only when it had undergone a complete transformation. In the Barak Kingdom, within the confines of the Rose Hotel in Soto City, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from within, drawing a crowd of onlookers who gathered at the entrance. Clad in a long black robe, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, Zhao Su melded into the throng. 5 years prior, a new mission had been issued by the system. Ding. A new task has been assigned to encounter Tang San and embark on your journey as a villain. Task reward, Mutated Martial Soul, 7 Killing Sword 1. And access to the system mall. 5 years ago, Tang San had just awakened his martial soul and set off for Nodding Academy. At that time, Tang San was far too young, and tormenting him held no appeal. Thus, Zhao Su had patiently waited for 5 years. Now, the battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai had reached an intense climax, with Tang San compelling Dai Mubai to unleash his third soul skill. How formidable! Was this truly the pinnacle of the White Tiger Beast martial soul, known as the King of the Forest? The young man wielded what appeared to be blue-silver grass as his martial soul and was managing to contend against the powerful White Tiger Beast martial soul. Remarkably, this youth was barely in his 20s, possessing only 2 soul rings. In an instant, the assembled crowd at the hotel entrance buzzed with discussion. The admiration from those around him greatly satisfied Tang San's vanity, intensifying the ferocity of his attacks. Tang San was inherently a person of considerable vanity, coupled with an extreme level of hypocrisy and double standards, wholly self-serving. Master Yu Shaojiang, regardless of his character, had shown boundless kindness to Tang San. Yet after Tang San ascended to divinity, he left the master to perish in Douluo continent. In the narratives beyond the first Douluo, his selfishness and hypocrisy reached unprecedented heights, rendering him a person who feigned benevolence while harboring dark intentions. Merely a useless martial soul and a pathetic soul master. It seemed that the weak were always more prone to forge friendships. Observing the camaraderie between the two within the hotel, Zhao Su couldn't help but mock them. All eyes were drawn to him. Hey kid, if you're so impressive, why don't you take action? That's right. It's easy to talk big while standing back. I doubt you even possess a martial soul. Zhao Su paid no heed to them, entering the hotel with an air of indifference towards Tang San and Dai Mubai. Instead, his gaze was drawn to a pair of identical twins not far away. Their figures were flawless, and particularly, their enchanting eyes stirred a ripple of intrigue within him. The two of them had an uncanny ability to evoke a sense of longing and fanciful thoughts in those who beheld them. What are you staring at, kid? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes. Dai Mubai's irritation had already been piqued by Zhao Su's earlier mockery. Now, as he watched Zhao Su enter the hotel lobby while fixating on the beauties he had brought, his anger flared even more. It's a pity such stunning women are with a useless fool like you. You're asking for trouble, Dai Mubai bellowed. his eyes gleaming with malice as he merged with his white tiger martial spirit, activating his third soul skill, the white tiger diamond transformation. He raised his fist and charged towards Zhao Su. Bang! Everyone present felt a momentary blur before their eyes as the now magnified figure of Dai Mubai was sent flying by a single punch from Zhao Su. A waste is indeed a waste. Zhao Su blew gently upon his clenched fist. Astonishingly, he did not even summon his martial soul. Yet with the sheer force of his physical prowess, he sent the 37th level Battle Soul Master Dai Mubai flying. He could not resist delivering a final taunt. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Tang San. At this moment, the spectators within the hotel were utterly silenced, taken aback by Zhao Su's formidable punch. It is worth noting that among the onlookers were not only ordinary people but also numerous soul masters. While the commoners may not comprehend the might of a soul master, those endowed with martial souls were acutely aware of it. To effortlessly propel a 36th level soul master with mere physical strength, was this some sort of dream? What an astonishingly robust physique. One could only wonder what extraordinary martial soul accompanied such a powerful constitution. In an instant, the assembled crowd began to speculate fervently. Zhao Su, however, paid them no heed and instead turned his gaze to Tang San, who stood nearby. Are you not inclined to lend a hand for your friend? We are not friends, merely acquaintances by chance, replied Tang San. His demeanor and words indeed did not disappoint Zhao Su, showcasing him as the quintessential egoist. Simultaneously, this revealed Tang San's hypocritical and selfish nature in vivid detail. Just moments ago, he had extolled Dai Mubai, harboring thoughts of befriending him. Yet now he dismissed their connection as mere happenstance. However, this was precisely what Zhao Su desired. Sowing discord among the Shrek 7 monsters was one of his objectives. Haha. You are astute enough to gauge the situation. Zhao Su did not wish to swiftly extinguish Tang San. Rather, he intended to savor the experience gradually. After all, he possessed an abundance of time. Zhao Su refrained from directly eliminating Tang San, primarily because Tang San possessed the auspicious fate bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Throughout his journey, he would encounter numerous fortuitous events, a privilege associated with being the protagonist. After all, he was indeed the main character. In contrast, Zhao Su, embodying the archetype of a formidable antagonist, lacked such favorable fortune. Nevertheless, it mattered little. What one does not possess can always be taken from others. Perhaps this is the true privilege of a great villain. As Zhao Su pondered these thoughts, he was suddenly startled by a swift movement before him. Too long. Elegant legs ensnared his neck, their smooth, delicate touch akin to jade, rendering him momentarily dazed. Accompanying this sensation was a faint, alluring fragrance that wafted into his nostrils clearly. It was Xiao Wu's doing. In the instant of her martial soul fusion, her body's flexibility surged, along with her speed and strength. With a sudden burst of force, Xiao Wu attempted to throw Zhao Su off. However, he was not so easily dislodged. Earlier, he had allowed her to entwine herself around him due to a lapse in vigilance while he was lost in thought. Now that he had regained his composure, she was destined to face the consequences of her actions. At the precise moment when Xiao Wu exerted her strength, Zhao Su too sprang into action. His feet rooted to the ground as if anchored, her power could not budge him in the slightest. Seizing her slender leg, he effortlessly hurled her away. Yet, as she was cast aside, Xiao Wu executed a graceful flip and charged back toward Zhao Su. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had also risen, merging once more with the formidable white tiger martial soul, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens as he surged toward Zhao Su again. Such ambition. Zhao Sui remained remarkably composed, yet she regarded Dai Mubai with newfound respect, for he exhibited far more ambition than Tang San. Though Tang San repeatedly claimed that Xiao Wu was his dear sister and forbade anyone from harming her, he stood by helplessly, unable to intervene as Xiao Wu faced adversity. Paralyzed by the overwhelming soul power radiating from Zhao Sui, Zhao Su showed restraint towards Xiao Wu, yet he spared no mercy for Dai Mubai. With a single punch, he utterly shattered Dai Mubai's martial soul, this time with even greater finality. Dai Mubai coughed up a mouthful of blood, rendering him incapable of merging his martial soul for at least a week. Return to Shrek Academy and tend to your injuries. Spare yourself the humiliation of appearing in public, Zhao Su remarked dismissively. At that moment, Tang San finally took action, though he did not confront Zhao Su directly. Instead, he resorted to underhanded tactics. A flurry of poisoned silver needles was launched at Zhao Su. Is this all you can do? Zhao Su retorted as he deftly caught the needles and sent them back, forcing Tang San to refrain from merging his martial soul. Vines, resembling ghostly tendrils, began to entwine around Zhao Su. infused with a narcotic poison that could spell trouble if ensnared. However, for Zhao Su, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Zhao Su, still unarmed, seized the ghost vine and effortlessly pulled Tang San closer. The blue silver grass was far too feeble, just as Zhao Su prepared to strike. Intending to obliterate Tang San's blue silver grass martial soul and extract the Haotian hammer martial soul, a message from the system appeared. Ding. This individual possesses the fate of a protagonist, encountering continuous fortuitous events. It is advised that the host refrain from directly incapacitating him. Ding. Encountering Tang San, mission accomplished. Reward, mutated martial soul, 7 killing sword X1. System shop unlocked. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Su withdrew his raised hand and cast Tang San aside. What do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence. You are simply too weak. Engaging you holds no interest. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su turned and departed, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity, uncertain of his true intentions. Are you all right, brother Dai? After Zhao Su's departure, Tang San feigned concern for Dai Mubai, whose pale face was stained with blood. I am fine. Who exactly is this person? How can they be so powerful? Are they from the Spirit Hall? They must be. Dai Mubai, I must take my leave. I believe we shall meet again soon. I am a student of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai hurried back to recover from his injuries, wishing to avoid any lingering afflictions from his spirit. After saying this, he departed the Rose Hotel with the support of the twins. As Zhao Su and Dai Mubai exited, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Sir, would you like me to book a room for you? Although Tang San had just been thoroughly defeated by Zhao Su, the hotel manager, being astute, understood that even Tang San was not someone he could provoke. Thus, he remained courteous to both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San appeared quite distressed. Despite his blue silver grass being a useless spirit, his profound cultivation technique, Xian Tian Gong, rendered him formidable, not inferior to those with more powerful spirits. Coupled with the memories of his past life and the array of powerful hidden weapons he had crafted, it was fair to say he had been a prodigy since childhood. He was highly regarded by Master Yu Xiaojiang, who saw him as a beacon of hope for his own aspirations. Though he typically presented himself as courteous, he harbored an inner pride. However, Zhao Su's appearance shattered his arrogance, leaving him quite unsettled. One commendable trait of Tang San was that despite feeling angered by setbacks, he never lost faith in his pursuit of strength. This resilience perhaps stemmed from the destiny of a protagonist. In Soto City, within a quaint courtyard, Zhao Su was awakening his newly acquired mutated spirit, the 7 killing sword. In the world of Douluo continent, it is widely recognized that there is only one Douluo with the 7 killing sword, that being the sword Douluo Chen Xin of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, known for having the strongest assault-type spirit, rivaling even the Haotian hammer of the Haotian school. However, the 7 killing sword that Zhao Su was awakening bore some resemblance to Chen Xion's, yet was distinctly different, without even considering its appearance. The aura it exuded far surpassed that of Chen Xion's 7 killing sword. The seemingly ancient longsword floated silently behind Zhao Su, radiating terrifying sword intent that sent chills down the spines of those nearby, even in its nascent state. Once the 7 killing sword's spirit fully awakened, Zhao Su slowly opened his eyes and turned to behold the floating sword. Clearly visible were intricate carvings on the blade depicting mountains and rivers on one side, and birds and beasts on the other. Etched upon the sword's hilt, which measured over a foot in length, were 5 characters, Emperor's 7 killing sword. These characters did not belong to the contemporary script but were ancient runes from the origins of Douluo. The immense pressure emanating from these characters could be said to surpass all sword spirits, including that of the sword Douluo. Congratulations, Master, on the awakening of your formidable spirit. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind Zhao Su, bowing slightly and speaking in an exceptionally respectful tone. Have you found anything? I have gathered some clues, but nothing is confirmed yet. This individual is known as Ying, a powerful figure cultivated by Zhao Su himself over the years, completely loyal to him. The members of the Shadow Squad excel in stealth and concealment. Particularly, the captain of the squad possesses a shadow spirit, once merged. Even a titled Douluo would be unable to detect him. Moreover, he is currently a titled Douluo at level 97, though his name is not registered anywhere. Not even known to the Spirit Hall. By Zhao Su's command, he infiltrated various sects, families, in the 2 empires, both to monitor their forthcoming plans and to fulfill a hidden mission assigned by the system. Hidden mission: seek the 9 guardian dragons lost in Douluo continent. This mission bore no rewards and came with a special condition. Until all 9 guardian dragons were found, one could not surpass level 100 to ascend. Thus, If Zhao Su did not locate these 9 guardian dragons, he would remain unable to attain divinity. Indeed, as you suspected, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's spirit is likely one of the 9 guardian dragons, the Golden Sacred Dragon. However, this family is too weak to endure the arrival of the Golden Sacred Dragon. Additionally, there is the spirit of Bone Dragon belonging to the title Douluo Gu Rong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. These are the only 2 leads we have. The shadow, cloaked in darkness, spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, blending seamlessly with the environment. I understand. Continue your search. And under no circumstances act against these 2 families without my command. Yes. Ing nodded respectfully, but seemed to harbor some unspoken concern. Speak freely. Do not hesitate. Today, the young lady you encountered exuded a trace of soul beast aura. She may very well be a 100,000-year soul beast. As Zhao Su tended to the plants during a moment of leisure, a powerful aura, mingled with divine and deathly energies, enveloped Ing. Under this overwhelming pressure, even the 97-level title Douluo felt a surge of fear. The cloak that shrouded Ing fell to the ground, revealing her true form. She was a woman with an enticing figure. While not conventionally beautiful, her physique was nearly flawless, with curves in all the right places, devoid of any excess. Who would have imagined such a perfect, breathtaking figure concealed beneath that cloak? I did not intend to intrude upon your affairs, master. I merely wished to report my findings and stumbled upon this. Ing lowered her head, trembling slightly under the immense pressure. Remember, do not attempt to test my boundaries. Yes, I will remember. Ing felt the immense aura recede and took a deep breath, swiftly changing the subject. Master, I have uncovered another piece of information. Oh? What news? Gu Rong seems not to belong to this world. Zhao Su was taken aback by Ying's revelation, pondering in silence. Could there be another traveler besides himself? His background was shrouded in mystery. Before becoming a title Douluo, no one had ever heard of him, not even within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The shadow continued, stating that prior to becoming the title Douluo, this individual had never been heard of, which seemed rather implausible. It is important to note that while there are many soul masters on the Douluo continent, they are certainly not abundant. Particularly, those who surpass the realm of Soul Emperor at level 60 are exceedingly rare. While a low profile could be comprehensible, the complete absence of any past records raises suspicions. Investigate thoroughly, tracing back to his origins, starting from his place of birth. Yes, my subordinate understands. Zhao Su waved his hand, signaling Shadow to withdraw. As Shadow bowed once more, the fallen black robe ascended effortlessly, enveloping her flawless figure before gradually vanishing. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, if that is the case. Then let us venture to Shrek Academy for a while. After Shadow departed, Zhao Su settled onto a lounge chair beneath a ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Gently swaying, his thoughts filled his mind. His decision to visit Shrek Academy stemmed from the knowledge that Ning Rongrong, the most gifted and cherished young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, would also be present. Gu Rong's utmost favoritism was directed towards Ning Rongrong, perhaps through her. He could glean some insights regarding Gu Rong. System, where is the shop? Once he had clarified his next course of action, Zhao Su resumed his examination of the rewards provided by the system. The attribute panel materialized at his command, accompanied by the system's voice. At that moment, all of Zhao Su's attribute data appeared before him. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Emperor's 7 Killing Sword. Soul Skills, first soul skill of the 12-winged Holy Angel, Celestial Phenomenon and Earth. Second soul skill, Destruction Palm. Third soul skill, Ninefold Sword Technique. Fourth soul skill, True Form of the Holy Angel. Emperor's 7 Killing Sword. None. Level 42 Battle Soul Master, specializing in offense. Mental Power, 23, 200 points. Spirit Domain Realm. Energy Value, 90,000 points. Fortune Value, 23 points. Guardian Divine Dragon, none. System Shop, shall it be activated? Activate the System Shop. Upon a sudden impulse, Zhao Su's thoughts stirred, causing the System Mall to vanish from the attribute introduction page and subsequently reappear in the upper left corner of the system's homepage. Instantly, the System Mall opened automatically. There, one could behold an array of soul rings in a spectrum of colors, alongside a diverse assortment of soul-guiding devices. Zhao Su cast a cursory glance, noting the silent hidden weapons, the Dragon Whisker Needle, the Sand Photography, and the King of Hell's Poster. He even observed formidable group damage weapons such as the Torrential Rain Pear Flower Needle, the Tearful Avalokiteshvara, and the Buddha's Wrathful Tang Lotus. However, He found little interest in these concealed armaments. Instead, his attention was captivated by the 6 soul bones emanating a radiant golden light from the soul bone rack. These 6 soul bones, known as the 12-winged holy angel set, represented a complete collection of soul bones capable of absorption from various body parts. Each soul bone's attributes elicited a glint of ravenous desire in Zhao Su's eyes, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. However, upon noticing the energy values required for each soul bone, his excitement was doused like flames extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Even the bones of the left and right legs demanded an energy value of 100,000, not to mention the most powerful torso bone. As Zhao Su, disheartened, contemplated searching for suitable soul rings for his recently awakened Emperor's 7 killing sword, he inadvertently caught sight of the final soul bone. Its description indicated that it was an external soul bone, not part of the holy angel set, lying solitary in the last slot of the soul bone page. It requires only 10,000 energy values? Zhao Su first glanced at the required energy value, confirming his ability to afford it, before delving into the details of the item. The external soul bone, obtained from slaying the sky-splitting demon butterfly, would grant the host a pair of wings that allow for effortless flight after absorption. Upon reading this, Zhao Su couldn't help but smile. This acquisition would remedy his inability to soar through the skies. It is important to note that, aside from flying-type martial souls, other types cannot achieve flight, and even flying-type martial souls are incapable of sustained aerial movement. However, the soul bone from the sky-splitting demon butterfly permits unlimited flight. Moreover, external soul bones are capable of evolution, rendering the quality of the item less significant. With this thought in mind, Zhao Su decided against further contemplation and directly exchanged for the external soul bone of the sky-splitting demon butterfly. Upon commencing the fusion, a pair of butterfly-like wings emerged from his back. With a gentle flap, a surge of formidable power lifted him into the air. Subsequently, Zhao Su selected 4 10,000-year soul rings for his Emperor's 7 kill sword, each requiring 20,000 energy points. Adding the external soul bone he had just acquired, his energy points dwindled to a mere 5,000. This situation essentially returned Zhao Su to his pre-liberation state. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, for energy points could always be replenished. Just as Zhao Su was pondering this, the system's voice resonated. Ding. New task unlocked. Find a way to approach Ning Rongrong and extract information regarding Bone Douluo Gu Yong. Task reward: 100,000-year soul ring and 10,000 energy points. 100,000-year soul ring? Quite impressive. Upon encountering the task rewards that had appeared before him, Zhao Su could not help but nod in satisfaction. He then proceeded to exit the courtyard, with his energy value dwindling to a mere 5,000 points. He realized the necessity to devise a means to replenish it. His method for acquiring energy points was rather straightforward. It involved the act of killing, albeit exclusively targeting those who were deemed malevolent. Apart from the sinister soul masters who preyed upon innocent civilians, he aimed to eliminate those who were notorious for their wicked deeds, individuals who were indeed deserving of their fate. However, as Zhao Su stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted Tang San and the lively Xiao Wu frolicking nearby. A smirk crept across Zhao Su's lips as a hint of malicious thoughts began to stir within him, prompting him to silently follow their trail. Soon, he observed Tang San and Xiao Wu entering a shop adorned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. How much for this crystal? Tang San inquired upon entering, his gaze fixed on a rather murky and inconspicuous piece of crystal resting in the corner. The elderly proprietor, reclining in a chair, opened his eyes and responded, 100 gold soul coins. At that moment, Zhao Su feigned a casual stroll into the shop. The elderly man, who happened to be Flinder, the founder of Shrek Academy and one of the renowned Golden Iron Triangle, narrowed his eagle-like eyes considerably upon noticing Zhao Su. I'll offer 200 gold soul coins. I wish to purchase that crystal, Zhao Su declared. Zhao Su tossed 2 bags of golden soul coins to Flander and reached out to seize the crystal ball from Tang San's grasp. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Why should we yield to you? Tang San remained silent, but Xiao Wu was the first to spring forth, forcefully pushing Zhao Su's hand aside. With her hands on her hips and a glint of fierceness in her gaze, she reprimanded. It's a simple matter. Whoever pays more deserves it. Do you not comprehend such a straightforward concept? Zhao Su chuckled dismissively. In Zhao Su's understanding, the antagonists in typical novels often begin with overwhelming arrogance, having seized something from the protagonist or having flirted with the beautiful companions surrounding them. Subsequently, the protagonist retaliates, delivering a resounding blow to the antagonist's pride, thereby achieving a moment of triumph. Therefore, Zhao Su, embodying the role of the antagonist, believed he ought to follow suit. Nevertheless, he intended to engage in both scenarios. It seemed a pity for such an adorable little rabbit to be in the company of a worthless individual. With a hint of profound amusement, Zhao Su scrutinized Xiao Wu from head to toe, expressing a tinge of regret as he spoke. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words and perceiving the weighty gaze directed at her, Xiao Wu instinctively took a step back, her heart fluttering with trepidation. What do you intend to do? Tang San, provoked multiple times by Zhao Su, could no longer contain himself and cast a frosty glare in Zhao Su's direction. Meanwhile, his right hand rested on the hilt of the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Knight, poised to unleash a hidden weapon at any moment. At that moment, Flinder also noticed the belt at Tang San's waist. Naturally familiar with this belt, Flinder contemplated whether to take action. The formidable aura that Zhao Su exuded upon entering the shop had even sent a shiver through Flinder, who had already attained the level of Soul Sage at 78, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. Zhao Su was unperturbed by his anger. In fact, she feared his indifference far more. It was only when he was enraged that the situation became truly entertaining. After all, what was the point of posturing alone? Are you angry now? Are you prepared to unleash your silent daggers upon me? Who exactly are you, and why do you seem intent on opposing us? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang San was struck by an overwhelming shock, and as he turned to look at her, a flicker of fear appeared in his gaze. An ordinary person. I had no intention of crossing you. I am merely here to purchase something, yet it seems we have both set our sights on the same object. Zhao Su nonchalantly remarked. Though he spoke those words, his heart casually mused. It is because you are the protagonist, and I am the antagonist. The role of the antagonist is merely to provide the protagonist with opportunities for triumph. Alas, if your own strength is insufficient, you cannot blame others. Xiao Wu, let us depart. In the end, Tang San suppressed his feelings, swiftly leading the concealed Xiao Wu behind him away. In Tang San's perception, an ambush that has been seen through ceases to be an ambush, transforming instead into a mere display. Such an exposed tactic has undeniably lost its original function. Tang San also comprehended that he was no match for Zhao Su, thus he could only endure for the time being. It is said that a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. As he watched Tang San and Xiao Wu depart, Zhao Su could not help but reveal a sinister smile, one that only an antagonist would wear. Indeed, once you mature further, it will be all the more exquisite. Zhao Su murmured softly, turning to face Flander. The moment Zhao Su fixed his gaze upon him, Flander's apprehension deepened yet again. Sir, this crystal does not warrant such a sum of gold soul coins. 100 gold soul coins will suffice. Flander returned one of the 2 pouches of gold soul coins that Zhao Su had just tossed to him. No need for that. Consider this additional 100 as my contribution to Shrek Academy. As Zhao Su finished speaking, he turned and departed before Flander could respond. He did not forget to take with him the seemingly murky crystal ball. Could it be that a genius from a prominent family or sect was venturing out for training? Flander's keen, eagle-like eyes fixed on the departing Zhao Su, filled with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 8. The Battle Soul Sect with 4 10,000-year soul rings. After Zhao Su departed, Flander pondered for a moment before exiting the shop and locking the door behind him. Meanwhile, Zhao Su continued to meander through the streets of Soto City in search of the wretched individual. The young lady possesses an admirable figure. Perhaps she could entertain me splendidly. At that moment, a brazen and domineering voice reached Zhao Su's ears, capturing his attention. Zhao Su turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a stall selling intricate handicrafts. There stood a young woman, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her complexion fair, and her figure quite alluring yet still somewhat youthful. Her expression was notably indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the provocations of the 4 or 5 ruffians surrounding her. Hey girl, I'm talking to you. Are you giving me the cold shoulder? Do you know who I am? One of the burly men, his face a mask of brutishness and his physique robust, advanced toward her, attempting to touch her delicate cheek. Ah, so this is the archetype of a villain? Bold, unyielding, quite admirable. However, just as Zhao Su began to harbor a sense of respect for these ruffians, the aloof beauty had already taken action. Her martial soul appeared to be akin to that of a cat, and upon merging with it, her speed was significantly enhanced. Could she be Zhu Qing, one of the Shrek 7 monsters? Upon sighting the ethereal spirit cat, Zhao Su recognized her identity. Yet again, he encountered another individual blessed with the fate of a protagonist in this fast, villainous system of the Douluo world. It was not solely Tang San who held the mantle of the main character. By conventional reasoning, although Zhao Su was cast as the antagonist, he was, in truth, the genuine protagonist. I am quite fond of this young lady. Zhao Su gazed upon Zhu Qing, whose ruthless demeanor swiftly dispatched several adversaries, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zhu Qing's frigid disposition was undeniably to his liking. "Please, spare us. We shall never dare again," pleaded the ruffians. The strongest among them merely at level 18, wielding nothing more than an ordinary domesticated canine martial spirit. They were accustomed to bullying the average folk. However, before the formidable Zhu Qing, who was already at level 26 and possessed 2-century-old martial spirits, they found themselves trembling in fear, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Begone!" Zhu Qing retracted her martial spirit and uttered a single word, as if speaking further would be a personal affront to her dignity. Zhao Su observed the few individuals who were fleeing in a frantic manner and couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, these petty minions and bullies existed solely to serve as a foil to those destined for greatness. "Do you fancy it? I shall bestow it upon you." Zhao Su approached the artisan stall and selected an utterly charming little kitten, which he then presented to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's expression remained indifferent as she cast a fleeting glance at the smiling Zhao Su. She chose to disregard him and swiftly turned to leave. Zhu Qing, indeed. Zhao Su retrieved a golden soul coin from the jade pendant at his waist and handed it to the proprietor. "Sir, this amount is excessive. I only require 10 copper soul coins. I cannot provide change for this." "It matters not. Keep the change." Zhao Su placed a gold soul coin on the stall and pursued the direction in which Zhu Qing had departed. However, as Zhao Su observed, Zhu Qing turned into an alley. By the time he caught up, she had vanished from sight. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential for Zhao Su. As he was well aware that Zhu Qing was bound for Shrek Academy, he decided to head directly to the academy. 2 days later, at the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, Zhao Su arrived just in time to witness an elderly man responsible for admissions intimidating a father and son duo who sought to reclaim their 10 gold soul coins as a registration fee. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already arrived and were standing in line. Upon spotting Zhao Su, Dai Mubai, who sat beside the admissions officer, became visibly anxious and leaned in to whisper something into the elder's ear. The elder raised his head and, following Dai Mubai's gaze, locked eyes with Zhao Su. Although Zhao Su wore an innocuous smile, it nonetheless unsettled the old man. "You must promptly report this matter to the dean. This individual is not to be underestimated." The old man, known as Li Yusong, urgently instructed his companion Dai Mubai. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Mubai nodded and turned to venture deeper into the academy. "Allow me to reiterate, anyone over the age of 13 who has not attained the rank of a 20-level soul master should not waste their time here." Li Yusong, a formidable soul emperor wielding a dragon pattern staff with a cultivation level of 62, summoned his dragon pattern spirit. He lightly struck the ground, releasing a formidable surge of soul power. With 6 soul rings manifesting, his presence was indeed imposing, particularly to the parents who had brought their children to enroll. However, Zhao Su remained unfazed. Observing the first white soul ring, he disdainfully shook his head. Zhao Su's performance was distinctly noted by Li Yusong, who was acutely aware of Zhao Su's disdain. The summoning of his martial soul was not intended to intimidate the students and their parents, but rather was specifically directed at Zhao Su. Although a flicker of fear unconsciously stirred within him as he gazed upon Zhao Su, he perceived that the latter appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. In Li Yusong's estimation, even if such a youth were a prodigy or a genius of some esteemed family, they could never surpass his own prowess as a 62nd level battle soul emperor. This served as a subtle warning for Zhao Su to withdraw. However, Zhao Su paid no heed to the overwhelming pressure emanating from the powerful soul force of the dragon pattern staff that Li Yusong wielded, and boldly bypassed the queue of individuals before him, declaring, "I wish to join your academy." Zhao Su refrained from unnecessary banter and directly addressed Li Yusong. Li Yusong scrutinized Zhao Su from head to toe, a hint of amusement creasing his aged visage. "I believe you did not fully grasp my previous words. Even if you understood, you cannot become a student. However, teaching is a possibility. Our institution's faculty is already at full capacity, and we have no need for additional instructors. Moreover, your age precludes you from becoming a student, and I fear you may also lack the qualifications to teach." "Is that so? What are the qualifications for your teaching positions?" Zhao Su inquired. "At the very least, one must attain the level of a 60-level soul emperor, and one's martial soul must not be overly exceptional." Li Yusong was interrupted as Zhao Su revealed his martial soul. An ancient longsword materialized behind him, exuding an aura far more potent than Li Yusong's dragon pattern rod. "Black soul rings? For black soul rings? Am I dreaming? The first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring?" Is this the 7 killing sword? At that moment, Flender, accompanied by Dai Mubai, arrived at the academy's entrance. Witnessing Zhao Su's unveiling of his imperial 7 killing sword martial soul, they too were astonished by the 4 10,000-year soul rings radiating with black brilliance. In the Douluo continent, the 7 killing sword is revered as the martial soul with the most formidable offensive power, even surpassing the Haotian hammer. The 7 killing sword is inherently a mutated martial soul, and Zhao Su's imperial 7 killing sword can be considered a mutation of a mutation. Though Zhao Su currently stood at only level 42, the overwhelming aura he emanated compelled even Li Yusong, a level 78 battle soul saint, to involuntarily take a step back. The 7 killing sword? Could this individual be related to Sword Grandpa? From a distance, a young girl dressed in a flowing white gown murmured softly as she gazed at the imperial 7 killing sword hovering behind Zhao Su. So, do I possess the qualifications to be a teacher at your esteemed academy? Zhao Su stood there, gazing at the Emperor's 7 killing sword martial soul and the 4 10,000-year soul rings behind him, while Flander, captivated, inquired. Zhao Su had already devised a plan. If the 7 killing sword proved ineffective, he would reveal his 12-winged holy angel. After all, he was determined to enter Shrek. That's enough, Flander said, his face adorned with a broad smile, signaling Zhao Su to retract his martial soul. May I inquire, young brother, how old are you this year? 16. Ah. As Zhao Su's words echoed in the air, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. The Soul Battle Sect, merely 16 years old, was a name they had neither encountered nor even heard of before, let alone one boasting for 10,000-year soul rings. Chapter 9. The Haotian Hammer. Is it truly so mundane? It is worth noting that Dai Mubai, at the tender age of 16, had merely reached the 33rd rank, yet even this was deemed extraordinary among prodigies. Young brother, please enter the academy for a discussion. Flander respectfully gestured to Zhao Su, ushering him into the institution. Flander was determined to retain Zhao Su within the Shrek Academy. As Zhao Su stepped into the academy, he turned to glance at the queue, locking eyes with the girl who had gasped earlier, Ning Rongrong. The system task required him to approach Ning Rongrong and glean information about the ancient banyan from her. Zhao Su understood that since the system had issued such a task, it undoubtedly indicated that Ning Rongrong possessed some knowledge. Although his arrival at Shrek was not solely for the sake of Ning Rongrong, he still needed to ensure that she, as described in the book, would indeed appear at Shrek Academy. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's actual presence, Zhao Su felt a sense of relief and followed Flinder into the academy. Upon entering the academy alongside Flinder, Zhao Su witnessed the continuation of admissions. As narrated in the book, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing successfully advanced to the second round of evaluations. With Dai Mubai's recommendation and the assessment of soul power, they directly progressed to the 4th round, ultimately securing their positions at Shrek Academy. Likewise, Zhao Su assumed the role of a teacher at Shrek Academy. That night, within the chamber of the formidable king of immobility, Zhao Wujie, a towering figure, clad in tattered garments yet exuding a powerful aura, made his entrance. The visitor was none other than Tang Hao. It was evident that he had been lurking in the shadows during the 4th round of tests earlier that day, observing everything unfold. There was no need for him to flaunt his battered hammer. The moment Tang Hao appeared, Zhao Su felt the unmistakable presence of the Haotian hammer, accompanied by Flinder, who had also arrived in Zhao Wujie's quarters. Zhao Su, do not be disrespectful to His Majesty Haotian, Flinder cautioned. Although he recognized Zhao Su's prodigious talent and the extraordinary configuration of his spirit rings, he could scarcely believe that Zhao Su, at level 42, could withstand the assault of a title Douluo, particularly one as formidable as Tang Hao, who wielded the mightiest weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer. Do you truly believe that with your 7 killing sword spirit and 4 10,000-year spirit rings, you are invincible? Zhao Su, initially reluctant to engage with Tang Hao, felt his ire rise upon hearing the latter's condescending tone. His disdain for Tang Hao's daily display of arrogance, acting as though he were the epitome of invincibility, was palpable. After all, Tang Hao is merely a useless individual who couldn't even protect his own wife. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me. I want to even employ my spirit. You may proceed at your leisure. This was a retort Zhao Su had overheard Tang Hao utter to Zhao Wujie. Yet Zhao Su's audacity surpassed that of his opponent. After all, Zhao Wujie was inherently weaker than Tang Hao, and here stood Zhao Su, a mere level 42, challenging a renowned title Douluo, the youngest in the Douluo continent. Though their words bore similarities, their implications diverged entirely. Haha, young man, you are exceedingly arrogant, Tang Hao scoffed. fixing his gaze upon Zhao Su before launching his attack. However, he refrained from revealing his Haotian hammer, believing that to handle a brash youth like Zhao Su, he need not even exert his full strength. Is a young person not allowed to exhibit arrogance? What else is youth for? Zhao Su effortlessly evaded Tang Hao's assault, taunting, "If you do not unveil your Haotian hammer, you shall miss your chance." Flinder and Zhao Wujia, who stood by observing, dared not utter a word. Both wary of Tang Hao's prowess and eager to discern whether Zhao Su was genuinely capable or merely posturing. Upon witnessing Zhao Su deftly dodge Tang Hao's attack, astonishment flickered in their eyes. It was important to note that Tang Hao had reached the terrifying realm of a level 95 Super Douluo, even without employing his spirit. His physical speed and strength were fearsome. Yet here he was, effortlessly evaded by a mere level 42 Soul Master. The most astonishing part was that Zhao Su had also refrained from using his spirit, relying solely on his raw physical speed, all while maintaining an air of composure and delivering a scathing retort to Tang Hao. Tang Hao found himself momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he shed all pretense, yet still did not reveal his weapon spirit, instead channeling his formidable physicality to charge at Zhao Su. "I warned you, without revealing your spirit, you shall find no opportunity." As Tang Hao's fist, akin to a massive sandbag, bore down upon him, Zhao Su remained unfazed, casually grasping Tang Hao's fist. "Here, I grant you another chance." Zhao Su suddenly exerted force, grasping Tang Hao's fist and forcefully pushing him away. Impossible. How could this be? Tang Hao, sensing the formidable power that had just propelled him, gazed incredulously at the still composed Zhao Su. "Be cautious, now it's my turn." As Zhao Su spoke, he forcefully propelled himself forward towards Tang Hao, relying solely on the might of his fists. At this moment, Tang Hao too adopted a serious demeanor, no longer holding back. A brilliant light emanated from his right hand, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of soul power that erupted from within him. The 9 soul rings belonging to Tang Hao materialized in succession. Upon witnessing the resplendent red soul rings, a smile graced the corners of Zhao Su's lips. Zhao Su understood that the crimson century-old soul ring had been offered to Tang Hao by Tang San's mother, Ain. He had already devised a plan in his heart. This soul ring would eventually belong to him. However, it was not intended for his own use, but rather for his enchanting mentor, Bibi Dong. In truth, one could say that both Xiao Wu and the soul ring were prepared for Bibi Dong. Furthermore, he harbored another intention, which could also be regarded as an experiment. After Xiao Wu's sacrifice, she was resurrected by Tang San, who intended to return the soul ring to her. Yet, the century-old soul ring, offered by Ain to Tang Hao, did not vanish upon her resurrection. Zhao Su pondered whether it would be possible to resurrect Ain through Tang Hao, only to vanquish her once more to obtain her 100,000-year soul ring. This would effectively yield 2 such rings. However, this notion remained merely a nascent idea in Zhao Su's mind, lacking maturity. At that moment, the Haotian hammer was gripped tightly by Tang Hao, who hurled it towards Zhao Su with tremendous force. Is this truly the mightiest weapon spirit? It seems rather ordinary. With a nonchalant remark from Zhao Su, the Emperor's 7 killing sword manifested in his grasp. The first black 10,000-year soul ring illuminated, as the Emperor's 7 killing sword intercepted the descending Haotian hammer imbued with brute strength. Simultaneously, a blade of intent surged through the Haotian hammer, aiming for Tang Hao. Within this blade of intent, Tang Hao sensed a trace of divine aura, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Is this the sword of the god of death, possessing its own domain? At that moment, Tang Hao's expression darkened considerably. He had once considered himself a genius, boasting rapid cultivation abilities paired with the formidable Haotian hammer. He had disregarded all opponents, even the esteemed Pope Qian Xuanji of the Spirit Hall, whom he had nearly brought to the brink of death. Yet before Zhao Su, he found himself engulfed in a sense of helplessness. The indomitable spirit of this formidable warrior began to shatter under Zhao Su's relentless pressure. You possess some discernment, but this is merely a trivial skill. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, before Tang Hao could respond, he felt himself being propelled backward by an overwhelming force. Chapter 10. Could it be that you are the offspring of Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword? In truth, Zhao Su merely intended to intimidate Tang Hao and did not utter the truth. The black golden radiance enveloping him was not a manifestation of pure physical strength, but rather the 4th soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, the true form of the holy angel. This was something Zhao Su had recently discovered. His dual martial souls, The 12-winged holy angel and the Emperor's 7-kill sword differed from the dual martial souls of Tang San or Bibi Dong. While they possessed dual martial souls, they were compelled to be used separately, which imposed numerous restrictions during combat. Conversely, his dual martial souls could be utilized independently or fused together. He could even employ soul skills without the need to summon his martial souls. At that moment, Zhao Su appeared as a war deity descending from the heavens. After sending Tang Hao flying, he approached him, raising his fist, shrouded in black golden light, and delivered a series of ferocious blows. It felt as though all of Tang Hao's soul power had been sealed by an overwhelming aura, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Zhao Wuzhe and Flender, who stood a short distance away observing this scene, were left completely stunned. The spectacle before them was surreal. You are far too weak. It would be best for you to focus on enhancing your strength. I will take it upon myself to guide your son, Tang San. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhao Su ceased his actions and addressed Tang Hao, who lay on the ground, having surrendered. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang Hao crawled up, acutely aware that the long-standing affliction within him showed signs of dissipating after Zhao Su's earlier barrage. Thank you, Senior. No need to thank me. Your talent is the strongest I have ever witnessed. Devote yourself to training, and perhaps when you grow stronger, you may even have the chance to resurrect your wife. The mention of this possibility made Tang Hao's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazed at Zhao Su. He had preserved a seed of Yin precisely for the hope of one day reviving her. This was a secret known only to him. Yet, Zhao Su had spoken of it directly. You need not concern yourself with how I know. Zhao Su interrupted Tang Hao before he could continue. This is a soul-nourishing pill. It may be of assistance to you. Thank you, Senior, for the gift of medicine. Tang Hao respectfully received the soul-nourishing pill from Zhao Su's hands with both of his own, and then knelt before Zhao Su. In this lifetime, I shall serve you like an ox or a horse to repay your kindness. There is no need for repayment. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's actions, Zhao Su felt a twinge of embarrassment within himself. It is important to note that his efforts to heal Tang Hao's injuries and provide him with the soul-nurturing pill were not born out of a genuine desire to assist, but rather a means to revive Yin and acquire her coveted 10,000-year soul ring. However, Zhao Su quickly reminded himself that he was, after all, a notorious villain, and such deeds were indeed characteristic of his role. Moreover, the love between humans and beasts is inherently frowned upon by the heavens. This holds true in any realm. From now on, you shall be my idol, Zhao Wuzhe. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply without hesitation. Zhao Wuzhe declared with admiration in his eyes as he approached Zhao Su after Tang Hao's departure. Teacher Zhao, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary person. Zhao Su humbly replied. Zhao Su humbly spoke. However, to Flander and Zhao Wuzhe, Zhao Su's humility seemed somewhat pretentious. Subsequently, Zhao Su gestured towards Zhao Wuzhe. In Zhao Su's previous life, while watching Douluo continent, he held a certain fondness for Zhao Wuzhe. Yet, Zhao Wuzhe had a conflict with the Spirit Hall and shared a profound friendship with Flander, alongside the intricate relationships between Flander, the Master, and Xiao Gang. Zhao Su was unsure whether he could utilize Zhao Wuzhe in the future. Thus, he merely offered him a few rudimentary pointers, not genuinely aiding him in elevating his soul power. Nevertheless, even Zhao Su's brief guidance instilled a profound understanding within Zhao Wuzhe. After expressing his gratitude once more, he retreated to his room to cultivate. Meanwhile, Flander lingered closely beside Zhao Su, appearing to grapple with something he wished to articulate but hesitated to voice. Flander, the Academy's headmaster, seemed to have something significant to convey. Who are you truly, and what is your purpose at Shrek Academy? He regarded Zhao Su with a wary gaze, which bore not only suspicion but also a hint of perplexity. He had contemplated all conceivable possibilities, yet each was dismissed in his mind. It's quite simple. I'm not a person of great stature. I came to Shrek merely out of boredom. Is it truly that uncomplicated? Indeed, it is that uncomplicated. Very well. Since you prefer silence, I shall refrain from further inquiries. However, I must insist that you refrain from harming those children. Rest assured, that is a promise I shall uphold. And I will personally guide them. I hope you will not renege on your word. With that, Flander departed. Zhao Su gazed at the receding figure of Flander, a hint of a wicked smile gracing his lips. He had no intention of taking action against them for the time being, but once the moment arrived, circumstances may change. After all, Zhao Su was a villain, affiliated with the Spirit Hall. As long as Tang San and his companions diligently focused on their training, he would refrain from interfering. However, should they choose to oppose the Spirit Hall in the future, he would have no choice but to express his apologies. He had always disregarded matters that were contrary to his interests. In the early morning, as Zhao Su emerged from his chamber, he noticed a young girl standing not far away, gazing in the direction of his room. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. "Are you here to seek me out?" Zhao Su stretched lazily and glanced at the seemingly well-behaved and adorable Ning Rongrong. If it weren't for Zhao Su's awareness that Ning Rongrong's current demeanor was merely an act, one could say that she epitomized the ideal daughter of others. "Indeed, is your martial spirit the seven-killing sword?" Ning Rongrong trotted over to Zhao Su and inquired. "Are you familiar with the seven-killing sword?" Zhao Su feigned an expression of astonishment as he turned to Ning Rongrong and inquired, "Of course. But as far as I am aware, the seven-killing sword is an anomalous martial soul and cannot be inherited. How could you possibly possess the seven-killing sword martial soul? Are you affiliated with the seven-treasure glazed tile sect?" "You have yet to answer my question." Ning Rongrong's delicate visage appeared somewhat aloof, and she replied to Zhao Su with a resolute tone. "I am naturally unaware of why I possess the seven-killing sword martial soul. Is that explanation satisfactory? That cannot be right. You must have a connection to Grandpa Jin. Are you perhaps his illegitimate child?" As she spoke, her previously icy demeanor gradually transformed into one of keen curiosity, her eyes glimmering with the thrill of uncovering a secret. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Su felt a sense of exasperation. It turned out that this little girl had come to him so early solely to ascertain his relationship with Chen Xian. However, this mattered little to Zhao Su, for he held no interest in Chen Xian. His focus lay instead on Gu Rong, who possessed the Bone Dragon martial soul. "I have no ties to Chen Xian, but I do share a connection with Gu Rong." Zhao Su steered the conversation towards the enigmatic figure of Bone, Douluo Gu Rong. "Bone grandfather?" Ning Rongrong's eyes reflected a flicker of confusion, which quickly transformed into a rather bold assertion. "Are you suggesting that you are the offspring of Bone grandfather and Sword grandfather? But how could two old men possibly conceive a child?" Chapter 11. Indeed, something strange. Is it not true that only men and women can bear children? As she pondered this, Ning Rongrong seemed to arrive at a startling realization. Could it be that Bone grandfather is a woman? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Su found himself momentarily speechless, internally contemplating. Truly, Douluo continent is a realm where one is deemed an adult at the tender age of 12. Yet, within Ning Rongrong's utterance, he sensed the emergence of something significant. Zhao Su inquired hastily, "Why do you say that?" "I cannot divulge it. It is a secret of Grandpa Gu," Ning Rongrong replied before swiftly turning on her heels and departing. Indeed, there was something amiss. Zhao Su cast a knowing glance at Ning Rongrong, his expression reflecting his realization. Aware that Ning Rongrong possessed crucial information, he felt no urgency. After all, time was plentiful, and a few days were of little consequence. Ding. Approaching Ning Rongrong, he successfully extracted information regarding Gu Rong. Reward obtained: 100,000 year soul ring and 10,000 energy points. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile spread across Zhao Su's face as he turned and entered his chamber. Due to the absence of a suitable soul ring, he had been suppressing the power level of his 12-winged holy angel. With the acquisition of this century-old soul ring, there was no longer a need to wait. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhao Su summoned forth his 12-winged holy angel martial soul without a moment's hesitation. It bore for soul rings, 2 black and 2 red. As his thoughts stirred, the suppressed soul power surged rapidly, soon reaching the level of 50, thus allowing him to absorb the 5th soul ring. At this moment, Zhao Su's detailed attributes were as follows. Host: Zhao Su. Martial soul: 12-winged holy angel, imperial 7-kill sword. Soul abilities: 12-winged holy angel. First soul ability: celestial phenomenon. Second soul ability: annihilation palm. Third soul ability: ninefold sword technique. Fourth soul ability: true form of the holy angel. Fifth soul ability: indestructible titan. Imperial 7-kill sword. First soul ability: supreme sword intent. Second soul ability: sword name: destruction. Third soul ability: sword name: slaughter. Fourth soul ability: sword name: a sword across time. Level: 51st rank battle soul master. Assault type. Mental power: 23,200 points. Spirit domain realm. Energy value: 15,000 points. Fortune value: 23 points. Guardian divine dragon: none. As Zhao Su's 5th soul ring was fully integrated, a dominating aura emanated forth. This overwhelming presence instantaneously roused Zhao Wujie, residing in the adjacent room. Fear flickered in his eyes as he gazed towards Zhao Su's chamber, and an unusual thought seemed to take root in his mind. Zhao Wujie was born in a small city within the territory of the Heavenly Empire, and he could be considered a noble. However, his parents were later framed and met with untimely deaths, leaving him as the sole survivor. He devoted himself to arduous training, seeking vengeance for his parents. Alas, his solitary strength proved insufficient, and he ultimately suffered severe injuries while being besieged by the forces of the martial Soul Hall, forcing him to flee. Initially, he believed that avenging his parents was an unattainable aspiration. Yet, the emergence of Zhao Su reignited a flicker of hope within his heart. After Zhao Su absorbed the Soul Ring, he conducted a brief test of the newly acquired fifth soul skill, and he found himself exceedingly pleased with the results. The integration of the Soul Ring and the testing of the fifth soul skill had indeed consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Feeling a slight pang of hunger, he rose from his seat and departed the room, intent on procuring some nourishment. The cafeteria of Shrek Academy was situated within the village, and upon Zhao Su's arrival, he discovered that Tang San and the others were already present. In addition to Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, whom Zhao Su had encountered the previous day, Zhu Shiqing was also in attendance. There was also a stout fellow and a man with a bearded visage and charming peach blossom eyes. Zhao Su recognized that these two individuals were Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Greetings to you both. Zhao Su casually approached and seated himself beside a few individuals, greeting them with a smile. Have you truly become a teacher at our Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai inquired incredulously, glancing at Zhao Su, who was scarcely older than himself. Although Dai Mubai recognized that he could not best Zhao Su in a contest, he found it hard to believe that Zhao Su could persuade Flinder to accept him as a teacher. One must understand that Shrek Academy not only requires extraordinary students, but also imposes stringent criteria on its faculty. Of course, is there any doubt about it? Zhao Su lifted the bowl of rice porridge before him and took a sip, offering a casual reply. Subsequently, he fell into silence. The others occasionally cast glances toward Zhao Su, who maintained a gentle smile throughout. The teaching methods at Shrek Academy were quite extraordinary. There were no fixed curricula, but rather an adaptive approach tailored to each student. That evening, under the guidance of Flander, the Shrek 7 were taken to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. And naturally, Zhao Su accompanied them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Zhao Su settled into his seat in the arena, a shadow materialized beside him. This shadow seamlessly overlapped with Zhao Su's, effectively concealing its presence. Moreover, given the sparse attendance in the arena, the shadow felt little hesitation in speaking up. What have you discovered? Gu Rong is indeed suspicious. It is highly likely that he hails from a certain family within the divine realm. During his descent to the mortal realm for training, an unfortunate incident occurred, and he was rescued by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where he subsequently remained. A being from the divine realm? Zhao Su furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding inexplicably stirring within him. He had always felt that his traversal was rather peculiar, and the emergence of the system seemed far from the simplicity he had anticipated. To his astonishment, it appeared to be entangled with a family from the divine realm. Presently, his strength rendered him virtually fearless across the Douluo continent. Yet should he truly confront an individual from the divine realm, the outcome would be uncertain. He bore an aura of divinity that even I found somewhat disconcerting, deterring me from approaching to investigate. Indeed, I comprehend now that I must remain vigilant for my safety without revealing my identity. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, which could be considered a gesture of concern, a flicker of fervor ignited in Ying's gaze as she looked at him. Thank you for your concern, Master. There is one more matter. What is it? His Holiness the Pope has arrived in Soto City, currently residing at the Grand Hotel. Oh, she is in Soto City? What brings her here? On the surface, it is for the upcoming Intermediate Soul Master Tournament, yet in reality, it is to hunt the 10,000-year soul beast within the Stardow Forest. She intends to hunt the 10,000-year soul beasts? That seems to be the case. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Zhao Su waved his hand dismissively, having lost interest in the battles taking place in the arena, lost in his own thoughts. As far as Zhao Su was aware, within the Stardow Forest, there existed 6 soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, including Xiao Wu. Yet, only 4 of them still thrived: the Deming Sky Blue Bull Python, the Erming Titan Giant Ape, Xiao Wu, and an unnamed fawn. Tang San's mother, Yin, along with Xiao Wu's mother, had already passed away. Chapter 12. If you desire a century-old soul ring, await my arrival among the 4 century-old soul beasts still alive in the Stardow Forest. Only Xiao Wu, who had chosen to transform into human form, could be dealt with. The remaining 3 soul beasts posed a challenge that Bibi Dong was not equipped to handle. With this realization, Zhao Su ceased his hesitation and quietly departed from the arena. In a lavish suite at the Soto City Grand Hotel, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in her cultivation. Do not venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts. The time is not yet ripe. With her eyes closed, Bibi Dong heard Zhao Su's voice, both familiar and foreign, slowly opening her eyes to gaze upon him. Although merely 16, Zhao Su had already reached a height of 6 feet, his youthful features tempered by an air of determination. It appears you truly have eyes upon me. Bibi Dong remarked coldly, devoid of any emotion. My intentions in placing those eyes were not to surveil you, but to safeguard you. I, Bibi Dong, require no one's protection. Alas, your stubbornness is detrimental to your cultivation. I believe you ought to try and forget some of the darker chapters of your past. What do you mean by that? Bibi Dong's expression faltered at Zhao Su's words, her composure slipping. Do you truly not understand my meaning? How could I possibly know? She retorted, her brow furrowed, a flicker of pain surfacing amidst her confusion. It seemed she was haunted by memories she wished to avoid. In that dim, damp chamber, not only had she lost her most treasured possession that fateful night, but it had also shattered her pride and kindness into fragments. One should not dwell solely in the past. Learn to forget. The future holds boundless beauty. After all, Qian Sunji is dead, and your vengeance is avenged. Silence. Zhao Su's words utterly infuriated Bai Dong, as a formidable surge of soul power enveloped Zhao Su. She could not fathom how Zhao Su had acquired such knowledge. Yet, this was a secret she had to conceal forever, an indelible pain that resided within her heart. Zhao Su also took action, sealing the somewhat tyrannical soul power emanating from Bibi Dong, while an immense vitality surged into her being. This powerful essence carried with it a restorative force that promised the revival of all things. Beneath this warm current, Bibi Dong gradually regained her composure. The once domineering and indifferent gaze softened, and tears began to flow as she wept. The warm tide of rejuvenation stirred memories of her childhood. She recalled her early days in an ordinary village, which was ultimately destroyed by the malevolent soul masters. Yet, she was discovered by Qian Sunji, who brought her to the spirit hall and personally took her as a disciple, imparting his teachings to her. In the beginning, Qian Sunji was the person she revered and admired most. However, it was also he who shattered her love and devastated her life. Enough of the tears, forget the past. I will help you obtain everything you desire. You must only ensure your own safety. Zhao Su stepped forward and gently offered his comfort to Bai Dong. Why do you wish to help me? Bai Dong inquired softly, raising her gaze to Zhao Su's youthful yet resolute face. There is no particular reason. I simply desire to do so, and thus I have. Bai Dong chuckled, her breathtaking beauty radiating an enchanting allure as she leaned closer to Zhao Su. While a woman who consistently exudes allure may induce a sense of visual fatigue, the sudden charm of a strikingly aloof ice queen like Bai Dong can render one utterly spellbound. Zhao Su unconsciously took a step back. Bai Dong followed closely, her body nearly pressing against his, as she extended her hand to caress his cheek. Zhao Su's heart raced uncontrollably, quickening its pace. Or do you desire my body as well? Her captivating gaze, coupled with her straightforward yet suggestive words, along with her curvaceous figure and alluring fragrance, all assailed Zhao Su's very soul, nearly overwhelming him. He felt an intense urge to push Bai Dong down and cherish her passionately. Ultimately, however, he restrained himself, acknowledging his lack of interest in the young girl, while finding himself utterly defenseless against a woman as mature as Bai Dong. Yet, Zhao Su understood that even if he wished to possess her, now was not the time. Although he could attain what he desired, it would cast a deeper shadow over Bai Dong's heart, given her painful past that she was reluctant to revisit. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the distinction between fleeting pleasure and repeated ecstasy, as well as the difference between being passive and active. Zhao Su knew well how to make the right choice. Do not act foolishly. You seek a soul ring of 100,000 years, and I shall assist you. After Zhao Su spoke, he swiftly departed, unable to linger any longer. He feared that if he continued to stay, he would be unable to suppress his restless soul. As Zhao Su left, Bibi Dong's originally enchanting gaze gradually turned cold. She had not anticipated that Zhao Su would possess the fortitude to resist her allure. Bibi Dong harbored considerable confidence in her beauty and figure, although she believed that her strength did not necessitate the use of her body. Zhao Su's rejection led her to perceive him in a manner distinct from others. Of course, to Zhao Su, Bibidong was merely a pawn on his path to greatness. In fact, in Bibidong's heart, she had never truly regarded Zhao Su as her disciple. She was merely captivated by his formidable martial spirit and strength. Zhao Su had embedded spies within Bibidong and even throughout the entire spirit hall. Bibidong, in turn, had her own agents monitoring Zhao Su. Over the past decade, Zhao Su's actions were transparent to her. However, what Bibidong was unaware of was that the information she possessed was merely what Zhao Su wished her to know. This could be regarded as one of Zhao Su's stratagems. He aspired to conquer Bibidong while simultaneously avoiding being ensnared by her. In other words, he did not wish to become a sycophant. Upon exiting the hotel, Zhao Su inhaled deeply, forcefully quelling the fiery rage within him. Turning to gaze at the room where Bibidong resided, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Little enchantress, my master. At that moment, the presence of shadow materialized around Zhao Su. Having learned from past experiences, she always released a trace of her aura to alert Zhao Su of her arrival. Stay by her side. When necessary, I permit you to act against her. But remember, do not harm her. As Zhao Su walked towards the Great Soul Arena, he spoke to the shadow concealed in the darkness. Yes, the shadow replied, understanding his words. However, she did not continue to follow Zhao Su closely. Once his figure vanished around the corner, her silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows, revealing a gaze filled with resentment and a hint of dissatisfaction. She could not comprehend why Zhao Su devoted such attention to Bibidong. It had never regarded her with a similar glance. Chapter 13. The Six Oddities of Soto City. The shadow's true name was Zhang Ying. 3 years ago, she had been pursued by enemies and was saved by Zhao Su. Zhao Su not only avenged her, but also elevated her originally ordinary shadow martial soul to an unparalleled shadow martial soul. Moreover, within a span of 1 year, he assisted her in enhancing her soul power to the formidable level of 97, that of a super Douluo. Having been by Zhao Su's side over the past few years, she had subtly hinted at her feelings on numerous occasions, even going so far as to offer herself to him, yet Zhao Su consistently rebuffed her advances. One day, you will come to understand that in this world, I am the only one who truly loves you and wishes you well, Ying murmured softly before vanishing once more, becoming a genuine shadow. Upon returning to the Grand Soul Arena, Zhao Su discovered that Tang San and his companions were surrounded by 5 individuals, suggesting that a conflict had transpired. What happened? Zhao Su inquired. Teacher Zhao, these people claim this territory is under their protection and demand a fee for it. Dai Mubai explained. Protection fee? Teach them a lesson. I'll take responsibility for any repercussions, Zhao Su replied. Zhao Su cast a glance at the 5 ostentatious individuals, one of whom bore a terrifying scar across his face, his robust physique accentuated by bulging muscles. He towered at over 2 meters in height. The other 4 were similarly imposing, all brawny men. Observing that Tang San and his companions were merely children of 12 or 13 years old and lacking any accompanying mentors, they were emboldened by the recent victories of Tang San's group in the Soul Arena, which had earned them a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Thus, they contemplated extorting the young ones. The scarred man, standing over 2 meters tall, could not suppress a laugh upon hearing Zhao Su's words. Kid, I take it you wish to court death? Have you not heard of the infamous 6 monsters of Soto City? The 6 monsters? Are they formidable? Teacher Zhao. The martial souls of these 6 are all mutated beast martial souls, notorious throughout Soto City and the surrounding Stardow Forest, committing heinous acts without restraint. Even the Spirit Hall has attempted to subdue them multiple times, yet to no avail. The leader, the scarred man, possesses a soul power of level 59, his martial soul being a mutated wild boar. So, what will it be? Will you pay up or forfeit your life? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's introduction, the scarred man grew even more arrogant, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Su. It's merely a wild boar. Eliminating him would be a service to the people. Zhao Su gestured to Dai Mubai, urging him to take action. Although Dai Mubai was a prodigy, having attained the rank of 32 Soul Master at the tender age of 15, he felt a twinge of trepidation facing a 59-level Soul King. However, having witnessed Zhao Su's prowess, he resolved to cast aside his hesitation. His innate pride would not permit him to be intimidated. With a fierce roar akin to that of a tiger, Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit began to coalesce, unleashing his most formidable 3rd soul skill. The white tiger diamond transformation, charging towards the scar-faced adversary with reckless abandon. Unbeknownst to him, the scar-faced man did not engage directly, rather, one of his subordinates, also wielding a white tiger martial spirit, took the initiative. This particular white tiger bore a more sinister appearance. its form shrouded in thick fur and oozing a repugnant pus. Like the scar-faced man, this foe was also a soul king of over level 50. The first of the 5 soul rings glimmered ominously as he surged towards Dai Mubai. The disparity between their levels was palpable. Within mere exchanges, Dai Mubai found himself on the defensive, retreating under the relentless assault. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action. Merging her phantom cat martial spirit, her movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible, in aid of Dai Mubai. Tang San and Shao Wu joined the fray. Uniting their efforts in a coordinated assault, Tang San unleashed the most powerful concealed weapon he could forge at that moment, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. With a swift whoosh, 3 arrows shot forth without warning, piercing the chest of the wielder of the mutated white tiger martial spirit. The man stared in disbelief at the transparent hole in his chest, his expression a mix of shock and reluctance, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The power of concealed weapons was astonishing. Witnessing Tang San's execution of a level 50 Soul King with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, it was evident that the weapon was formidable, even if it had caught the opponent off guard. At that moment, Zhao Su found himself intrigued by these concealed weapons. If a single Zhuge Divine Crossbow wielded such power, he could only imagine the might of Tang Min's ultimate concealed weapons like the Rain of Pear Blossoms, Guanyin Tears, and the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. A sense of urgency to eliminate Tang San began to take root in his mind. After all, with the ability to create such devastating weaponry, who could predict the threat he might pose? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. The scar-faced man, enraged by the sudden death of his comrade, rallied his remaining allies, all of whom were equally furious. They merged their martial spirits in a collective effort to exact vengeance upon Zhao Su and his companions. Mere beasts, they thought, could dare to engage in robbery. Rather than merely standing at the back and observing, Zhao Su chose to take decisive action. The moment the Emperor's 7-kill sword manifested behind him, an overwhelming pressure emanated forth, rendering the 5 individuals, led by the scar-faced man, utterly motionless. The sight of the 4 obsidian eternal soul rings left them in a state of stunned disbelief. However, Zhao Su did not afford them an extended moment of astonishment. A surge of sword intent erupted, piercing through the chest of each individual with unerring precision, devoid of any hesitation. As the 5 fell to the ground, the system simultaneously activated, absorbing their soul power entirely. Yet, the soul power of these 6 was rather feeble, yielding a mere 5,000 energy points. Nevertheless, Zhao Su did not disdain the meager gain, recognizing that even the smallest contributions accumulate over time. Tang San, please check if they possess any golden soul coins or other treasures. Zhao Su addressed Tang San and the others, who were staring blankly at the scene before them. All right, let's proceed. Tang San responded affirmatively and stepped forward to inspect the pockets of the 6 individuals for soul coins and treasures. Teacher Zhao, there are fewer than 10 gold soul coins and some silver soul coins. Nothing else of value, Tang San reported, presenting a handful of soul coins to Zhao Su. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Oscar arrived as well, with Ning Rongrong appearing quite unwell, her expression distinctly discontented. Zhao Su was aware that Ning Rongrong, unable to suppress her temper as a young lady, had been reprimanded by Flinder, which left her wearing a rather displeased expression. What was the matter? Observing the lifeless body strewn across the ground, Oscar inquired with a puzzled look towards Dai Mubai and the others. It's nothing. Merely a few robbers who attempted to obstruct our path. Consider this money as an unexpected windfall. There is still ample time. There is no rush to return. You may use this fortune to treat yourselves well. Really? That sounds wonderful. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's interest was piqued, and a hint of mischief glimmered in his dual-colored eyes. However, when his gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, that mischievousness was swiftly concealed. Humph! Zhu Zhuqing, with an icy demeanor, let out a cold snort at this sight, choosing not to utter another word as she turned on her heel and briskly departed. Zhuqing, it's not what you think. Dai Mubai hurriedly chased after her. Teacher Zhao, are you not joining us? Oscar asked Zhao Su. I have some other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you. You all go ahead. Zhao Su gazed at the scarred corpse lying on the ground, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. Without raising his head, he addressed Oscar. I see. Then we shall proceed on our own. Oscar did not press the matter further, and together with Tang San and the others, they ventured towards the bustling district of Soto City. It was the time when the nightlife was just beginning to unfold. In the Douluo continent, where civil structures and regulations were still in their infancy, the nightlife was indeed vibrant. After Tang San and his companions departed, Zhao Su approached the corpse of the scar-faced man and knelt down before it. Just moments ago, while absorbing the soul power of the scar-faced man, he sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the body. This prompted Tang San to inspect the corpses of the others in search of any valuable items. However, they discovered only a handful of soul coins on these individuals, indicating that the mysterious aura was not present on their bodies, but rather within them. Ding! The presence of the nine-winged dragon was detected, seemingly a fragment of its bone. At that moment, a message appeared on the system interface, written in an uncertain tone for the first time. A bone? The soul bone of the nine-winged dragon? It is widely understood that soul bones only manifest when a soul beast is slain or sacrificed. If this truly is a soul bone of the nine-winged dragon, it would imply that the creature has been killed. This revelation was far from favorable for Zhao Su. He sought a living guardian dragon, not mere soul bones. It appeared that this was not a soul bone, but rather merely a part of the nine-winged dragon's essence. As the system spoke, it conjured a bone removal knife and proceeded to dissect the scar-faced man. Goodness, system, could you not choose a more secluded location? This is exceedingly gruesome. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su had little time for contemplation. With a swift leap, he propelled himself into the air, hastily departing from the scene. He arrived at the tranquil abode he had acquired on the outskirts of Soto City. Subsequently, Zhao Su discarded the bloodstained bone into the water tank situated to the east of his courtyard, where lotus flowers flourished. He meticulously cleaned the bone, which was surprisingly lightweight. Even when cast into the tank, it did not sink, but rather floated gracefully upon the surface. Once the blood was washed away, it emitted a glimmer of golden light, accompanied by a potent wave of soul energy. It was evident that the scarred visage had stumbled upon this bone somewhere, mistakenly believing it to be a soul bone, and thus had absorbed its essence. Zhao Su reached into the water tank and retrieved a bone. The moment he touched it, he felt a flicker of vitality, as though the bone possessed a life of its own. Could this truly be the bone of the Yinglong? Indeed, if my conjecture is correct, it must be that the nine-winged Yinglong sustained grave injuries, fragmenting into pieces to survive. Once these bones are gathered and placed in the fire, the nine-winged Yinglong shall be reborn. Is it truly possible? Upon hearing the system's words, Zhao Su was enveloped in a sense of surrealism. This is an innate ability of the nine-winged Yinglong clan, rebirth through flames. But can I ascertain the total number of nine-winged Yinglong bones and their locations? That remains unknown for now. I must engage in careful calculation. After the system spoke, it fell silent. Zhao Su settled himself at the stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the bone in his hand that shimmered with flecks of golden light. It could be said that he was becoming increasingly enamored with the world of Douluo, which was undoubtedly more vibrant and intriguing than his original realm. The following morning, when Zhao Su returned to the cafeteria of Shrek Academy, he found a few others present, though the atmosphere among them was somewhat delicate. The aloof Zhu Zhuqing had grown even more distant, deliberately choosing to sit far from the others. Observing this, Zhao Su naturally took a seat beside Zhu Zhiqing. After all, were they not all drawn here for Daimobai? Zhao Su leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a hint of surprise flickered across Zhu Zhuqing's otherwise indifferent expression. Just yesterday, she had felt a sense of familiarity with Zhao Su. Now, as she gazed at him, the realization dawned upon her that he was indeed the person she had encountered a few days prior in Suatua City. Zhao Su's subsequent actions further confirmed Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. This is specially bought for you, a gift just for you. Zhao Su presented the small cat he had purchased from the artisan stall to Zhu Zhuqing. What do you mean by this? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, gazing at the delicate craft before her and then lifting her eyes to meet Zhao Su's smiling visage. She found herself puzzled by Zhao Su's intentions, particularly as his words suggested he was privy to all her secrets. It's nothing significant. Merely a token to see if you would like it, Zhao Su replied, and Zhu Zhuqing, not wishing to decline, accepted the charming little cat. Yet, her curiosity remained piqued. Who exactly are you, and how do you possess such knowledge? I know far more than you might imagine. Steer clear of Tang San and his companions. Associating with them will not bode well for you in the future, Zhao Su warned. He harbored intentions of eliminating Xiao Wu to acquire the soul ring, postponing the act only to allow her to mature. An adult soul beast, especially one that had undergone a transformation over 100,000 years, would be significantly more formidable than its juvenile counterpart. Once he succeeded in slaying Xiao Wu, Tang San would inevitably be embroiled in a relentless conflict with the Spirit Hall. Whether he chose to eradicate them with a single blow or retain them to procure powerful resources for himself, the outcome would not be favorable. Furthermore, Dai Mubai, as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, could not idly stand by while the Spirit Hall threatened his kingdom. This would inexorably render him an adversary. Zhao Su's strategy was to cultivate Dai Mubai in secret, intending to utilize him against his brother, Davis, thereby seizing true control over the Star Luo Empire. Alone, Zhao Su would stand no chance against the might of the Empire's army. Utilizing Dai Mubai was undoubtedly the most expedient course of action. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they posed little threat. Zhao Su could eliminate them at his leisure. Lastly, he needed to devise a plan to approach the guardian Douluo Gu Rong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School through Ning Rongrong. Dai Lada, I see you're in peril. Not far away, Dai Mubai, who had been dining, had been observing Zhao Su and Zhu Shiqing. Upon witnessing Zhu Shiqing accept the small cat, Ma Hongjun, with a mischievous grin, remarked to Dai Mubai, "Fatty, are you feeling a bit restless? If so, I wouldn't mind helping you relieve some tension." Dai Mubai's eyes, aflame with fury, shot daggers at Ma Hongjun. Upon realizing Dai Mubai's genuine anger, Ma Hongjun promptly fell silent. Dai Mubai's gaze turned towards Zhao Su and Zhu Shiqing, who were standing closely together, at a loss for words, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. Chapter 15. Who loses must bow 3 times. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhao Su and Zhu Shiqing finished their breakfast and rose to leave the dining hall, prompting Dai Mubai, losing interest in his meal, to follow suit. Soon after, Oscar's soul power reached the 30th level. In order to find a suitable soul ring for Oscar and to further train the 7 of them, Flender tasked Zhao Wujin with leading them into the Star Do forest to hunt for soul beasts. Zhao Su, at his own behest, insisted on accompanying them. Flender pondered for a moment and concluded that Zhao Su's presence would guarantee their safety, thus he acquiesced. The atmosphere among the Shrek 7 monsters was rather delicate. Dai Mubai attempted to approach Zhu Shiqing repeatedly, yet she deftly evaded him, providing him no opportunity. In truth, Zhu Shiqing had been in Soto City for some time, trailing Dai Mubai for days. She had often witnessed him escorting various women to the Rose Hotel, which explained her icy demeanor toward him despite her intentions for being at Shrek Academy. Zhu Shiqing harbored a strong sense of emotional integrity. She could not abide a man who was unfaithful. Before long, the group arrived at a city situated roughly 100 miles from the Stardo Forest, where they planned to rest temporarily before proceeding the following day. That evening, Zhao Su and Zhao Wujin were in their hotel room enjoying a drink. Zhao Wujin's spirits were notably lifted by the prospect of aiding Oscar in securing a soul ring during their expedition to the Stardo Forest. "Teacher Zhao," Zhao Wujin began. "There's no need for formality, just call me Zhao Su," he replied. As Zhao Wuji raised his glass and began to speak, he was interrupted by Zhao Su, who also lifted his glass, saying, "Brother Zhao, I toast to you." "Then I shall not be polite," Zhao Wuji replied. "I also toast to you, Zhao Su." Zhao Su downed his drink in one gulp, picked up his chopsticks, and while casually selecting dishes, inquired seemingly without intention, "Brother Zhao, I have heard that you harbor animosity towards the Spirit Hall?" Although the original work of the Douluo continent does not provide explicit descriptions, numerous fans speculate that Zhao Wujia is an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall to Shrek Academy, presenting various pieces of evidence. However, this remains an uncertain factor. Thus, Zhao Su deliberately posed the question to Zhao Wujia. "It cannot be said that I bear a grudge against the Spirit Hall. Rather, it is against Jiang Hong, the Lord of Jiangyan City. Jiang Hong was responsible for the death of my parents and colluded with Charles, the High Priest of the Spirit Hall in Jiangyan City, to attempt to eliminate me." Zhao Wuji spoke, his right hand gripping the wine glass, which turned somewhat pale. His eyes were filled with boundless resentment. "So it is. What are Brother Zhao's thoughts on the Spirit Hall?" Zhao Su continued to inquire. "It is quite commendable that not only are subsidies granted to soul masters, but also that the commoners are provided with the opportunity to awaken their martial spirits free of charge, thereby transforming the lives of many. However, the internal affairs of the Spirit Hall remain shrouded in darkness." Zhao Wuji raised his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, shaking his head with a hint of disappointment. "If the Spirit Hall had the opportunity to assist you in avenging your grievances and invited you to join their ranks, would you accept?" He pondered. "I doubt it. Years ago, I caused quite a stir for the Spirit Hall. They would sooner wish to eliminate me than welcome me into their fold." Zhao Wuji shook his head, rejecting Zhao Su's hypothesis. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Wujie is indeed a clever individual. From Zhao Su's earlier remarks, Zhao Wujie has almost deduced Zhao Su's true identity. However, as long as vengeance can be achieved, other matters hold little significance for Zhao Wujie. Just as the two were enjoying their drinks and nurturing their camaraderie, the sounds of a brawl resonated from the hotel lobby on the first floor. Simultaneously, they heard the furious roar of Dai Mubai. Exchanging a glance, the two promptly rose and exited their room. It was none other than Tang San and his group confronting 8 members from Songhui Academy. At the forefront was their leader, teacher Yu Zhiqiu, who, boasting a rank of over 50, was shamelessly bullying Tang San and his companions. It is indeed disgraceful for a spirit king of such stature to intimidate mere children. At that moment, Zhao Su and Zhao Wujie descended the staircase and mockingly addressed Yu Zhiqiu, who had revealed his martial spirit to intimidate Tang San and his friends. Who are you? A student from Shrek Academy as well? Yu Zhiqiu scrutinized Zhao Su, noticing that he appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, thus naturally considering him a student. Well, somewhat. Did you not wish to compete? How about a contest between the two of us? With you? Yu Zhiqiu displayed a hint of disdain. After all, given Zhao Su's youth, it was inconceivable that he could be a match for a spirit king of rank 53. Just me. Speak. What are the stakes if you lose? I cannot possibly lose. Enough with the idle chatter. If you lose, you shall kneel and bow 3 times. Then vanish immediately. Only if you agree first. As Yu Zhiqiu spoke, he charged toward Zhao Su, clearly incensed by Zhao Su's complete indifference towards him. The 5 spirit rings on his body illuminated simultaneously, indicating that he was no longer merely seeking to teach Zhao Su a lesson. Zhao Su observed a peculiar green-shelled turtle charging towards him in an odd manner. Without revealing his martial soul, a colossal hand emerged, swiftly sending the turtle flying. Initially, Yu Zhiqiu brimmed with confidence. However, as he approached Zhao Su, an overwhelming surge of soul power suddenly manifested, seemingly sealing his own energy. In an instant, he felt himself uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A distinct crack appeared on the shell of his back, and turmoil raged within him, prompting him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Struggling to rise, Yu Zhiqiu cast another glance at the composed Zhao Su, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. I shall grant you another opportunity. Come forth. Zhao Su casually remarked to Yu Zhiqiu. At this moment, Yu Zhiqiu was utterly terrified, lacking the courage to take any action. Accompanied by the students, he was about to leave. Wait a moment. Is there something you have yet to address? Zhao Su intercepted Yu Zhiqiu, who was intent on leaving, and with a slight smile gracing his lips, addressed her. Yu Zhiqiu's countenance was far from pleasant, shifting between shades of blue and purple. However, she ultimately chose to relent. Fully aware that Zhao Su had effortlessly sent her flying without even manifesting his martial spirit, she recognized that no matter how fiercely she resisted, victory was beyond her grasp. Thud, thud, thud. With a bend of her knees, she knelt before Zhao Su and bowed her head 3 times with fervor. Quickly rising, she dared not linger a moment longer, retreating in a dejected manner alongside her fellow students. Chapter 16. Farewell. Qian Rinxuan not far behind Zhao Su. Zhu Zhiqing gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. It was not merely Zhao Su's eloquence that captivated her, but also the small cat he had gifted her, coupled with his formidable prowess, which stirred within her a sense of something novel and profound. Although Zhu Zhiqing hailed from a noble lineage, her existence had been predetermined by the elders of her family from the moment she drew her first breath. She had been betrothed to Dai Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, effectively binding her fate to his from an early age. She found little joy in such a life. Initially, under the persuasion of her parents and family elders, she had gradually come to accept this meticulously orchestrated existence. Otherwise, she would not have journeyed to Soto City in search of Dai Mubai. Yet, upon encountering him once more and witnessing his debauched lifestyle, her hopes for a promising future diminished further. This, too, elucidated the reason behind her daily expression of indifference and profound coldness. Zhao Su, however, imparted to her a distinctly different sensation. What are you still doing here? Why don't you hurry back to sleep? At that moment, Zhao Wujie's penetrating voice resonated, rousing Zhu Zhiqing from her reverie as she gazed at Zhao Su. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing thoughts, she returned to her room alongside Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. With the conclusion of this little interlude, the hour had grown late. They would need to rise early the next morning to venture into the Douluo forest in pursuit of spirit beasts. Zhao Su and Zhao Wuji concluded their drinking session and returned to their respective rooms to rest. At dawn, the first light of day began to break. Zhao Wuji summoned everyone to set forth towards the Douluo forest. The distance to the Douluo forest was over 100 miles, and they needed to hasten their journey to arrive before nightfall in order to procure a suitable soul beast for Oscar. Although the formidable support of Zhao Su provided a sense of reassurance to Zhao Wuji, it was prudent to vacate the Douluo forest before darkness enveloped the land. Unlike the imperial forest where soul beasts were domesticated, the Douluo forest was teeming with a diverse array of soul beasts, including those with extraordinary powers that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Although Zhao Su and his companions were on foot, they were supported by the Oscar's remarkable restorative sausages, which allowed them to traverse swiftly. Before long, they arrived at the Douluo forest. The entire forest appeared boundless, with towering trees that obscured the sun. Just before they officially entered the Douluo forest, Zhao Wuji offered a few more words of caution to Tang San and the others. Zhao Wuji led the way, followed by Tang San and his 7 companions in the middle, with Zhao Su bringing up the rear. In truth, with Zhao Su present, there was no need for such complications. They could have simply sought out a suitable spirit beast. However, Zhao Su chose not to speak, quietly trailing behind. Zhao Su was aware that he could encounter the Titan giant ape, Erming, in this location. He contemplated whether to hunt Erming now or wait to confront him alongside the celestial blue bull python. Additionally, he considered the fleeting presence of the 10,000-year plum blossom deer, which was scarcely mentioned in the original narrative. Soon, with Zhao Wuji's assistance, Oscar successfully captured a millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Please, take your time. Just as Zhao Wuji urged Oscar to swiftly conclude the capture of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and absorb its soul ring, a voice interjected, interrupting Oscar. Following the sound, they beheld an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, accompanied by a youth whose delicate features resembled those of a young woman rather than a typical boy. Zhao Su recognized the elderly figure. He had encountered him previously at the Spirit Hall. He was none other than Shilong, one of the 2 titled Douluos in the service of Qian Rinxue. Zhao Su cast his gaze upon the youth clad in a striking manner. It was none other than Qian Rinxue. Might I inquire what guidance you offer, esteemed senior? Those who venture into the Douluo forest are certainly not ordinary individuals. Thus, even Zhao Wuji, a soul sage of over 70 levels, exhibited a demeanor of considerable modesty. Moreover, he sensed an overwhelming soul power emanating from Shilong, far surpassing his own. We were the first to discover this soul beast. I kindly request that you return it to us. Shilong regarded Zhao Wuji and Zhao Su, comprehending that they were likely representatives from an academy seeking to hunt soul beasts for their students. He paid them little heed, asserting, in the hands of whoever claims it, it belongs to them. Whoever slays it, owns it. What are you to simply declare it yours? Zhao Wuji remained silent, while Zhao Su stepped forward and produced a dagger, presenting it to Oscar with a gesture indicating the need to eliminate the Millennium Phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake and its absorbed soul ring. Oscar glanced at Zhao Wuji, who nodded in approval, prompting him to accept the dagger. He aimed for the snake's vulnerable spot. Humph, such bravado. I am eager to witness the extent of your capabilities. Shilong scoffed, perceiving that Zhao Su and his companions regarded him with disdain. Angered by this slight, a surge of azure light enveloped him as a blue-purple serpent spear materialized in his grasp, launching an assault towards Oscar in an attempt to thwart his mission to slay the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Is this all you can muster? As Zhao Su swiftly positioned himself before Oscar, he casually extended his hand to catch the azure-purple spear. You are too weak. It would be prudent to await your companion's arrival, and then the 2 of you may join forces to challenge me. Both Shilong and the sole Douluo of the Porcupine were tasked with protecting Qian Rinxue. Given that Qian Rinxue and Shilong had appeared here, it was certain that the Porcupine Douluo was nearby as well. Do you know my identity? The ease with which Zhao Su had intercepted his spear, coupled with his words, sent a tremor through Shilong's heart, prompting him to refrain from further aggression. Since I have said this, it is evident that I am aware. Since you are aware of my identity, why do you still oppose me? And what of it? Furthermore, the soul beasts in this Douluo forest are unclaimed entities. Whoever lays claim to them possesses them. If you insist on being unreasonable and attempting to seize them, do not blame me for being ungracious. Very well, very well. No one in the realm of soul masters has dared to speak to us in such a manner. Observing Oscar as he concluded his encounter with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and began absorbing its soul ring, Xilong realized that acquiring the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake today was no longer an option. Coupled with Zhao Su's dismissive demeanor, it thoroughly incensed Xilong. He dispatched a specialized signal to summon the porcupine Douluo to his side. Among the Shrek faction, aside from the seemingly older Zhao Wujia, who was over level 70, the remainder were quite youthful, even a few years younger than Qian Rinxue. However, Xilong dared not underestimate the situation. Zhao Su had effortlessly thwarted a spear with only a single strike, and most critically, he needed to protect Qian Rinxue from any peril. A murderous intent had already taken root in Xilong's heart, as he contemplated the annihilation of Zhao Su and his companions. After all, in the Douluo forest, one need not fear retaliation from their respective sects or peers for taking a life. This, indeed, was one of the dangers of the Douluo forest. Not only must one be wary of the various soul beasts that could appear at any moment, but they must also guard against ambushes from their own kind. Not all soul masters entering the Douluo forest came solely to hunt for soul rings. Some were specifically engaged in acts of murder and plunder. The 6 monsters of Soto City were among the more notorious. I offer you a chance, await your companion's arrival, and together you may strike. Allowing you both to bid farewell one last time. Zhao Su cast a glance at Oscar, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, harmonizing with his soul rings. Understanding that everything was in order and the soul rings had fully integrated, he merely awaited the adaptation of the soul power and its complete assimilation for his own use. Chapter 17. An astonishing configuration of soul rings. What an audacious claim. Today, I shall impart a lesson to this impudent junior, so that he may comprehend the essence of respecting his elders. Xilong sensed that the stingray Douluo was hastening towards their location. With a cold snort, he activated the first 7 soul rings simultaneously, and the azure-purple serpent spear in his hand ignited with energy, launching an attack towards Zhao Su. You ought to show me respect, rather than demanding that I respect a weakling. Zhao Su gazed at Xilong, who was charging towards him, his eyes brimming with disdain. In Zhao Su's perception, Xilong was exceedingly feeble. Not only would he himself be a match for the adversary, but even if the turtle dove Douluo were present, their combined strength would hardly suffice to challenge Tang Hao, let alone Zhao Su, who could effortlessly overwhelm Tang Hao. Zhao Su continued to act unarmed, directly seizing the azure and purple spear thrusting towards him by Xilong. Impossible. How could it be? Without a martial soul, how could one possibly capture the true form of my martial soul with bare hands? As he beheld the spear's true form firmly grasped by Zhao Su, Xilong's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Zhao Su casually snapped the azure-purple spear in half. With a sudden gasp, he felt the profound connection between a martial soul and its host. When the martial soul is harmed, the host inevitably suffers as well. At the moment Zhao Su shattered Xilong's spear, Xilong experienced a visceral blow to his chest, accompanied by the rapid dissipation of his soul power. A mouthful of blood erupted forth. Uncle Spear, are you all right? Qian Rinxue, witnessing Xilong's injury and the spurt of blood, rushed forward to shield him. Little girl, you have become far more beautiful than you were 10 years ago. Zhao Su cast a glance at Qian Rinxue and could not help but think to himself. Although Qian Rinxue was dressed as a youth at that moment, she did not disguise her true self. Her stunning beauty was still unmistakable. Consider this a warning. Remember that if you do not possess formidable strength, you must tread carefully and conduct yourself with humility. Zhao Su refrained from taking further action, merely issuing a warning to Xilong. Grateful for the mercy shown, Xilong's demeanor towards Zhao Su underwent a complete transformation, leading him to inquire. How shall I address you? Zhao Su of Shrek Academy, came the reply. Zhao Su casually remarked. Upon hearing this name, Xilong's eyes widened in astonishment, as if a realization had struck him. I beg your pardon. Please do not take offense. Xilong adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware that he was no match for Zhao Su, and he also recalled Zhao Su's esteemed identity. The awakening of Zhao Su's martial soul was a momentous event that he could never forget, having witnessed it firsthand. He had merely failed to recognize Zhao Su moments prior. His submission to Zhao Su was not solely for his own salvation. The paramount concern was to ensure the safety of Qian Rinxue. After expressing his sentiments, Xilong departed with Qian Rinxue in tow. Once they had left, Oscar had completely absorbed the soul ring and soon regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Oscar was filled with excitement as he enthusiastically introduced his newly acquired third soul skill, a gift from the absorption of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Zhao Su had long articulated that in the realm of soul masters on the Douluo continent, the ability to fly is of paramount importance. Possessing the power of flight can be equated to wielding an invaluable talisman for survival. This is particularly crucial for food-type soul masters like Oscar. For pure food-type soul masters, such as Oscar, whose martial spirit embodies sausages, there exists a complete lack of offensive capability. If targeted, even soul masters of a lower rank could easily bring about his demise. Naturally, food-type soul masters typically have protectors by their side. However, one cannot ascertain whether these guardians might harbor treachery. Thus, it is essential to possess one's own means of self-preservation. Although Oscar's flight soul skill grants him merely a minute of airborne duration, it is ample for ensuring his safety in critical moments. Everyone be cautious, there is movement. Just as Oscar was elatedly demonstrating the aerial prowess of his third soul skill, a disturbance arose. Zhao Wuji suddenly spoke, beckoning Tang San and the others to approach him. The group followed the direction indicated by Zhao Wuji and beheld a colossal titan beast not far away, gazing in their direction. Indeed, it had arrived. Upon encountering the king of the forest, the titan ape, Zhao Su felt not a trace of fear, but rather a thrill of excitement. He yearned to test whether he could conquer this terrifying sovereign of the woods. Brother Zhao, you protect the students. Leave this adversary to me. As Zhao Su spoke, the Emperor's 7 kills sword materialized behind him, and the 4 resplendent black soul rings illuminated simultaneously. I possess a sword, named One Sword, Bridging Worlds. With Zhao Su's voice echoing, the Emperor's 7 kills sword was grasped firmly in his hand, unleashing a terrifying intent capable of obliterating all existence. Aimed directly at the Titan Great Ape charging towards them. Roar. Under the influence of Zhao Su's sword intent, even the Titan Great Ape, with its formidable physique, found itself at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the assault of a tidal Douluo. This incident thoroughly incited the ire of the Titan Great Ape, which let out a thunderous roar. Standing at a towering height of 20 meters, it raised its colossal palm to strike at Zhao Su. In that moment, as the Titan Great Ape's immense hand descended upon him, Zhao Su felt a palpable pressure for the first time. A surge of overwhelming energy caused his blood to boil instantaneously. Is this the might of a 100,000-year soul beast? Moreover, the Titan Great Ape was not merely an ordinary soul beast of that age, but an ancient, extraordinary creature. In human terms, it could be classified among the ranks of unparalleled geniuses, augmented by the Titan Great Ape clan's potent bloodline and its indomitable physique. Even 2 tidal Douluos might not stand as equals to the Titan Great Ape. Yet, this only ignited Zhao Su's fighting spirit. He retracted the Emperor's 7 kills sword, revealing instead his martial soul, the 12-winged seraph. A mesmerizing blend of black and gold, it radiated an aura of vibrant life intertwined with destruction, hovering majestically behind Zhao Su. At the moment the 12-winged seraph opened its eyes, its power intensified exponentially. Upon encountering the 12-winged holy angel, Zhao Wuji and the others were utterly taken aback, particularly when they discerned the 5 soul rings adorning Zhao Su's form. The astonishment they felt is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. 2 ebony 1,000-year soul rings and 3 crimson 100,000-year soul rings instilled within them an overwhelming sense of unreality. Twin martial souls? What manner of martial soul is this that exudes such formidable energy? Teacher Zhao, are those truly 100,000-year soul rings? Indeed, from the 3rd soul ring onward, they are all of 100,000-year caliber. This is inconceivable. What tremendous physical prowess and what extraordinary martial soul must one possess to withstand the immense soul power of 100,000-year soul ring from the very 3rd ring onward? It is simply a fantasy. Not only have they never witnessed such a spectacle, they have never even heard of it. As Zhao Wudre and others gazed upon Zhao Su, who appeared as a divine angel of both light and darkness descending upon the mortal realm, they were utterly taken aback. Chapter 18. Truly the one destined to be the protagonist. Simultaneously, Shilong and Qianren Xue, who had just suffered a setback at Zhao Su's hands, had reunited with the porcupine Douluo. Upon hearing Shilong recount the recent events, the porcupine's expression turned grave. Shilong, you acted recklessly. How did Zhao Su end up here? I never imagined he would be Zhao Su. It's been nearly a decade since we last met, and I am astonished by his immense power. With a sigh, Shilong felt a sense of resignation. Both of them, being titled Douluo under the Qian Dao faction, had always obeyed Qian Dao's commands and never regarded Bibi Dong as a true pope. They were aware of the connection between Zhao Su and Bibi Dong, and after exchanging a knowing glance, they devised a plan and followed the traces left by Zhao Su and his companions. Upon locating Zhao Su, they witnessed him summoning the 12-winged holy angel martial spirit, along with the astonishing configuration of 5 soul rings. Old serpent, Are those 300,000-year soul rings? Am I dreaming? Is this still humanity? Even though they had reached the level of titled Douluo, standing at the pinnacle of this world, they had never encountered such a spectacle. Particularly striking was the 12-winged holy angel behind Zhao Su, radiating an aura of immense vitality and destruction, far more powerful than it was a decade ago. Unyielding body, arise. With Zhao Su's command, the 12-winged holy angel martial spirit gradually merged into his being. At this moment, empowered by the 12-winged holy angel and the fifth soul skill. Unyielding body, Zhao Su's physical prowess surpassed even that of the Titan giant ape. His strength eclipsed that of the Titan giant ape. As he engaged in a direct confrontation without evasion, delivering blows that struck with ferocity. Boom. Ultimately, Zhao Su gained the upper hand, landing a punch that sent the Titan giant ape flying. The Titan giant ape crashed to the ground, skidding nearly 10 meters before coming to a halt, landing right beside Zhao Wuzhe and the others. Roar. The Titan giant ape rose, casting a glance at the terrifyingly powerful Zhao Su nearby, realizing he was no match. With a furious roar, he turned his aggression towards Zhao Wujie and his companions. Nevertheless, even in its rage, the Titan giant ape retained a shred of rationality and refrained from attacking Zhao Wujie. Instead, it charged directly at Xiao Wu, seizing her in its colossal grasp and swiftly fleeing the scene. Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan giant ape, Tang San felt a surge of panic. He quickly requested a mushroom sausage from Oscar and pursued the fleeing Titan giant ape with urgency. Zhao Su, however, did not make another move, nor did he obstruct Tang San. Ultimately, he decided to nurture the Titan great ape for the time being, believing that it was not the most opportune moment to slay them for their soul rings. At present, his soul power level was insufficient to absorb a sixth soul ring. Unlike soul bones, which could be preserved for future assimilation, the ownership of a soul ring was determined by the one who defeated it. Furthermore, with the existence of the system, he found no necessity for the Titan great ape's soul rings, as the 100,000-year soul rings available through the system were far more suitable for him. Old snake, let us depart. Upon noticing Zhao Su's 12-winged holy angel gaze upon them, the porcupine hurriedly called out to Shilong. The two, flanking Qianren Xue, left without the slightest hesitation. Initially, they had intended to follow Zhao Su, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate him. However, after witnessing Zhao Su's battle against the Titan great ape, any lingering thoughts of such a scheme vanished completely. Brother Zhao, do you know those two individuals and that young lady? Upon witnessing the swift departure of Shimiao and Sichitong Douluo, accompanied by Qian Rengshu, Zhao Wujie approached Zhao Su and inquired, "Have you encountered them before?" Zhao Su replied, "I have seen them, though we are not acquainted. Are both of them titled Douluos?" In Zhao Wujie's eyes lingered a sense of disbelief as he inquired of Zhao Su. Indeed, they are elders of the Spirit Hall. And the girl disguised as a boy is quite possibly the daughter of Pope Bibi Dong. Elders of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's daughter? Zhao Wujie, casting an odd glance towards Zhao Su, tentatively inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am simply Zhao Su, nothing more," Zhao Su replied with a smile, continuing, "Brother Zhao, Tang San has gone after the Titan giant ape. We must hasten our pursuit to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. All right, let us set off immediately to follow him." Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wujie's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he nodded slightly and spoke. Guided by the traces left by the Titan giant ape, Zhao Su and his companions swiftly located Tang San, who was in the process of absorbing the soul ring imbued with the human face demon pearl. Upon awakening, Tang San exhibited 8 arachnid legs sprouting from his back, a clear indication of an external soul bone. Zhao Su couldn't help but marvel at this extraordinary phenomenon. It is indeed befitting of one who possesses the destiny of a protagonist. Typically, the likelihood of a soul bone materializing from a soul beast, even one that has existed for thousands of years, is exceedingly rare, let alone an external soul bone. Yet, Tang San had managed to manifest an external soul bone from a mere soul beast with only a few thousand years of existence. Zhao teacher, what is the significance of these 8 spider legs on my back? Could it be a mutation of the soul ring? This is quite beyond my understanding, as I have never encountered such a situation before. As Zhao Wujie spoke, he cast his gaze towards Zhao Su. Although Zhao Wujie was still unclear about Zhao Su's true identity, this did not hinder the profound admiration that blossomed within him for Zhao Su. In fact, he regarded Zhao Su as the embodiment of his aspirations. The affection and reverence that others held for him were not solely a result of Zhao Su's formidable prowess, but also stemmed from his remarkable mental fortitude, which subtly influenced the thoughts of those around him. This was merely a passive manifestation of his mental strength. Should he choose to focus his abilities on a particular individual, he could compel them to heed his words. However, Zhao Su found little pleasure in such manipulation. Observing the attentive gazes of Zhao Wuzhi and the others, he feigned contemplation and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this is not a mutation of the soul rings, but rather an external soul bone." An external soul bone? Indeed. Judging by the characteristics exhibited by Tang San's spider leg and its subsequent attachment to the 8 ribs, there can be no doubt. How could a 1,000-year soul beast shed a soul bone, especially an external one? Upon hearing that Tang San had acquired an external soul bone from the man-faced demon spider, even Zhao Wuzhi's eyes betrayed a glimmer of intense envy. He unwittingly revealed a hint of greed, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. It is only natural for individuals to feel a twinge of greed when confronted with something they ardently desire. Yet, some possess the ability to rein in this greed, while others do not. Chapter 19. Universal enhancement of strength. Though soul bones are exceedingly rare, their emergence is not entirely impossible. It is merely a testament to Tang San's extraordinary fortune. Zhao Su nonchalantly remarked, "Xiao San, teacher Zhao." At that moment, a melodious voice pierced through the silence, capturing everyone's attention. Following the sound, they beheld Xiao Wu, who had been abducted by the Titan Great Ape. Not only had she returned unscathed, but her height and figure had undergone a remarkable transformation, revealing a newfound maturity. In response to Zhao Wuzhi's inquiry, Xiao Wu adhered to the premeditated narrative from the original story, claiming that upon hearing a bellowing roar, the Titan Great Ape had abandoned her and hastened towards the heart of the Douluo forest. Moreover, she asserted that the immense pressure from the Titan Great Ape had enabled her to break through to the 30th level. Fortuitously, she encountered a dying soul beast that was perfectly suited for her, thereby acquiring her 3rd soul ring. Upon hearing these myriad coincidences, Zhao Wuzhi and the others expressed no skepticism. Rather, they marveled at Xiao Wu's extraordinary luck. Not only had she survived the clutches of the Titan Great Ape, but she had also ascended to the rank of Soul Master. This journey into the Douluo forest, initially intended solely for Oscar to seek a suitable soul ring, unexpectedly bore fruit, as both Tang San and Xiao Wu had reached the 30th level. Most remarkably, Tang San had even obtained an external soul bone. Thus, this expedition could indeed be deemed a resounding success. Zhao Wuzhi gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, feeling quite pleased with the results of his expedition to the Douluo Great Forest. Since they were already present, they might as well find suitable soul rings for Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, and the Fatty, thus saving themselves a trip in the future. However, this seemed imprudent. Although the Fatty had already reached level 28 and might soon attain level 30, Zhu Qing and Rong Rong were merely at level 26, which made their haste rather questionable. At that moment, Zhao Wuzhi, despite having great faith in Zhao Su, felt a hint of skepticism upon hearing such a suggestion. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, necessitating a gradual approach rather than reckless urgency. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. It is quite straightforward, Brother Zhao. I believe it is time for you to elevate your own level as well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Wuzhi was the first to realize the situation. Although he had already attained the remarkable level of 76, which could be deemed prodigious for his age, he had not experienced any advancement for many years. Yet, under the divine radiance of Zhao Su, a glimmer of enlightenment unexpectedly dawned upon him, accompanied by signs of stirring within his soul power. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly sit cross-legged and contemplate. Miss this opportunity, and you shall have cause to lament. Upon hearing Zhao Wuzhi's exhortation, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun promptly settled themselves on the ground in a meditative posture. Tang San and Oscar, along with the other 4, remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings to deter any potential ambush or the emergence of formidable soul beasts. Brother Zhao, you should also sit down and meditate. I will guard you for now. No need to worry. There is no danger. All right. Zhao Su's words left Zhao Wuzhi momentarily speechless. This moment could be pivotal for his ascension to the Soul Douluo rank. He promptly settled into a meditative posture. Subsequently, Zhao Su intensified the divine energy, particularly a small portion of it, which flowed into the bodies of the 4 individuals. Instantly, their martial spirits seemed to respond to a calling, autonomously manifesting above their heads or behind them. Notably, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile spirit radiated an extraordinary supportive aura. truly deserving the title of the most powerful auxiliary spirit. Under the influence of Zhao Su's divine energy, the martial spirits of the four began to undergo a gradual transformation. Zhu Zhuqing sensed subtle changes in her nethercat spirit. Although its outward appearance remained largely unchanged, she could distinctly feel that the essence of her spirit had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Particularly, her oil-green eyes began to alter in hue, one turning entirely black and the other completely white. It was evident that her original nether cat had evolved into a yin-yang cat, now harmonizing with the forces of yin and yang. She found that there was no longer a need to fuse with the evil eye white tiger of the Douluo Empire to unleash her full potential. She already possessed the formidable strength akin to the fusion technique, the nether white tiger. This realization sparked a torrent of thoughts within her. The Zhu family had aligned themselves with the royal family of the Douluo Empire primarily to compensate for the deficiencies of their martial spirits. With her spirit now perfected, the need for such allegiance diminished, leading her to reconsider her engagement with Dai Mubai. For practitioners, indulging in errant thoughts during meditation is a grave misstep. Zhu Zhuqing's wandering thoughts caused the potent soul energy, resulting from her spirit's evolution, to backlash within her. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling dramatically. The newly evolved yin-yang cat, still unstable, began to exhibit erratic emotions. Little wildcat, now is not the time for frivolous thoughts. Steady your mind and focus. Just then, Zhao Su approached Zhu Zhuqing, leaning close to her ear and gently whispering with an almost magnetic warmth. He placed a reassuring hand on her back, allowing a soothing warmth to flow into her being, quickly calming her tumultuous spirit. With Zhao Su's life force enhancing her, the yin-yang cat stabilized rapidly, its martial spirit appearing increasingly majestic. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power surged, swiftly reaching level 30. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix experienced a similar transformation as impurities began to be expelled from within, not only augmenting its power but also gradually alleviating its inherent flaws. In contrast to the changes in Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjuan's martial spirits, Ning Rongrong's spirit underwent even more significant alterations. The 7 treasure glaze tile, already an auxiliary spirit, displayed a remarkable synergy with the divine essence emanating from the 12 winged angels. Under this divine influence, the originally 7-tiered tower visibly expanded, ultimately evolving into an 8-tiered structure. Though the 7 treasure glaze tile was hailed as the most formidable auxiliary spirit on the Douluo continent, it bore a critical flaw. As the tower expanded, its limitations began to be gradually remedied. In comparison, Zhao Wujia's powerful golden bear martial spirit exhibited little transformation, appearing even more robust, with explosive muscles that conveyed an overwhelming sense of strength. Chapter 20. Rules are established for the week before long. Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjuan, and Ning Rongrong had all reached level 30, their martial spirits fully upgraded and stabilized. Zhao Su subsequently acquired the 12-winged Holy Angel martial soul, allowing them to comprehend it independently and better familiarize themselves with the upgraded martial soul. Although the divine essence emanating from the 12-winged Holy Angels could facilitate their rapid growth, personal cultivation remained the most reliable path. Hence, Zhao Su focused primarily on enhancing their martial souls rather than hastily elevating their soul power levels. The level of Zhao Wuji is exceedingly high. To elevate him to the rank of Soul Douluo in one fell swoop would require Zhao Su to expend nearly half of his soul power. Having coexisted with 10,000-year soul beasts, and having recently witnessed their formidable strength, Zhao Su is naturally reluctant to take such a risk. Even if he plans to assist Zhao Wuji in the future, the time is not now. He must prioritize his own safety, ensuring he does not find himself in perilous circumstances. After all, survival is the essence of all things. Brother Zhao, how do you feel? With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Zhao Su inquired of the first to awaken, Zhao Wuji. In the future, whenever Brother Zhao speaks, I, Zhao Wuji, shall spare no effort. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji promptly rose and grasped one of Zhao Su's hands, his eyes brimming with admiration. It was evident that he had been thoroughly captivated by Zhao Su from the depths of his heart, in pursuit of vengeance and the aspirations for his own future achievements. Zhao Wuji had resolutely made up his mind. Regardless of the time or circumstances, he would unwaveringly stand in Zhao Su's camp. You flatter me, Zhao Su replied, fully aware that Zhao Wuji was expressing his loyalty. He then retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from the storage space within his jade pendant and handed it to Zhao Wuji. This is a soul-gathering pill. When consumed during meditation, it can significantly enhance your cultivation efficiency and even transform your physique. Thank you, brother. Zhao Wuji took the porcelain bottle, feeling the faint medicinal fragrance emanating from within, which further heightened his excitement. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and the others gradually regained consciousness. Wonderful! The 8 treasure glazed tower. Upon awakening, Ning Rongrong beheld her martial soul transformed into the 8 treasure glazed tower, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained exhilaration. Since her family had inherited the 7 treasure glazed tower, each generation had endeavored tirelessly to elevate it to the 8 or even 9 treasure glazed tower. Yet none had succeeded. Even her father, Ning Fengji, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the 7 treasure glazed sect, had tried countless methods without success. It was utterly astonishing that she had achieved it. After all, Ning Rongrong was merely a 12-year-old girl, and her excitement was entirely justifiable. Focus on your cultivation, and in due time, I shall find a way to further elevate your 8 treasure glazed tower to the 9 treasure glazed tower. Truly, Brother Su, you are simply marvelous. I adore you, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement leading her to rush towards Zhao Su, joyfully exclaiming. Her manner of address had changed as well. Zhu Shiqing, witnessing this, revealed a flicker of unusual depth in her gaze. Just moments ago, in the face of peril, Zhao Su had leaned close to her ear, his magnetic, gentle voice lingering in her heart, a memory she found impossible to forget. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun chimed in, though his enthusiasm was more subdued than Ning Rongrong's. Nevertheless, his eyes reflected a similar excitement. While this evolution had not completely rectified the deficiencies in his martial soul, he could sense that the intensity had significantly diminished. Although he would still need to occasionally find ways to dispel his excess fiery energy, the frequency had notably decreased, which greatly aided his cultivation. There's no need to thank me, it is my duty. Now, it's getting late. Let us find a place to rest for the night. And tomorrow I shall assist you in seeking a suitable 3rd spirit ring. At that moment, Zhao Su had become their steadfast anchor. The words spoken by Zhao Su would not be questioned. A group of several individuals walked nearly 5 miles, and the sky had completely darkened. Zhao Su remarked, "There is a light ahead, likely the gathering place of soul masters entering the Star Do forest to hunt soul beasts. Shall we rest there?" Zhao Wujie, who was leading the way, paused, gestured towards the distant glow and the faint sounds of commotion, and inquired of Zhao Su. Within the realm of soul masters, in order to better venture into the Star Do forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire suitable soul rings, many formidable soul masters had united to establish several sanctuaries within the forest. These havens provided a place for soul masters to rest during the night while hunting soul beasts. Furthermore, an unwritten rule existed within these sanctuaries. Even if there were grudges, no one was permitted to engage in combat within their confines. Failure to adhere to this rule would undoubtedly result in opposition and pursuit from the entire community of soul masters. Several powerful sects and families even provided security for these sanctuaries. Thus, it was customary for soul masters hunting soul beasts in the Star Do forest to seek out a nearby sanctuary once darkness fell. Very well. Let us take refuge in the sanctuary for the night. Upon reaching a decision, they hesitated no longer and swiftly made their way towards the sanctuary illuminated by the distant lights. Zhao and his entourage of 7 moved swiftly, reaching the so-called sanctuary in less than 5 minutes. However, to refer to it as a sanctuary is somewhat misleading. It was merely a rudimentary enclosure serving as a gathering place. Although there existed unwritten rules prohibiting physical confrontations within the sanctuary, even long-standing grudges necessitated resolution outside its confines. Nevertheless, vigilance remained paramount, as every team occupied positions advantageous to their interests. Even during moments of respite, at least 2 individuals maintained a watchful guard, ever prepared to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Brother Zhao, one remarked, I fear we have arrived too late. There may no longer be a place for us here. Zhao Wuji cast a glance at the more than 10 teams within the enclosure, observing that they had effectively occupied all the available space. If they were to remain, it would only be at the entrance, serving as mere sentinels. It would be more prudent for them to seek a relatively secure location elsewhere. Clearing them away would suffice. Zhao Su casually remarked, isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, there are regulations that prohibit violence in the shelter. Rules are established for the weak. We possess the strength to occupy the finest positions. Zhao Su had yet to express one final thought. Rules, while often crafted for the weak, are also established by those who embody justice. However, as a villain, he found no reason to concern himself with such regulations. Zhao Su, uttering these words, stepped into the enclosure and made his way directly towards the group of a dozen or so individuals who were merrily drinking and laughing at the innermost part. I have taken a liking to this place of yours. You shall reside at the entrance. Zhao Su interrupted a group of more than a dozen individuals who were indulging in food and drink. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated throughout the entire shelter, capturing the attention of all present. Initially, everyone was taken aback, but they soon erupted into unabashed laughter. Do you even realize what you were saying, kid? Among those provoked by Zhao Su, a burly man clearly standing at the forefront of the group chuckled upon hearing Zhao Su's words. However, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he turned to Zhao Su and inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhao Su replied with clarity, "I have made myself abundantly clear. I am giving you one more chance. Vacate this place immediately." Zhao Su spoke casually. Chapter 21. Practical experience is the best training. Kid, it seems you are tired of living, don't you? Among the crowd, a robust man stood up and approached Zhao Su, his eyes filled with disdain. Who is this kid? The other members of the team gathered around, murmuring amongst themselves. I don't know. He must be from some academy. Look at his group. Apart from the leader, the rest are merely 12 or 13 years old. Are academy students this arrogant nowadays? Perhaps he hails from a prominent family, untouched by the harsh realities of society. How unfortunate at such a tender age. As the surrounding crowd engaged in their whispered discussions, the man who intended to teach Zhao Su a lesson had already made his move. Without revealing his martial spirit, he extended his hand and struck directly at Zhao Su. Bang! Zhao Su stood there, motionless, emanating a formidable spiritual power that sent his adversary flying through the air. The individual crashed to the ground and quickly scrambled to his feet, feeling the sting of humiliation as he glanced at the mocking gazes surrounding him. Without further hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit, a formidable greatsword radiating an intense chill. 5 soul rings ignited beneath him, with the most noteworthy being the first soul ring, which was over a century old, while the fourth commenced with a millennium-grade ring. This alone indicated the extraordinary nature of this team. Gripping the great sword in his right hand, all 5 soul rings flared to life, transforming his intentions from merely teaching Zhao Su a lesson to a desire to obliterate him, seeking retribution for the earlier indignity. A torrent of powerful blade energy surged from the sword, coalescing into a fierce blade wind that swept toward Zhao Su. Anyone caught within this tempest would undoubtedly be reduced to mere bones. At that pivotal moment, Zhao Wujie intervened. His martial spirit, the great strength diamond bear, endowed him with a towering stature of over 2 meters, exuding an aura of immense power. In Zhao Wujie's mind, these individuals were wholly unworthy of Zhao Su's direct engagement. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions entered the sanctuary, casting their gaze upon the dozen or so members of the opposing team, poised to act at a moment's notice. Zhao Wujie positioned himself before Zhao Su, and without the need for him to intervene, the 7 soul rings that illuminated his form served as undeniable proof of his prowess. After all, in the realm of Douluo continent, strength is the ultimate arbiter. Upon recognizing that Zhao Wujie was a soul sage of over 70 ranks, the leader of the opposing group exhibited a flicker of caution in his gaze and rose to his feet. As a soul sage of such formidable rank, do you truly intend to disregard the regulations of this sanctuary? I have no desire to disrupt the established order, however. Since this individual has spoken disrespectfully and offended my brother, he must be taught a lesson. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wujin suddenly struck, seizing the wielder of the great sword spirit and forcefully pinning him to the ground, shattering his formidable weapon. He then lifted him effortlessly and cast him out of the sanctuary. Turning to the leader, he declared, "Come, let you all engage at once." In his youth, Zhao Wujin was a notorious troublemaker, unafraid of confrontation, yet, having assumed the role of a teacher, he had adopted a more temperate demeanor. However, since encountering Zhao Su, the indomitable spirit within him had been rekindled. Most importantly, Zhao Su stood resolutely behind him, instilling a sense of invincibility. I am Qianqing, elder of the Martial Soul Hall in Qianhong City. May I inquire your esteemed name? Although Qiansheng held a rank superior to Zhao Wujin, he could not help but feel intimidated by the overwhelming aura radiating from Zhao Wujin's spirit. Reluctantly, he revealed his identity. In the Douluo continent, the reputation of the Martial Soul Hall elders often commanded respect. Enough of this nonsense. Either the Martial Soul Hall takes action, or vacates the premises. Spare us the trivialities. Zhao Wuji stood there with his arms crossed, imperiously addressing Qianqing. If that is the case, then please enlighten me. Qianqing, possessing a fiery temperament, was instantly provoked by Zhao Wuji's demeanor. In a swift motion, he manifested his martial soul. The vibrant and formidable bull martial soul transformed him. Sprouting a pair of horns atop his head, and his limbs underwent a subtle metamorphosis. 8 soul rings, emblematic of the soul Douluo level, illuminated from top to bottom. With a bellow reminiscent of a wild bull, he charged fiercely towards Zhao Wuji. Rampaging bull charge. Zhao Wuji remained undaunted, refusing to take even a single step back as he firmly grasped the charging bull's horn. With a fierce roar, he lifted Qian Qing and hurled him away with tremendous force. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward, his powerful hand striking towards Qian Qing like the paw of a bear. However, the fundamental disparity in their levels, with Zhao Wuji being 7 or 8 ranks inferior to Qian Qing, rendered him somewhat outmatched. Furthermore, the formidable strength of the bull, bolstered by its powerful martial spirit, diminished Zhao Wuji's own advantages, derived from the might of his golden bear spirit. Brothers, let's join forces and take them down. Seeing that Qian Qing had not gained absolute dominance, one of the others shouted, disregarding any notions of overwhelming the opponent with numbers. A dozen individuals simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, preparing to decisively eliminate Zhao Wuji and his companions. Among them, 4 Soul Kings of over level 50 charged towards Tang San and his group, evidently intent on eradicating any potential threats. Dai Mubai and Tang San took the lead in launching their attacks, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing focused on protecting Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Xiao Wu functioned as a free combatant, ready to provide support at any moment. The 7-member team had begun to develop a semblance of synergy, coordinating their efforts to confront their adversaries. Zhao Su cast a glance towards Tang San and his companions, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He refrained from intervening, wishing to allow them the opportunity to hone their skills against the 4 adversaries. Practical combat, after all, serves as the finest form of training. Yet, Zhao Wuji found himself in peril. He was already at a disadvantage against Qian Qing, and now, besieged by more than a dozen attackers, he struggled to withstand their onslaught. Which academy could this be? Their strength is astonishing. No wonder they exhibit such arrogance. I suspect they are not from an academy, but rather elite disciples of a prominent family, seeking to prove themselves in the field. Did you not notice that the most boisterous among them has yet to make a move? Which illustrious family possesses so many prodigies? Those youngsters appear to be no older than 15, yet they have already attained the 30th level. How extraordinary, even if some possess only 2 soul rings. Look, that individual has made a move. The remaining teams, previously sheltered within the confines of the sanctuary, retreated outside the barriers after Zhao Wuji and Qian Qing engaged. A shout from the crowd captured everyone's attention, drawing their gazes towards the enclosure, where Zhao Su stood like a deity of war. Although he had not revealed his soul weapon, a radiant white aura enveloped him, and with immense strength, he dispatched those Soul Kings, each at least level 50. With a single punch, they were sent crashing to the ground, seemingly unscathed by the blow, yet the impact shattered their soul weapons, rendering them incapable of further combat. In no time, aside from the 4 still entangled in battle with Zhao Wuji and Tang San's group, the remaining 10 adversaries were swiftly dispatched by Zhao Su. Chapter 22. The need for coordination and trust. You 7 are woefully inadequate. It is as if there is no coordination among you. At this moment, Zhao Su truly assumed the role of a mentor. Ma Hongjun, is your fire merely for warmth? Zhu Zhuqing, harness your speed to your advantage. Dai Mubai, you are the king of the forest, not a mere kitten. Why are you meandering? Ning Rongrong, tailor your enhancements to each individual's unique attributes. Xiao Wu, charge in and strike. Are you merely prancing about like a cheerleader? Tang San, are your spider legs merely for show? Oscar, recite your lewd incantations. As Zhao Su's voice resonated, the synergy among the 7 improved remarkably. Despite each being merely at the 30th level, they still posed a significant threat to the 4 Soul Kings, each exceeding 50 in level. As the battle raged on, the 4 began to falter, left with no option but to endure the punishment passively. Observing this, Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction before shifting his attention back to the clash between Zhao Wuji and Qian Qing. Although Qian Qing held a slight advantage over Zhao Wuji, witnessing his companions falling one by one heightened his anxiety. Zhao Wuji, emboldened by the challenges, found that the gap between himself and his opponent gradually diminished. Brother Zhao, I believe we are nearing the end. Leave them to me, and you take care of those 4 individuals. After approximately half an hour, although Tang San and his companions had successfully trapped the 4, defeating them still required considerable effort. Moreover, this practical training session was nearing its conclusion, prompting Zhao Su to call out to Zhao Wuji. Very well. Zhao Wuji nodded in acknowledgement, summoning all his strength to repel Qian Qing. Seizing the opportunity, He turned and lunged towards the four individuals encircled by Tang San and his companions. Your opponent is me. As Qian Cheng sought to continue his pursuit of Zhao Wuji, Zhao Su intervened, blocking his path. Who are you, and why do you oppose the Spirit Hall? At that moment, Qian Cheng's heart was filled not only with anger, but also a trace of confusion, uncertain as to how he had provoked Zhao Su and his companions. Zhao Su stepped forward, directly confronting Qian Cheng. He reached out and grasped the vibrant horns of Qian Cheng's colorful barbaric bull spirit. With a resounding crack, he forcefully wrenched the sturdy horns free. Simultaneously, he sealed the soul power within Qian Cheng's body. Leaning closer to Qian Cheng's ear, Zhao Su whispered softly. As an external elder of the Qian family in the Spirit Hall, do you not remember the prolonged pursuit you subjected me to all those years ago? It was you. Now, carry this secret with you forever on your journey. Zhao Su's lips curved into a smile as he decisively dealt with Qian Cheng. Shortly after Zhao Su departed from the Spirit Hall, he found himself relentlessly pursued by the outer disciples of the Qian family, among whom was this very Qian Cheng. Over the years, Zhao Su had undergone significant transformation, and to evade his pursuers, he seldom employed his 12-winged holy angel spirit. It was not out of fear, but rather due to the inconvenience it entailed. Had Qian Douluo personally intervened, Zhao Su would have relished the opportunity to engage in a contest of skills. However, the relentless onslaught of these individuals merely squandered his time and provided him with no tangible assistance whatsoever. Even before reaching the sanctuary, Zhao Su had already sensed the aura emanating from Qian Cheng, which was precisely why he chose this location. Otherwise, given his strength, resting anywhere within the Douluo forest would pose no danger to him. At this juncture, Zhao Wujie had also dealt with the four assailants and approached Zhao Su's side. Esteemed guests, this matter pertains solely to the private grievances between our Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall. We kindly request that you refrain from disseminating information regarding the events that transpired here. Zhao Su cast a glance at the crowd gathered beyond the fence. It appeared as though he was cautioning them against meddling, yet from the very outset, he had revealed to them that he was affiliated with Shrek Academy. Zhao Su's intentions are rather straightforward. He seeks to position Shrek Academy in opposition to the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, the Spirit Hall wields immense power, rendering it impossible for the two great empires and the seven sects to openly confront it. Despite their underlying discontent, the empires and sects have chosen to endure in silence. Zhao Su aims to cultivate a formidable adversary to the Spirit Hall, not only to expedite its unification of the entire Douluo continent, but also to eradicate the faction led by Qian Douluo, thereby consolidating authority entirely in the hands of the Pope. This endeavor lays a solid foundation for the future establishment of the Spirit Hall Empire. Concurrently, Zhao Su must enhance the cooperative combat capabilities of the Shrek members while occasionally sowing discord among them. The most effective means of instigating such discord is through the influence of women. Zhao Su has seemingly charted the course for his future endeavors. That night, the entire sanctuary was occupied solely by Zhao Su and his companions, while the others, wishing to avoid any potential trouble, took the risk of departing under the cover of darkness. Although these individuals were unaware of the identity of Shrek Academy, they were acutely aware of the Spirit Hall. In their minds, any academy bold enough to oppose the Spirit Hall could not possibly be weak. After all, the strength demonstrated by Zhao Su and his group had already attested to this fact. The night that followed was tranquil, devoid of any further incidents. As dawn broke, and the first rays of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of the forest, the Douluo forest came alive once more. A splendid day had begun. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su naturally comprehended Ning Rongrong's subtle intentions. She merely sought to win Zhao Su's favor, hoping to invite him to accompany her back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if it proved impossible for Zhao Su to join their esteemed institution. Achieving the enhancement of her father Ning Fengxi's and her brother's martial spirits to the level of the 8 Treasure Glazed Pagoda would sufficiently fulfill her aspirations. Thank you. But I am not thirsty. You may drink instead. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile, a visage that seemed naturally imbued with cheerfulness. Though not strikingly handsome, his countenance exuded a comforting aura. Not far away, Oscar observed Ning Rongrong as she gravitated toward Zhao Su early in the morning, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of despondency in his gaze. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to contemplate relinquishing his pursuit of Ningrongrong. After all, in comparison to Zhao Su, his chances of success seemed exceedingly slim. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance toward Zhao Su and Ningrongrong, her heart stirring with a tinge of jealousy. Throughout the night, Zhao Su's melodious and gentle voice lingered in her mind, depriving her of restful sleep and leaving her eyes bloodshot. Dai Mubai regarded Zhu Zhuqing, equally ensnared in his own contemplations. The dynamics among the group were indeed intricate. This complexity was, in fact, part of Zhao Su's design. The reason Zhao Su's voice lingered in Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts was due to his formidable mental prowess. Chapter 23. The Ethereal White Fox. Zhao Su, having lived 2 lifetimes, naturally comprehends the art of captivating the heart of an innocent young maiden. The first step is to ensure she cannot forget you. Your visage or voice should frequently grace her thoughts. Over time, this subtle influence will lead her to believe that you are her destined soulmate. Although this may seem somewhat underhanded, judging by Zhu Zhuqing's recent demeanor, it is indeed the simplest and most effective method. Now, let us partake in some refreshments and prepare ourselves. For we are about to embark on a quest to seek out suitable soul beasts and acquire soul rings. Zhao Wuji's voice shattered the delicate balance that existed among the group, compelling everyone to withdraw their gazes and begin to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. The party had wandered through the Douluo forest until nearly noon, yet they had failed to locate suitable soul beasts for Zhu Zhuqing, Ningrongrong, and Ma Hongjun. The prolonged tension had left them all feeling rather fatigued. Zhao Su, I believe it would be prudent for us to vacate the Douluo forest and retreat to the nearest city for a few days of respite, before returning to seek out appropriate soul beasts. Zhao Wuji approached Zhao Su, seeking his counsel. Indeed, if we fail to locate a suitable soul beast before nightfall, let us take a brief respite for a few days before reassessing our course. As Zhao Su's words concluded, a cacophony of combat resonated from a distance. It appeared we had spoken too soon. In addition to the sounds of the fray, Zhao Su perceived a formidable surge of soul power. This emanation did not originate from a soul master, but rather from a powerful soul beast. Judging by the intensity of the soul power, this beast was at least 2 millennia old. Let us investigate, but remain vigilant and maintain our formation. With that, Zhao Su led the way, followed by Tang San and the others in the middle, while Zhao Wujin brought up the rear, hastening toward the source of the tumult. Before long, the combatants came into view. On the side of the human soul masters stood 7 individuals, seemingly youthful, around the ages of 15 or 16, 6 males and 1 female. Each had reached at least the 30th level, with 2 achieving the 38th level, and the soul female surpassing the 40th level. It was evident that this hunt for the soul beast was aimed at securing a soul ring for her. The creature under siege was a pure white fox, its agile form and sharp claws allowing it to navigate the onslaught of 7 with remarkable ease. Members of the Spirit Hall, Zhao Wuji pointed to the insignias adorning the garments of the 7 individuals and leaned closer to Zhao Su, whispering softly. Moreover, judging from the 6 distinct emblems on their attire, it is evident that they hail from the Spirit Hall. They are likely core members of the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and the leading woman among them is highly likely to be a disciple of Bibi Dong. Zhao Su naturally recognized that these individuals were indeed the core of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple, led by Hu Laina. However, the words spoken were not entirely certain. What shall we do? Zhao Waoqi could sense that, apart from the 7 members of the Hu Laina team, 2 others were concealed in the shadows. They were dispatched by the Spirit Hall to safeguard the 7, particularly to protect the title Douluo, Hu Laina, the spectral white fox. Possessing not only remarkable speed but also formidable offensive power, was indeed perfectly suited to Bamboo Qing. Zhao Su, while speaking, cast a glance at Zhu Qing, deliberately displaying a hint of difficulty on his face. However, there are at least 2 titled Douluos lurking in the shadows. We are likely no match for them. The words of Zhao Wuji served as divine assistance for Zhao Su. Fear not. For the sake of Shiqing, I am willing to risk it all, Zhao Su declared, casting a glance at the impassive face of Zhu Qing. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing's cold demeanor grew increasingly intricate as she regarded Zhao Su after hearing his declaration. Brother Zhao, I will restrain the 2 titled Douluos lurking in the shadows, while you confront the 7 adversaries. Yu Qing, you and your group of 7 should seize this opportunity to hunt the white fox. Exercise caution. Zhu Zhuqing, who seldom spoke, softly addressed Zhao Su. Rest assured, those 2 titled Douluos cannot harm me, but you must act swiftly. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su stepped forward, the Emperor's 7 kill sword materializing in his grasp. For soul rings glimmered simultaneously, and two strands of sword intent sliced through the air in a singular direction, compelling the concealed ghost leopard and demon bear, both formidable Douluo, to reveal their presence. Exercise caution, you 7. After vanquishing the white tiger, merge swiftly. Before taking action, Zhao Wujie once again cautioned Zhu Xuqing and the others. And then he fused with the mighty golden bear, charging towards Hu Li Nao and her companions, who were encircling the phantom white fox. Seizing this moment of distraction, the phantom white fox attempted to escape swiftly. However, Tang San and his companions would not allow it to flee, swiftly regrouping and advancing towards the already weakened fox. Who are you to dare oppose the spirit hall? Ghost leopard and demon bear were astonished that Zhao Su, at a mere 42 levels, could withstand their combined assault. One of them glanced at the Emperor's 7-kill sword in Zhao Su's hand and coldly inquired, "Enough of the trivialities, unleash your utmost abilities, otherwise, you shall forfeit your chance." Although Zhao Su verbally expressed such sentiments, he covertly diminished his own capabilities. He sought to create an illusion for Zhu Xuqing that he had risked his life to fend off the two titled Douluos, the ghost leopard and the demon bear, to procure soul rings for her. Zhao Su's actions can undoubtedly be deemed as the quintessential tactics of a scoundrel in contemporary society. Although such conduct is far from honorable, it proves to be remarkably effective in deceiving naive young maidens. While we remain oblivious to the methods you employ to thwart our simultaneous onslaught, your mere 40-some level of cultivation renders your demise an exceedingly simple task. The demon bear cast a glance at Zhao Wujie, who had successfully restrained Hu Liina and her companions, while Tang San and his group commenced their assault on the white fox. With a disdainful snort and without a moment's hesitation, the 4th, 5th, and 6th spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, unleashing the true form of the blood demon savage bear spirit. It was even more colossal than Zhao Wujie's mighty golden bear, with the savage bear's crimson eyes radiating a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. It lunged at Zhao Su with all its might. At this juncture, the ghost leopard Douluo also sprang into action, his form enigmatic and his speed astonishingly swift. Intent on breaching Zhao Su's defenses to provide aid to Hu Liina and her companions. Do you think you can escape? Upon encountering the ghost leopard Douluo, Zhao Su felt an urge to depart. The Emperor's 7-kill sword in his grasp swiftly transformed into 36 elongated blades, each imbued with a distinct sword intent, ensnaring the two adversaries. Roaring with fury, even the demon bear Douluo exerted his utmost efforts, yet he remained unable to breach Zhao Su's formidable sword array. Each assault seemed poised to shatter the encircling blades, yet each time fell just short. With every clash, the anxiety within both the demon bear and ghost leopard Douluo intensified. Furthermore, upon witnessing Zhu Xuqing successfully slay the white fox, a violet soul ring manifested within the creature, gradually merging with Zhu Xuqing's essence. The fury in their hearts grew ever more potent. They understood that even if they were to slay Zhao Su and his companions today, the humiliation they endured would remain an indelible stain upon their souls. As Zhao Su utilized the sword formation to ensnare the two titled Douluos, the demon bear and the ghost leopard, he remained acutely aware of Zhu Xuqing's fusion of soul rings. Chapter 24. The Art of Indirection. Boom. Bang. At the very moment Zhu Xuqing's soul rings were completely integrated, the ghost leopard and the demon bear simultaneously broke through Zhao Su's sword formation, launching him forcefully into the air. Zhao Su found himself not far from Zhu Xuqing and her companions. Upon seeing him, Zhu Xuqing hurried forward, assisting Zhao Su to rise while inspecting him for any injuries. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" she inquired, her expression filled with concern and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I'm fine," Zhao Su replied, seizing the opportunity to seemingly casually grasp Zhu Xuqing's hand. At that moment, a jolt coursed through her heart, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she regarded Zhao Su with a gaze imbued with complexity. Zhu Xuqing's hand was petite, yet remarkably soft, as if devoid of bones, and exquisitely smooth, akin to holding a piece of supple jade. Although it felt slightly cool to the touch, it was undeniably comforting. At that juncture, Zhao Wujie also became aware of the unfolding situation. He shook off Hu Liina and her 7 companions and approached Zhao Su's side. Gui Bao and Mo Xiong, along with Hu Liina's group, began to converge towards Zhao Su and the others. For Gui Bao and Mo Xiong, today's events would become a source of profound disgrace. Even if they were to slay Zhao Su, this incident would forever mark them with shame. To have 2 titled Douluos as guardians, yet allow someone to seize a soul beast that was practically within their grasp would invite ridicule from those who knew them. likely haunting them for a lifetime. Brother Zhao, you take them and leave first. I will hold them off. Zhao Su reluctantly released the soft little hand, then addressed Zhao Wuji, saying, No, let them go. I will stay and confront them alongside you. At that moment, Zhao Wuji regarded Zhao Su as his most revered figure, and naturally, he would not allow Zhao Su to face danger alone. Even in death, he wished to fight side by side with Zhao Su. After all, he was inherently unafraid of death. Rest assured, as long as you are safe, they cannot detain me. Zhao Su naturally could not allow Zhao Wuji to remain. The Demon Bear and Ghost Leopard were undoubtedly affiliated with Bibi Dong's faction. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would not have entrusted them with the protection of Hulaina. Moreover, cultivating a titled Douluo is no easy feat, thus Zhao Su would refrain from taking their lives. Will there truly be no consequences? There will be no consequences, trust me. Very well, but you must exercise caution. We shall await you ahead. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji ceased his insistence and hastily urged Tang San and the others to depart. Before leaving under Zhao Wuji's insistence, Zhu Zhiqing cast a worried glance at Zhao Su, who reciprocated with a faint smile. Do you truly believe that you alone can hinder us? The Ghost Leopard and Demon Bear watched calmly as Zhao Wuji escorted Tang San and the others away, for they understood that as long as Zhao Su was eliminated, those few could be dispatched at any moment. Zhao Su remained silent, waiting until Zhao Wuji and the others had completely vanished from sight before tossing a token to the Magic Bear. Upon catching the token, the Magic Bear noticed that, apart from the 6 emblems representing the Spirit Hall, there was an additional emblem. It depicted 6 pairs of angelic wings intricately carved on the reverse side of the Pope's token. Although Zhao Su had spent less than a year in the Spirit Hall, most of which was dedicated to solitary cultivation within his chamber. As a senior elder of the Spirit Hall, he was well aware of Zhao Su's awakening of the 12-winged Holy Angel. Thus, upon encountering this unique Pope's token, he instantly recalled Zhao Su's identity. Is it you? Hulaina also recognized the angelic wings on the back of the token and immediately connected it to Zhao Su's identity. No wonder you looked so familiar. It turns out to be you, Zhao Su. Little Nana, after so many years, have you missed me? Zhao Su cast a playful glance at Hulaina and inquired, Why do you assist others in seizing my spirit soul? Unfazed by Zhao Su's words, Hulaina fixed him with a hostile gaze and retorted, I am aiding you. This spirit beast is far too weak and unfit for you. Zhao Su casually dismissed her concerns, merely stating, It's of little consequence. Noticing the predatory glare emanating from Hulaina, Zhao Su opted not to linger, swiftly retrieving the token from the grip of the Magic Bear before turning and departing with haste. It matters not, after all. The Stardow Forest is replete with spirit beasts. We shall seek another, soothed the Ghost Leopard to Hulaina as Zhao Su made his exit. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia and his companions, having distanced themselves, gradually slowed their pace, with Zhu Zhiqing glancing back intermittently. Upon catching sight of Zhao Su, a smile involuntarily graced her features. In truth, when Zhu Zhiqing is not wearing a stern expression, her smile is quite enchanting. At last, we've managed to shake them off. Are you unscathed? Upon encountering Zhao Supingen, Zhao Wujia felt a sense of relief and approached him with a query. Those two won't harm me. To prevent them from pursuing us, we must leave swiftly and seek refuge for the time being. After confirming that the Ghost Leopard and the Demon Bear had not followed, they found a sanctuary to rest momentarily before departing from the Starry Forest. Brother Su, allow me to offer you something to eat, Zhu Zhiqing said softly, approaching Zhao Su, who was meditating on a stone, holding a piece of golden, roasted spirit beast meat. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Zhiqing's address towards Zhao Su had subtly transformed. Although she did not refer to him as Brother Su like Ning Rongrong did, her words carried a deeper significance. Ning Rongrong's address of him as Brother Su was not born out of affection, but rather a strategic maneuver to strengthen their bond. Hoping to persuade Zhao Su to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, even if she ultimately failed in her endeavor to recruit him. Her goal of having Zhao Su assist her family in elevating the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower would still be achieved. In contrast, Zhu Zhiqing's use of Brother Su signified a profound transformation in her feelings towards him. Brother Su, I am truly grateful for your willingness to brave such peril to help me acquire a soul ring. Sitting beside Zhao Su on the stone, she lowered her head. Her fingers entwined, and spoke earnestly. You need not thank me. It is my duty to assist, Zhao Su replied. Not only for you, but even if I encountered suitable spirit beasts with Rongrong and the Fatty, I would act in the same manner. Zhao Su casually remarked while savoring the succulent roasted wild boar meat. Zhao Su could be said to have employed a strategy of feigned indifference, for he understood that the moment to subdue Zhu Xuqing had not yet arrived. He intended to utilize her to sow discord among the members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Furthermore, considering their youth, he felt no urgency. Time was on his side. So it was like this. I thought you were kind only to me. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhu Xuqing revealed a hint of disappointment, her eyes immediately glistening with unshed tears as she murmured softly, "What did you say?" Zhao Su not only genuinely did not hear what Zhu Xuqing had said, but also feigned ignorance, casually inquiring, "Oh, it's nothing. Regardless, I ought to express my gratitude to you." With that, Zhu Xuqing uttered those words and swiftly departed. Zhao Su's words extinguished the flickering hope that had just ignited in Zhu Xuqing's heart, plunging her mood into despair. Chapter 25. Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong's agreement. After resting for nearly an hour, they set off once more, departing from the Douluo forest. They arrived at a city approximately 100 miles away, intending to recuperate for a few days and indulge in some relaxation. The recent battles and the heightened tension within the Douluo forest had left everyone utterly exhausted. That night, in a hotel room, Zhu Xuqing sat by the window, cradling the small cat that Zhao Su had gifted her. With her left hand propping up her chin, her gaze drifted, lost in thought. "Xuqing, what are you thinking about?" Ning Rongrong suddenly appeared behind her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Startled, Zhu Xuqing jolted, quickly hiding the cat in her hands. She ran her fingers through her hair, feigning composure as she replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit bored. Teacher Zhao and Tang San are downstairs drinking. Why don't you join them? I'm feeling a bit unwell." "I don't want to go," Ning Rongrong responded. "Could it be that you truly have feelings for Brother Su?" Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhu Xuqing with a knowing look. Zhu Xuqing's heart raced at Ning Rongrong's words, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Of course not," she finally uttered casually, then climbed into bed and pulled the covers over herself. "Oh, come on, we're grown women. What's there to be shy about? If you like him, you like him," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, climbing onto the bed and pulling back the covers from Zhu Xuqing's head. "Rongrong, do you like Zhao Su?" Zhu Xuqing sat up in bed, fixing a serious gaze on Ning Rongrong. "Who wouldn't like someone as outstanding as Brother Su?" Ning Rongrong replied, then continued, "But if you really like him, I won't compete with you. After all, we are good friends." "Really?" Zhu Xuqing's eyes brightened at Ning Rongrong's words. But then a shadow crossed her face as she recalled something, her gaze dimming. "But I cannot like him." "Why not?" "Because I am already bound by a betrothal. One that has been arranged since childhood." Perhaps it was Zhu Xuqing's genuine desire to confide in someone, as keeping such feelings bottled up would inevitably lead to turmoil. "You ran away because of your engagement?" Ning Rongrong's interest sparked upon hearing this. "Sort of." Zhu Xuqing initially shook her head, but then nodded. "It can't be someone among us who isn't engaged, right?" Ning Rongrong, ever perceptive, quickly guessed, "Is it Dai Mubai?" "How did you know?" "You are from the Zhu family of the Douluo Empire, so Dai Mubai must be of royal lineage, correct?" This was not a difficult deduction, especially given Ning Rongrong's background as a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sections. She was cherished by both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who doted on her. Furthermore, her exceptional talent had led her father, Ning Fengji, to cultivate her as his heir from a young age. Thus, understanding the various factions within Douluo continent was a subject she had inevitably mastered. "It seems you are already aware." Zhu Xuqing was not overly surprised by Ning Rongrong's insight. "Alas, this truly complicates matters." Ning Rongrong sighed, tilting her head in contemplation. The Zhu family had become a noble clan of the Douluo Empire not solely due to the strength of their martial spirits or the presence of prodigies like Tangchen from the Hautanen sect, but rather through strategic marriages with the Dai family of the imperial lineage. Historically, the empresses of the Douluo Empire had all been from the Zhu family. If Dai Mubai were to ascend as the crown prince, and she were to break the engagement, it would spell ruin for the entire Zhu family, including her parents and siblings. This dilemma weighed heavily upon her heart. "I know what I must do." Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Zhu Xuqing, whispering something that caused Zhu Xuqing's expression to change dramatically, shaking her head in protest. "No, that won't do. Regardless, this is the best solution I can think of. As for how you choose to proceed, that is your own affair." Seeing Zhu Xuqing's reaction, Ning Rongrong chose not to press further. She hopped off the bed. Turning to Zhu Xuqing once more, "Your future is yours to decide. Seize any opportunities that arise." As Ning Rongrong exited the room, Zhu Xuqing sat in silence, lost in thought. Unexpectedly, after Ning Rongrong left, she went straight to the rooftop of the hotel, where Zhao Su was seated, gazing at the moon. A jar of wine rested beside him. How did it go? Zhao Su asked, retracting his gaze from the moon to take a sip from the jar. I found out that Shu Qing has feelings for you, but she is bound by an engagement. Is she truly from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Indeed. Daimu Bai is of royal blood, and it is he with whom she is betrothed. She came to Shrek Academy for him. So it is as I suspected. I have fulfilled my promise to you. When will you fulfill yours? Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. When the opportunity arises, I will accompany you back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to assist your family in evolving the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. As Zhao Su spoke, he turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, his mind already formulating further plans. I will help you transform the 8 Treasure Glazed Pagoda into the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. And in return, you will assist me in winning Zhu Zhuqing's heart. How does that sound? Deal. Ning Rongrong extended her hand to Zhao Su without hesitation. Zhao Su also extended his hand, thereby reaching an agreement. After a 2-day respite, Zhao Su and his companions re-entered the Starry Forest on the 3rd day. Upon learning of Zhu Zhuqing's secret from Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing once again adopted a demeanor of indifference, intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Zhao Su. Zhao Su remained unconcerned. After all, they were still young, and he felt no urgency, for time was plentiful. 5 days later, deep within the Stardow Forest, they finally located a suitable spirit beast for Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. After acquiring the spirit rings, they wasted no time and returned directly to Shrek Academy, situated outside Soto City. Upon seeing that Tang San and the others had all reached level 30, Flander's face was filled with astonishment. He promptly pulled Zhao Wujie aside to inquire about everything that had transpired during their time in the Stardow Forest. No wonder you were gone for so long. It turns out so much had occurred. After listening to Zhao Wujie's account, Flander felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have joined them. Perhaps with Zhao Su's assistance, he could have broken through the stagnation of over a decade at level 78 and ascended to the rank of an 80-level Spirit Douluo. He was confident that if he could attain the rank of Spirit Douluo, he would inevitably reach the heights of a title Douluo in the future. Chapter 26. The inquiry from Master Yu Xiaojiang. Should we both go find Brother Zhao and ask him to help you break through to the level of Spirit Douluo? Zhao Wujie undoubtedly perceived the despondency in Flanders and cautiously inquired, is this truly viable? Flanders, feeling a flicker of temptation, pondered the allure of becoming stronger. After all, who could resist such an enticing prospect? Shall we give it a try? After all, we stand to lose nothing if it fails. However, he was reminded that conventional methods would not suffice to aid soul masters in elevating their soul power levels, urging everyone to exercise caution. Just as Flanders contemplated his next course of action, a deep voice resonated from outside the door. Zhao Wujie had long since the footsteps, mistaking them for those of a teacher from the school, and thus paid them little mind. To his surprise, the voice that followed was entirely unfamiliar, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance. Fear not, for it is an old friend of mine, whom I shall introduce to you, exclaimed Flander, rising and moving towards the figure who had just pushed open the door. It was none other than Master Yu Xiaojiang, a member of the esteemed Golden Iron Triangle. Xiaojiang, allow me to introduce you to Zhao Wujie, Flander continued, turning to Zhao Wujie. This is my old friend, Yu Xiaojiang, known by many as Master. Master, I have long admired your reputation, Zhao Wujie remarked. The visage of the master appeared somewhat aged, devoid of any visible expression, exuding an aura of distant aloofness. In response to Zhao Wujie's greeting, he merely offered a nonchalant nod. Xiaojiang, what did you mean by your earlier statement? Flander interjected swiftly, seeking to redirect the conversation towards a more congenial topic. Yu Xiaojiang maintained his characteristic impassive demeanor, responding in a measured tone. Based on my investigations and the data I have collected, aside from the possibility of rapidly increasing one's level at the cost of one's own life, there are no other means to enhance soul power through external forces. Are you suggesting that Zhao Su is enabling those children to elevate their soul power at the expense of their own lives? Flander felt a pang of concern well up within him. He was acutely aware that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were rare talents. If what Yu Xiaojiang asserted were true, it would effectively stifle the potential of these gifted individuals. This cannot be, Master. Your research represents only probabilities, not certainties. How can you assert that no one possesses such capabilities? Zhao Wujie, without a moment's hesitation, retorted directly to Yu Xiaojiang. At the same time, he unleashed his formidable spirit of the mighty golden bear, pointing towards the creature that appeared even more majestic and exuded an overwhelming sense of strength. Do you truly believe this is a manifestation of burning one's life force to enhance power? Upon witnessing the mighty golden bear radiating an aura of immense power, Yu Xiaojiang's brows furrowed in contemplation. As Zhao Wuji had articulated, if the enhancement of soul power came at the cost of one's vitality, it might allow for a rapid increase in rank for a brief period, yet it would be impossible for the spirit to grow in strength. Summon those children. I wish to observe them personally. It may be that your own substantial soul power and robust foundation enable you to excel, but the children are a different matter altogether. Very well, since you are adamant in your convictions, I shall dispel your certainty. Assemble on the playground in 15 minutes. Zhao Wuji uttered those words and turned to leave. It was evident that the initial encounter between the two was far from pleasant. At that moment, Zhao Wuji harbored immense admiration for Zhao Su. Having witnessed firsthand the changes in each individual's martial soul as they elevated their soul power, it could not possibly be as Yu Xiaojing suggested, that the enhancement of soul power came at the cost of burning one's own life force. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang exhibited unwavering confidence in his own research, each man holding steadfast to his own beliefs. Xiaojiang, do you truly have confidence in your assertions? Flander expressed his uncertainty, having previously witnessed Zhao Su wielding power comparable to Tang Hao's. Yet, he also held profound respect for the theories of his former partner and dearest friend. What? Do you doubt my theory? The expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face, often devoid of emotion, turned towards Flander, prompting him to hastily retract his statement. Let us set that aside for now. I must remind you, even if Zhao Su truly employs the method you describe, burning life force to enhance soul power, do not act impulsively. Why? Flander continued. If it truly is the case that he enhances soul power by burning life force, then he is undoubtedly an evil soul master and must not be spared. How am I to convey this to you? Flander found himself in a dilemma, yet ultimately, to prevent Yu Xiaojiang from acting recklessly, he disclosed the matter of Zhao Su's overwhelming strength against Tang Hao. What? Impossible. Did you not say he is merely 16 years old? This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. How could it be fabricated? Are you certain that individual was Tang Hao? Certainly, I am familiar with the Haotian hammer, and the aura emanating from that person was unmistakably Tang Hao's. Could it be that such a person truly exists in this world? Upon hearing Flander's words, Yu Xiaojiang's typically stoic face betrayed a flicker of doubt. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. We should proceed to the training grounds to resolve our uncertainties. I share all this with you simply to caution against rash actions, Flander stated as he and Yu Xiaojiang exited the room, heading towards the training grounds. Yu Xiaojiang merely nodded, remaining silent, his mind in a state of turmoil. Upon their arrival at the training grounds, Tang San and his companions were already waiting there. Zhao Su has also arrived, and Zhao Wuji is quietly conversing with Zhao Su. They've come. Zhao Wuji, upon encountering the master, offered a word of caution to Zhao Su. Zhao Su turned his gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang, who was approaching them. However, at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang appeared quite aged, his visage resembling that of a zombie, evoking a rather uncomfortable sensation. Particularly disconcerting were his bloodshot eyes. For a moment, Zhao Su found himself perplexed, questioning what abilities Yu Xiaojiang possessed that could leave Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of him. This contemplation stirred a tinge of jealousy within Zhao Su's heart. Teacher, you have arrived. Tang San exclaimed, hurrying to greet Yu Xiaojiang with a smile. Addressing him with utmost respect, Yu Xiaojiang merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from speech, and instead directed his attention towards Zhao Su, who stood nearby with Zhao Wujuan. Upon noticing Yu Xiaojiang's gaze directed towards him, Zhao Su took a deep breath to steady his composure, and together with Zhao Wuji, they approached Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder. The other instructors from Shrek Academy, having heard that the master had arrived and was already entangled with Zhao Su, hastened to join them. The master? Zhao Su cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojiang and exclaimed, I am curious to know what enables you to assist others in transforming their martial souls and enhancing their soul power. In my research, there exists no alternative to sacrificing one's life. Yu Xiaojiang, exhibiting a remarkable directness, spared no pleasantries and straightforwardly inquired of Zhao Su, your research is utterly insignificant, and your so-called 10 theories are nothing but a farce. Zhao Su retorted without mercy, expressing his indignation. Chapter 27. The Master's Mentality Crumbles, Seeking Continued Updates. A joke? Due to the mutation of his martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang is unable to surpass level 30 in soul power, compelling him to concentrate solely on theoretical studies. He cannot permit others to belittle his theoretical approach. Is it not so? Zhao Su retorted, I have the ability to make Tang San the youngest title Douluo. To find the soul rings that perfectly align with him, and to maximize his combat potential. All of this is achievable only based on my theoretical foundation. Humph. Do not embellish your achievements. If Tang San possessed only a single blue silver grass, what could his innate full soul power possibly achieve? Do you understand? Upon hearing Zhao Su's assertion that if Tang San had only a single blue silver grass, Yu Xiaojiang was not only taken aback. Having been at Shrek Academy for 3 days, he had inquired with Flander about Tang San's detailed circumstances. Yu Xiaojiang was aware that Flander and the others were oblivious to the fact that Tang San possessed a second martial soul. I certainly know, he stated. It is not something you alone can perceive. I do not need to examine his records. As long as he stands here, I can discern the truth. Impossible. There is no impossibility. Furthermore, your repeated claims of making Tang San the youngest title Douluo are not due to your theories, but rather his innate talent. How can you cultivate someone with mediocre talents? What merit is there in nurturing someone lacking in potential? Then what of your assertion that there are no worthless martial souls? Only worthless soul masters? Are you not, master? Waste yourself? Zhao Su let out a cold laugh, rendering Yu Xiaojiang utterly speechless. The expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face shifted from green to purple as he struggled to formulate a rebuttal to Zhao Su's assertions. Indeed, what you say may hold some truth. Yet I remain unconvinced that you can elevate your soul power without the aid of elixirs. Even a deity would find such a feat impossible. No need for deities. To me, a god is merely an individual of higher rank, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Zhao Su turned to gaze at the Shrek 7 monsters standing in a row beside him. He gestured towards Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, showcase your martial soul for our esteemed master to see. All right. Ning Rongrong responded, stepping out of the line and approaching the master. Revealing her martial soul, the 8-treasure glazed pagoda. Her right hand gently cradled the resplendent tower. However, to Yu Xiaojiang, the 7-treasure glazed pagoda seemed rather ordinary. He cast a casual glance, aware that while the 7-treasure glazed pagoda might be perceived as the premier auxiliary martial soul in his eyes, it was merely a relatively strong martial soul. Yet, before he could finish his thought, his gaze abruptly sharpened, his eyes widening in astonishment as he fixated on the 8-treasure glazed pagoda held delicately by Ning Rongrong. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 layers? The 8-treasure glazed pagoda? Yu Xiaojiang meticulously counted the layers again, his face a mask of disbelief. It is widely known that for the 7-treasure glazed pagoda to evolve into the 8 or even the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, an absolute enhancement of one's physical constitution is imperative. Throughout the generations, many prodigies of the 7-treasure glazed sect have emerged. Yet none have succeeded in evolving the 7-treasure glazed pagoda into the 8-treasure glazed pagoda. This was not due to a lack of talent, but rather the inability of their frail bodies to endure the formidable soul power inherent in the 8 or 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Yet here stood Ning Rongrong, whose martial soul had astonishingly evolved into the 8-treasure glazed pagoda, signifying that she had not only avoided the burning of her life force, but had, in fact, experienced a remarkable enhancement of both vitality and constitution. This was inconceivable. Was their martial soul transformation truly akin to this? Even with the evidence laid bare before him, the master remained skeptical, shaking his head as he retreated a few steps and gestured towards Zhu Shuqing and the others. If you do not believe, then let us rely on facts. Zhao Su urged Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun to step forward and present their martial souls to the master. Yes, at Zhao Su's command, the two wasted no time in unleashing their martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized their manifestations. Although their transformations were not as pronounced as Ning Rongrong's 8-treasure glazed pagoda, subtle changes were evident, particularly in the aura of their martial souls. When he observed Ma Hongjuan's evil phoenix martial soul begin to exhibit less malevolence, revealing a hint of the ancient phoenix's true blood essence, and saw Zhu Zhuqing's original nether cat eyes evolve into a black and white yin-yang spirit cat, the master could harbor no further doubt. He realized that the enhancement of their soul power was not achieved through the burning of life, but stemmed from the evolution of their very martial souls, granting them newfound strength. Master, what do you think? I am not a master. You are the true master here. I, Yu Xiaojiang, humbly apologize to you. Yu Xiaojiang lowered his head in silence, a rare moment of complete reverence for another. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie displayed a hint of prideful amusement upon his visage. Master, did I not tell you? How could Brother Zhao possibly resort to such sorcery to enhance his student's soul power? Now you see the truth. Indeed, friend interjected. Noticing the expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face, quickly calling out to Zhao Wujia to mediate the situation. This is merely a misunderstanding. It is not uncommon for educators to have differing views on teaching methodologies. Is it not perfectly normal? Absolutely, it is quite normal. Let us not dwell on it. What has transpired is in the past, echoed the other instructors in agreement with Fran. I do not deserve to remain here, Fran. I shall take my leave, Yu Xiaojing declared, his demeanor tinged with melancholy as he cast a glance at Zhao Su, then turned to Fran before preparing to depart. The blow dealt to him by Zhao Su today was indeed monumental. It rendered his proud theoretical constructs, the 10 core competitive theories and the configurations of soul rings, utterly futile. Moreover, the adage he cherished, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, now felt like a cruel jest within his own heart. Merely a waste, he lamented. Zhao Su gazed at the retreating figure of Yu Xiaojing, feeling an icy detachment as he pondered. Xiaojing, what are you doing? Did you not promise to stay? Meanwhile, Flanders hastened to catch up, grasping Yu Xiaojing's arm in an attempt to persuade him to remain. Suddenly, a resonance detected the residual soul of the golden sacred dragon within Yu Xiaojing. A new mission was issued, to retain Yu Xiaojing and unravel the connection between his mutated martial soul and the golden sacred dragon. Mission rewards: 100,000 years of soul rings, 20,000 energy points, in the dual cultivation technique, primordial freedom technique. Zhao Su gazed at the 3 lines of text that had materialized on the system interface before him. His eyes were drawn directly to the task reward, the dual cultivation technique, the ancient free and unfettered art, and a subtle smile crept onto his face. It was evident that upon encountering the term dual cultivation, his thoughts had begun to drift. However, without having received the reward, he was unable to discern the specific effects of the technique, nor could he comprehend the true nature of this so-called dual cultivation. Chapter 28. Retaining the master under the pretext of evolving martial souls. As Zhao Su pondered, a myriad of bizarre images flooded his mind, and the smile at the corner of his lips gradually morphed into something more ambiguous. Ding. Please refrain from such lewd thoughts, host. If you do not intervene, Yu Xiaojing will depart. Even the system could no longer bear to watch. Observing that Flinder was unable to restrain Yu Xiaojing, it hastily reminded Zhao Su. Ahem. Zhao Su promptly retracted his inappropriate thoughts, cleared his throat, and approached Yu Xiaojing. Master, I sincerely hope you will choose to stay. Although your theories may occasionally seem rather trivial, your ability to train students surpasses that of us mere mortals. Zhao Su approached Yu Xiaojing with a grave expression and said, I sincerely apologize. I am but a failure and am incapable of teaching students. A single remark from Zhao Su ignited an escalating fury within Yu Xiaojing, who struggled to contain his rage. He forcefully shook off Flanders' grasp on his arm and strode swiftly toward the academy's exit. Are you truly leaving like this? In desperation, Zhao Su unleashed his ultimate taunt. Do you intend to remain a perpetual failure, a disgrace even to those of your own lineage? What do you mean? Do not presume that your formidable strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing could no longer restrain himself. He turned and charged toward Zhao Su, his bloodshot eyes glaring with indignation. Zhao Su, however, did not display anger. Instead, he chuckled. Master, you have misunderstood my intentions. Although you may inherently be deemed as inept, Zhao Su paused momentarily, as Yu Xiaojing's gaze seemed fierce enough to devour him. I possess the means to alter your martial soul, transforming you from a mere waste. Initially, Yu Xiaojing was on the verge of a complete eruption, prepared to fight Zhao Su at the cost of his own life. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Su's subsequent words, his fury dissipated, morphing into a profound yearning. Despite Yu Xiaojing's assertions of indifference toward others' opinions, and his belief that he could cultivate formidable talents to validate himself, he was acutely aware that even if he succeeded in nurturing exceptional individuals, skeptics would still claim that those geniuses were inherently gifted and that anyone could achieve greatness. Only through his own ascendance could he silence the critics. Choosing the path of theory was, in truth, a reflection of his own helplessness. Do you truly possess the ability to transform my martial soul? He inquired. Indeed, you have witnessed Rong Rong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda and Shu Qing's nether spirit cat. You should comprehend that I possess such power. Zhao Su continued. However, I am unlike them. Their martial souls are inherently superior, while mine is deemed worthless. Although Yu Xiaojing remained somewhat skeptical, his tone had softened considerably. Helping an inept individual to rise in strength engenders a far greater sense of accomplishment than aiding a genius to flourish. Although Zhao Su's words were rather harsh, they were nonetheless the truth. This time, even Yu Xiaojiang did not offer a rebuttal. So what do you wish to gain from me? To remain and assist Shrek Academy in training their students. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. In his quest to transform his seemingly useless martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang set aside his pride and acquiesced. When weighed against the prospect of becoming a formidable force, what place could pride or dignity hold? Wonderful. With Brother Zhao's assistance. Once your martial soul successfully evolves, we shall seek her out. Together, our golden iron triangle shall undoubtedly carve out an even greater reputation. When Flander mentioned her, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual passed through Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, yet he did not contradict him. The golden iron triangle was renowned far and wide. I must certainly meet the other member when the opportunity arises. Zhao Wuji approached Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang with a smile, reassuring them, rest assured. You will have the opportunity to meet. Flandra patted Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder and continued, Xiaojiang, the training of these children is entrusted to you. Yu Xiaojiang responded, yes. Do not worry, I will ensure they receive proper training. With Yu Xiaojiang's commitment, the evening's brief interlude concluded for the time being. In the ensuing month, the Shrek Seven Devils embarked on a grueling and intense training regimen. During this period, Zhao Su personally investigated Yu Xiaojiang's mutated martial soul, the three cannons of Luo, which appeared quite peculiar and possessed a woefully weak soul power. Zhao Su pondered for an extended period yet could not discern any connection between the whimsical Luo Sanpao and the magnificent Golden Saint Dragon. Even when concealing his 12-winged holy angel martial soul, it merely emanated a sacred aura capable of altering one's constitution, akin to the essence of the martial soul itself. However, this did not facilitate the evolution of Yu Xiaojiang's Luo Sanpao. Under the shroud of the sacred aura, Yu Xiaojiang sensed a heightened purity in his soul power and a slight increase in his strength, yet he remained unable to transcend the threshold of the 30th level. Alas, this approach proved futile. It seems I must devise an alternative strategy. Zhao Su let out a sigh, noticing a hint of regret in Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor. He continued, but rest assured, even if we cannot facilitate the evolution of your martial soul, the three cannons of Luo, I possess a method to help you transcend the 30-level limitation. Really? Of course, but not at this moment. The time is not yet ripe. After Yu Xiaojiang departed, a peculiar black shadow materialized within Zhao Su's chamber. Master, I have discerned the truth. In order to evolve Yu Xiaojiang's three cannons into the true golden sacred dragon, it is essential not only to gather the golden iron triangle but also to acquire the dragon seal and the transforming dragon soul bone, which have been passed down through generations of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It appears my assumptions were correct. Yu Xiaojiang's physique is too frail to endure the manifestation of the golden sacred dragon. A triad must unite to truly summon it. Indeed, you shall not return to the Star Luo Empire. Instead, proceed to the city of Heaven Do and seek employment at a prestigious Soul Master Academy known as Blue Tyrant Academy. Strive to earn the trust of Lu Erlong. Understood, the shadow replied, gradually fading from sight. Lu Erlong. Zhao Su softly murmured to himself, contemplating how to guide all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy to follow the trajectory outlined in the original narrative and journey to Heaven Do City. Their destination was to be the Blue Tyrant Academy, where the Iron Triangle was to converge. Only then would there be a chance to unravel the mysteries surrounding the Golden Sacred Dragon. System, how is the calculation of the other fragments of the nine-winged dragon proceeding? He inquired. It is still in the process of calculation. It seems that a formidable force is obstructing my computations. The system's voice echoed within Zhao Su's mind. Given this situation, let us begin by investigating the Golden Sacred Dragon and the Bone Dragon. Zhao Su nodded thoughtfully, contemplating how to proceed without arousing suspicion, and to naturally make his way to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was situated near Heaven Do City, providing an opportune chance to resolve this matter simultaneously. Perhaps he could also glean additional information regarding the Guardian Dragon from Ancient Yong. It was imperative for him to hasten his pace, as he was eager to discover the transformative impact that the Guardian Dragon could bestow upon him. Zhao Su understood that his current strength was still too feeble. At most, he could contend with two titled Douluos simultaneously, which was evidently insufficient. Chapter 29. The Devouring Celestial Cat and the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat. A month later, Zhao Su's Emperor 7 Kill Sword soul power reached level 50, allowing him to exchange for a Millennium Soul Ring in the marketplace. At this moment, Zhao Su's overall attributes were as follows. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Sacred Angel. Emperor 7 Kill Sword. Soul skills: 12-winged sacred angel. First soul skill, celestial phenomenon. Second soul skill, annihilation palm. Third soul skill, ninefold sword technique. Fourth soul skill, true form of the sacred angel. Fifth soul skill, indestructible body. Emperor's 7-kill sword. First soul skill, supreme sword intent. Second soul skill, sword name, destruction. Third soul skill, sword name, slaughter. Fourth soul skill, sword name, a sword across time. Fifth soul skill, true form of the Emperor's 7-kill sword. Level 51 Battle Soul Master, Assault System. Mental power, 25, 200 points, Spirit Domain Realm. Energy value, 23,000 points. Fortune value, 23 points. Guardian Dragon, remains of the 9-winged Yinglong one. After reviewing his attributes, Zhao Su opened the marketplace once more. Aside from rows of soul rings and the 6-piece set of the sacred angel soul bone, numerous martial souls had reappeared. Could it be possible to awaken a martial soul? Zhao Su casually flipped through the pages, yet he harbored little interest in awakening a martial soul. After all, he believed that his 12-winged holy angel and Emperor's 7-kills sword were more than sufficient. Just as he was about to close the marketplace page, an alert sounded. He discovered a martial soul capable of triggering a fusion technique, the Devouring Celestial Cat. As the detailed introduction of the Devouring Celestial Cat materialized before him, he learned that it could merge with the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat to unleash the martial soul fusion technique, traversing the 7 absolutes, enhancing all attributes by 70%. Could it truly trigger a fusion technique with Zhu Juqing's martial soul? After careful contemplation, Zhao Su ultimately chose to awaken the Devouring Celestial Cat, viewing it as an opportunity to draw closer to Zhu Juqing. Since returning from the Stardow Forest 2 months ago, Zhu Juqing had been evading him, dedicating herself to relentless training until exhaustion. Initially, Zhao Su intended to employ a strategy of emotional allure, hoping Zhu Juqing would seek him out on her own. However, he underestimated the strength of her resolve. Upon awakening the Devouring Celestial Cat, Zhao Su did not immediately exchange it for a Millennium Soul Ring. Instead, he opted for a standard configuration of soul rings, selecting 2 yellow and 1 purple to complement Zhu Juqing's abilities. That morning, when Zhao Su arrived at the cafeteria, Tang San and his companions had already gathered, enjoying a breakfast specially prepared by the master for them. Zhao Su, however, did not enjoy such treatment, as he continued to consume plain porridge and a modest serving of pickled vegetables. Upon his arrival, several individuals greeted him warmly. Ning Rongrong, in particular, approached Zhao Su with her bowl in hand, positioning herself beside him. Zhu Juqing, on the other hand, merely bowed her head and focused on her own meal, seemingly treating Zhao Su as though he were inconsequential. Although Juqing appeared aloof on the surface, she frequently called out his name during the evenings. As Ning Rongrong was assigned by Zhao Su to keep an eye on Zhu Juqing, she dutifully reported daily updates to him. Is that so? Zhao Su mused. I sleep right beside her, so I cannot be mistaken. However, Ning Rongrong continued, in my probing, it seems she is prepared to sacrifice herself for the sake of her family, choosing to continue her engagement with Dai Mubai. What could have prompted this? Has someone said something to her? I cannot say for certain, but I do know she secretly visited Suatua City yesterday. I see. Well done. Zhao Su finished the bowl of kanji and, after exchanging a few words with Ning Rongrong, rose to depart. On this day, the first phase of the master's specialized training was nearing its conclusion. Additionally, due to the financial strains faced by Shrek Academy, the master decided to expedite the Shrek 7's transition to practical combat training. They would be heading to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena to participate in the spirit battles. This opportunity would not only allow them to swiftly acclimate to the rhythm of actual combat, but also earn gold spirit coins to alleviate the Academy's expenses. To ensure they entered the spirit battles in optimal condition, the master granted them a 3-day break, during which they were to gather at dusk in the training ground before proceeding to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Though the master was primarily a theoretical scholar, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for instructing his students. After 2 months of intensive training, the synergy among the Shrek 7 had grown increasingly harmonious, and their physical prowess had significantly improved. Even the support-type duo of Ning Rongrong and Oscar appeared to have matured considerably. Before long, the 3 days had swiftly elapsed. On that evening, just as the sun began to set, the Shrek 7 convened in the training ground. This time, it was not only the master present, Flender, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Su were also in attendance, all preparing to accompany them to Soto City. Moreover, Zhao Su would also partake in the spirit battles. Brother Zhao, at your rank of Soul King at level 50, It may prove challenging to find worthy opponents in the Soto City arena. I can compete at level 50 or even 30. Zhao Su smiled at Zhao Wuji and casually remarked, "Isn't your other martial soul of a higher rank?" Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji, somewhat perplexed, leaned closer and whispered at that moment. When the 12-winged holy angel was unleashed in the Star Doe Forest to assist us in evolving our martial souls, Zhao Su had instructed us to keep the secret of his 12-winged holy angel martial soul confidential. Thus, apart from Flander, the others remain unaware. Brother Zhao, can a soul master only possess twin martial souls? With a hint of playful amusement, Zhao Su inquired of Zhao Wujai, "Do you possess another martial soul?" Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed as he recalled something, exclaiming in surprise, which drew the attention of Master Flander and the Shrek 7 devils ahead of him. Particularly, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's astonished outburst, Master became instantly intrigued. "Who do you say possesses another martial soul?" Zhao Wuji did not respond to the Master, merely casting a glance at Zhao Su. "Are you also a dual martial soul?" The Master employed the word also, yet no one paid it any mind. Flandra and the Shrek 7 knew of Zhao Su's possession of two martial souls, hence they did not exhibit any overt astonishment. Indeed, Zhao Su, without uttering a word, unleashed his formidable devouring celestial chinchilla martial soul. A pure white chinchilla, no larger than a small kitten, majestically perched upon Zhao Su's shoulder. Its eyes, vast and mysterious like the starry sky, instilled an involuntary sense of fear in the hearts of onlookers. Yet, one person remained unfazed, Zhu Zhuqing. When she beheld the chinchilla upon Zhao Su's shoulder, instead of fear, she experienced a peculiar sense of familiarity. This sensation was strange, reminiscent of her own yin-yang spirit cat. "Devouring chinchilla martial soul? 3 lives martial soul?" Flander exclaimed, as he gazed at the celestial chinchilla. "Are there other martial souls beyond the chinchilla and the 7-killing sword?" The Master, upon hearing Flander's words, gasped in disbelief, fixated on Zhao Su. Realizing he had already been discovered, Zhao Su unveiled his 12-winged holy angel martial soul. Along with the astonishing configuration of 5 soul rings, 2 black and 3 red, that should have been impossible. Chapter 30. Do not mind. Let it repel. This is inconceivable. The Master, since encountering Zhao Su, had uttered this phrase more than any other. Zhao Su's mere existence had utterly dismantled the theories he had spent 2 decades developing. The existence of the world was a miracle, and thus, anything could transpire within this miraculous realm. "How did you resolve the repulsion among the martial souls?" The Master inquired eagerly. He had previously cautioned Tang San against carelessly adding soul rings to the Houghton and hammer, as he had yet to discover a safe method to counteract the repulsion, wishing to spare Tang San from unnecessary peril. "Do not mind. Let it repel," Zhao Su replied. Zhao Su had gathered the 12-winged holy angels and uttered a phrase that once again caused the Master to feel a profound discomfort in his chest, almost as if he were on the verge of bleeding from his heart. "Let it reject? Let it reject? Aha." The Master's thoughts were in utter disarray, incessantly muttering Zhao Su's words while intermittently emitting an unsettling laughter. "Xiao Gang, are you all right?" Flinder quickly supported the unsteady Master, his worry evident. "I am fine. This world is vast and complex. It is understandable for 1 or 2 anomalous prodigies to emerge. Your theory still holds true for the majority of soul masters." Flinder continued to reassure the Master. "Alas, there is no need to comfort me. I comprehend these principles fully." At that moment, the Master appeared to have aged several years, looking utterly haggard. However, Zhao Su remained indifferent to these matters. As long as he was alive and able to achieve the Trinity fusion technique with Flinder and Lu Erlong, that was all that truly mattered. Zhao Su's assistance towards his formidable goal is merely to enhance the likelihood of merging into the golden sacred dragon. The hour grows late. We must hasten to the soul arena of Soto City. The Master inhaled deeply, calming his emotions before he continued toward the direction of the arena. To avoid unnecessary troubles, the Shrek 7 monsters donned identical attire, their faces concealed by masks. Before engaging in the soul battles, it was essential to establish pairs for the duels, ensuring each individual had a partner to participate in the 2-person competitions. The battles were categorized into individual, duel, and team formats. A team required a minimum of 7 members and could not exceed 10. The number of participants would adhere to the smaller team size. Individual battles were straightforward, as one merely needed to register. Their current discussion revolved around the composition of the 2-person teams. Dai Mubai wished to team up with Zhu Zhuqing, but was met with her refusal. At this moment, the Master interjected, stating, I have already devised your pairings. Mubai, you shall team with Oscar. Your level has reached 36, making you formidable within the 30 level range. You will accompany Oscar, although somewhat displeased. Dai Mubai refrained from protest and accepted the arrangement. Tang San and Xiao Wu shall be paired. Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong shall be a team. Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing shall partner. Master, I wish to team with Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed upon hearing the master's allocations. Your strength is inferior to Ma Hongjun's. He can better protect Ning Rongrong. Therefore, how about you pair with Ma Hongjun, allowing Rongrong to team with Zhao Su? The choice is yours. Before I could voice my thoughts regarding Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong interrupted. I am teaming with my fatty. I adore my fatty. As she said this, she cast a flirtatious glance at Ma Hongjun. I shall team with Rongrong as well. Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. Given this consensus, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, tacitly accepting the arrangement. Why are you unwilling to team with me? Zhao Su leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing, whispering softly into her ear. The warm breath from Zhao Su sent shivers through Zhu Zhuqing's body, his deep, gentle voice causing her heart to race. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze, unable to meet Zhao Su's eyes, and quietly replied, No. Is that so? Zhao Su continued to press for answers. As Zhu Zhuqing listened to Zhao Su's voice, her heart was in turmoil. She leaned slightly to the side, wishing to minimize any further contact with Zhao Su. Do not be anxious. Relax. I will protect you shortly. With a subtle smile, Zhao Su approached once more and whispered softly. Little did anyone know that Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety stemmed not from the impending battle, but rather from Zhao Su himself. A few days prior, Zhu Zhuqing had received a message from her family elders, summoning her to meet in Suatua City. The elders explicitly instructed her to expedite her emotional connection with Dai Mubai and to familiarize herself with the fusion technique, the Abyssal White Tiger. Within the Douluo Empire, two factions have long been vying for the position of the Crown Prince, one supporting Davis and the other backing Dai Mubai. Likewise, the Zhu family found itself divided into two factions, striving to ensure their survival amidst these opposing forces while safeguarding their influence within the empire. This urgency prompted the family elders to press Zhu Zhuqing to swiftly achieve the fusion technique with Dai Mubai, thereby preparing meticulously for the ultimate contest for the Crown Prince's position. From a young age, Zhu Zhuqing had been inundated with the notion of marriage alliances, with the Zhu family's status and power taking precedence above all else. Thus, she dared not defy the elders' wishes. Furthermore, her parents, due to the Zhu family's unique standing within the Douluo Empire, had been particularly stringent in their upbringing of her. This strictness was not born of affection or a desire for her success, but rather to uphold the family's prestige. In essence, they regarded their daughters as pawns for the imperial family of the Douluo Empire. Regardless of their personal desires, rebellion was not an option, as the prevailing doctrine of their upbringing was one of obedience to the family and to the imperial lineage. Additionally, the parents had arranged for their two daughters to be betrothed to two imperial princes, setting the stage for a rivalry to the death between them. In their eyes, it mattered not which daughter ultimately ascended to the position of empress, as long as it was their own flesh and blood. This internal conflict and anguish within Zhu Zhuqing intensified after her encounter with Zhao Su, giving birth to feelings of rebellion that she felt too fearful to express. Before long, the duo battle commenced, with Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing facing off against a pair of opponents, a young man appearing to be around 18 or 19, and a younger woman. Let us proceed. Zhao Su extended his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing, who hesitated for a moment before ultimately refraining from reciprocating the gesture. Instead, she strode directly towards the soul-fighting platform. Observing this, Zhao Su helplessly shrugged and followed her, making his way to the arena as well. Chapter 31. A renewed battle for Zhu Zhuqing began. As both parties arrived on the soul-fighting platform, the command echoed from above, prompting the male opponent to initiate the first attack, while the female counterpart assumed a supportive role. In order to avoid prematurely revealing his strength, Zhao Su refrained from directly eliminating the two adversaries. Subsequently, he unveiled his soul of the devouring celestial chinchilla. With the activation of his second spirit ring, the chinchilla perched upon Zhao Su's shoulder leapt into the air. In that moment, its form dramatically expanded to that of a formidable tiger. With its massive jaws agape, it emitted a fierce roar as it lunged towards the support-type woman concealed behind the man. Yao Yao, be careful. The man, Zhang Yuren, urgently cautioned. He cast aside his curved blade spirit to intercept the oncoming devouring celestial chinchilla aimed at Yao Yao. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing also sprang into action. Moving with remarkable speed, her hands transforming into lethal claws as she targeted Zhang Yuren, who had thrown his spirit blade. Zhu Zhuqing exhibited a ruthless demeanor, showing no mercy, as if she sought to vent her inner turmoil through the intensity of battle. Zhang Yuren, witnessing this ferocity, acted with utmost decisiveness, choosing to surrender without a trace of hesitation. However, by then, Zhu Zhuqing's attack had already reached him, aiming directly for his throat. It was too late for her to withdraw. Just as Zhang Yuren closed his eyes, resigned to his fate beneath Zhu Zhuqing's claws, he felt someone embrace his waist, abruptly halting her advance. It was Zhao Su who intervened. Your mind is too chaotic. This could easily lead to complications. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su gently wiped away Zhu Zhuqing's tears and whispered softly in her ear. This moment undeniably caused Zhu Zhuqing to succumb completely, leaving her unable to extricate herself from the depths of her emotions. Thank you for saving me, brother. We have lost. Zhang Yuren understood well that it was Zhao Su who had saved his life. Were it not for Zhao Su, he might now be but a lifeless corpse. Thus, he expressed his profound respect and gratitude with a polite fist salute. We were merely competing, not enemies. There was no need for such dire consequences. Thank you. Zhang Yuren reiterated his thanks before turning to descend the soul fighting platform alongside the supportive female soul master, Yao Ao. Let us depart as well. Do not weep any longer, for tears will only diminish your beauty. Zhao Su grasped the delicate and smooth hand of Zhu Zhuqing, guiding her down from the soul fighting platform. Observing this from the audience was Dai Mubai, whose eyes, filled with a hint of malevolence, flashed with a glimmer of ferocity. Dai Mubai, it seems your chances have dwindled, remarked Oscar, who was beside him, indulging in a large sausage to replenish his soul power. Casting a regretful glance at Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing as they descended hand in hand. Dai Mubai, I believe it's time to concede, Ning Rongrong chimed in, addressing him. Yet throughout it all, Dai Mubai remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Upon the return of Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing to their companions from Shrek Academy, all but Dai Mubai rushed to greet them. Soon, the individual and pair battles of Tang San and the others concluded, each resulting in victory, instilling immense confidence within the Shrek group. Following this was the team battle, in which Zhao Su chose not to participate, allowing the 7 monsters of Shrek to form their own team. During the conflict, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing intended to employ their martial soul fusion technique. However, due to either Zhu Zhuqing's personal circumstances or the evolution of her spectral cat martial soul into the Yin-Yang spirit cat, they failed to achieve the fusion. After this failure, Dai Mubai regarded Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of relief in his alluring eyes before focusing intently on the impending battle. Brother Zhao, you must have been aware of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's origins long ago, correct? What makes you say that? Just a guess. Zhao Wuji cast a meaningful smile at Zhao Su, then patted Zhao Su's shoulder. The master is in a foul mood, so I shall accompany Flander to drink with him. This place is entrusted to you. All right, understood. After Zhao Wuji's departure, only Zhao Su remained, leaning against the back of a spectator seat, gazing at Tang San and the others on the soul fighting platform. The smile on his face gradually faded as he pondered his next course of action. In the following days, the achievements of the Shrek Academy members were nothing short of glorious. The names of the Shrek 7 gradually resonated throughout the Grand Soul Arena. Curiosity abounded as people speculated about the masked Shrek 7 and the faction they represented. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's 8-treasure glazed tower, some began to conjecture that they hailed from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. In the minds of many, only an esteemed sect like the 7-treasure glazed tile sect could nurture such formidable individuals. On this day, Zhao Su awaited the final team battle of this phase alongside the Shrek 7. Following this match, there would be a month-long period of respite. Hey, does that masked girl look so unsightly that she dares not show her face? At that moment, a brazen voice arose, and a hand reached towards Zhu Zhuqing's mask. Though Zhu Zhuqing was young, her physique was undoubtedly the most impressive among the 3 girls, far surpassing her actual age. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, remove your filthy hand and depart at once. Just as that person's hand was about to touch Zhu Zhuqing's mask, Zhao Su, seated beside her, seized their wrist. Kid, do you have a death wish? Guangxi forcefully shook off Zhao Su, his eyes glinting with malice as he glared at him. It is exceedingly difficult to make one comprehend a fundamental truth. Hardly had Zhao Su's words escaped his lips when Guangxi was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the railing of the nearby spectator area. Regaining his footing, Guangxi was initially taken aback, but fury quickly surged within him as he prepared to charge at Zhao Su. Halt! At that moment, a voice rang out, and a man in his 40s approached, intervening to stop Guangxi. Whatever grievances you have, resolve them on the soul fighting platform. Be cautious. He is called Guangxi, your next opponent. Supervisor Ao reminded Zhao Su and the others before turning to leave. Rong, you need not participate. I shall take your place shortly. Zhao Su had resolutely decided to teach that reckless team a lesson, and thus spoke to Ning Rong. The points accrued from team battles would all be attributed to the team, and whether she participated or not would not affect her own score, so she readily agreed. I'll handle that crazy rhinoceros, while the rest is for you all. Let us settle this swiftly and celebrate with drinks tonight. Zhao Su addressed Tang San and the others, inquiring, if we do not return, the dean shall not punish us, correct? Today, I lead the team, and my word is final. Chapter 32, The Annihilation Squad. Then it is settled. It has been quite some time since we last indulged in wine, and today we shall feast splendidly. Upon hearing the prospect of celebrating with drinks, Ma Hongjun was notably the most exhilarated. The surrounding spectators, witnessing Zhao Su and his companions discussing their forthcoming celebration at this juncture, could not help but shake their heads, deeming them to be naive newcomers, unafraid of the formidable challenges ahead. The Annihilation Squad was undoubtedly one of the most powerful teams in the soul fighting arena of Soto City, with each member possessing a soul power exceeding level 35. Their team composition was impeccable, and their cooperation was seamless. However, the individual achievements of Zhao Su and his companions in personal battles were not well known among the audience who favored team combat, as these victories were earned in separate soul fighting arenas. Zhao Su and his companions paid no heed to the discussions of those around them. Soon, it was their turn to take the stage. Zhao Su, unmasked, stood at the end of the line, while the other 6 members of the Shrek 7, arranged by age, ascended the battle platform. Esteemed audience, allow me to introduce both teams. Here we have the star team from Soto City, the Frenzied Warriors. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers for the Frenzied Warriors. And on this side, we present Soto City's rising stars, the Shrek 7. However, after the host introduced the Shrek team, there was a conspicuous silence. No applause or cheers greeted them, only indifferent gazes, as if the spectators were merely there to witness the spectacle. Now, let the match officially commence. As the words were spoken, the frenzied rhino had already summoned his rhino spirit, a horn sprouting from his forehead as he charged towards Zhao Su and his team. Humph. Zhao Su exchanged a glance with Tang San and the others, and then took the initiative to strike without revealing his martial soul. Instead, he stepped forward and seized the rhinoceros horn atop the raging rhinoceros's head, with a sharp crack that resonated throughout the soul arena. The sound of a heavy impact followed as the creature was forcefully slammed onto the arena floor. The spectators, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment. Some even rose from their seats to gaze intently at the arena. Zhao Su, having grasped the raging rhinoceros's horn, exerted a tremendous force, snapping the sharp horn while simultaneously lifting the towering creature and crashing it down onto the arena. Remember, in the future, restrain your hands. Refrain from the impulse to touch everything. As Zhao Su spoke, he raised the arm of the frantic beast, and with a sudden surge of strength, he snapped it. A piercing cry of agony reverberated throughout the arena. At this moment, the remaining team members were thoroughly restrained by Tang San and his companions, rendering any attempt to rescue the frantic beast utterly futile. After incapacitating the frantic beast, Zhao Su's afterimage darted across the stage. When the onlookers finally discerned Zhao Su's figure once more, they were struck by the sight of all 7 members of the frenzied battle team sprawled upon the arena floor, clearly bereft of the capacity to continue fighting. Had the frenzied battle team truly succumbed so easily? A voice from the audience broke the silence with a note of incredulity, awakening others to the scene before them. The 7 members of the frenzied battle team lying defeated and the members of the Shrek team striking victorious poses at the center of the arena. From the announcer's declaration to the conclusion of the battle, scarcely a minute had elapsed. Instantly, a wave of discussion erupted, interspersed with the furious laments of those who had wagered on the frenzied battle team's victory. The defeat of the frenzied battle team had inflicted significant losses upon them. Yet, the Shrek 7 had emerged without a hint of doubt regarding their prowess. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Su and his companions departed from the dual soul platform and proceeded directly to exchange their points, without lingering unnecessarily. The ensuing moments were to be a celebration that belonged solely to them. Within a tavern, the 8 of them ordered an array of delectable dishes and 2 barrels of pure ale, seemingly intent on drinking until they could no longer stand. Zhu, I wish to have a word with you. Suddenly, Dai Mubai, who had remained silent until then, addressed Zhu and rose to exit the tavern. This unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. Even Ma Hongjun set down his chopsticks in surprise. Zhu's expression darkened as she glanced at Zhao Su, who remained silent. Reluctantly, she followed Dai Mubai out of the tavern. Brother Su, aren't you going to step outside and see what's happening? Ning Rongrong inched closer to Zhao Su, nudging him gently and directing her words towards the tavern's entrance. What is there to see? We are here to enjoy our drinks. Zhao Su wore a smile upon his face as he filled his glass to the brim, calling out to the crowd before downing the entire contents in one swift motion. However, beneath the surface, Zhao Su's heart was far from indifferent. He understood that this moment signified Zhu's ultimate choice. Should she opt for Dai Mubai, he would not pursue her any further. Conversely, if she chose him, he would no longer exploit her feelings. Drink up, Brother Su, I shall drink with you. Ning Rongrong filled her glass as well, clinking it with Zhao Su's before tilting her head back to finish it. Soon enough, Zhu and Dai Mubai returned. Dai Mubai appeared considerably more relaxed as he raised his glass to Zhao Su, saying, Brother Su, I toast to you. Zhu took a seat beside Ning Rongrong. Her gaze towards Zhao Su tinged with a hint of shyness. Cheers. It was evident to everyone present that Zhu had made her choice. And seeing Dai Mubai seemingly accepting the outcome, Ma Hongjun began to liven up the atmosphere. The tavern was soon filled with the clinking of glasses. As the night wore on, Flinder grew increasingly concerned about Zhao Su and the others' absence and sent Zhao Wujing to find them. After a thorough search in Soto City, he finally discovered the 8 of them, all thoroughly intoxicated, within the tavern. Brother Zhao, why are you indulging in their revelry as well? Questioned Zhao Wujing, supporting the head-down Zhao Su, who was on the verge of vomiting, with an air of confusion. Brother Zhao, perhaps this is the true me at last. Zhao Su gazed at Zhao Wuji and uttered a rather perplexing statement. Zhao Su, in truth, harbored no desire to oppose the Shrek 7 devils. However, his longing to return home, to his true home, compelled him to adhere to the tasks prescribed by the malevolent system. He did not wish to embody the role of a villain. Yet circumstances forced him into that very position. For his own sake, and for the sake of those he wished to protect, he found himself obligated to act in this manner. Are you affiliated with the Spirit Hall? As Zhao Wuji observed Tang San and his companions retreating into the distance, he turned to Zhao Su and softly inquired. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Zhao Su's previously dazed expression gradually brightened. He straightened his posture and fixed his gaze on Zhao Wuji, affirming, indeed, this time, I do not deny it, but rather acknowledge it directly. Our Shrek Academy is merely an obscure institution, hardly worthy of someone of your stature to infiltrate. The Spirit Hall is not a monolithic entity. I aspire to unify the Spirit Hall and subsequently the entire continent. Zhao Su did not speak the truth, yet he did not entirely fabricate lies either. The interplay of truth and falsehood represents the pinnacle of deception. Chapter 33. Zhao Wujia has irrevocably boarded the pirate ship. Are you aligned with Qin Douluo or Bibidong? Zhao Wujia continued to inquire. Is your presence here motivated by those 7 individuals? I am a disciple of Pope Bibidong. My purpose extends beyond nurturing a cadre of prodigies. It is essential for you to understand the identities of Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. Are you here for the Starluo Empire? I wonder if Brother Zhao would be interested in joining me to witness the unification of the entire continent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su turned to face Zhao Wuji, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, despite the seemingly pleasant expression, Zhao Wuji felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable spirit beast. Even during his encounter with the Titan Great Ape in the Stardow Forest, he had never experienced such a sensation. Haha, how refreshingly honest you are. Upon hearing Zhao Su's unreserved words, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment, he gradually adopted a serious demeanor. I am willing to fight alongside you. Very well, in the future, you shall come to realize that your choice today is indeed the right one. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage space within the jade pendant at his waist, handing it to Zhao Wujia. This elixir is known as the Soul Convergence Pill. It has the ability to alter your constitution and accelerate your cultivation speed. Rest assured, this pill will bring you only benefits without any side effects, but it must not be overconsumed. Take one every 7 days. With that, Zhao Su swiftly made his way towards the Shrek Academy. Observing Zhao Su's departing figure, Zhao Wujia's gaze gradually solidified with determination. He had never been one to waver. Once he made a decision, it remained steadfast. The following morning, Zhao Su sat upon the rooftop, basking in the gentle embrace of the first rays of sunlight. His gaze fixed upon the heavens, his countenance devoid of any expression. To be candid, Zhao Su felt a pang of homesickness, and whenever this sentiment struck, he would look skyward. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. Zhao Su did not need to glance back to know it was Zhu Zhuqing. It's nothing. Basking in the first rays of sunlight each day is beneficial for the body, Zhao Su remarked, shifting slightly to make space for Zhu Zhuqing. After drinking so much last night, are you feeling unwell? Zhu Zhuqing settled beside Zhao Su with a soft murmur, then turned to him, her eyes filled with tenderness. However, when one is reminded of a certain person, discomfort fades away. Zhu Zhuqing was typically aloof, and her utterance of such words carried an allure that could easily stir a man's heart. And who is the person you are thinking of? Zhao Su leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing, as if intending to press against him. The slightly teasing tone caused Zhu Zhuqing's handsome face to flush instantly. Who do you think I'm thinking of? Don't you know? How could I know? I'm not in your mind, but you reside in my heart. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaned towards Zhao Su, uttering this phrase, his face growing even redder, resembling an increasingly tempting red apple. Then let me feel your heart, to see if you truly mean what you say. Zhao Su gazed toward a certain direction, his right hand mischievously attempting to reach out. Annoyed, Zhu Zhuqing thwarted Zhao Su's advance, whispering, "No man is worth a thing, and you are no exception." With that, she promptly rose and leaped down from the rooftop. Witnessing this, the smile on Zhao Su's face grew ever more pronounced. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. At this juncture, Zhao Su was now 21, while the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing, had also reached the age of 18. Under the rigorous tutelage of their master and Zhao Su's practical assistance, the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters had burgeoned. Each individual had surpassed the 50-level mark in soul power. The evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai, aged 20, stood at level 57. Uncle Oscar, the big sausage, at 19, boasted a level of 54. The thousand-handed Shura, Tang San, at 18, also reached 54. The evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, aged 19, was at level 53. The soft-boned charm rabbit, Xiaowu, at 18, matched 53. The 8 treasure glazed tile, Ningrongrong, also at 18, achieved 53. Finally, the Yin-Yang spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing, at 18, was at level 53. Meanwhile, Zhao Su, deliberately suppressing his own progress, remained at a soul power level in the 50s. Zhao Su's actions can be seen as a seamless integration into the ranks of the Shrek 7 monsters. The current students of Shrek Academy, who should have long since graduated, entertain thoughts of easily becoming instructors at any esteemed Soul Master Academy. However, it is evident that this is not their true desire. In the dining hall, Zhao Su and his companions are enjoying their meal. Although Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor remains notably aloof, her gaze towards Zhao Su is imbued with unmistakable tenderness. 5 years ago, after clarifying matters with Dai Mubai, he ceased to squander time on Zhu Zhuqing and returned to his former hedonistic lifestyle, surrounded by twin sisters and an unending stream of alluring yet innocent companions. Moreover, these 5 years have only accentuated Zhu Zhuqing's already striking figure, making her allure irresistible. Her captivating physique, coupled with her cold and indifferent demeanor, yet softened by a hint of charm when she looks at Zhao Su, renders him increasingly unable to restrain his body's fervent responses. In addition to Zhu Zhuqing, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong have blossomed into even more enchanting figures. Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were already deeply enamored with each other, find Oscar intensifying his pursuits towards Ning Rongrong, albeit to no avail as she consistently rebuffs his advances. Brother Zhao, just now the supervisor from the Soto City Great Soul Arena, approached us, expressing a desire for our Shrek team to participate in a team soul battle. The Master and the Dean have sent me to inquire about your opinions. A team soul battle? Who are our opponents? They are called the Royal Duel Team, having effortlessly triumphed over more than a dozen teams for an entire month. Royal Duel? Indeed. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing the name of the Emperor Do, Zhao Su recognized that the opportunity to unite the Golden Triangle had finally arrived. However, he still inquired of Dai Mubai and the others. We shall heed the leader's arrangements. Ma Hongjun was the first to express his agreement. Over the past 5 years, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix had thoroughly expelled all extraneous impurities, transforming into a pure blood phoenix infused with the essence of the ancient phoenix's true blood. It can be said that he was exceedingly loyal to Zhao Su, second only to Zhu Zhiqing among the Shrek 7 monsters. At this moment, Zhao Su had also ascended to the core of the Shrek team, taking the place of the leader, Dai Mubai. We are a united team. We shall follow your plans. Tang San and Dai Mubai echoed his sentiments. Then let us agree to their terms. It is fortuitous that the Shrek team has been devoid of rivals. And now that a worthy opponent has appeared, we shall seize the opportunity to hone our skills. Very well, in that case, I shall respond to Master and Flinder. Zhao Wuji listened to the words of the crowd, nodded slightly, and rose to leave the dining hall. Chapter 34. Journey to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, within a VIP lounge at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Master and Flander entered and presented detailed information about their opponents to Zhao Su and the others. As Zhao Su and the Shrek team advanced in rank within the arena, a special VIP room had been reserved for them. During competitions, this space served as their waiting area, and during non-competition times, they could observe the matches from the lounge. Although the opposing team was weaker, it would be unwise to underestimate them. I suggest we let Zhao Su take the lead, Master remarked, directing his gaze toward Zhao Su. They are merely over level 40. I believe it would be unnecessary for the captain to step in. Ma Hongjun questioned with a hint of confusion as he glanced over the opponents' profiles. Despite their relatively low spirit power levels, the team composition was formidable, particularly their martial spirits, each of which was among the most elite in the continent. As Master spoke, he extracted 2 sheets from the detailed opponent information. The captain, Yu Tianhing, possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit, renowned as one of the most potent beast martial spirits, warranting special attention. Most notably, their support Soul Master, Yi Lingling, wielded the 9 Hearts Begonia, which was exceptionally remarkable. Could it possibly surpass the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile? Although it may not match the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile in reputation, its uniqueness and singular support soul skill surpassed those of the 7 Treasures. Ning Rongrong, as a direct descendant of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, possessed a deeper understanding of other support martial spirits than most. The 9 Hearts Begonia is distinctive in both its inheritance and soul skills, particularly noted for its singular ability, comprehensive restoration, as long as her spirit power remains intact. Each individual on her team essentially benefits from a healer replenishing their vitality. No worries, I have faith in their capabilities, Zhao Su interjected, who had been silent until now. If you, as level 50 Spirit Kings, are unable to overcome a team of level 40 Spirit Masters, it would be best to disband at once. At this moment, Zhao Su wished to remain inconspicuous, reluctant to reveal his capabilities. Additionally, he was apprehensive about inadvertently altering the original storyline through his interference. His objective was to expedite Shrek Academy's departure from Soto City and head towards Heaven Do City. On one hand, he aimed to facilitate the reunion of the Golden Iron Triangle and unravel the mysteries surrounding the Golden Sacred Dragon. On the other hand, only upon reaching Heaven Do City could he seize greater opportunities to approach the Bone Douluo, Gu Rong, of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, he needed to hasten their progress. Lingering in the confines of the small Soto City was not an option. In Heaven Do City, he would have access to various factions. Since you have suggested this course of action, let us proceed accordingly. The master ceased to argue with Zhao Su, conceding to his perspective. For reasons unknown, the master appeared to carry a heavy heart today. Soon, as both teams entered the arena, the battle commenced. Given the suppression of soul power levels, the outcome was devoid of suspense, and Shrek's 7 monsters emerged victorious. Following the triumph, Qin Ming, the leader of the Imperial Fighting Team, approached the resting quarters of the Shrek team and, upon entering, knelt before Flinder and Zhao Wuji. Xiaoming, what brings you here? Zhao Wuji hurriedly approached and helped Qin Ming to his feet. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Flander also expressed great excitement, and the 3 of them began to reminisce. Just as Zhao Su had anticipated, the following day, Flander summoned all the students and teachers to prepare for the collective migration to the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire in Tiando City. After a thorough discussion, everyone unanimously agreed to proceed to the Royal Academy. Among them, Zhao Su was undoubtedly the most elated. Once a consensus had been reached, everyone returned to their rooms to pack their belongings, with plans to depart in 3 days. That night, Zhao Su sat atop the roof, gazing up at the half-moon in the sky, contemplating the steps he should take next. At that moment, he noticed Zhu Zhiqing rushing in with an unusual expression before retreating to her room. Concerned, Zhao Su swiftly descended from the roof and made his way to Zhu Zhiqing's chamber. Zhu Qing, Zhao Su gently knocked on the door and softly called out to the room within. Although standing outside, he could distinctly hear the sound of Zhu Shiqing weeping inside. After nearly a minute had passed, Zhu Shiqing finally opened the door, her eyes puffy and red. Upon seeing Zhao Su, she, feeling aggrieved, rushed into his embrace. What happened? Has someone been unkind to you? Zhao Su gazed at Zhu Shiqing, who was weeping in his embrace, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Brother Su, if one day you discover that I have deceived you and committed a betrayal, would you forgive me? After weeping for several minutes, Zhu Shiqing took a deep breath, composed herself, and earnestly looked at Zhao Su as she asked, I am aware that you hail from the Zhu family of the Xinghua Empire, and I also know that Dai Mubai is a prince of the Xinghua Empire. You know? Indeed. From the very first moment you laid eyes on me. You were already aware, weren't you? Yes. Zhao Su no longer concealed her intentions and answered with remarkable candor. So your kindness towards me and your approach have ulterior motives? With Zhao Su's revelation, Zhu Shiqing's heart plunged further into despair. Her life had been manipulated by others since childhood. Upon encountering Zhao Su, she had hoped for a transformation in her existence. Yet, to her dismay, she discovered that Zhao Su had been deceiving her all along. Your interpretation is not unfounded. But my feelings for you are genuine, Zhao Su asserted. Humph, I despise you. Zhu Shiqing fixed Zhao Su with a cold, unyielding gaze, scoffed, and swiftly shut the door. Standing at the threshold, Zhao Su took a deep breath before turning to leave. Zhao Su's actions are indeed driven by intention. He aims to persuade Zhu Shiqing to return to the Star Luo Empire. Initially, his pursuit of her was merely a strategy to sow discord between Dai Mubai and the rest of the Shrek 7 monsters, ensuring a persistent rift among them. However, he did not anticipate that as events unfolded, Dai Mubai would abandon his pursuit of Zhu Shiqing, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Thus, Zhao Su seeks to restore equilibrium. Although he harbors feelings for Zhu Shiqing, he cannot forsake his own path home for her sake, nor the entirety of the forest. 3 days later, the group from Shrek Academy set forth on their journey to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Ever since Zhao Su's candid confession to Zhu Shiqing, her demeanor has grown increasingly aloof, even to the extent of deliberately avoiding him. Have you two quarreled? Ning Rongrong inquired quietly, drawing closer to Zhao Su as they walked behind Zhu Shiqing. Not at all. Not yet, anyway. Zhu Qing's attitude has undergone a remarkable transformation these past few days. Surely, you must have noticed. Zhao Su replied. But enough of that. You have yet to fulfill the promise you made to me. Zhao Su turned to Ning Rongrong, shifting the topic of conversation, and cast a meaningful glance in her direction. Rest assured, I will fulfill the promise I made to you, Ning Rongrong asserted with unwavering determination. Chapter 35. If you favor poison, then let it be. 10 days later, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy. They gazed upon the expansive grounds and the picturesque environment of the academy, and could not help but express their admiration. Truly, it was a royal institution. Such grandeur and scale were beyond the reach of an ordinary academy. Upon entering the academy, a minor incident occurred. An ill-mannered student dared to speak disrespectfully to them, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Dai Mubai. Zhao Su recognized that the individual before him was none other than the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire. It was precisely due to this person that the faculty and students of Shrek Academy refrained from lingering at the Tiando Royal Academy. However, this coincided perfectly with Zhao Su's intentions. Had the members of Shrek remained, they would have been unable to proceed to the Lambo Academy, thereby preventing the reunion of Master Flanders and Lu Erlong, the Golden Triangle. After this brief interlude, Qin Ming had prepared accommodations for them, an independent courtyard that surpassed the original Shrek Academy by countless measures. The following morning, Qin Ming escorted them to meet the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. As anticipated, an unexpected twist unfolded. The protagonist of yesterday's incident, Xue Bing, had summoned his uncle, Prince Xue Xing, who in turn had brought along the formidable poison Douluo, Douluo. They initiated the encounter with an imposing display, asserting their dominance over Shrek Academy. Despite this overwhelming pressure, Tang San, possessing the fate of a protagonist, managed to circulate his meridians under Douluo's formidable presence. Such serendipity and the essence of a protagonist stirred a sense of envy within Zhao Su. In the original narrative, even with the assistance of the 3 committee members, Shrek Academy found itself utterly suppressed by Douluo, leaving no room for resistance. However, the circumstances had shifted this time. For Shrek Academy now had Zhao Su on their side. What was merely a small venomous snake attempting to flaunt its power? Zhao Su stood among the students of Shrek Academy. Not only did Douluo neglect him, but even the three esteemed commissioners who had just expressed their admiration for Shrek failed to notice Zhao Su. At that moment, a seemingly casual remark from Zhao Su captured the attention of everyone present. The expressions of the Dream God Machine trio shifted, their countenances darkening as they cast disapproving glances at Zhao Su, their eyes betraying a sense of reproach for his apparent lack of awareness. They were not facing a mere avalanche, but a formidable tidal Douluo. Previously, the three of them had been engaged in negotiations with Prince Xuexing, attempting to persuade the gathering to retain the Shrek students. Zhao Su's audacious remark rendered their efforts utterly futile. However, in contrast to the reproaches from the three committee members of the Dream Machine, as well as the derision of Prince Xuexing and Douluo, the members of Shrek stepped back, revealing expressions of mere spectatorship. "Are you addressing me?" Douluo scrutinized Zhao Su, noting that he appeared to be around 20 years of age, and dismissed him with contempt. Advancing with the intent to teach Zhao Su a lesson. "Senior Douluo, is it necessary to bicker with a mere child?" Although Meng Xinji felt some discontent towards Zhao Su's arrogance, he considered the matter from various perspectives and stepped forward to obstruct Douluo. They were all aware of Douluo's treacherous and ruthless nature. In their minds, they believed that should Douluo take action, Zhao Su would undoubtedly meet his demise. "Of course, I am speaking to you. Besides you, who else here resembles a little snake? Or perhaps your age has dulled your hearing." Zhao Su crossed his arms, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, casually addressing Douluo. "Humph, ignorant child, today I shall make you understand that one should not speak recklessly." With that, Douluo struck without mercy, unleashing a drop of lethal poison. Sighing, Meng Xinji and his companions shook their heads, deciding not to intervene, thinking it might be beneficial for Zhao Su to learn a lesson. Such trivial skills. Is it truly the case that a dignified title Douluo can rely solely on poison? Zhao Su stood there, utterly motionless, allowing the venom of Douluo to permeate his body. Impossible. Douluo initially wore a triumphant smile upon witnessing his poison enter Zhao Su's system, but his expression swiftly morphed into one of disbelief. The toxin had no effect whatsoever on Zhao Su. "Since you delight in employing poison, allow me to return the favor." At that moment, Zhao Su suddenly sprang into action, moving with such swiftness that even the Dream Machine trio, who had ascended to the sole Douluo rank, could not discern his movements. In an instant, Zhao Su appeared beside Douluo, seizing him by the throat. In his other hand, a small porcelain vial materialized, from which oozed a few drops of a foul-smelling liquid that he poured into Douluo's mouth. The instant Zhao Su tightened his grip around Douluo's neck, the latter felt all of his soul power sealed away, rendering him utterly incapable of utilizing it. He soon realized that his entire body was immobilized, leaving him powerless to resist. "Are you not a viper? I find your venom lacking. Let me administer a dose of snake venom." After Zhao Su forcibly administered snake venom to Douluo, he casually discarded the small porcelain vial. Once Zhao Su released Douluo, the soul power within him began to stabilize, rapidly circulating in an attempt to suppress the surging venom. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself utterly speechless. How does it feel to be poisoned, I wonder? At this moment, both Xuexing and Xuebeng were thoroughly astonished by the preceding spectacle. Equally taken aback were the three committee members of Dream Machine, whose previous disdain had completely evaporated, leaving only incredulity in its wake. However, Zhao Su paid them no heed. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Flander and the Master, Dean. "Ultimately, this academy still belongs to the royal family. Even if we were to remain, it would be challenging for us to achieve prominence. I suggest we seek opportunities elsewhere." "Agreed," Flander replied succinctly, affirming, "Indeed. There is no need to linger in such an institution." Zhao Wuji voiced his agreement. As the crowd spoke, they proceeded to exit, prompting Meng Xinji to hastily interject. "Esteemed guests, this is merely a misunderstanding. I shall provide you with an explanation. Please, do take your leave." The three committee members, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, decided it was unnecessary for them to linger. Qin Ming observed as Flander and the others departed the room, and he too addressed Meng Xinji and his companions before swiftly following suit. Trailing behind, Zhao Su passed by the meditative Douluo, who was diligently purging the toxins within. Leaning down, Zhao Su whispered in Douluo's ear, "If you wish to completely eradicate the toxins accumulated within you, make your way to the Blue Wind Academy." With that, Zhao Su departed with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Su's recent words had undoubtedly reached the ears of Douluo. Although Zhao Su's act of forcing him to ingest snake venom appeared to be a profound humiliation, it paradoxically alleviated the lingering afflictions he had endured for many years. In that moment, Douluo found himself perplexed by Zhao Su's true intentions behind such actions. "Are you all right, Senior Douluo?" Prince Xuexing cautiously approached Douluo. Having waited until the members of Flanders had departed, and inquired softly, "Humph, should anyone dare to speak of today's events, I shall ensure they wish they were never born." Douluo, still reeling from the recent indignation and feeling the long-standing ailments within him begin to dissipate, was in a state of turmoil and naturally did not offer Prince Xuexing a warm reception. As a titled Douluo, he commanded respect. Not just from Prince Xuexing, but even the formidable emperor of the Tiando Empire would treat him with deference. Chapter 36. The selfish and hypocritical Yu Shaojiang after departing from the Tiando Royal Academy. The atmosphere among the members of Shrek Academy was notably somber. "Director, what shall we do next?" Qin Ming stepped forward to address Flanders and the other instructors. "Sai, if all else fails, we may have to return and re-establish Shrek Academy. However, re-establishing Shrek Academy would be excessively complicated. It would be far simpler for us to find another academy within Tiando City." Zhao Su promptly spoke up to guide the crowd. "Esteemed teachers, behold, there is a recruitment notice for instructors at Lamba Academy." Just as the group wavered in indecision, Ma Hongjun pointed at an employment advertisement on the notice board by the city gate and exclaimed. Flender and the others hurried forward to examine it closely. Although the remuneration was not as generous as that offered by the Tiando Royal Academy, it was still quite comparable. "Lamba Academy? Xiaoming, are you familiar with this institution?" Flender inquired of Qin Ming. It was evident that Flender had already formed a plan. "It is a rather unique academy within Tiando City, as it only admits commoners and does not accept nobles. Beyond that, I am not well informed." "Only commoners?" Flender nodded. "Excellent. This shall suffice. We will leverage Lamba Academy to challenge the Tiando Royal Academy, which exclusively accepts nobles." Zhao Su, under Qin Ming's guidance. The group was heading towards Lamba Academy when a gentle female voice called out, "Zhao Su." Upon hearing the call, everyone turned in the direction from which the voice emanated. They beheld a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her dark tresses cascading freely, a radiant smile gracing her exquisite features as she gazed at Zhao Su. In comparison to her beauty, her figure was even more striking, exuding a fiery allure that rivaled even Zhu Zhuqing. What set her apart was the captivating charm she possessed, a quality that Zhu Zhuqing lacked, rendering her even more enticing. "Is it truly you? After all these years, what brings you to Tiando City?" This enchanting figure was none other than Ing, whom Zhao Su had sent to Tiando City 5 years prior to get close to Lu Erlong. Zhao Su was taken aback as Ing removed the black cloak that had shrouded her daily and donned her usual attire, which was equally alluring. "We have come here to beg for food, and I never anticipated encountering you." As she spoke, Ing casually looped her arm through Zhao Su's, her gaze towards him brimming with unmasked affection. This serendipitous meeting was not orchestrated by Zhao Su. It was purely coincidental. Begging for food? A flicker of confusion crossed Ing's eyes, but she refrained from probing further. "It has been many years since we last met, so allow me to treat you to your first meal here." With that, she turned to Flanders and the others, continuing, "Are these your friends? Shall they join us?" "My treat. Who would care for your invitation?" Before Flanders could interject, Zhu Zhuqing, observing the closeness between Ing and Zhao Su, spoke up first. Having said that, she swiftly turned and departed. "Since you are old friends reunited, we shall not intrude," Flanders remarked, concerned for Zhu Zhuqing's safety. He exchanged glances with Tang San and the others, signaling them to follow Zhu Zhuqing, then turned back to Zhao Su, saying, "Zhao Su, we will be waiting for you at the Blue Tyrant Academy." "Understood." Zhao Su merely nodded, refraining from further words. After watching Flander and his companions depart, he turned to Ing beside him and inquired, "Was that intentional?" "What do you mean by intentional? Did you not advise me to conceal my aura upon encountering you?" Ing averted her gaze, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. Zhao Su could not help but chuckle in exasperation, acknowledging that it was indeed his own counsel. With a resigned shake of his head, he asked, "Are you currently at the Blue Tyrant Academy?" As they strolled towards a nearby restaurant, Zhao Su posed the question to Ing. "Indeed, not only am I at the Blue Tyrant Academy, but I can also say that I am now the best of friends with Lu Erlong." Ing replied, a trace of pride illuminating her features. After 5 years apart, Ying's personality appeared to have brightened considerably. It seemed that one could not remain ensconced in darkness perpetually. "I learned from Lu Erlong that when the three of them merge their martial souls, they summon a golden saint dragon." From her description, It is indeed the Golden Saint Dragon you seek. Within a private room of the restaurant, Ying reverted to her former impassive demeanor and recounted her findings to Zhao Su. I cannot merely take your word for it. I must witness it with my own eyes to ascertain whether it is truly the Golden Saint Dragon. That may prove quite difficult. Ying replied, a hint of concern etched upon her face. It seems there is some tension between Lu Erlong and Master Yu Xiaojiang. Every time I inquired, Lu Erlong would deflect the questions casually. It is not merely tension. Are you aware of their relationship? Of course, they are teammates, the Golden Iron Triangle. Are they not? Incorrect. Lu Erlong is not only Yu Xiaojiang's wife, but also his cousin, which explains their 2-decade estrangement. Wife? Cousin? These two terms should never coexist, for they defy ethics and societal norms. This is one of the reasons Zhao Su harbored a disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. Although he only learned that Lu Erlong was his uncle's daughter after developing feelings for her, Yu Xiaojiang had initially fled, leaving Lu Erlong to endure the scorn of their family and society alone. Subsequently, upon their reunion, he continued to entangle himself with Lu Erlong, culminating in the so-called bond of soulmates. His selfishness and hypocrisy were laid bare, all while he sanctimoniously dismissed societal judgment. What sort of relationship is this? Ying murmured, a look of confusion crossing her face as she turned to Zhao Su. Enough of this. Have you showcased your title Douluo strength in front of Lu Erlong? I have. Otherwise, how could I have become a distinguished guest elder at the Blue Tyrant Academy? When we return to the Blue Tyrant Academy, do not divulge our true relationship. Simply state that we met during our trials. Could we not concoct some other excuse? Ying, seated across from Zhao Su, rose and moved to sit beside him, continuing. For instance, we could claim that something occurred between us. You may say whatever you wish, but do not exaggerate excessively. Zhao Su rose to his feet, preparing to depart, for he needed to hasten to the heart of the Sunset Forest. Should he arrive too late, he might miss the opportunity to witness the Golden Iron Triangle execute their fusion technique and summon the Golden Sacred Dragon. However, Zhao Su found himself uncertain whether Douluo would, as in the original narrative, abduct Tang San, and whether Master Flender and Lu Erlong would embark on a quest to rescue him. After all, the unfolding events had gradually diverged from the original plotline. During the day, Tang San had failed to pique Douluo's interest. Moreover, Zhao Su's intervention had revealed to Douluo that he was no match for Zhao Su, leaving the question of whether he would dare to approach the Blue Tyrant Academy an open one. Reflecting on this, Zhao Su felt a twinge of regret for not restraining himself earlier. Nevertheless, upon arriving at the Sunset Forest, he beheld a magnificent golden light soaring into the sky from a distance. Chapter 37, Tang San's Forbearance. Upon encountering the radiant golden light, Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile, realizing that he had indeed chosen the right path. Subsequently, shedding any semblance of secrecy, he unveiled his external soul bone, revealing a pair of butterfly-like wings that elegantly emerged from his back. With remarkable speed, he soared toward the source of the golden glow. Ding! Detection of the Golden Sacred Dragon complete. Clarifying the relationship with Yu Xiaojiang has fulfilled the task. Rewards received: 100,000 your soul ring, 20,000 energy points. And the dual cultivation technique, ancient freedom technique. Ding! This Golden Sacred Dragon is a pseudo-Golden Sacred Dragon and cannot be hunted. Before Zhao Su, 3 notifications appeared in succession. Although he was intrigued by the dual cultivation technique, ancient freedom technique, he recognized that this was not the moment for such contemplations. System, what does pseudo-Golden Sacred Dragon mean? As Zhao Su hastened towards the source of the golden radiance, he inquired of the system. Currently, the soul power of the 3 of them was insufficient to withstand the full descent of the Golden Sacred Dragon. It was imperative to assist them in elevating their cultivation levels to summon the complete entity. How shall we then hunt the Golden Sacred Dragon? I shall devise a method when the time comes. Your immediate task is to elevate the soul power levels of Lu Erlong and Flender to that of a title Douluo. What of Yu Xiaojiang? He merely needs to reach the rank of Soul King to endure the arrival of the Golden Sacred Dragon. Understood. At that moment, Zhao Su arrived at the site of the battle between the Golden Iron Triangle and Douluo. Enough of this quarrel. We shall not perish, for our ally has arrived. Flender sensed Zhao Su's presence and intervened to prevent the Master and Lu Erlong from sacrificing themselves to Douluo. Lu Erlong had originally been somewhat stronger than Flender, but her mind was now in disarray, allowing Flender to perceive Zhao Su's approach first. Flender's awareness was matched by Douluo's, and they swiftly took a defensive stance. It seems the lesson you received today was insufficient? Zhao Su appeared as if conjured from thin air, standing before Flinder and the others, his white robe accentuating his not-so-tall yet formidable figure as he regarded the fully alert Douluo. I apologize for my rudeness. I implore you, esteemed senior. Do not take offense, please. Save me. Suddenly, Douluo stepped forward quickly and knelt before Zhao Su. Upon encountering Zhao Su, a flicker of hesitation passed through Douluo's eyes. Yet he ultimately relinquished his pride. If Zhao Su could assist him in dispelling the lingering afflictions caused by accumulated toxins, not only would he be able to advance further, but he could also alleviate the suffering of his granddaughter, Douluo, with her future achievements being boundless. Such an outcome was sufficient to warrant the abandonment of his dignity. Witnessing this scene, Lu Erlong, who had never seen Zhao Su before, was filled with confusion as she glanced at Flinder and the master beside her. Flinder gestured to her, signaling her to remain silent. It is not impossible for me to aid you, but you must agree to a condition. Speak, esteemed senior, whatever I, Douluo, can do, I shall not hesitate to fulfill. Zhao Su gestured for Douluo to rise and come closer. Obediently, Douluo leaned in to listen to Zhao Su's words. Upon hearing them, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Is there a problem? Very well, I shall comply. With a resolute nod, Douluo resolved to assist Zhao Su whenever needed, particularly in matters concerning the Emperor of the Snow Knight of Tiando. However, he was uncertain about the specifics, when and why this would be required, leading to his hesitation. Nevertheless, Douluo was not inherently loyal. He was a man driven by self-interest. Moreover, his relationship with the Tiando imperial family could be more accurately described as a contractual one rather than a master-servant dynamic, which prompted him to agree to Zhao Su without much deliberation. All right, you may leave. Come find me at the Blue Tyrant Academy tomorrow. Yes, I take my leave then. Douluo replied respectfully, bowing to Zhao Su before stepping back and swiftly departing. Brother Zhao, what terms did you negotiate with him to help expel the toxins from his body? After Douluo's exit, the master inquired. As an expert in theoretical studies, he had certainly researched the rare beast martial soul known as the phosphorescent serpent. While possessing this martial soul afforded its wielder a distinct advantage through its venom, it was also a fatal flaw. Nearly every soul master with the phosphorescent serpent martial soul ultimately perished from the very poison it harbored. True to his expertise, the master immediately discerned the inherent deficiency in Douluo's phosphorescent serpent emperor martial soul. Zhao Su began by commending the master before stating, there are no particular conditions. I simply require the celestial herbs we will encounter further up the mountain. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Su proceeded towards the mountain summit. Who is he? Is he also a teacher at Shrek Academy? Lu Erlong inquired of Flinder. Indeed. And a word of advice, temper your fiery disposition. Whatever she does or says, just acquiesce to him, Flinder advised Lu Erlong, as the trio followed Zhao Su's lead up the mountain. Given his age, what significant abilities could he possibly possess? Lu Erlong remarked. Do not underestimate him. Even the Haotian Douluo has faced nothing but humiliation at his hands. Flinder animatedly elucidated to Lu Erlong, leaving nothing concealed in his narrative. Upon reaching the vicinity of the ice and fire Yangyi, they chanced upon Tang San emerging from the spring's waters. The influence of the ice and fire Yangyi had elevated Tang San's physical capabilities to an extraordinary degree. Master, Dean, what brings you here? He inquired. Is it not to rescue you? The master cast a mildly reproachful glance at Tang San. Though it sounded like a reprimand, it was laced with genuine concern. Satisfied that Tang San had sustained no injuries and had indeed fortified his physique through the waters, he felt reassured. At that moment, Zhao Su had gathered all the celestial herbs. Although Tang San yearned to express his thoughts regarding the herbs, he ultimately refrained. He coveted the celestial herbs growing in that location, but understood that he could not contend with Zhao Su, thus suppressing his desires. This tendency for restraint was a facet of Tang San's character that had persisted since his previous life. Otherwise, he could not have endured 20 years in Tang's sect, clandestinely mastering the Shintian skill and crafting the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Well then, since Tang San is unharmed, let us depart, Flinder concluded. Zhao Su discerned the subtle shift in Tang San's gaze, yet he remained unfazed. Upon returning to the Blue Tyrant Academy, Zhao Wujie was already waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Zhao Su alongside Master Flinder and the others, the tension that had gripped his heart finally eased. Zhao, why are you with the Master and the others? With Zhao Wujie's inquiry, Masters Lu Erlong and Flinder also turned their attention to Zhao Su. Initially, they assumed that Zhao Su had only just arrived at the Blue Tyrant Academy and learned of Tang San's abduction, prompting his rescue efforts. However, it was now evident that this was not the case. Chapter 38. The terrifying augmentation of the sacred angel set spirit bone, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces. Zhao Wujie realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly shifted his gaze to Tang San to change the subject. Tang San, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Zhao. That's good to hear. It's getting late. You should head back and rest. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhao Wujie turned and proceeded into the academy. It is evident that Flanders and the others harbor suspicions. Thus, I believe we must exercise greater caution moving forward. After everyone had retired for the night, Zhao Wujie entered Zhao Su's chamber. There is no need for concern. What does it matter if they are aware? My focus does not lie with them. The golden holy dragon summoned by Flanders and his companions. Does it truly pose no threat to them? Zhao Wujie gazed earnestly at Zhao Su and inquired. Flender and Zhao Wujie could be considered close friends. It was Flender who sheltered him when he was pursued by Titan, the leader of the Li family. Otherwise, he might have perished back then. Although he had pledged to assist Zhao Su, he did not wish for Flender to suffer as a consequence. Rest assured, the worst that may happen is the inability to employ the Trinity fusion technique. But I shall help him elevate to the rank of title Douluo, which would serve as compensation for his sacrifice. However, what if they were to oppose the Spirit Hall? You must understand that in this perilous world, one is either a friend or an enemy. Zhao Su's words are unmistakably clear. This is a matter of two different realms. He has acquired the golden sacred dragon through their fusion summoning to aid him in ascending to the rank of title Douluo as compensation. However, should they oppose him, they would no longer be friends but adversaries. Very well, I understand. Brother Zhao, there are times when one must be ruthless. You may regard them as friends, yet they may not reciprocate that sentiment. Indeed, Zhao Wujie, without uttering a word, rose to his feet and opened the door, returning to his chamber. The master had just received intelligence that Qianren Xue was currently in Heavendo City, disguising herself as Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire. After Zhao Wujie departed, as the candlelight flickered, a shadow emerged and addressed Zhao Su. Xue Qinghe? Indeed. And according to the intelligence we have concealed within the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe is likely to take action against Xue Yi in the near future. Zhao Su pondered momentarily, then inquired, what movements have there been from Bibidong recently? The shadow replied, according to our reports, Bibidong has been in the city of slaughter for the past 2 years and has yet to return. As the shadow spoke, it gradually solidified, donning a black robe once more, and continued, it seems that Xiandao Lu has also been making moves, likely targeting our master. Oh, targeting me? Zhao Su mused. Qiandao Lu has likely discovered the master's concealed identity within Shrek Academy. The second offering, Qing Wan, has been absent from the Wuhuan Hall for a month now, and we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts, so the master must exercise caution. However, a mere sparrow is hardly a cause for concern. We need only keep a watchful eye on Qiandao Lu. Understood, the shadow affirmed. Nodding, it gradually became ethereal before ultimately vanishing. Once the shadow departed, Zhao Su summoned the system interface to review the rewards obtained that day, particularly the dual cultivation technique, the ancient freedom technique. However, upon examining the description of the ancient freedom technique, Zhao Su felt a tinge of disappointment. The so-called dual cultivation method was not as he had envisioned, involving a union between male and female practitioners. Instead, it was divided into 2 chapters, the 9 Nether Dark method and the 9 Heavens Yang method. The term dual cultivation actually referred to the harmonious balance of yin and yang. Nevertheless, Zhao Su's interpretation of dual cultivation was not entirely erroneous. A single individual practicing both the 9 Nether Dark method and the 9 Heavens Yang method could indeed achieve a harmonious balance and enhance their own abilities. However, if a male and female were to cultivate the 9 Heavens Yang method and the 9 Nether Dark method, respectively, the results would be even more profound. The male represents Yang, and the female represents Yin, thus embodying the fundamental principles of heaven and earth, creating the quintessential dual cultivation of Yin and Yang in alignment with the great Tao of the universe. Yet, at present, Zhao Su lacked a partner to engage in this most perfect dual cultivation of Yin and Yang, and thus could only practice alone for the time being. After fully comprehending the 2 methods of the ancient freedom technique, he continued his journey. Zhao Su then placed the coveted 10,000-year soul ring upon the 12-winged holy angel. At this moment, Zhao Su's level ascended to that of a 61st level soul emperor, and he acquired the 6th soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel. Zhao Su's detailed attributes are as follows: Host, Zhao Su, Martial Soul, 12-winged holy angel, Emperor's 7-kill sword. Soul skills. 12-winged holy angel. First soul skill. Law of heaven and earth. Second soul skill. Annihilating palm. Third soul skill. Ninefold sword technique. Fourth soul skill. True form of the holy angel. Fifth soul skill. Indestructible body. Sixth soul skill. Spear of death. Emperor's 7-kill sword. First soul skill. Supreme sword intent. Second soul skill. Sword name. Destruction. Third soul skill. Sword name. Slaughter. Fourth soul skill. Sword name. A sword divides worlds. Fifth soul skill. True form of the Emperor's 7-kill sword. Sixth soul skill. Sword name. 36 celestial polarities. Devouring Sky Dragon Cat. Martial soul fusion skill. Traversing the 7 absolutes. Level. 61st level battle soul master. Specializing in offense. Mental power. 28,200 points. Spiritual domain realm. Energy value. 136,800 points. Fortune value. 43 points. Guardian Divine Dragon. Remains of 9-winged Long One. Zhao Su gazed at the staggering energy value of 136,800 points, contemplated briefly, and then accessed the system shop, exchanging 100,000 points for the right arm bone of the Holy Angel set, consisting of 6 soul bones. As Zhao Su held the right arm soul bone, emanating a mesmerizing aura of black and gold, he could feel a powerful surge of soul power. Since his arrival in the Douluo continent, he had never encountered such a formidable wave of soul energy emanating from anyone else. Even the soul power of the esteemed Qian Douluo, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, who had achieved the extraordinary rank of a 99th level Douluo, paled in comparison. It is essential to note that this was merely a single soul bone. Zhao Su felt a sense of anticipation as he awaited the unveiling of the complete 6-piece Holy Angel set, curious to discover its true power. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed in his mind as the soul bone from the right arm of the Holy Angel set fused with his own right arm. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a cry of anguish. In that moment of cerebral turmoil, Zhao Su's mental fortitude experienced a remarkable surge, ultimately coalescing into a tangible golden liquid. This liquid then coursed through his body, permeating every meridian and converging within his right arm. It was an exhilarating sensation. Zhao Su unconsciously murmured softly, experiencing a transition from the intense agony he had just endured to an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping his entire being. It could be said that he had ascended directly from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. This sensation, indeed, surpasses the mere act of entering heaven itself, providing a profound sense of solace. Zhao Su was completely immersed in this overwhelming sensation, unaware that the rapid surge of his immense spiritual power had been felt by all the instructors within Shrek Academy. Notably, the formidable Lu Erlong experienced an acceleration in her heartbeat upon sensing this terrifying spiritual force. Chapter 39. The doubts of Shrek's inhabitants knock, knock, knock. The door to Lu Erlong's room was rapped upon, followed by the voice of Flandra. Erlong, are you awake? Creak. The door swiftly opened from within, allowing Flandra and the master to enter Lu Erlong's chamber. Did you also feel that powerful spiritual energy just now? Indeed. It is unimaginable what sort of individual possesses such formidable spiritual strength. Flandra's expression was grave, yet, despite his words, he had already formed his own conclusions in his mind. Within Shrek Academy, aside from the enigmatic Zhao Su, there was no one else who could possibly match such power. Who exactly is Zhao Su? I do not know. Over these 5 years, I have employed numerous methods to investigate, yet I have uncovered no leads. It is as if he appeared out of thin air. What could his intentions be? Who can say? Perhaps he is associated with the Spirit Hall. Flandra sighed, in truth. Zhao Su had concealed himself exceptionally well over the past 5 years, revealing no vulnerabilities. However, Zhao Wujing had repeatedly uttered many perplexing statements to Flandra, often referencing the Spirit Hall. This had prompted Flandra's desire to probe into Zhao Su's identity, yet he had come up empty-handed. Upon hearing Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's expression shifted as she glanced at the master, who sat there impassively. Could it be related to Xiao Gang's arrival? For my sake? I am but a useless person. Why would it warrant such significant upheaval? The master could not help but chuckle at this self-deprecating remark. If it were not for Xiao Gang, who else within Shrek Academy could possibly provoke such attention from the Spirit Hall? These are merely our conjectures. Just wait. Sooner or later, he will reveal his true colors. Alas, I fear that the moment he does so may coincide with the end of our lives. Let us take it one day at a time, Even if we discern his intentions to eliminate us, who among us could possibly thwart him? The master remained expressionless, as if he had become indifferent to life and death. After speaking, he rose to leave Lu Erlong's room. Lu Erlong and Flandre exchanged a knowing glance and shared a resigned smile. Although the master's words were harsh, they bore the truth. Enough of this overthinking. Rest well. Flandre departed alongside the master. At this moment, Zhao Su had fully completed the fusion of the soul bone on his right arm, and he could distinctly perceive the powerful soul force emanating from it. Concurrently, Zhao Su discovered a golden pool, akin to a hot spring, materializing in his mind. Golden liquid flowed within this pool, and at its base lay a small orifice. The golden liquid seeped out, entering his body, circulating through every part before returning to the golden pool. It could be said that this golden liquid was incessantly transforming Zhao Su's body. Is this the true power of the Holy Angel set? Zhao Su retracted his consciousness and murmured softly. The following morning, Lu Erlong convened a meeting of all the faculty and students at Lamber Academy, announcing its renaming to Shrek Academy. She appointed Flandre as the new principal, while she and Zhao Wujie took on the roles of vice principals. Initially, Lu Erlong intended to appoint the master as a vice principal as well, but he declined, preferring instead to remain as a teacher. The Shrek 7 monsters were assigned to different classes according to their respective martial souls. Given their current levels, they were indeed overdue for graduation, yet they resolved to wait until the conclusion of the Advanced Elite Soul Master competition before graduating. This would serve as their final contribution to the newly established Shrek Academy. However, from the onset of the meeting, Zhao Su was conspicuously absent. After the meeting, Lu Erlong introduced Zhang Ying, the former high-ranking guest elder of Lamber Academy, to the master and Flandre. Is it you? Upon seeing Zhang Ying, Flandre furrowed his brow, surprised. You are a titled Douluo? Titled Douluos were exceedingly rare across the continent, and each one was far from being an inconspicuous figure. Greetings, Principal Flandre. I am Zhang Ying, a level 95 agility type titled Douluo. Truly modest, senior. In my experience, no titled Douluo has ever displayed such humility. Flandre's words carried an underlying respect, acknowledging the significance of conversing with a titled Douluo, especially one of such high caliber. Do you two know each other? Lu Erlong inquired, astonished to see Flandre and Zhang Ying's familiarity. Lu Erlong had met Zhang Ying 5 years prior when she had reached level 70 and ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of suitable soul rings. After being ambushed and seriously injured, she was saved by Zhang Ying. Since then, Zhang Ying had become a high-ranking guest elder at Lamber Academy and a close confidant of Lu Erlong. I had the fortune to meet her yesterday, but I didn't realize that the esteemed titled Douluo Ying was also one of our instructors at Lamber Academy. Did Zhao Su not inform you? Indeed. There was an unforeseen incident yesterday, and by the time I returned, it was quite late. I have yet to meet Teacher Zhao today. I see. Very well. You carry on. I shall seek out Zhao Su. After Zhang Ying spoke, she stepped forward, and when she reappeared, she was already outside the conference room. Flandre and the master exchanged glances before following her. Meanwhile, in Zhao Su's room, he was distributing celestial herbs to the Shrek 7 monsters. This herb, known as Heartbreak Red, is specifically prepared for you. Zhao Su presented a seemingly ordinary white flower to Zhu Zhuqing, which bore a striking hint of red, bestowing an air of enchanting allure to the otherwise plain blossom. The flower exuded a refreshing and delicate fragrance, quite delightful to the senses. Subsequently, Zhao Su recounted the legend of the heart-wrenching red flower. I don't want it. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, refusing to look at him, merely uttering those 3 words with indifference. If you don't want it, then it shall be mine. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse female voice emerged from outside the door, followed by the appearance of Zhang Ying, clad in a flowing black gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure, as she approached Zhao Su and linked her arm with his. Shortly thereafter, Master Flandre and Lu Erlong entered the room. Observing the closeness between Zhao Su and Zhang Ying, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze grew increasingly frosty. Zhuqing, now is not the time for sulking. Zhao Lao has provided you with the finest. Ning Rongrong spoke to Zhu Zhuqing, moving closer to her and whispering, look at the woman beside Zhao Su. Her figure rivals yours and her looks are not lacking either. If you don't seize this opportunity, Zhao Lao might be taken from you. Do you truly wish to part ways with him? Really don't want it? Zhao Su inquired once more, then turned to Zhang Ying, saying, then I shall give it to you. I want it. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed as she watched Zhao Su extend the heart-wrenching red flower towards Zhang Ying. Chapter 40. The Master breaks through the level 30 restriction without a moment's hesitation after Zhu Zhuqing's words. she spewed a mouthful of blood onto the heart-wrenching red flower. Instantly, the white blossom became even more enchanting, with its elegant and serene white petals now infused with a passionate hue of red. As Zhu Juqing's blood touched the flower, it trembled violently, oscillating several times before ultimately falling. With the flower's descent, Zhu Juqing's gaze towards Zhao Su shifted once again. She reached out to catch the falling flower, holding it gently to her nose to inhale its fragrance. Upon being cradled by Zhu Juqing, the flower radiated an even more brilliant glow. Consume it. It will greatly aid your cultivation. I will eat it later, Zhu Juqing replied casually, eyeing the flower. Very well then. Zhao Su did not coerce Zhu Juqing. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and subsequently presented her with a different type of celestial herb. I promised you that I would assist in the evolution of the 8 treasure glass tower. Consume this Chilua tulip, and if all proceeds as anticipated, it shall evolve into the 9 treasure glass tower. Really? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the Chilua tulip in Zhao Su's hand. Once you consume it, you will know the outcome. Embrace the experience and contemplate the process of evolution. It will undoubtedly benefit you. Thank you, Brother Su. Ning Rongrong suddenly stepped forward and planted a kiss on Zhao Su's cheek, simultaneously accepting the Chilua tulip. Oh, you. Zhao Su was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's unexpected gesture, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, he did not dwell on it, and then turned his attention to the master. I have stated that even if I cannot facilitate the evolution of your Luo San Pao, I shall ensure that you surpass the threshold of level 30. This pearl-like celestial herb may very well fulfill my promise. Zhao Su extended another mystical herb towards the master. Can this truly enable me to transcend the 30th level? Upon hearing this, the master felt a surge of excitement. He had always found himself unable to surpass the 30th level due to the flaws in his martial soul. However, if there existed a means to breach this boundary, perhaps he could achieve strength without rectifying the deficiencies of his martial soul. This had, in fact, been the original intent behind the master's study of martial soul theory. Yet, after numerous failed attempts, he had shifted his focus solely to theoretical research. Nevertheless, it remained merely a hypothesis. Only by consuming the herb could one ascertain its efficacy. Very well. The master, trembling with anticipation, accepted the mystical orb, eagerly settling into a meditative posture before ingesting it. Beside him, Lu Erlong observed with a face full of excitement tinged with concern. Teacher Erlong, this is prepared for you. Zhao Su promptly presented a celestial herb to Lu Erlong, which was not harvested near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Instead, it had been exchanged in the system's marketplace using energy points. The intention was to assist Lu Erlong in swiftly elevating her soul power to the rank of a title Douluo. I suppose I shall forego it? Lu Erlong glanced at Flander, her hesitation evident. Please accept it, Erlong. It is a kind gesture from Teacher Zhao. Flander urged Lu Erlong, for in his heart, he believed that her growth and strength would ultimately serve as her own better protection. Then I extend my gratitude to Teacher Zhao. Lu Erlong expressed her thanks to Zhao Su and accepted the celestial herb. Dean Flander, this is for you. Thank you. Flander did not decline and graciously accepted it. At this moment, it could be said that everyone had acquired a celestial herb, except for Zhu Juqing, who had not consumed the heart-wrenching red flower. The rest had already entered the stage of enlightenment. Are you truly not going to consume it? Not only will it enhance your physique, but it will also significantly boost your soul power. No, I wish to keep it. Zhu Juqing resolutely shook her head while holding the white flower. Very well. This celestial herb shall be yours to consume. Zhao Su once again produced a mystical herb and continued, although this herb lacks the formidable efficacy of the heart-wrenching flower, it is still of some value. No need. I can cultivate my strength independently. Zhu Juqing did not accept the mystical herb that Zhao Su offered once more. Well then, allow me to offer it to you. Zhao Su nodded and then turned to Zhang Ying beside her, saying, I don't want it either. If she doesn't want it, then neither do I. Zhang Ying cast a glance at Zhu Juqing and, with an air of pride, replied, Alas, I truly cannot fathom what you all are thinking. Zhao Su shook his head with a hint of helplessness before consuming the mystical herb. Although its effects had diminished for him, it was still better than nothing. After nearly an hour, everyone gradually awakened, with the most significant transformations noticeable in Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, the 7 treasures glazed tile, had officially evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tile, freeing her from the previous limitation of absorbing only 7 soul rings. Meanwhile, the impurities from Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix had been entirely expelled, rendering his flames purer and more distinctly shaped like a phoenix. Xiaogang, have you broken through? At that moment, a gasp drew everyone's attention. Yu Xiaojiang appeared noticeably younger, his previously expressionless face now softened with a human-like quality. Indeed, I have broken through, he declared. Summoning his martial spirit, the Luo San Pao, which had also undergone significant change. While its appearance remained largely the same, it now exuded a greater sense of intelligence. Most importantly, its aura had transformed dramatically. Wonderful, Lu Erlong exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. She understood that the mutation of a martial spirit and the inability to surpass the 30th level had long been his greatest concern. Congratulations, Master. Now that you have surpassed level 30, you are no longer bound by the limitations of your martial spirit. Ultimately, your level will depend on your own efforts. Thank you. A rare expression of warmth crossed Yu Xiaojiang's face. Given that the Shrek 7 soul power level significantly exceeded that of typical students, they were not burdened with academic responsibilities. Thus, they were granted a few days of freedom to pursue their desires, as long as they returned before the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy. On that day, Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Flinder left the academy to search for a suitable third soul ring for the master. Lu Erlong and Flinder had also reached level 79, and perhaps during their quest for the soul ring, they might attain the rank of 80-level soul Douluo. Hence, they entrusted the academy's management to Vice President Zhao Wujing and departed from Tindo City, confident that with the presence of the shadow Douluo Zhang Ying and Zhao Su, there would be no issues. Chapter 41. The Medusa Soul Bone set. Just as the trio departed, Douluo arrived at Shrek Academy, requesting to see Zhao Su. The guards at the academy's entrance, upon recognizing the title Douluo, showed him great respect and escorted him to the conference room, notifying Zhao Wujing of Douluo's arrival. Before long, Zhao Wujing accompanied Zhao Su to the conference room. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Douluo's proud demeanor immediately shifted to one of deep respect. Senior, have you devised a way to completely expel the affliction from my body? He inquired, bowing his head. It's quite simple, since it's poison. We merely need to draw it out, Zhao Su replied. Senior, I have tried such methods before, but it is impossible. Once drawn out, new and even more potent toxins emerged the following day, causing greater suffering. What I mean by drawing it out is to channel it into an external soul bone. This way, you can avoid the daily torment of the poison while also acquiring a powerful asset. Channel it into an external soul bone. Douluo had attempted this approach in the past, but despite the fusion of external soul bones with one's being, they were not truly part of oneself, making it impossible to redirect the toxins produced by the martial spirit. What external soul bone do you possess? I currently do not have one, Douluo admitted, his face slightly reddening, though it was understandable. It was not uncommon for titled Douluos, even those of higher rank than Douluo, to lack an external soul bone. How many soul bones do you have? I possess only one, the skull I obtained from the 1,000-year-old Medusa Snake King that I have meticulously nurtured. Douluo reflected for a moment before revealing this information to Zhao Su, without any reservations. At that moment, he had placed all his hopes in Zhao Su. The key point is to gather all 6 parts of the Medusa's soul bones. Senior, how could that be possible? Nothing is impossible. Zhao Su silently opened the system marketplace, where he discovered 6 soul bones dropped by Medusa, aside from the skull soul bone and the additional snake tail soul bone. Within this system marketplace, aside from the 6 soul bones of the Holy Angel set, the remaining soul bones held little value. Currently, Zhao Su possessed over 50,000 energy points, a sum ample for redemption. These comprised the 5 other soul bones dropped by Medusa, along with the additional snake tail soul bone. You may proceed to fuse them at your discretion. Zhao Su casually tossed 6 soul bones onto the table beside Douluo. Could it be that these are the soul bones dropped by Medusa? Witnessing Zhao Su's nonchalance as he revealed the complete set of soul bones from Medusa, including an external soul bone also belonging to her, left him utterly speechless with astonishment. During the fusion, I shall assist you in clearing the toxins within your body, guiding them into the channel of the external soul bone shaped like a serpent's tail, allowing you to achieve complete harmony with all the soul bones. In contrast to Douluo's astonishment, Zhao Su remained remarkably composed, as if the soul bones were mere trifles, insignificant remnants of a shattered skeleton. From this day forth, I, Douluo, shall look up to you as my esteemed senior, and all members of the Bai Lin Snake clan are willing to lay down their lives for you. The excitement swelling in Douluo's heart was beyond the capacity of words to express. He knelt before Zhao Su, prostrating himself in deep reverence. Enough of this idle chatter. I have matters to attend to, so let us expedite the fusion. Zhao Su spoke lightly. Indeed. Douluo rose. his hands trembling as he reached for the soul bone that lay quietly on the table. Upon finally making contact with the soul bone, a fleeting sense of unreality washed over him. Yet he hesitated no longer and settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the fusion with the soul bone. As he integrated the external soul bone, the serpent tail, Zhao Su also intervened, channeling a powerful aura of divinity into Douluo's being. Simultaneously, the mental energy within Zhao Su's mind, transformed into a tangible force within the golden pool, manifested its terrifying potency. At the moment the external serpent tail fused with Douluo's martial spirit, the Emerald Serpent Emperor, he felt a warm current flowing into the external soul bone. The toxins accumulated within him over the years began to transfer into the external serpent tail soul bone. Once the toxins were fully expelled, a formidable surge of soul power flowed back from the external serpent tail into Douluo. The external soul bone had converted the toxins into soul power, bestowing it back to Douluo. Thus, the toxins originally produced by the Emerald Serpent, which had once tormented him, transformed into a beneficial elixir for his cultivation. Thank you, sir. Upon completing the fusion, Douluo unmistakably sensed the change in the toxins within him and knelt once more. All right. Just remember to honor the promise you made to me. Of course. Douluo rose to face Zhao Su, wishing to express more, yet the words remained unspoken. Your granddaughter is still young, and her toxins are not deeply rooted. You merely need to find an external soul bone for her and guide it into her soul bone. Zhao Su handed a small porcelain vial to Douluo once more, saying, when merging with the external soul bone, have her consume this elixir. The rest shall unfold in due time. Thank you, sir. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us depart. You have just merged with the soul bone, and it is imperative that you acclimatize. It will be beneficial for you. Indeed, I shall take my leave. Douluo first bowed respectfully to Zhao Su and then nodded to the seated Zhao Wujie before gradually exiting. With Douluo's assistance, the demise of the Tiando Empire seems all but assured. Once Douluo had departed, Zhao Wujie finally addressed Zhao Su. Though my soul power has not significantly advanced over the years, I have nonetheless, like Douluo, fused all 6 soul bones dropped by the Titan Great Ape. While my soul power may not rival that of a title Douluo in actual combat, I might prove equally formidable. Such is the extraordinary nature of soul bones. Furthermore, the reluctance to hasten Zhao Wujie's soul power enhancement stems from a desire to avoid premature exposure. It is uncertain whether we are the only ones observing the Tiando Empire. Zhao Su mused, contemplating further. I believe it is time to seek assistance from another individual. Who? One who is said to have a unique connection with the Snow Knight Emperor. Zhao Su refrained from revealing the identity of the individual, and Zhao Wujie did not press further for details. I reiterate my hope that when the time comes, you will spare Flanders' life. As long as he does not oppose me, I have no intention of taking his life. Doing so would serve no advantage to me. I shall take my leave. Zhao Wujie nodded slightly and turned to leave the conference room. At present, he serves as the vice dean of the new Shrek Academy, which comprises several hundred students, necessitating his attention to numerous matters. Chapter 42. Ningfengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After Zhao Wujie departed, Zhao Su stood up, stretched lazily, and contemplated a leisurely stroll to explore a certain place. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Zhang Ying approaching the conference room. It was evident that Zhang Ying was seeking him out. Are you planning to take a walk? I'm quite free, and I shall accompany you. I too shall join. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from behind, belonging to Zhu Zhuqing. Without any superfluous words, she simply uttered 3 succinct syllables and brushed past Zhao Su and Zhang Ying, heading toward the exit of the academy. Zhuqing, could you not walk so swiftly? We are merely out for a leisurely shopping excursion, not engaging in strenuous exercise. On the bustling street, Zhu Zhuqing moved at a brisk pace, nearly approaching a running speed. Zhao Su pursued Zhu Zhuqing, calling out to her. Zhu Zhuqing halted her steps, casting a glance at Zhang Ying, who had been trailing behind Zhao Su, before turning her attention back to Zhao Su. Do you truly need to run to stay fit? Isn't your evening workout sufficient? Zhu Zhuqing's remark left Zhao Su momentarily speechless. Where do I even exercise in the evening? Zhao Su, rarely displaying any signs of embarrassment, stepped forward and took Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, playfully suggesting, if you're willing, we could train together for a couple of evenings. Go away. Who would want to train with you? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Su before hastily retreating. Yet, soon after, Zhu Zhuqing intentionally slowed her pace, maintaining a deliberate distance from Zhao Su. Master, Ningfengji, Enchen Xian. The group wandered about the bustling streets of the entire Heavendo city for a while. Zhang Ying then spotted a middle-aged man whose attire and demeanor exuded an air of sophistication, accompanied by a tall elder with meticulously groomed silver hair, entering an auction house. "Let us follow them." Zhao Su glanced at Zhu Shiqing, who was leading the way, and after a moment's thought, he quietly slipped away with Zhang Ying. When Zhu Shiqing turned around to look for Zhao Su, who had been trailing behind her, she discovered that both Zhao Su and Zhang Ying had vanished without a trace. She began to scan the surroundings anxiously but could not catch sight of Zhao Su. "Humph, Zhao Su, don't expect me to heed you anymore." Zhu Shiqing stomped her foot and let out a petulant huff. At that moment, Zhao Su and Zhang Ying had reached the entrance of the auction house, only to be halted at the door, as entry was prohibited without an invitation. Recalling a scene from the original narrative, Zhao Su retrieved the Zhuge divine crossbow he had been experimenting with from his storage jade pendant. As anticipated, when the receptionist at the entrance beheld the crossbow, her curiosity was piqued, and she escorted them to an evaluator. Before long, they were granted entry, and upon entering the auction hall, Zhao Su casually scanned the area, easily identifying the duo of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo Chen Xin. Zhao Su exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Ying before gracefully taking a seat beside Ning Fengji and Chen. As Zhang Ying settled down, Chen, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, sensed the presence of a title Douluo and gradually opened his eyes. He first directed his gaze towards Zhang Ying and then shifted it to Zhao Su. However, he was unable to discern Zhao Su's soul power level. "Fengji, that girl is a title Douluo, and she might even have attained the formidable rank of Super Douluo at level 95. Chen whispered intently into Ning Fengji's ear, deliberately lowering his voice and using his soul power to shield their conversation from prying ears. "What?" Ning Fengji held great trust in Chen's keen observation. This revelation only deepened his astonishment. Zhang Ying appeared to be merely in his early 20s, yet had already reached the exalted status of a super title Douluo. Nonetheless, it was Zhao Su who captured Ning Fengji's attention even more profoundly. Zhao Su, clad in pristine white attire, bore a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of distinction. Notably, he radiated no discernible fluctuations of soul power. Amid Ning Fengji's astonishment, the auction commenced. The first item presented was a cat girl, a being who had undergone a mutation during her martial spirit awakening, resulting in a fusion with her soul. Confined within a cage, she bore several bloodstains upon her body, her eyes wide with panic as she huddled in fear. How shameless to auction off a person as though she were mere livestock. Upon witnessing the cat girl, Zhang Ying let out a cold snort, her aura unintentionally spilling forth uncontrollably. In truth, had she not encountered Zhao Su, who rescued her, she might have languished in darkness for a lifetime. Now, witnessing the cat girl being auctioned off due to her martial spirit's mutation, destined to become a plaything for others, perhaps memories of her past resurfaced. Although Zhang Ying's martial spirit did not manifest in the same feline traits as the cat girl, it too had hindered her from any chance of cultivation due to the unique nature of her shadow spirit, binding her to shadows and preventing her from living as a normal individual. It was Zhao Su who aided her in evolving her shadow spirit into a more advanced form, freeing her from the limitations of the shadow martial spirit, allowing her to live a life akin to that of ordinary people. Soon, the bidding for the cat girl soared beyond 10,000 gold soul coins. The bidders were all adorned in opulent attire, indifferent to the price, merely seeking to acquire the cat girl for their own peculiar amusement. 20,000. Ning Fengji placed a bid, instantly doubling the previous amount. The auctioneer and the noble who had bid earlier turned their gazes toward Ning Fengji, all of whom recognized him, leading to a moment of silence in the bidding. "Should we place a bid?" Ying inquired of Zhao Su, noticing the lack of further offers. "No need," Zhao Su demurred, cognizant that Ning Fengji's acquisition of the Catwoman diverged from the intentions of those nobles. Indeed, Zhao Su held Ning Fengji in considerable esteem. Initially, Zhao Su had contemplated enlisting Ning Fengji directly, yet he apprehended that the three upper sects were invariably fraternal, and, coupled with Ning Fengji's disposition, he would assuredly not align with the Spirit Hall to confront the two great empires and other sections. Consequently, Zhao Su shifted his focus to Ning Rongrong. When the moment was opportune, he would aid Ning Rongrong in ascending as the new sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A pact between Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. "Young brother, might I inquire as to your appellation?" Ning Fengji, increasingly intrigued by Zhao Su's discourse with Zhang Ying, condescended to greet Zhao Su. "I am Zhao Su." Observing the young brother's extraordinary mien, one might surmise he hails from a distinguished lineage. Ning Fengji persisted in his probing, harboring ulterior motives. Given the unique nature of the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit, the security of the family's direct descendants, let alone the status of the seven treasure glazed tile school, could not be assured without the protection of powerful family retainers. Despite the formidable strength of sword Douluo Qinshin and bone Douluo Gu Rong, they were, after all, not immortal. Should the day arrive when the two retainers passed away, it would constitute a calamitous disaster for the seven treasure glazed tile school. Therefore, he sought to assist the next generation's sect master of the seven treasure glazed tile school in smoothly completing the transition during his lifetime. Sect Master Ning is overly concerned. I am merely a student of Shura Academy, not originating from any illustrious family. Zhao Su directly called out the name of Master Ning and even uttered the word Shura Academy. Zhao Su was aware that Ning Rongrong had sneaked out, yet her whereabouts had long been grasped by Ning Fengji, who naturally knew of the academy she attended, known as Shrek. Shrek Academy? Indeed, as Zhao Su had surmised. When Ning Fengji heard Zhao Su address him as Ning Zhongzhu, he displayed no surprise. After all, his identity was not a secret, and he frequently traversed the world. So it was hardly remarkable that he was known. However, when he heard Zhao Su utter the name Shrek Academy, his eyes visibly widened. Indeed, how could a student from Shrek Academy possibly be in Heavendo City? Ning Zhongzhu was likely unaware that Shrek Academy had relocated to Heavendo City and merged with Lambar Academy, which had now been renamed Shrek Academy. So that was the case. Ning Fengji paused momentarily, glancing at the sword Douluo Qinshin beside him. Since this young man was acquainted with him, he must also know that he was Rongrong's father. Certainly, Zhao Su did not express denial. Instead, he simply nodded and remarked, "So Rongrong is also in Heavendo City? If I am not mistaken, she must have returned home early this morning. My young friend," he continued, "the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not far from here. Would you be inclined to visit our esteemed institution?" Upon hearing Zhao Su mention that he did not hail from any prominent family, Ning Fengji had already formulated a plan to entice Zhao Su to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, not to mention the formidable title Douluo that accompanied Zhao Su. Even Ning Fengji himself was unable to discern the level of soul power that Zhao Su possessed, indicating that he was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent. In that fleeting moment, Ning Fengji conceived the idea of inviting Zhao Su as a potential son-in-law to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Perhaps it is best to defer, he concluded. With Rongrong returning home today, it has been many years since she and her father have been reunited. They surely have much to discuss, and I shall not intrude upon their heartfelt reunion. As Zhao Su spoke, he rose to leave, but then paused, continuing, "By the way, the next item up for auction belongs to me. If you fancy it, feel free to try bidding for it." With that, he made no further delay and swiftly departed. Zhang Ying followed closely behind. "Master, given such a splendid opportunity to approach the ancient banyan tree, why should we not seize it?" "Patience," came the reply. "We must maintain our composure and not appear overly eager." Zhao Su turned to gaze into the auction house, revealing a profoundly meaningful expression. He continued to speak to Zhang Ying, instructing, "Follow closely behind those two." "Understood," Zhang Ying responded, gradually becoming ethereal until he completely vanished. At that moment, Zhao Su lost any desire to linger further and returned to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, he discovered a throng of people gathered outside. Zhao Su stepped forward to take a glance and discovered a conflict had arisen between Tang San and the third generation of the Lizi clan. It was a classic case of son confronting father, and father confronting grandfather. Under the immense pressure of the Titan's formidable soul power from the Lizi clan, Tang San was compelled to unleash his Haotian hammer martial spirit. Upon witnessing the Haotian hammer, the Titan knelt before Tang San. Zhao Su shook his head, finding it rather dull, and turned to walk towards the academy. "How did you return alone? What about your beautiful sister?" As Zhao Su entered the academy, an indifferent voice echoed from behind him. "What beauty, sister? We are merely friends." Noticing the unkind gaze of Zhu Qing fixed upon him, Zhao Su managed to conjure a faint smile and retrieved a small kit he had previously purchased from within his jade pendant. Approaching Zhu Qing, he presented it to her. "This is for you," Zhao Su whispered in her ear. "It pairs with the other little cat. One for you, one for me." "How annoying, always with your sweet talk," Zhu Qing retorted as she snatched the small cat from Zhao Su's hand and turned to stride into the academy. Zhao Su hurriedly pursued, grasping Zhu Qing's hand. "Zhu Qing, please don't ignore me. Without you, I cannot eat or sleep. Just look at how much I've lost weight these past few days." "Humph. You have your beautiful sister by your side. It seems you are quite well off," Zhu Qing retorted. "No other beauty compares to you." At that moment, They arrived at a secluded spot, where Zhu Zhiqing paused and turned to Zhao Su, suddenly feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. She collapsed into Zhao Su's embrace, weeping. "All right, please stop crying. It was my fault," Zhao Su said softly, his heart aching at the sight of her tears. "It's not your fault. It is my own issue." Wiping away her tears, Zhu Zhiqing looked at Zhao Su and continued, "Since you are aware of my identity and also that of Dai Mubai, you must understand the unique relationship between the Zhu family and the royal family of the Xinglua Empire." "I understand, but what does that matter? I only wish to ask you, do you like me, or do you prefer Dai Mubai? What do you think? I want to hear you say it." Zhao Su gently cupped Zhu Zhiqing's delicate face, compelling her gaze to meet his. With a hint of possessiveness, he declared, "I have feelings for you. Yet I was born into the Zhu family, which is beyond my control. As long as you cherish me, everything else shall rest upon my shoulders. Pay no heed to the elders of the Zhu family or the royal lineage of Xinglua. I will forever safeguard you." Zhao Su interrupted Zhu Zhiqing's words, gazing intently into her eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. Zhu Zhiqing met Zhao Su's gaze, and an increasingly ambiguous tension enveloped them. Gradually, Zhao Su leaned in closer, pressing his lips against Zhu Zhiqing's. At that moment of contact, a wave of tingling sensation surged throughout Zhao Su's body, rendering him utterly entranced. Gradually, Zhu Zhiqing began to reciprocate, responding to Zhao Su's advances. Just as they were becoming increasingly engrossed in their intimate moment, a sudden cough broke the spell, causing Zhu Zhiqing to recoil as if struck by lightning, abruptly pushing Zhao Su away. Turning towards the source of the interruption, she found Ma Hongjun standing a short distance away, a lewd grin plastered across his face as he watched them. Zhu Zhiqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Playfully, she swatted Zhao Su before turning on her heel and fleeing. "Hey, Zhao, can't you at least be mindful of the surroundings?" Ma Hongjun approached, addressing Zhao Su, whose face still bore an expression of enjoyment as he savored the moment. "Enough of your nonsense. What brings you here?" Zhao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and turned to the stout man, inquiring. "Ning Rongrong has returned, accompanied by her father, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He wishes to see you and is currently waiting in the conference room." "Ning Fingji? What could he possibly want with me? Who can say? Perhaps he seeks your assistance in evolving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul." As they conversed, the two made their way towards the conference room. At this moment, Zhao Su composed herself, her earlier excitement replaced by a serious demeanor. Chapter 44, The Unparalleled Elegance of Tang Weiwa. Soon, Zhao Su and Ma Hongjun arrived at the conference room, where Ning Fingji sat with poise. Beside him, the obedient Ning Rongrong occupied her seat. Additionally, there was a figure of formidable stature, whose muscles appeared rather gaunt, their towering frame a result of an imposing skeletal structure. Zhao Su realized that this individual was connected to Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, one of the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm. Upon entering the conference room, the system's voice resonated within Zhao Su's mind, indicating the presence of a formidable bone dragon's aura. It was at this moment that Zhao Su could definitively ascertain the link between Gu Rong and the bone dragon, a notion that had previously existed only in his conjecture. With this revelation, Zhao Su's mind began to ponder how to compel Gu Rong to manifest the true form of his 7th soul skill and the 9th soul skill, the Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. Once it was established which of these was the Bone Dragon among the 9 divine dragons they sought, the matter would become considerably simpler. If Zhao Su were to take action himself, he could certainly compel Gu Rong to unleash those 2 soul skills. However, doing so would disrupt the plans he had meticulously devised. In the realm of Douluo continent, among the titled Douluo, there are few who can truly force him to exert his full strength, unless faced with a concerted assault. This, too, would diverge from Zhao Su's intentions. Thus he finds himself in a position of waiting. "Ah, my young brother, I did not anticipate our paths would cross so swiftly again," Ning Fingji exclaimed upon seeing Zhao Su enter the conference room. Rising to his feet, a casual smile adorned his face, revealing the esteem with which he regards Zhao Su. Gu Rong, seated quietly with his eyes partially closed and a few sparse strands of hair atop his head, remained motionless. "Ningsek Master, you are too courteous. I wonder what business brings you to seek me?" Zhao Su addressed Ning Fingji directly and candidly. "Since you were so forthright, I shall speak plainly as well." Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Ning Fingji chose not to engage in further pleasantries. "I wish to inquire about the Qilua Yijingxiang that Rong mentioned, the one capable of evolving the 7 treasures Glazed Pagoda into the 9 treasures Glazed Pagoda. Do you still possess any, my young brother? The celestial herb is indeed rare and elusive. Thus far, I have only one, which I have already given to Rongrong. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ning Fengji's gaze, though it vanished almost instantaneously. Where might one procure it? I do not know. I see. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to you for assisting Rongrong in the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Rongrong is not merely my classmate. She is akin to a sister to me, so there is no need for further expressions of thanks. Subsequently, Ning Fengji placed an order with Zhao Su for a batch of concealed weapons for the defense of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Zhao Su did not need to assemble the items himself. Instead, he sold the complete and detailed blueprints to Ning Fengji for the sum of 5 million gold soul coins. He also promised to provide free instruction to the artisans of the 7 treasure glazed tile school should they encounter any difficulties in assembly. This was, in fact, part of Zhao Su's cunning plan, as he anticipated that the artisans would undoubtedly face challenges in the assembly process. At that time, he would have the opportunity to visit the 7 treasure glazed tile school, thereby gaining closer access to Gu Rong, while simultaneously probing Ning Fengji's intentions to see if he could be of use to him. The following morning, Zhao Su departed from Shrek Academy. He arrived at a grand edifice situated on the most bustling street of Heavendo City. The building stood 5 stories tall, and its exterior alone revealed the opulence within. Above the main entrance hung a sign that bore the 2 characters Yuxian. Those familiar with the original narrative would know that the proprietor of Yuxian is none other than Tang Hao's younger sister, Tang Weihua, who is also the aunt of Tang San. However, Zhao Su's purpose for visiting was not to see her, but rather to meet the 4th prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xuebong. From his discussions with Douluo, Zhao Su learned that Xuebong was not merely the frivolous prince he appeared to be. Due to the suppression by the crown prince Xueqinghe, he had been biding his time in restraint. The earlier incident, where Xuebong had collaborated with his uncle, Prince Xuexing, to expel Shrek's group from the Heavendo Royal Academy, was not truly a result of conflict with Dai Mubai. That was merely a pretext. The real reason was that the Heavendo Royal Academy was entirely under the influence of Xueqinghe, with all 3 members of the academic committee being his supporters. Should Shrek Academy and the others remain at the Heavendo Royal Academy, they would likely become adversaries. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have an invitation or a reservation? Upon entering Yuxian, Zhao Su was halted by the guard stationed at the entrance. I do not. I'm here to see someone. I apologize, sir, but without a reservation or invitation, entry is not permitted. I am here to see Prince Xuebing. I'm afraid that without a reservation, entry is not allowed. Zhao Su had initially intended to remain discreet, as he was secretly visiting Xuebing and wished to avoid drawing attention. However, upon witnessing the guard's obstinacy, his temper flared. Let me reiterate. I am here to see Prince Xuebing. As Zhao Su spoke, he advanced into the interior, but after taking only a few steps, he was once again halted. In light of this, Zhao Su resolved to act decisively, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that sent all those who dared to obstruct him flying backwards. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking the lives of these individuals, as they were all affiliated with Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua still held significant value for him, and it was imperative to show her some respect. Stop. What is the meaning of this? Are you unaware that the lady is resting? At that moment, a slender, middle-aged man resembling a steward approached, his voice sharp with reprimand. Steward Ao, this individual lacks an invitation or appointment and seeks to force his way in. Who are you? Ao regarded Zhao Su, his gaze still laced with disdain, though his tone remained relatively mild. I am here to seek the Avalanche Prince. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Today, Zhao Su's temperament was notably restrained. In the past, he would have already overturned this so-called moon pavilion. What is happening? Before Ao could respond, another voice echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a gentle aura that enveloped Zhao Su, calming the anger that had begun to swell within him. Zhao Su followed the direction of the sound and beheld a beautiful lady gracefully descending the staircase. She was adorned in a silver gown, and each of her movements exuded an effortless elegance. Zhao Su recognized the individual before him as Tang Yuehua. Upon seeing her, Zhao Su's eyes instantly brightened. Her elegance and beauty were undoubtedly on par with Bai Bai Dong, yet she lacked the imposing aura that Bai Bai Dong exuded. Although her figure was not particularly remarkable, it possessed the requisite curves in all the right places. Most importantly, she radiated an air of noble gentleness that was unparalleled among others. Her visage appeared to belong to someone merely in their mid-20s, yet the composure she carried, forged through the trials of life, was a perfect amalgamation of youthful allure and mature grace, captivating Zhao Su immensely. Madam, there is a disturbance. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your rest. Odeli hastily approached, bowing respectfully to Tang Yuehua in apology. Odeli, whom are you referring to as causing a ruckus? Before Tang Yuehua could respond, a cold, indifferent voice pierced the air, imbued with a formidable killing intent directed at Odeli. Under the weight of that overwhelming malevolence, Odeli nearly succumbed to the ground. Yet it was Tang Yuehua who once again invoked her domain, dispelling the ominous presence encroaching upon Odeli. Sir, I apologize. It was my oversight in arrangements. The speaker was the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. It was not surprising for Douluo to speak on Zhao Su's behalf, given the noble lineage of those present. However, his subsequent actions left everyone in a state of astonishment. Douluo leaped down from the third floor, landing before Zhao Su, bowing his head in utmost respect. It was well known that Douluo was a titled Douluo, a guest of honor hired at great expense by the entire Tiando Empire, the only one of his kind. Even the princes of the Tiando Empire and the Emperor of the Snowy Night treated him with deference, wary of offending him. Yet today, he lowered himself to apologize to a youth who appeared to be no more than 20 years of age, adopting such a humble stance. Very well. I shall refrain from further grievances. Yes, please, sir. Douluo gestured for Zhao Su to ascend the stairs, saying, Master Tang, it would be prudent to properly instruct your servants. If you cannot even guide your own attendants, how can you teach the members of the royal family about etiquette? Although Zhao Su expressed a desire to let go of past grievances, when Douluo passed by Tang Yuehua, he nonetheless offered a word of caution. After that, he ceased speaking and caught up with Zhao Su, who was ascending the stairs. Madam, it is imperative to remember that one must not act so recklessly in the future. Since he claimed to be searching for someone, it would have sufficed to inform him. Indeed, it is the fault of this old servant for lacking discretion. I shall certainly be more mindful in the future. Tang Yuehua nodded, not reprimanding Odd, but instead gazing up at Zhao Su, who had just entered the room. Unbeknownst to her, upon seeing him, a profound curiosity stirred within her heart, as if an inner voice urged her, approach him. He possesses the ability to transform your martial soul. This phenomenon was, in truth, a manifestation of Zhao Su's immense spiritual power. Zhao Su found himself disinclined to approach Tang Yuehua with the same gradual method he had employed with Zhu Zhuqing. This was primarily because Tang Yuehua was not the naive young girl Zhu Zhuqing had been. She was seasoned in the intricacies of the aristocracy and the bureaucratic realm. Her wealth of experience and insight surpassed that of many, even men. Hence, the strategies that had worked on Zhu Zhuqing would be utterly ineffective with her. Faced with this reality, Zhao Su resolved to adopt a more direct approach. After merging the holy angel set with the soul bone of his right arm, his mental prowess experienced a formidable enhancement. He had transcended the realm of spiritual domain, achieving a staggering 53,000 points in the divine origin realm. His mental energy had become substantial, and even the mental strength of a newly ascended titled Douluo paled in comparison. Dealing with a mere level 9 Tang Yuehua, even with her innate domain, would be a trivial task. At that moment, a knock resounded on the door of the room where Zhao Su and his companions were situated. Lord Douluo, I apologize for my previous rudeness towards Mr. Zhao. I hope he will not take offense. Ode stated as he motioned for those accompanying him to present exquisite gifts into the room as an act of contrition. That will be all. You may leave. Douluo replied, his gaze remaining icy. Ode bowed slightly, refraining from further comment, and respectfully exited. He had done all he could. The outcome was beyond his control, leaving him to resign himself to fate. Did you say that the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe is impersonating a member of the Spirit Hall? Once Ode had departed, Xue Bong, seated nearby, questioned Zhao Su with a look of incredulity. Indeed, Zhao Su affirmed. Zhao Su reclined casually against the back of his chair, yet spoke with a certain assurance. So that's how it is. No wonder the style of Xue Qinghe's actions has undergone such a significant transformation over the years. Xue Bong, kneeling before Zhao Su, implored, please. Sir, save me. Though he appeared to be a debauched prince, in truth, Xue Bong had merely been masquerading all these years, living in constant fear of Xue Qinghe's assassination attempts. Furthermore, he had witnessed Zhao Su mercilessly tormenting Douluo at the Tiando Royal Academy that fateful day. At this moment, Douluo displayed an unparalleled respect towards Zhao Su, igniting a glimmer of hope within Xue Bang. Rise, Zhao Su commanded. If you wish for my assistance, you must adhere to my instructions. I can assure you that you shall become the next emperor of the Tiando Empire. Xue Bang expressed his unwavering willingness to heed Zhao Su's guidance, ready to comply with all directives. First, continue your charade as a debauched prince. Do not arouse any suspicion in Xue Qinghe. Wait for the opportune moment. What do you mean by the opportune moment? Shui Beng inquired, his curiosity piqued. It will arrive soon. You shan't have to wait long, Zhao Su replied, gesturing for Shui Beng to draw closer. Remember, until I instruct you otherwise, remain motionless, regardless of what transpires. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Shui Beng nodded solemnly, his demeanor grave. Good, that is reassuring. I shall take my leave now. Sir, allow me to escort you. Douluo Bo exclaimed, hastily rising, only to be halted by Zhao Su's firm response. No need. With that, Zhao Su exited the room. Just as he turned to descend the stairs, a voice called out to him. Mr. Zhao, might you be interested in joining me for a moment? It was Tang Yuehua, standing there, clearly having awaited Zhao Su's arrival with intent. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile as he turned to face Tang Yuehua. It is indeed a privilege to be personally invited by the esteemed master of the Moon Pavilion. As Zhao Su spoke, he ascended towards the top floor, a realm reserved exclusively for Tang Yuehua. No one, not even the esteemed Chief Aoda, was permitted to enter without her express consent. Upon entering the room, a gentle, soothing fragrance enveloped him, carrying with it invigorating properties that awakened the senses. While the aroma was undeniably pleasant, one might ponder whether the master of the Moon Courtyard would not find himself restless at night, should he indulge in its delightful essence too freely. Zhao Su casually settled onto the sofa, a playful smile gracing his face as he gazed at Tang Yuehua. In response, Tang Yuehua felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat under his gaze. A seasoned individual accustomed to the tempest of life, she found it perplexing to experience such a disconcerting emotion, especially when the one before her was merely a youth in his 20s. Sleeping is perhaps the most frivolous use of time. I wish I could remain awake forever. As she uttered these words, a flicker of complex emotion danced in her eyes, as if recalling something significant. After all, time is abundant. Why fear its squandering? As Zhao Su reached out and grasped Tang Yuehua's hand, she was momentarily startled by the unexpected contact. Soon thereafter, a gentle warmth surged within her, coursing through her veins as the sensation expanded throughout her body. This influx of warmth enveloped her in an indescribable comfort, gradually restoring a rosy hue to her previously pallid complexion. Although Tang Yuehua's Haotian hammer martial soul had undergone a transformation, granting her the noble domain of the aristocratic ring, it proved to be of little consequence against true powerhouses. Moreover, with her soul power only at level 9, she could not retain the youthful visage that other formidable soul masters possessed. The preservation of her youthful appearance came at a considerable cost. In essence, Tang Yuehua's seemingly ageless beauty was merely superficial, a result of the noble ring's domain combined with external influences. Internally, her body had long begun to deteriorate, a reality she silently endured each day. Chapter 46. The Elite Soul Master Competition commences. The warm current that Zhao Su introduced into her body was the 9 nether demonic method, a component of the ancient dual cultivation technique, Taiguzai Gong. The term demonic also symbolizes the yin, which aligns harmoniously with the feminine essence. This synergy can significantly alter one's state, even for an ordinary individual. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yuehua gradually regained her composure amidst the comfort bestowed by this warm flow. She could sense a slight loosening in her 9th level soul power, which had been permanently stunted due to a flaw in her martial soul. Concurrently, she perceived her body becoming increasingly youthful. Her skin grew smoother and more delicate, as if she had been reborn. Truly, the master was extraordinary, effortlessly resolving a chronic ailment that Yuehua had struggled with for years. Tang Yuehua turned her gaze towards Zhao Su, who had reclined back on the sofa once more. Her tone shifted, and she began to refer to herself as Yuehua. You flatter me, master. This is merely a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. You are exceedingly humble, master, she replied, stepping forward to personally pour tea for Zhao Su, her eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. Might I inquire if you could disclose the method that transformed my constitution? I would be willing to offer you 1 million gold soul coins as compensation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's smile grew ever more radiant. Indeed, all women, whether ordinary or endowed with special abilities, possess a particular concern for their appearance. There is no need for compensation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su placed the ancient text upon the table before him, uttering no further words as he rose to depart. Tang Yuehua stood there, casting a glance at the ancient tome, then turning her gaze towards Zhao Su's departing figure, her emotions swelling within her heart. Born into the Haotian sect, Tang Yuehua possessed a rare martial soul, the Haotian hammer, which had transformed into a wish ring, rendering her unable to surpass the 9th level in soul power for her entire life. However, she inherently belonged to the realm of nobility, embodying the essence of a favored daughter of heaven. The most pivotal factor was her two brothers, particularly Tang Hao, whose exceptional prowess overshadowed her own, leading her to believe that none could surpass her brothers, and no man was worthy of her. Yet, after encountering Zhao Su today, her perspective began to shift. Standing at over 1.80 meters, Zhao Su, though not excessively tall, carried himself with an admirable stature. While he might not be classically handsome, his ever-present smile rendered him utterly captivating. Beyond Zhao Su's inherent excellence, the profound influence of his formidable spiritual power on Tang Yuehua contributed to her burgeoning feelings. Regardless, Zhao Su's image became indelibly etched in her heart. "I hope we may meet again," she murmured softly, her thoughts lingering on his visage as she reached for the 9-nether demonic method he had placed on the table. Before long, 6 months had elapsed, and the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies was about to commence. Recently, Master and his companions had returned, fulfilling Zhao Su's expectations by securing suitable soul rings for Master. Lu Erlong and Flinder had both surpassed the 80th level, reaching the esteemed rank of 81. Among the three, Lu Erlong exhibited the most dramatic transformation, her figure increasingly striking, her skin as tender as that of a maiden, stirring Zhao Su's heart. However, he had no intention of provoking Lu Erlong. 3 days hence marked the selection day for the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies, and Zhao Su hoped they would unleash their utmost capabilities to reach the finals. Within the training room of Shrek Academy, Flinder and several other instructors were rallying the troops for battle. Besides the Shrek 7, 3 other teams were present, poised to represent Shrek Academy in the preliminary rounds. Their progression would ultimately depend on each team's merit. Following the mobilization, as the other 3 teams departed, Master addressed the Shrek 7. "The highest level among the members of other academies is merely 48, whereas you have all surpassed 50. I believe reaching the finals should be well within your grasp. Rest assured, with Zhao leading us, even the championship should be a mere formality." Ma Hongjun exclaimed eagerly. In his heart, he had long envisioned his team as the champions of the elite Soul Master competition. "This time, only the 7 of you will compete. Teacher Zhao will not participate," Master declared firmly. "Why not? This is a trial for you. Should Teacher Zhao participate, the purpose of the test would be lost." Master S' stance was resolute. Yet he turned to Zhao Su, inquiring, "What is your opinion, Teacher Zhao?" The Master S' reasoning is sound. If you, all at the Soul King level above 50, cannot defeat those at the 40s, then there is no need for you to enter this competition. Zhao Su concurred, relieved that he would not be competing, as he had other matters to attend to. With the decision made, they spoke no more, preparing for the preliminary selection in 3 days. During the selection competition, the other 3 teams from Shrek Academy were quickly eliminated, while the Shrek 7 advanced triumphantly. Each time they revealed their 5 dazzling soul rings, the opposing teams lost their fighting spirit. According to Master S deductions, the only opponents capable of challenging the Shrek team might be the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Yet, based on the available data, the highest level among the golden generation was merely 48, leaving a disparity when facing the Shrek 7, all of whom had surpassed 50. Nonetheless, one could not dismiss the possibility that the golden generation might conceal their true power. The Shrek 7 soon faced the Royal Combat Team of the Tiando Royal Academy, with this match determining their fate for entering the finals in Wuhuan City. Upon the emergence of the Tiando Royal Academy's team, the Emperor of the Snowy Night, also the Academy's president, along with 3 committee members, made their appearance. Beside the Emperor stood the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. Zhao Su understood that the current Xue Qinghe was not truly Xue Qinghe, but rather Qianren Xue. As Xue Qinghe gazed towards Shrek Academy, her brow instinctively furrowed upon resting her eyes on Zhao Su. Being one of the witnesses to Zhao Su's awakening of the 12-winged holy angel martial soul, she was acutely aware of his formidable strength and understood that as long as Zhao Su took the stage, the royal fighting team of the Tiando Imperial Academy stood no chance. Among the royal fighting team, apart from the Captain Yu Tianheng and the Vice Captain Duge Yan, all were her confidants, whom she had secretly nurtured and supported. This was not only to keep the Tiando Royal Academy firmly within her grasp, but also to orchestrate a confrontation between the royal fighting team and the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, thereby demonstrating to Bibi Dong that she was far from being a failure. Chapter 47. Entering the Finals, Journeying to Spirit City. To prove herself to Bibi Dong could also be seen as an obsession harbored by Qian Rinxue. Otherwise, she would not have risked everything to disguise herself as Xue Qinghe and infiltrate the Tiando Empire for so many years. In addition to Qian Rinxue's scrutiny of Zhao Su, another individual also noticed Zhao Su's presence on behalf of Shrek Academy. In stark contrast to Qian Rinxue's vigilance, this person's gaze betrayed an unmistakable ardor. It was Tang Yuehua, the owner of Yuxian and responsible for instructing the royal nobility of the Tiando Empire in etiquette. It had been nearly half a year since her last encounter with Zhao Su, and throughout this time, every moment she practiced the 9 nether mysterious technique he had imparted to her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su appeared to have noticed that someone was observing him. As he lifted his gaze towards the elevated platform on the eastern side of the competition venue, where the noble aristocrats of the Tiandu Empire were seated, his eyes first rested upon Qian Rinxue, conveying a glance laden with significance. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Tang Yuehua, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Over the past 6 months, due to Tang Yuehua's comprehension of the 9 nether dark method, she not only seemed increasingly youthful, but also exhibited a markedly enhanced aura. Dressed in a well-fitted gown, she radiated opulence and charm, more enchanting than ever. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su diverted his gaze from Tang Yuehua and turned towards the central figure, the Snow Knight Emperor. Though adorned in splendid attire and crowned, his countenance bore a pallor, revealing an undeniable weariness. Soon, the match between the Shrek 7 monsters and the royal fighting team commenced. This time, the defeat of the Tiando Royal Academy was far more decisive than before. While their previous loss could be attributed to the luck of the Shrek 7 monsters, this defeat was indisputable. The 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy, seated behind the Snow Knight Emperor, could only express their helplessness as they witnessed the Shrek 7 monsters effortlessly vanquish the royal fighting team. Their glances towards Prince Xuexing were filled with resentment. Such prodigious talents as the Shrek 7 monsters should have belonged to the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet they had now become the conquerors of the Academy's strongest team, inciting their ire. However, they remained powerless, after all. The Tiando Royal Academy was an institution of the Tiando Empire's royalty, and they were merely employees. The Shrek 7 monsters' victory granted them the opportunity to advance to the finals in Wuhuan City, scheduled in 10 days. Thus, time for preparation was limited, necessitating their swift departure to Wuhuan City. Any delay would result in forfeiting their chance to compete. Meanwhile, in Wuhuan City, within the Papal Palace, Pope Bibi Dong sat regally upon her throne, listening to reports regarding the teams entering the finals from the 2 major empires. Upon learning that each member of the Shrek 7 monsters, all merely 18 or 19 years of age, had attained the Spirit King level, a flicker of astonishment pierced her otherwise indifferent demeanor. Such talent and training speed were unparalleled, even surpassing that of the renowned Tang Hao. Furthermore, it was not just one individual, but a collective of 7, all achieving similar feats. Provide me with the detailed profiles of every member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Bibi Dong's voice, devoid of emotion and tinged with coldness, commanded authority. The aides promptly retrieved the detailed information of the 7 members and respectfully presented it to her. As she casually perused the documents, her astonishment deepened with each revelation. The rapid advancement in their martial soul cultivation was remarkable, and even Oscar, with his food-type martial soul of sausages, had reached the Spirit King level at such a tender age. Particularly striking was the revelation of Tang San's twin martial souls and his mentor being Yu Xiaojiang, which amplified her already formidable presence. Dismissed, Bibi Dong handed the profiles back to her aides, suppressing her aura as she waved them away. Yes, they responded promptly, bowing respectfully before retreating. Yu Xiaojiang, I shall not grant you your wish for your student. Once the hall was devoid of company, her previously restrained aura surged forth, enveloping the entire chamber in a chilling atmosphere of death and hostility. On that day, Master Flander, leading a modest party, prepared to journey to Wuhuan City. Upon reaching the city gates, they were confronted by an individual who stepped forward to obstruct their path. Greetings, may I inquire if Mr. Zhao Su is among your company? The newcomer was none other than the steward, Odd, from Yuexian. Upon hearing Odd's voice, Zhao Su poked his head out from the carriage and inquired, Steward Odd, what brings you here? My lady wishes to have a word with Mr. Zhao. She assures that it will not take too long. Odd added, providing clarification. Who is this lady you speak of? In the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sharpened at the mention of the lady, directing her question at Zhao Su, a former acquaintance. Do not overthink it. Zhao Su reached out to caress the pouting cheek of Zhu Zhuqing, and then alighted from the carriage. He addressed the driver, Flander, saying, Dean Flander. You may proceed without me. I shall catch up shortly. Time is of the essence, so we must set off. With a final admonition of be cautious on the road, Zhao Su whispered to Flander. Flander, initially taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement without further words, cracking the whip against the horse's rear. As Zhao Su arrived at the Moon Pavilion alongside Ode, twilight had descended, and Tang Yuehua stood at the entrance, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Zhao Su, her smile radiated even more brightly. I wonder what business the master of the Moon Pavilion has with me. Could it be that she has encountered difficulties in her contemplation of the 9 nether mystical arts? Zhao Su intentionally posed a question to Tang Yuehua. Let us ascend and converse further. I have prepared tea and delicacies for our enjoyment. Tang Yuehua casually stepped forward, linking her arm with Zhao Su's. And together they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the top floor, Zhao Su was greeted by the sight of the meticulously arranged tea and pastries, and in the grand hall, there rested a guqin. I wonder if Mr. Zhao would be interested in hearing me play a piece, Tang Yuehua inquired as she gracefully settled before the guqin, her slender fingers delicately poised above the strings. It is often said that the melodies played by the master of Wuxian are the most enchanting sounds on this continent. It seems today I, Zhao, am fortunate to experience such auditory bliss. Zhao Su, at that moment, settled onto the sofa, casting a gentle gaze towards Tang Yuehua. Chapter 48. The true harmonization of yin and yang with Tang Yuehua. Sensing Zhao Su's tender eyes, Tang Yuehua chose silence, responding only with a serene smile. Her fingers, delicately poised above the guqin, began to caress the strings, and a melodious, gentle sound reverberated throughout the room. Simultaneously, Tang Yuehua's innate domain was unleashed. As the music flowed, the gentle waves emanating from her domain grew ever softer, as if capable of soothing all worldly sorrows. Even Zhao Su, enveloped in this gentle ambience, felt his heart gradually unwind. The tender melodies intertwined with the serene atmosphere seemed to release him from the burdens of scheming, transporting him back to the carefree days of his childhood. Slowly, Zhao Su closed his eyes, reclining on the sofa, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. After nearly 10 minutes, he still remained immersed in this blissful state. How do you feel? Are you more relaxed? Tang Yuehua's gentle voice roused Zhao Su from his reverie. At this moment, she had moved closer, sitting beside him, her exquisite features adorned with a smile. Each subtle expression tugged at Zhao Su's heartstrings. It's pleasant, but I believe there's a deeper relaxation to be had. I wonder if sister you would be willing to assist me? As he spoke, Zhao Su's gaze grew increasingly fervent. The soft sensation of Tang Yuehua leaning against his arm, coupled with the delicate fragrance emanating from her, stirred the dormant beast within him, awakening it slowly. Even his tone took on an ambiguous quality. Sister, I am willing to assist you in any way I can. Upon hearing Zhao Su's slightly suggestive words, Tang Yuehua noticed a shift in him. Her eyes began to glaze over, becoming even more alluring. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhao Su felt the beast within him fully awaken. To endure further would be to fall beneath the threshold of humanity. Really? Zhao Su inquired again. As long as you desire, Tang Yuehua replied, her voice dripping with temptation, leaving Zhao Su entranced. With a mischievous smile, Zhao Su's hesitation evaporated as he leaned in for a kiss. Tang Yuehua initially offered a token resistance, but soon began to reciprocate. Zhao Su's movements became increasingly pronounced, and his hands gradually grew more restless. After a few minutes, when Zhao Su finally breached the last barrier, Tang Yuehua beneath him let out a soft grunt, her brows furrowing as a hint of anguish crossed her features. Zhao Su was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tang Yuehua, the lord of Yuexin, who had long been mingling among the nobility of the Tiandou Empire and was rumored to have a special relationship with the Snowy Night Emperor, was still a paragon of virtue. Zhao Su cast a glance at Tang Yuehua, whose expression had grown increasingly enchanting, her cheeks faintly flushed. His movements gradually softened. The initial discomfort slowly transformed into sheer delight. Amidst this exquisite ecstasy, Tang Yuehua, hindered by the flaw of her martial soul that prevented her from surpassing the 9th level of soul power, inadvertently transcended her limitations. Half an hour later, still blushing, Tang Yuehua nestled shyly in Zhao Su's embrace, savoring the tranquil moments that followed their shared euphoria. Sister Yu, You must diligently contemplate the 9 nether demonic arts. It not only has the potential to transform your physique, but also to accelerate your cultivation speed. Zhao Su gently kissed Tang Yuehua on the cheek, his words imbued with tenderness. Tang Yuehua merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. Witnessing this, Zhao Su felt a surge of affection, rising to embrace Tang Yuehua as he made his way toward the bedroom. The following day, while still enveloped in slumber, Zhao Su sensed something brushing against his cheek. Drowsily opening his eyes, he found Tang Yuehua already awake, gazing at him with warmth, her hair playfully teasing him. The little rascal is up. The sun is shining on your backside. After the harmonious union of yin and yang the previous night, Tang Yuehua appeared even more enchanting, her gaze towards Zhao Su radiating increased gentleness. Yet, such a look was almost too much for Zhao Su to bear. I don't want to wake up. How about we sleep a little longer? Zhao Su gazed at Tang Yuehua with eyes gleaming with light, reaching out to enfold her in his embrace. Was last night not sufficient? Do you desire more? Tang Yuehua gasped in surprise as Zhao Su drew her close. This time, however, Zhao Su merely held her without further advances. After all, the balance of yin and yang must be maintained. And considering that Tang Yuehua had just experienced a significant change the night before, it would be unwise to overwhelm her body. Although Zhao Su is a beast, he is indeed a good beast. After they indulged in each other's warmth for a while, Zhao Su finally rose from his slumber. Tang Yuehua had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Once they finished their meal, Zhao Su prepared to depart. Though the tender embrace was enchanting, he had other matters to attend to and could not remain here indefinitely. Can you wait a few more days before leaving? Once the Soul Master competition concludes, I shall return to seek you out. There was no alternative. If he delayed any longer, he would not reach Soul City in time. All right, but do remember to come back to me. Though Tang Yuehua felt a tinge of sadness, she nonetheless acquiesced to Zhao Su's departure, offering him a gentle reminder. Rest assured, once I have completed my tasks, I will undoubtedly return. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved a spherical object from the jade pendant storage space at his waist, handing it to Tang Yuehua. Wear this at all times, regardless of your whereabouts. In the face of danger, channel your soul power through it. Even a tidal Douluo would be powerless against you. Simultaneously, Zhao Su transmitted the specific usage of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus into Tang Yuehua's mind, ensuring she would remember it vividly, never to forget. I shall await your return, Tang Yuehua said, tightly clutching the sphere Zhao Su had given her. Take care of yourself. Zhao Su gently kissed Tang Yuehua on the cheek, and without a moment's hesitation, swiftly turned and departed. Upon exiting the moon pavilion, Zhao Su glanced back, inhaling deeply to suppress the tumultuous emotions swirling within. He hastened towards the city gates. Meanwhile, his master, Yu Shaojiang, had already parted ways with Flinder and others, making his solitary way to the Spirit Hall to meet Bibi Dong. In response, Bibi Dong dispatched the tidal Douluos, Zhu Gui, and others to eliminate Tang San and his companions. As Zhao Su took a few steps outside, Ing appeared by his side. Go and covertly protect Tang San and his companions. They cannot perish just yet. Understood, Zhang Ing replied, his form gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing completely. Zhao Su wasted no time and hastened towards the direction of the Spirit City. 7 days later, he finally arrived at the Spirit City, coinciding perfectly with Yu Shaojiang's visit to the Spirit Hall to seek out the Pope, Bibi Dong. Within the Grand Hall of the Pope, Zhao Su concealed himself in the shadows, observing Bibi Dong, who, in front of Yu Shaojiang, displayed none of her usual authority and was instead overwhelmed with emotion. Zhao Su not only felt a tinge of disappointment, but he also comprehended that Bibi Dong had never truly forgotten Yu Shaojiang. As the saying goes, without love, there can be no hatred. Yet, observing Bibi Dong's animosity towards Yu Shaojiang reveals the significant place he holds in her heart. Chapter 49. A forcibly picked fruit may quench thirst, yet it lacks sweetness. Tang San must not perish at this juncture. After Yu Shaojiang departed, he gazed at Bibi Dong, who remained seated, unable to find tranquility for an extended period. Zhao Su no longer concealed himself, directly appearing before Bai Dong, who spoke softly. Is it you? Upon seeing Zhao Su, Bai Dong seemed to recall something, abruptly rising and coldly fixing her gaze upon him as she continued. Are you the one who secretly rescued Tang San? Indeed, it was I, Zhao Su replied. Why? Why must you betray me as well? Bai Dong's eyes glinted with malice as she regarded Zhao Su, her tone frigid and merciless. In contrast to Zhao Su, she appeared far more villainous. At times, Zhao Su pondered whether he, as the archvillain, had truly fulfilled his role. I have not betrayed you. I am merely assisting you in realizing your dreams, helping you escape the confines of your own heart. I require no assistance from you, nor from anyone else. I am perfectly capable on my own. Perhaps I have misjudged my significance to you. Take care of yourself. Zhao Su, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head and turned away from the grand hall, a hint of despondency in his gaze. Zhao Su found himself utterly disenchanted with Bai Bai Dong, never anticipating the significant weight that Yishao Gang held in her heart. He did not wish to play the role of a mere pawn, nor did he desire to employ forceful tactics against Bai Bai Dong. While it is often said that a forcibly plucked fruit lacks sweetness, it can still quench one's thirst. Yet, he preferred a fruit that was both sweet and refreshing. 3 days later, at the finals of the Spirit Master competition, Zhu Zhuqing's countenance turned grim as she faced the team from the Royal Academy of Star Luo Empire. Her expression darkened further upon seeing a woman from the opposing team who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, an 8-point similarity, to be precise. Not only Zhu Zhuqing, but Dai Mubai also appeared troubled. With a restless heart, Zhu Zhuqing scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhao Su. However, as the match was about to commence, he still had not arrived. Do not dwell on unsettling thoughts. Take heart. You shall surely triumph over them and emerge as the ultimate victor. Just at that final moment, as she was about to step onto the battle stage, a chill ran through Zhu Zhuqing. Her slightly perspiring hand was gently enveloped by a warm palm. The gentle voice of Zhao Su resonated in Zhu Zhuqing's ears. Yu Qing, have you betrayed the family oath? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's brother, Zhu Zhuyun, who had been observing her from the Star Luo Empire battle team as they approached the soul-fighting platform, questioned her. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Beside Zhu Zhuyun, Davis, wearing a somewhat gloating smile, turned to Dai Mubai and scoffed. Your other half, who could merge with your martial soul, has betrayed you. What do you have left to fight me with? Humph. Even without martial soul fusion techniques, I can still defeat you. My Star Luo Empire can be invincible without them. Dai Mubai retorted coldly, his enchanting eyes glinting with fierce determination as they fixed on Davis. Very well, I shall see what you will use to defeat me. Davis replied with a chilling sneer, choosing to remain silent as he awaited the match's commencement. Soon, both sides ascended the soul-fighting platform and revealed their martial souls. Upon witnessing Tang San and his companions, all surpassing level 50 and adorned with dazzling soul rings, Davis and Zhu Zhuyan exchanged incredulous glances. The two were 3 or 4 years older than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, yet in less than 5 years, they had overtaken them, instilling an unprecedented sense of crisis within them. They resolved that, regardless of the outcome of this battle, they must find a way to eliminate Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly. Otherwise, their return to the Star Luo Empire would pose a significant threat. However, no matter how unwilling Davis and Zhu Zhuyan were, they were destined to be crushed in this battle. The nearly 10-level disparity was a chasm they could not bridge. Davis, you have already lost. I offer you a chance. Never return to the Star Luo Empire, and I shall not trouble you. After defeating the royal battle team of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai's aura grew increasingly formidable, exuding an air reminiscent of the king of the forest. This is merely a match. The outcome is still uncertain. Davis's eyes were icy. Had his gaze been lethal, Dai Mubai would have been torn to shreds at that moment. Despite his words, Davis's body was honest. He did not linger at the Martial Soul Hall and promptly departed with the other members of the Royal Academy of the Star Luo Empire, eager to return and prepare everything before Dai Mubai's return, ensuring he left no opportunity for him. Following the defeat of the royal battle team of the Star Luo Empire, only the Shrek team and the Martial Soul Hall Academy team remained. This was the battle that captured everyone's attention. Pope Bibi Dong, along with the formidable Ju Douluo Yueguan, Ghost Douluo Gueme, and the 7 treasures glazed tile Section Xin and Ning Fingxi, emerged to witness this decisive contest for the championship. At that moment, Bibi Dong regained her former majesty, her fitted ceremonial attire accentuating her perfect figure, crowned and wielding a staff nearly 2 meters high, embedded with jewels. The aura she radiated alone made many dare not meet her gaze, with the exception of the Shrek faction, who did not kneel. All other participating academies bowed in reverence to Pope Bibi Dong. She cast a glance towards Shrek Academy but did not linger, gesturing for them to rise. She then announced the final championship prize, 3 soul bones. Upon seeing the 3 soul bones, astonishment filled the crowd, with many gazing at them with avarice. Yet none dared to make a move. As the battle commenced, Master S predictions proved accurate. The golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall Academy indeed concealed their strength. Each of them surpassed level 50, akin to the Shrek 7 monsters. In the preceding selection and subsequent advancement stages, the Martial Soul Hall Academy had not showcased their golden generation, although this did not align with the competition's regulations. The final clause dictated that the Martial Soul Hall held ultimate interpretative authority. Even raising objections was futile, revealing their trepidation. Thus, the Shrek Academy could only muster the courage to compete, for the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall was not necessarily superior to them. The battle was fierce, and the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall, handpicked by Pope Bibi Dong, proved their worth. The martial soul fusion techniques of Hu Liena and Xie Yu were particularly powerful. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. They were defeated by the Shrek 7 monsters, with Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and the others succumbing to a deadly poison. Although Tang San assisted them in detoxifying, they had already entered the 8 extraordinary meridians, which would significantly impact their future cultivation. However, for Tang San, the implications of the poison on their future training were of no concern. His only focus was victory. According to the competition's regulations, Pope Bibi Dong awarded the 3 soul bones to the Shrek 7 monsters. After declaring the successful conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, she turned her gaze towards the petite figure of Shao Wu, hidden behind Tang San. Douluo, Ghost Douluo, seize that little girl. Pope Bibi Dong commanded, raising her staff towards Shao Wu as she addressed Yue Guan and Gue Mei sharply. Understood. Yue Guan and Gue Mei, having discerned Shao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, did not hesitate as they surged towards her. Wait, Your Holiness, why must you be so wrathful towards a mere child? What offense has she committed? Ning Fengji interjected, stepping in front of Yue Guan and Gue Mei. Before Bibi Dong could respond, Chun Xian, the sword Douluo, leaned in to whisper in Ning Fengji's ear. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and glanced at Shao Wu. Ning Secmaster, will you continue to obstruct me? Bibi Dong inquired, her tone calm, yet laced with menace. Should Ning Fengji persist in interfering, she would show no mercy to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, including him. Yue Guan and Gue Mei stepped forward, exuding a sense of threat towards Ning Fengji. With a sigh, Ning Fengji ultimately chose to withdraw, stepping aside. Observing this, the members of Shrek Academy immediately became vigilant, with Master rushing to position himself in front of them, producing the papal decree that Tang Hao had given him. Bibi Dong is an honorary elder of the Martial Soul Hall. I have the right to know your reasons for this course of action. Since you wish to know, why not inquire of your student? Master turned to look at Shao Wu, who was concealed behind Tang San. Shao Wu is not human. She is a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. At this point, it was futile to conceal the truth any longer. Tang San had no choice but to speak candidly. Ultimately, Master Flander and Lu Erlong resolved to protect Shao Wu, for she was undoubtedly their student. Particularly, Lu Erlong was not only Shao Wu's teacher but also her godmother. The trio took their positions, raising their right hands as the Trinity Fusion technique was instantly activated. At this moment, Lu Erlong and Flander had both attained the formidable rank of 82 in their soul Douluo levels. Master had even surpassed the 30-level threshold, and the summoned golden sacred dragon radiated an increasingly resplendent aura, exuding greater majesty. Even when faced with the title Douluo, they would not be without a fighting chance. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Zhao Su. He had vanished amidst the chaos. Ultimately, Zhu Zhiqing chose to side with the Shrek Academy faction. What are you two waiting for? Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be met with lethal force. With Bibi Dong's voice echoing, Yue Guan and Gue Mei, no longer hesitating, charged towards the master and his companions, while another rushed towards Shao Wu. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost dared to threaten my son. At that moment, a domineering voice rang out, accompanied by the appearance of a colossal hammer. It was Tang Hao, still clad in tattered garments, yet his presence was increasingly formidable. The immense soul power emanating from the Haotian hammer sent Yue Guan and Gue Mei flying. In that instant, Bibi Dong also sprang into action, shielding Yue Guan and Gue Mei from Tang Hao's subsequent hammer strike. Just then, a powerful aura surged from the Pope's Hall behind Bibi Dong, rapidly approaching their location. It was the other 4 elders of the Spirit Hall. Truly, the Spirit Hall was formidable, boasting 7 titled Douluo. Tang Hao hovered in midair, the Haotian hammer suspended beside him, his gaze cold as he regarded Bibi Dong and the 6 titled Douluo behind her. Do you truly believe you can withstand the combined assault of the 7 of us with your solitary strength? I welcome the challenge. As he spoke, Tang Hao moved, gripping the Haotian hammer and unleashing his ultimate move, the true body of the Haotian hammer. However, at that moment, the elders of the Spirit Hall, excluding Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo, hesitated and retreated back into the Pope's hall. It was evident that they had never genuinely regarded Bibi Dong as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This could likely be at Qian Daolia's behest. After all, Qian Rinxue had grown. Once Bibi Dong was deceased, she could ascend to the position of Pope. This was a scheme long in the making, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Tang Hao's arrival had presented them with a chance to eliminate Bibi Dong. Boom. At this moment, there was no longer any opportunity for Bibi Dong to contemplate. She mustered her full strength to counter Tang Hao's all-out strike with the true body of the Haotian hammer. Bang! Tang Hao and the Haotian hammer fused as one, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. His overwhelming power was indeed befitting of the youngest title Douluo in the entire continent. A series of blows sent Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo hurtling away before he focused his attention squarely on Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, years ago, Qian Xuanji withstood 3 of my strikes. I wonder how many you can endure? Though Tang Hao's voice resonated with a hint of age, it was imbued with undeniable authority. As his words fell, the Haotian hammer descended upon Bibi Dong. At that moment, her heart was thrown into turmoil. The immense pressure, coupled with the betrayal of the 4 elders and the mention of Qian Xuanji, ignited an uncontrollable fury within her, tinged with a trace of fear. Bang, bang, bang. Uft. The successive strikes rained down upon Bibi Dong. Though she managed to fend them off, she sustained injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Is that all you are? What does it matter if you possess twin martial souls? Boom. Tang Hao swung his hammer once more. Bang. Just when everyone presumed Bibi Dong would be gravely injured. If not killed, by this strike, a figure cloaked in black robes emerged, effortlessly grasping Bibi Dong by the waist with one hand while the other blocked the massive Haotian hammer. With a sudden surge of strength, this figure sent both the hammer and Tang Hao flying. Let us go. After propelling Tang Hao away, Zhao Su did not pursue further. He merely cast a cold glance at Tang Hao. Tang Hao stood there, looking towards the figure shrouded in black robes, his eyes widening as memories of Zhao Su, who had once helped him recover from his old injuries at Shrek Academy, flooded back. Do not let them escape. Kill them. Bibi Dong strained to break free from Zhao Su's embrace, completely losing her former composure, her voice rising in anger. Everyone, stand aside. Let them leave. The powerful soul force emanating from Zhao Su caused a tremor in the hearts of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, who had been blocking Tang Hao and the members of Shrek Academy, rendering them unable to defy him any longer as they retreated. Although cloaked in a black robe that shrouded his entire form, the familiar presence of Zhao Su was instantly recognized by Zhu Zhuqing, who gazed at him with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing was about to leave when Ning Rongrong gently tugged at her arm, prompting her to snap back to reality and follow the group, glancing back repeatedly. Why? Why must they be allowed to leave? You promised you would assist me. After witnessing Tang Hao and the others depart, Bibi Dong cast a frigid glare at Zhao Su, exclaiming vehemently, Enough! Just look at yourself now. You have lost your mind and ought to calm down. As Zhao Su spoke, he extended his hand, placing it upon Bibi Dong's back, allowing a sacred essence capable of purifying the soul to permeate her being. This gradually calmed her, and she gently rested her head upon Zhao Su's shoulder. Chapter 51. Bibi Dong's utter frenzy. After Bibi Dong had composed herself, Zhao Su carried her back to the bedchamber within the papal palace and laid her upon the bed. Subsequently, from the storage space within his jade pendant, he retrieved a small porcelain vial, dispensed a medicinal pill, and administered it to Bibi Dong. At that moment, Zhu Douluo Yuguan and Gue Douluo Guemei also entered. Zhu Douluo's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and although Gue Douluo's face was obscured, Zhao Su knew that they had both sustained injuries beneath Tang Hao's true form of the clear sky hammer. Ingest these elixirs and recuperate diligently. Your injuries shall mend swiftly. Is your majesty unharmed? Zhu Douluo inquired with concern, stepping forward to observe Bibi Dong, who lay upon the bed with a furrowed brow. She is unharmed. A slumber will quell the inner demons within her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Douluo was relieved and turned his gaze towards Zhao Su, who had shed his black robes, and queried, How shall we deal with those 4? What purpose do traitors serve? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhao Su's eyes as he continued. You need not concern yourselves. I shall handle this. The ghostly figure, whose visage remained obscured, cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, should we wait for the Pope to awaken before making a decision? It is entirely at your Majesty's discretion, replied Zhu Douluo, respectfully guiding the ghost Douluo to retreat. Once Yuguan and Guemei departed, Zhao Su seated himself beside Bibi Dong's bed. Before long, another ethereal presence materialized behind Zhao Su, stating, "Master, the 4 traitors have been executed." "Very well. Is there any news from Douluo?" "None as of now." A day prior, the 3rd sacrifice, Douluo, returned to Douluo Palace to meet with Douluo, but there has been no further information since. Summon Kwang Dao Hongfeng back. He shall remain at the Spirit Hall to guard against Douluo. "Master, why complicate matters? Simply eliminate Douluo, and the issue would be resolved without further ado. Douluo cannot perish just yet. He still serves a purpose. We must keep a watchful eye on him." "Understood." Although Shadow did not fully grasp Zhao Su's intentions, he refrained from further inquiries. "There is one more matter. Zhu Zhuqing sought me out, inquiring about your whereabouts. She intends to return to the Star Luo Empire with Dai Mubai. A few days prior, Bibian had dispatched Yu Guan and Gue Mei to intercept the Shrek team. It was Shadow's timely intervention that repelled Yu Guan and Gue Mei, after which Shadow remained among the Shrek group. "I see." Zhao Su nodded and replied softly, "Please don't go. Stay with me, won't you?" Just as Zhao Su was about to rise and depart, Bai Dong unexpectedly grasped Zhao Su's arm, lowering his gaze. Zhao Su noticed that Bai Dong remained in a deep slumber, her eyes still closed. Perhaps she was lost in a dream at that moment. "I have nothing left now. Everyone has betrayed me. You are all I have." Zhao Su gazed upon the slumbering figure of Bai Dong, her brow furrowed and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, revealing a rare glimpse of vulnerability in this petite woman, which stirred a pang of compassion within him. Yet, throughout it all, Bai Dong never uttered the words, "I have only you," leaving the identity of the intended recipient shrouded in ambiguity. Zhao Su cautiously withdrew Bai Dong's hand that clutched his arm and gently covered her with a quilt. At the entrance of the Spirit Hall, the Shrek 7 monsters faced the moment of separation, each destined to embark on their own paths. Tang San and Xiao were taken away by Tang Hao, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar accompanied Ning Fingji back to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. The master and his 2 companions returned to Shrek Academy, and Ma Hongjun set off alone to explore the continent. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained, with Zhu Zhuqing holding a flower, white with a hint of crimson, gazing longingly toward the Spirit Hall, reluctant to depart. "Zhuqing, we must leave. I wish to wait for him before I go," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her gaze fixed on the flower in her hand, a hint of sorrow in her expression. "He will not come. If he intended to, he would have arrived by now." "No, he will surely come," Zhu Zhuqing insisted, shaking her head. Observing this, Dai Mubai shook his head in silence, choosing not to speak further. However, as dawn approached, Zhao Su had yet to appear, and Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned increasingly indifferent as she looked back at the spirit city, tinged with disappointment. "Let us depart." Zhu Zhuqing's voice was devoid of warmth, coldly addressing Dai Mubai, who sat on the steps nearby. As she turned to leave, the flower she had held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Just as Zhu Zhuqing exited, Zhao Su arrived. Yet he did not catch a glimpse of her figure. Zhao Su lowered his gaze and beheld a white flower adorned with a hint of vibrant red, quietly resting upon the ground. As the gentle breeze caressed it, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted from the blossom. Zhao Su bent down to pick up the flower, which now appeared to be somewhat withered. "Zhuqing, I am truly sorry." Zhao Su gently kissed the flower in his hand, gazing in a particular direction as he spoke softly. Upon Zhao Su's return to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had already awakened. Seated majestically upon the opulent throne of the Pope, her former composure and indifference restored. "I had thought you would not return," Bibi Dong remarked coldly, her frigid gaze directed at Zhao Su. "Soon, I shall depart. In your current state, even if you were to attain divinity, you would stand no chance against Tang Hao." "Impossible. As long as I can ascend to godhood, not just Tang Hao, all shall perish. I hope your desires come to fruition." Zhao Su gazed upon the utterly deranged Bai Dong, choosing not to utter another word as he turned to depart. "Do not go. I am aware that Tang Hao is no match for you, nor are the 100,000-year soul beasts. Will you assist me?" Seeing Zhao Su's determination to leave, Bai Dong hastily rose and stepped in front of him. A flicker of madness flashed in her eyes as she suddenly embraced Zhao Su. "If you can help me, I will grant you whatever you desire, including myself." As she spoke, Bai Dong discarded her staff and began to shed her garments. Witnessing her frenzied actions, Zhao Su's earlier assertions rang true. Bai Dong had indeed succumbed to madness. It could even be said that her psyche had become warped, perceiving all as malevolent and desiring vengeance upon the entire continent. In her heart, her aspirations transcended mere dominion over the Spirit Hall. She yearned to annihilate the 2 great empires, obliterate all sects, and destroy the Spirit Hall itself, for it was intertwined with the family of her most despised foe. If you continue down this path, I shudder to think of what you may become. Zhao Su grasped the hand of Bibi Dong, who was in the process of shedding her long robe, and continued, the ominous aura of the land of slaughter has already begun to affect you. Heed my advice. Destroy the domain of the god of killing. Humph. Zhao Su, your words sound appealing, but if I possessed your talent, your martial soul, and your opportunities, would I have become what I am today? Bibi Dong retorted with a cold laugh, withdrawing her hand and refraining from further disrobing as she picked up the staff from the ground. She turned and resumed her seat upon the expansive papal throne, her gaze icy as she regarded Zhao Su. You may leave. While your assistance is unwelcome, I hope you will not impede my path. Chapter 52. The supreme unity of the two. These elixirs can suppress your murderous instincts and prevent the deathly aura of the god of killing from eroding your soul. Tread carefully. Zhao Su stepped forward and placed a small jade vial into Bibi Dong's hand. Without any hesitation, he turned and left the hall of the Pope. Bang! Watching Zhao Su's retreating figure, Bibi Dong forcefully hurled the jade vial to the ground, shattering it into pieces, with white pills scattering everywhere. No one can obstruct my ambitions. Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Master, you must remain in the hall of the Pope, by her side, to halt her when she descends into madness. Master, there is one thing I do not quite comprehend. Are you asking me why I should impede Bibi Dong? Indeed, having Bibi Dong lead the charge is advantageous for us. Once they are mutually exhausted, we can reap the benefits. However, the time is not yet ripe. We have yet to locate any of the 9 dragon gods of protection. We must not allow them to ascend prematurely, for that would spell our doom. Although Zhao Su lacked the madness of Bibi Dong, he was the true puppet master orchestrating everything from the shadows. The villain system had previously stated that until he acquired the 9 dragon gods of protection, he could not achieve divinity. While he was invincible within the rank of title Douluo, no one could guarantee his supremacy against deities who had transformed their soul power into divine strength. Therefore, he needed to swiftly locate the 9 dragon gods of protection and enhance his own power, hastening his ascension to title Douluo status to ensure his position remained unassailable. My subordinate understands. I know what must be done. You must also safeguard yourself. At all times, prioritize your life in the face of danger. Can I interpret this as your concern for me? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhang Ying smiled, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I have always been quite concerned for you. Zhao Su also smiled, and then without further delay, swiftly departed from the spirit hall. In Zhang Ying's heart, Zhao Su's words could be said to inspire a willingness to sacrifice her life for him. After Zhao Su departed from the spirit hall, he exhibited no hesitation and promptly returned to Heaven Do City, intending to enter the city of slaughter and acquire the domain of the god of killing. Only by attaining this domain could he devise a means to mitigate the harmful effects of its deathly aura upon himself. Tang San's ability to withstand the lethal onslaught of the god of killing's domain was, in part, due to the assistance of Tang Yuehua. Yet it was predominantly attributed to the mitigating influence of the Blue-Silver Emperor's domain. It is undeniable that Tang San's fortune was extraordinary, as all elements were mutually supportive. Under the protective aura of the Blue-Silver Emperor, he not only remained unharmed by the deathly energy emanating from the god of killing's domain, but also maximized its formidable potential. Even Tang Hao, renowned as the foremost genius and the youngest title Douluo, could not achieve such a feat furthermore. Bibi Dong's hatred was exacerbated by the corrosive death aura of the god of killing, driving her further into madness. However, before venturing to the city of slaughter, he wished to pay a visit to Tang Yuehua. Little beauty, what are you pondering? In the private chamber at the pinnacle of Moonxian, Tang Yuehua sat by the window, her chin resting upon her hands, gazing up at the waning moon, lost in thought. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through her reverie. Su, you have finally returned. I have missed you so. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with joy. Forgetting her dignified demeanor as the etiquette teacher of the Heaven Do Empire, she swiftly rose and leaped into Zhao Su's embrace. At that moment, Tang Yuehua was entirely devoid of her former authority, embodying the delight of a woman who has reunited with her beloved. I have missed you as well. Zhao Su gently cradled Tang Yuehua, his gaze imbued with profound tenderness. Subsequently, he lifted her into his arms and carried her into the room. Nestled against Zhao Su, Tang Yuehua's slightly flushed visage deepened his affection for her. An hour later, Tang Yuehua, slightly breathless, rested against Zhao Su's broad chest, a look of utter contentment gracing her features. This time, you want to leave, will you? She inquired. If I must go, it is to the city of carnage. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's expression shifted to one of alarm, her face etched with concern. That place is akin to hell, once you enter. There is no escaping without traversing the path of despair. What is your purpose in going? I seek to attain the domain of the god of slaughter. Is becoming stronger truly that vital to you? Tang Yuehua asked Zhao Su, her tone tinged with melancholy. Zhao Su tenderly kissed Tang Yuehua's forehead before continuing. This is my mission, an inescapable destiny. Su, may I ask you something, but promise you won't be cross? You wish to know my identity? It's all right if you prefer not to disclose it, but please, don't be angry, Tang Yuehua murmured, resting her chin against Zhao Su's chest. I am affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Pope Bibi Dong is my mentor. The Spirit Hall? Indeed. Although Bibi Dong acquired the realm of slaughter within Slaughter City, she was also tainted by its aura of death. I intend to rectify the realm of slaughter. You're venturing into the perilous Slaughter City for Bibi Dong's sake? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a hint of melancholy flickered in Tang Yuehua's eyes. She reached for her robe, concealing her lithe form, and rose from the bed. Walking towards the window, she is my mentor. I must save her. Observing Tang Yuehua's demeanor, Zhao Su also dressed and approached her, gently embracing her bare shoulder. Nearly a mentor? Of course. Humph. Tang Yuehua retorted playfully. I find that hard to believe. In truth, Tang Yuehua was simply experiencing a pang of jealousy. From the outset, she understood that a man like Zhao Su could not be exclusive to her. However, this did not trouble her, as long as Zhao Su held affection for her. Truly, would I ever deceive my precious darling? You're incorrigible. A smile finally grazed Tang Yuehua's face as she nestled into Zhao Su's embrace once more. The two remained in each other's arms, gazing at the moonlit sky. Su, our clear sky school, particularly my second brother, harbors deep animosity towards the Spirit Hall. Can you promise me that, regardless of the circumstances, you will never harm him? Rest assured, I will not harm him. I knew you were the best. Tang Yuehua's hands began to wander mischievously, her eyes conveying a seductive allure. Yielding to Tang Yuehua's advances, Zhao Su felt desire rekindle within him. He gazed at Tang Yuehua's flawless visage and kissed her passionately, as if to consume her entirely, merging into a single entity to attain the zenith of unity. Chapter 53. Enhancing Tang Yuehua's strength for the subsequent 3 days, the pair remained secluded within their chamber. Through their harmonious union, and with Zhao Su's life essence, imbued with the fusion of yin and yang, flowing into Tang Yuehua's being, her constitution underwent a profound transformation. Simultaneously, Tang Yuehua's mutated spirit, the Jade Ring, experienced a significant augmentation. The once white Jade Ring now emanated a faint golden aura. The Jade Ring's inherent domain, the Noble Circle, not only possessed the ability to soothe murderous intent and pacify others, but also gained offensive capabilities. The Jade Ring could now divide into two, evolving into the Mandarin Duck Halberds. This is the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. In conjunction with your evolved Jade Ring Mandarin Duck Halberds, it will substantially amplify your offensive prowess. With you to safeguard me, what need do I have for such skills? Tang Yuehua reclined languidly on a sofa in the hall, displaying little interest in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra that Zhao Su offered. Since childhood, due to the defects of her mutated spirit, she had never engaged in cultivation. Although the Jade Ring had now evolved, no longer affected by the limitations of her mutated spirit, she remained disinclined to cultivate. I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. During my absence, I desire for you to possess the means to defend yourself. Zhao Su gazed at Tang Yuehua, asserting without a hint of doubt this afternoon. I shall accompany you to the Sunset Forest in search of a suitable soul ring. Tang Yuehua opened her mouth to respond, but Zhao Su interrupted. Listen to me. Reluctantly, Tang Yuehua acquiesced, offering a subdued agreement without further protest. It is perfectly fine if you do not wish to cultivate. Simply devote a little time each day to contemplate at your leisure. Once you possess the ability to protect yourself, I will feel at ease. Are you leaving again? She inquired. Indeed, I must hasten to the city of slaughter. I have already delayed too long, and I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise. How about this? I shall accompany you to the city of slaughter. At this suggestion, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was reluctant to part ways with Zhao Su. No, the city of slaughter is far too perilous. If anything were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself. In truth, while the city of slaughter posed dangers, they were of little consequence to Zhao Su. Zhao Su possesses her own considerations. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Tang San will undoubtedly venture into the city of slaughter. She does not wish for Tang Yuehua to remain by her side, particularly to avoid any encounter with Tang San. Due to the Xiantian skill, coupled with an extraordinary fortune and formidable hidden weapons, Tang San's progress has been astonishingly rapid. it is imperative to appropriately restrain his cultivation speed. It is essential to recognize that even with Tang Hao's presence, Zhao Su does not fear the current Tang San. However, Zhao Su is aware that she is bound by the constraints of achieving divinity, whereas Tang San does not share such limitations. Should Tang San ascend to godhood before she acquires the 9 divine dragons of the protective realm and convert his soul power into divine power, the consequences remain unknown. It is conceivable that by then, he may surpass her as an adversary. This outcome is absolutely unacceptable. Should she be defeated by Tang San, the antagonist system would collapse. Or it might conclude that she is not the destined nemesis it requires, leading to her obliteration in search of a more suitable candidate. Very well. One must exercise caution and avoid peril. Tang Weihua has ceased her insistence on accompanying Zhao Su into the city of slaughter. Though she has never set foot in that dreadful place, she has heard tales of its terrifying nature. She is also concerned that her insistence on following Zhao Su could place Zhao Su in danger, as she would need to protect her. At this moment, it can be said that Zhao Su embodies everything for Tang Weihua. Rest assured, for I alone, in this world, shall remain unscathed. What does temporarily signify? Zhao Su took a deep breath, pondered carefully, and ultimately decided to reveal a portion of the truth to Tang Weihua. However, he replaced the term system with devouring demon god, while concealing the fact that he was a traveler, a secret that must remain hidden forever. As once a secret is known to another, it ceases to be one. The legacy of the devouring demon god? Upon hearing Zhao Su's account, Tang Weihua furrowed her brow, her expression betraying concern. Indeed, during my childhood, I inadvertently encountered the legacy of the devouring demon god. In my youthful ignorance, I accepted this inheritance, unaware of the numerous restrictions it entailed. So, if you fail to find the 9 guardian dragons within the stipulated time, you will perish? Yes, not merely death, but complete annihilation of the soul, never to reincarnate, utterly vanishing from existence. So, your joining the spirit hall was not due to BB Dong? Tang Weihhua's thought process could be described as rather erratic and peculiar, still preoccupied with BB Dong at such a critical moment. Certainly not. I must complete the trials left by the devouring demon god to survive, for otherwise, only death awaits me. Su, you will undoubtedly succeed in the trials of the devouring demon god. I will assist you, no matter the cost. Tang Weihhua's gaze gradually solidified with determination. In saying this, she swiftly rose, grasping Zhao Su's hand as she sought to acquire a soul ring. According to her, she needed to grow stronger to better aid Zhao Su. At that moment, Tang Weihua was no longer the seasoned moon sovereign, adeptly navigating the intrigues of the imperial court of the Tiandu Empire. Instead, she was a young girl lost in the bliss of love. Observing Tang Weihhua's demeanor, a twinge of guilt stirred within Zhao Su, guilt for deceiving her. Yet, he found himself powerless, compelled to act in this manner for his own survival and for the hope of their everlasting union. Weihua, thank you. Zhao Su gently enfolded Tang Weihua in his embrace and whispered, between us, there is no need for gratitude. Your love is sufficient. I love you. Leaning closer to her ear, he recounted his stories. After hearing Zhao Su's tales, Tang Weihua no longer resisted the pursuit of her soul ring. Instead, she was determined to enhance her own strength. 5 days later, Zhao Su procured her first soul ring, that of the Blood Moon Mantis, which had existed for over 2 millennia. With Zhao Su's assistance, coupled with Tang Weihhua's transcendent innate abilities, overcoming the limits to absorb this ancient soul ring proved to be a manageable endeavor. Upon absorbing the Blood Moon Mantis's soul ring, strands of crimson light emerged amidst the golden halo of her martial soul, the Rui Ring, enhancing its formidable presence. As her martial soul evolved into the Meridian Mandrake Halberd, the blade bore barbed protrusions, a gift from the Blood Moon Mantis's innate devouring prowess. Any adversary pierced by these barbs would find their vitality and soul power siphoned away, marking the emergence of Tang Weihhua's inaugural soul skill. Upon returning to the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su further equipped Tang Weihua with a complete set of soul bones from the system's marketplace, seamlessly integrating them into her being. Moreover, he acquired an external soul bone dropped by a void beast, which possessed the spatial teleportation ability. With this skill, she could evade perilous situations even when outmatched. Chapter 54. Journey to the City of Slaughter. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Su prepared to depart. This time, Tang Weihua did not impede his leaving, for she understood that his mission was imperative. While she yearned for Zhao Su to remain by her side forever, her deeper wish was for his survival. Take good care of yourself, and when we meet again, do not let yourself grow thin. Zhao Su embraced Tang Weihua, reluctantly uttering, I will. And you must take care of yourself. Tang Yuehua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clung tightly to Zhao Su, unwilling to release him. Ultimately, in the midst of Tang Yuehua's lingering gaze, Zhao Su, no longer hesitating, departed with swift steps. He had already delayed for far too long. A day later, Zhao Su arrived at the small town that led to the city of slaughter. Even before entering, he was met with the acrid stench of blood. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the overwhelming scent still unsettled him, causing him to frown slightly. I could use a Bloody Mary. Zhao Su arrived at an establishment reminiscent of a tavern, his expression devoid of emotion. After taking a seat, he called out to the server. Soon, a drink, red as blood, was placed before him. Is this your first time? The server inquired, presenting a Bloody Mary, which was, in truth, genuine human blood. The server's complexion appeared particularly pallid, yet a sinister smile graced his lips, evoking an unsettling sensation, especially when his gaze fell upon Zhao Su. It was infused with a predatory greed, akin to that of a hunter eyeing its prey. Zhao Su disregarded the waiter entirely, lifting the bowl before him filled with Bloody Mary and splashing it across the man's face. Simultaneously, the Emperor's 7-kill sword was unsheathed in an instant, piercing through the individual's chest. I do not appreciate your smile. Zhao Su rose, striding towards the tavern. Having arrived in the city of carnage, he was prepared to embark on the path of slaughter. Boy, do you comprehend the nature of this place? Do you wish to disrupt the established order? The tavern's patrons, all soul masters, stood in unison, while the manager's cold voice pierced the air, addressing Zhao Su. Order? To me, I am the order. You seek death. The manager, incensed by Zhao Su's audacity, bellowed, whoever slays him shall receive a permanent residence permit in the city of carnage, exempting them from the annual hellish slaughter arena. The individuals present, all of modest strength, merely in their 20s, were hesitant to enter the city of carnage. Upon hearing the manager's proclamation, they were instantly galvanized, revealing their martial spirits as they charged towards Zhao Su. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Zhao Su paid them no heed. A swift surge of sword intent sliced through the air, instantly obliterating their heads, causing a profusion of blood to inundate the already gore-soaked hotel, intensifying its fetid stench. Your discernment is severely lacking. Perhaps the King of Carnage should consider a change in management, Zhao Su declared, as he approached the administrator. Seizing him by the shoulders, he violently hurled him towards the ground. The resounding impacts reverberated throughout the hotel, causing it to tremble violently, as if in the throes of an earthquake. The remaining denizens of the hotel dared not intervene, fearing that a single word might incur the wrath of Zhao Su, the veritable god of slaughter, and result in their demise. In this place, often hailed as a haven for iniquity, life was the most worthless commodity. After Zhao Su had smashed a hole in the floor, the administrator was rendered unrecognizable, his entire body a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Zhao Su cast aside the manager and leapt into the abyss. Soon, a regiment of knights, clad in armor and standing in perfect formation, obstructed his path. Zhao Su did not engage in idle chatter. He acted decisively, unleashing a blade of intent that effortlessly pierced through the heavy armor, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Although the realm of the King of Slaughter prohibited the use of soul techniques, this regulation was rendered utterly ineffective beneath the sacred will of Zhao Su. The 12-winged holy angel. May I see your proof? Upon arriving at the ancient and imposing gates of the city of slaughter, Zhao Su was confronted by the guards stationed there. They are all dead. They provided me no proof. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the guards were momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of astonishment. The enforcement team stationed at the gates of the city of slaughter, while not the strongest among the enforcement squads, possessed considerable strength. Under the prohibition of soul techniques, they found it hard to believe that someone could have annihilated an entire enforcement team. Esteemed guest, welcome to the city of slaughter. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing black robe emerged from within the gates, approached Zhao Su, bowed respectfully, and gestured for him to enter. Zhao Su eliminated the overseer at the entrance and subsequently annihilated the entire enforcement team. The King of Slaughter has already been informed of this. The woman in the black robe has come to guide Zhao Su into the city, having been dispatched by the King of Slaughter himself. Zhao Su's expression remained as aloof as ever as he stepped into the city of carnage. May I inquire, esteemed guest, from whence you hail? The woman in the black robe asked respectfully upon entering the outer city of the city of carnage. I have come to acquire the domain of the god of death, not to engage in idle chatter. Spare me the pleasantries and lead me to the hellish arena of slaughter. Dressed in stark black attire, Zhao Su's voice resonated with an icy chill, his tall and slender frame radiating an intense aura of murderous intent. Does the esteemed one not wish to first acquaint himself with the intricacies of the city of slaughter? A mere city of slaughter holds little of interest. I implore you to comprehend that this domain is under the supreme governance of the illustrious King of Slaughter. Your words border on disrespect towards his exalted majesty. If he possesses the metal, let him personally confront me. As these words were uttered, Zhao Su had already ventured into the inner sanctum of the city of slaughter. The pervasive debauchery and cannibalistic spectacles that permeated the surroundings only served to amplify Zhao Su's loathing for this place. It was less a haven for sin and more a crucible for transforming individuals into veritable beasts. Humanity's distinction lies not merely in its superior aptitude for cultivation compared to wild animals, but in its comprehension of the fundamental principles of human ethics. Here, however, the most basic tenets of human conduct were flagrantly discarded. I trust you shall not rear words. The woman garbed in black robes responded, her countenance hardening in response to Zhao Su's pronouncements. With but a brief parting remark, she swiftly departed, intent on relaying the information to the King of Slaughter without delay. Zhao Su paid her no heed, pressing onward in solitary pursuit of the hellish arena of slaughter. Suddenly, a palpable aura of malice enveloped him from behind. Before he could react, a woman clad in form-fitting black attire, her long hair ensnared by a coarse rope, sprang into action. Wielding a dagger with deft precision as she dispatched the would-be assailant lurking in the shadows. Zhao Su cast a glance at the individual before him, and the expression of indifference on his face gradually softened. He had not anticipated that the first familiar face he would encounter here would not be Tang San, but rather Hulaina. With an almost flawless figure and a somewhat cold visage, she appeared strikingly out of place amidst the surrounding women clad in revealing attire. Chapter 55. The City of Unfathomable Slaughter. To my surprise, you two have come to the City of Slaughter? It was evident that Hulaina had recognized him, and thus, Zhao Su saw no reason to conceal his identity any longer. Why shouldn't I come to the City of Slaughter? Oh, it is merely a surprise to encounter you here. With an expression devoid of any discernible emotion, Hulaina casually uttered her words before turning to depart. May I inquire, where is the hellish arena? Zhao Su observed the departing figure of Hulaina and called out to her. Hulaina paused, turning once more to face Zhao Su. A flicker of confusion evident in her gaze. However, she refrained from elaborating, merely responding with an indifferent tone. It's just ahead. Turn left at the tallest building. Thank you. Zhao Su smiled at Hulaina, shedding any hesitation as he made his way towards the hell-killing field. At that moment, Hulaina was also heading towards the same arena, soon to face her 76th match. Just moments ago, she had been ambushed by an assailant intent on incapacitating her, hoping to thwart her continued victories. Yet, she had effortlessly dispatched her attacker. Upon entering the hell-killing field, the brutality of the battles intensified. On the expansive fighting stage, a group of combatants engaged in a vicious melee, akin to feral beasts, fighting to the death. The spectators, witnessing this sanguinary spectacle, exhibited neither compassion nor fear. Instead, they became increasingly frenzied. Soon, Hulaina took to the arena, having achieved 75 consecutive victories, making her a notable figure in this grim environment. As she stepped onto the stage, the other 9 competitors quickly united against her, intent on eliminating her first. However, Hulaina exhibited no signs of trepidation. Clad in a black bodysuit that accentuated her nearly flawless figure, she stood poised with a short sword, awaiting the onslaught from her adversaries. As the battle commenced, the 9 fighters displayed no mercy, launching lethal attacks without hesitation. Initially, Hulaina managed to withstand their combined assault, but it was merely a matter of survival, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Their synchronized movements indicated they had trained specifically for this encounter. After nearly half an hour, Hulaina's strength waned considerably. In a moment of distraction, an opponent struck her from behind, leaving a gash from which blood flowed freely, quickly staining her garments. Observing this from the spectator's stance, Zhao Su contemplated whether to intervene. His involvement would undoubtedly breach the rules of the arena, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. Yet, if he refrained from acting, Hulaina might not survive to leave the fighting stage. The rule dictated that only one person could emerge alive from each match. Despite this, the 9 continued their relentless assault on Hulaina, perhaps orchestrated by the so-called King of Slaughter. It was inconceivable that, over a millennium, only 8 individuals could achieve 100 consecutive victories in the hell-killing field. As Zhao Su pondered, Hulaina was struck once more. Her body trembling from the loss of blood and severe exhaustion, her vision gradually blurring. In a decisive moment, Zhao Su chose to act, not with direct confrontation, but by hurling a dagger that intercepted a fatal blow aimed at Hulaina. Instantly revitalized by this unexpected assistance, she swiftly maneuvered her short sword ruthlessly claiming the lives of her opponents. Cheating. She is cheating. The audience erupted in cries, pointing at Hulaina, the last combatant standing. Unperturbed by their accusations, Hulaina noted the absence of the arena's enforcers, indicating tacit approval of her victory. With her weakened body, she staggered towards the exit of the hell-killing field. However, upon her exit, she found herself targeted. In addition to those seeking to eliminate her as a formidable foe, there were others who coveted her beauty. Among the numerous female soul masters in this city of slaughter, none could rival Hulaina's extraordinary allure, her perfect figure, and the innate charm bestowed by her fox spirit martial soul. As she walked a short distance, 6 individuals encircled her. The leader, a gaunt man with a lewd grin, extended a grimy hand towards her, intent on groping her. Shameless. Hulaina, pale from blood loss, felt a surge of revulsion at the sight of them. With a fierce glare, she lunged forward with her short sword. If you seek to defile me, do not expect mercy. The lewd man's demeanor shifted coldly upon witnessing her resistance. Once we've had our fun, everyone will have a turn. The surrounding men erupted in excitement at his words. Hulaina, though a prodigy and hard worker, had reached the level of a rank 50 soul king before the age of 25. If she were not trapped in this city of slaughter, she would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of title Douluo in the future. Yet, at this moment, it was too late. Exhaustion and blood loss rendered her incapable of contending with the 6 men leering at her. In her cold gaze, a flicker of helplessness transformed into resolve. She raised her short sword towards her own alabaster neck. Even in death, she refused to let her body be tarnished, especially by these filthy, loathsome individuals. Suddenly, a small stone flew through the air, knocking the sword from her grasp. Confused, Hulaina turned to see Zhao Su, the one who had intervened. Here is your chance to live, leave. Zhao Su approached step by step, his voice laced with murderous intent as he addressed the 6 individuals. Young man, I see you have yet to utter the word death that rests upon the lips of your leader. In that moment, the Emperor's 7-killing sword martial soul manifested before them. The 6 black eternal soul rings shimmered with an almost blinding brilliance. Aside from the impossible configuration of soul rings, there was also the undeniable fact that Zhao Su was not bound by the rules of the City of Slaughter, which prohibited the use of soul skills. In this place, only 2 types of individuals were exempt from the influence of the Slaughter King's domain, those who had attained the realm of the God of Slaughter, and the enforcers of the City of Slaughter who pledged allegiance to the Slaughter King. Whichever the case, it was evident that these 6 were not worthy of provoking such formidable beings. The 6 quickly knelt, their heads striking the ground repeatedly as they pleaded, "Spare us. We meant no offense. Please forgive our impertinence. We are willing to offer you the purest blood, Mary." Chapter 56, Divine Thought. Consider this my betrothal gift to the Tang family. It was too late. With Zhao Su's cold voice resonating through the air, the Emperor's 7-killing sword soared forth, cleaving the heads of the 6 from their bodies. At that moment, Zhao Su had also reached Hulaina's side, smiling as he remarked, "Do not forget. You owe me a life." Overwhelmed, Hulaina could no longer bear the intensity of the situation. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she fainted. Zhao Su swiftly caught Hulaina, lifting her into his arms as he scanned the surroundings in search of a place to take refuge. Yet, this dilapidated city, along with its crumbling edifices, offered no hint of a suitable destination. "Come here." Zhao Su gestured towards a young man not far away, who, despite being somewhat haggard from the pervasive aura of violence that enveloped the City of Slaughter, possessed a resolute gaze devoid of any lewd demeanor. The man had witnessed the recent events, and the imposing Emperor's 7-kill sword hovering beside Zhao Su, radiating an icy malevolence, instilled fear in all who beheld it, rendering them incapable of resistance. He obediently approached Zhao Su. "I inquire of you, where might one find accommodation that is both spacious and clean? Proceed eastward and take a turn. There lies a place where only those with over 50 victories may reside, significantly cleaner than this area. And how might one acquire the right to dwell there? There are no strict regulations. Simply eliminate the current occupants of a dwelling, and it shall become yours." Indeed. Without further ado, Zhao Su embraced Hulaina and proceeded towards the eastern direction indicated by the man. Upon reaching the end, they turned a corner and arrived at another street. Indeed, as the man had mentioned, this place was significantly quieter and more orderly. Zhao Su cast a casual glance, identified a room, and strode inside. Soon, an unfortunate soul was born, unceremoniously hurled out by Zhao Su as if they were a mere punching bag. Upon entering the room, it became evident that the space was rather modest, approximately 10 square meters, furnished with only a bed, a table, and a few chairs. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhao Su closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within his body. Fortunately, prior to his entrance into the city of Carnage, he had spent 3 tender days with Tang Yuehua. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to his desires by now. The horrifying gash that marred the smooth and delicate skin of his back could be seen as a blemish upon his otherwise flawless physique. Yet it also imparted a certain rawness and ferocity. Zhao Su suppressed the turmoil within his heart, deliberately avoiding the sight of Hu Lai's pert posterior. Clad only in pink shorts, from the jade pendant at his waist, he retrieved a healing elixir and administered it to Hu Lai. Subsequently, he crushed the remaining elixir and gently applied it to the wounds on her back. After completing these tasks, he felt a sense of relief. Zhao Su hastily covered Hu Lai's body, unable to bear the thought of succumbing to base instincts. He then ventured out to procure a fresh set of garments for her, carefully dressing her. Once he had completed this task, he settled himself at a nearby table, within the residence of the King of Slaughter. A towering figure clad in crimson sat upon a stone throne, listening to the reports of his subordinates. Are you saying there exists an individual unbound by the constraints of the Slaughter domain, capable of wielding soul abilities at will? The King of Slaughter's blood-red eyes revealed a flicker of intrigue. In all the years since he ascended to his throne, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Even the 2 existing deities of Slaughter were compelled to adhere to his rules upon their arrival. Indeed, although this person is merely a soul emperor of over 60 levels, all 6 of his soul rings are the 10,000-year caliber. Where is this individual now? According to our scouts, he has taken the Hell Messenger, who has achieved 76 consecutive victories, to a residence on East Street. Very well, remember, under no circumstances should he be obstructed in his endeavors. I shall personally pay him a visit. With that, the King of Slaughter dismissed his subordinate with a wave of his hand, and in an instant, vanished into thin air. In his room on East Street, Zhao Su sensed a formidable presence approaching him, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The King of Slaughter. I wonder if he can truly live up to that title. As the King of Slaughter soared through the air, he was suddenly startled by Zhao Su's voice. Realizing too late that Zhao Su had appeared behind him without his notice. Whether I can live up to it, you shall find out. The King of Slaughter's crimson eyes narrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck out. Yet, as he did, regret washed over him. For he discovered he was ensnared by an overwhelming force of mental energy. Mind control? In a daze. The King of Slaughter realized he had been dominated by this powerful psychic force, rendering any attempt to escape futile. A mere wretched bat. Daring to call himself the King of Slaughter. How laughable. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, extending his right hand to form a seal, which he then pressed against the center of the King of Slaughter's brow. In an instant, his hand transformed into a claw, forcefully extracting a blood-red bat from within. The blood-red bat king emitted a series of piercing squeaks, flapping its repulsive wings in a desperate attempt to break free from Zhao Su's grasp. At the moment the blood-red bat was drawn forth, the King of Slaughter's crimson eyes began to fade, revealing a flicker of light within them. Have you come to my aid? The King of Slaughter inquired, his voice no longer raspy as he gazed at the struggling blood-red bat king in Zhao Su's hand. A look of confusion crossing his face. Indeed, the fragment of divine thought I left within you serves as a betrothal gift from the Tang family of Haotian sect. Whether you can pass the trial of the Shura God and attain divinity in the flesh ultimately rests upon your own efforts. Do you know who I am? As Zhao Su spoke, he once again unleashed his power, sealing the blood-red bat king, whose deathly aura had been erased and was now entirely under his control. Back within the body of the King of Slaughter, Tang San. The unyielding truth was that the Douluo continent did not yet permit mortals to ascend to divinity. Thus, Zhao Su chose to reparasitize the Bat King within Tang San, allowing it to continue serving as his instrument of carnage. However, the Bat King was now fully subjugated by Zhao Su's will, enveloped by a divine consciousness. Should Tang San manage to comprehend this divine essence, he would break free from the Bat King's dominion and reclaim his own awareness. This act could be seen as a boon for Tang San's ascension, akin to a wedding gift for the Tang family, as Zhao Su had remarked. Once this was accomplished, Zhao Su vanished entirely, while the King of Slaughter's eyes transformed back to a blood-red hue, gazing vacantly at the desolate street, a flicker of confusion igniting within his gaze. Chapter 57. Rules are established by man, and thus can be altered at this moment, although the King of Slaughter had no recollection of the recent events. He was still haunted by Zhao Su's terrifying divine presence. Without hesitation, he hastened back to his lair with utmost urgency. He ordered that regardless of what Zhao Su was doing in the city of Slaughter, even if it meant the city's total destruction, they were not to intervene. His cloaked subordinates, witnessing their great king display such palpable fear for the first time, dared not utter a word nor ask questions, promptly acquiescing to execute the King of Slaughter's command. Hulaina did not awaken until midday the following day. Upon opening her eyes, a moment of confusion crossed her features, only for memories of her previous unconscious state to flood back into her mind. She immediately sprang up, glancing down at the unfamiliar garments adorning her body. A tumult of complex emotions flitting through her gaze. Though Hulaina possessed an innate allure due to her fox spirit martial soul, she had always been exceptionally virtuous. Even when the illustrious Yin from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall pursued her from a young age, she had never allowed him to so much as touch her hand. The thought that she might have lost her innocence filled her with despair, and her eyes dulled as hope faded away. She collapsed onto the bed, tears escaping her unwittingly. Enough with the tears. I merely applied some medicine to your wounds and glanced at you, without having done anything. At that moment, Zhao Su's voice resonated from the doorway. He then entered the room, placing a meal he had procured from an unknown source onto the table. Really? Hulaina's initial joy was soon overshadowed by skepticism as she turned her gaze toward Zhao Su. Your intentions are too trivial. I have no interest. Zhao Su, while speaking, pointed at Hulaina's chest. Go to hell. Hulaina exclaimed as she charged towards Zhao Su, inadvertently aggravating her still-healing wound, letting out a cry of pain. I have already treated your wound. In a few days, it will heal without leaving a scar. Zhao Su, with a casual gesture, tossed a small porcelain vial to Hulaina, saying, take one each day. It will expedite the healing of your wounds. Thank you. Hulaina replied as she received the vial, her gaze drifting towards the resolute half of his face. Though he was not overly handsome, he had nonetheless stirred something deep within her. Clutching the porcelain vial tightly, she softly addressed Zhao Su. You need not thank me. It is Bibi Dong who has entrusted me with your care. Should you perish in the city of Slaughter, I would find it impossible to explain to her. Is it solely because of my master that you have saved me and treated me with such kindness? Hulaina inquired, a hint of disappointment coloring her tone as she regarded Zhao Su. Not entirely. You have made quite a favorable impression on me as well. It would be a tragedy for you to meet your end here, he replied. There are no other reasons, such as my appearance or my figure. Hulaina continued, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Truth be told, your figure is quite commendable. Aside from that one aspect being a tad petite, your pert posterior is indeed delightful. Therefore, do not be overly self-conscious about your physique. Zhao Su initially spoke with some reason, but as the conversation progressed, he became increasingly irrational. Go to hell. Hulaina glared at Zhao Su with a ferocious intensity, as if she were ready to devour him, and swiftly departed. Hulaina had her own residence in the city of Slaughter. After all, she was a formidable warrior with 76 consecutive victories. Although she bore some injuries, they were merely superficial, and her soul power had nearly fully recovered, granting her the ability to protect herself even in perilous situations. Hence, Zhao Su chose not to pursue her. He had his own matters to attend to. Earlier, aside from seeking nourishment, he had also inquired about Tang San's whereabouts. Just as Zhao Su had surmised, Tang San had indeed arrived at the city of Slaughter and had achieved an impressive 56 consecutive victories. Although soul skills could not be employed here, Tang San's mastery of the Xiantian skill endowed his physical prowess beyond that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with his elusive and lethally potent hidden weapons, even the King of Slaughter would find it challenging to confront him as he had with Hulaina. In the audience stands of the hellish arena, Zhao Su sat observing Tang San in the arena, his gaze gradually becoming more solemn. Tang San's rate of cultivation had indeed exceeded his expectations. Particularly noteworthy was the transformation of the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor, granting him exceptionally powerful control skills, combined with the formidable Haotian hammer, which propelled Tang San's combat capabilities beyond Zhao Su's imagination. It represented a perfect amalgamation of control and damage output. If I recall correctly, you must also be from Shrek Academy. Truly, you Shrek individuals are monsters. Hulaina, who had mysteriously taken a seat beside Zhao Su, remarked as she watched Tang San in the arena. This monster is rather unexpected. Zhao Su stroked his chin, deep in thought, and turned to the side to gaze at Hulaina. Do you wish to triumph over him? he inquired. Indeed. Yet the rules of the hellish arena dictate that those who achieve 50 consecutive victories shall not be assigned to the same group. She replied. However, rules are but constructs of humanity, and thus can certainly be dismantled by human will. A wicked smile played upon Zhao Su's lips as he continued. Do you truly believe you can surpass him? No. Hulaina, despite her haughty demeanor and aversion to failure, could not deny that she possessed little chance of triumphing against Tang San. I shall assist you. Even if we are grouped together, one of us must perish. As I mentioned earlier, rules are established by man and can likewise be altered. Rising from his seat, Zhao Su instructed, wait for me here. He then departed from the arena of slaughter. Before long, Zhao Su returned to the infernal battleground, where Tang San had already secured victory, achieving his 57th consecutive win. When Tang San takes the stage once more, you two shall be paired together, and the rules regarding simultaneous victories will be amended. Each individual will have the opportunity to concede, but consecutive wins will be annulled. Who exactly are you, that even the King of Slaughter can be swayed by your influence? It's quite simple. All that is required is to defeat him. Zhao Su spoke with an air of casual simplicity, yet to Hulaina's ears, it struck like a bolt from the blue. She had always believed she possessed a profound understanding of Zhao Su. Convinced that his infiltration into Shrek was solely for the purpose of furthering Master Bibi Dong's grand design for unifying the continent. However, it now appeared that she had completely misjudged Zhao Su. In her heart, given Zhao Su's formidable prowess, there was no need for such cunning schemes and machinations. Zhao Su, undeterred by any delays, commenced preparations for the next match. Eager to secure his 100th victory and embark on the treacherous path to attain the domain of the God of Slaughter. That afternoon, a notice announcing changes to the rules of the hell-killing arena was prominently displayed. Upon seeing this proclamation, many within the inner city of the City of Slaughter were elated. However, a faction of contenders boasting over 50 consecutive victories expressed their dissent. Each individual who achieved such a remarkable feat possessed their own unique prowess, and grouping them together naturally heightened their peril. Yet, in this realm governed entirely by the King of Slaughter, their objections bore no weight. The king's word was absolute. Chapter 58, Suppressing Tang San. Trapping him in the City of Slaughter that night, within Zhao Su's chamber, Hulaina, somewhat perplexed, inquired of him, why must you insist on my participation? If you were to enter the arena yourself, you could eliminate him without altering the rules. He cannot perish just yet. I need him alive. Why? There is no reason. He simply cannot die now. Remember, even if you have the opportunity to slay him tomorrow, do not lay a hand upon him. Zhao Su initially refrained from eliminating Tang San, intending to leverage Tang San's formidable protagonist destiny to aid in his quest for treasures. Presently, he chooses not to vanquish Tang San to allow him to grow stronger, utilizing his blue-silver Emperor martial spirit to resurrect Ain. Otherwise, if Ain were to restore herself, the duration of her revival would be uncertain and prolonged, time that Zhao Su cannot afford. This reasoning elucidates why Zhao Su has consistently spared Tang San's life and refrained from suppressing him, instead aiding him in rapidly enhancing his strength. However, Tang San's growth has surged to an alarming pace, necessitating a constraint on his development speed. Moreover, today Zhao Su sensed the aura of divinity emanating from Tang San, suggesting that he may have attracted the attention of the God of Slaughter from the divine realm. It is widely acknowledged that even in the original narrative, during Tang San's trials under the God of Slaughter, leniency was shown. No one can ascertain whether the God of Slaughter has intervened at this juncture. This uncertainty is why Zhao Su is reluctant to allow Tang San to ascend to godhood before he has gathered the 9 guardian divine dragons. His adversaries may not be confined to the Douluo continent, they could very well extend into the divine realm. Additionally, his system and the nature of his transmigration might be entangled in the conflicts of the divine factions. Of course, these notions remain mere conjectures. Zhao Su now contemplates whether, upon achieving divinity, one must inevitably accept the legacy of the divine beings. Ultimately, this would not signify true ascension to godhood, but rather becoming a mere vessel or servant for the deity whose legacy is embraced. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Su cannot afford to dwell on such thoughts. His paramount concern is to temper Tang San's cultivation speed without imposing excessive constraints. After all, he still relies on Tang San's blue-silver emperor domain to resurrect Ain, an endeavor involving soul rings and soul bones that have endured for 100,000 years. An irresistible allure indeed. Are you so certain that I can triumph over him? With my presence, nothing is impossible. Zhao Su conveyed a formidable mental energy into Hulaina's mind and continued, at a crucial moment, If you harness this mental force to control him, you will effortlessly defeat him. Do you not fear that I might disregard your instructions and slay him? You are incapable of killing him. Zhao Su spoke with an air of casualness, yet also with resolute conviction, as if everything in the world lay within his grasp, subject to his command. On this day, as anticipated by Zhao Su, Hulaina and he were assigned to the same group. Beyond their impressive streak of over 50 consecutive victories, 3 others had also achieved the same feat. This battle was poised to be the most thrilling contest since the inception of the hellish slaughter arena nearly a century ago. Hulaina did not confront Tang San directly. Instead, the two united their strengths to launch an offensive against the remaining 8 contenders, swiftly reducing the battlefield to just the 2 of them. They retreated slightly, locking eyes, neither eager to strike first. I never expected our reunion to occur in such a place. Hulaina initiated the conversation. You should concede. You are not my match. Tang San stood there nonchalantly, emanating a potent aura of murderous intent, his gaze towards Hulaina icy. Only through combat can one truly ascertain if they are an opponent, Hulaina replied. And in that instant, she sprang into action, brandishing her dagger as she leapt towards Tang San. She did not wish to rely on Zhao Su's mental prowess to eliminate Tang San instantly. She aimed to vanquish him using her own strength, seeking to redeem the humiliation of her earlier defeat at the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament while also avenging her brother. At that time, Siyu had suffered the deepest poisoning to protect her. Although he quickly overcame it, his essence was forever altered, potentially hindering his ascension to the rank of title Douluo. As Hulaina lunged towards Tang San, he dismissed her attack without concern. Soon, she realized that her own strength was insufficient to overcome him, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Yield, or you shall perish at my hands. Tang San's voice was devoid of emotion as he repelled Hulaina's relentless assaults. His tone cold. Do not rejoice too soon. Today, I shall spare your life, but one day, I will defeat you in a fair contest. Just as Hulaina's words fell, Tang San felt an overwhelming mental force seize him, rendering him immobile. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Hulaina closed the distance, seizing Tang San's shoulder and forcefully throwing him aside. He crashed against the hard concrete outside the arena, the brutal impact causing him to cough up blood. His eyes filled with fierce unwillingness, yet he recognized that he had lost the chance for a rematch. At that moment, Tang San activated his hidden skill, patience. When faced with insurmountable odds, he chose not to recklessly seek death, but instead to hold back and await a more favorable opportunity. Tang San glanced at Hulaina, who was basking in the cheers of the crowd, and without further hesitation, turned to exit the arena. He preserved his strength to avoid ambush. With his departure, Hulaina celebrated yet another victory, while Tang San's streak was abruptly halted, forcing him to start anew. Furthermore, with the alteration of the rules, those with over 50 consecutive victories could compete in the same match, making the pursuit of 100 victories increasingly arduous. This was precisely Zhao Su's scheme, designed to ensnare Tang San within the confines of the City of Slaughter. However, Zhao Su was aware that he could not hold Tang San there indefinitely. Thus he resolved to elevate his cultivation swiftly. Even if he could not ascend to divinity, reaching the realm of title Douluo was imperative. In the following days, Tang San was absent, while Zhao Su's winning streak climbed to over 30. Although he harbored a disdain for the City of Slaughter, a place synonymous with sin, he could not deny the countless energy points he accrued daily, for death was an omnipresent specter within both the city and the arena. With each life extinguished, he converted their soul power into energy. Eventually, Zhao Su began to develop a fondness for this place, contemplating whether he should gather enough resources to exchange for a complete set of the Holy Angel Soul Bones before departing. Yet soon, the system's mechanical voice alerted him that it was time to leave. Ding! The location of the remaining bones of the 9-winged dragon has been determined. There exists a skull of the 9-winged dragon within the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Ding! Task acquired. Proceed to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to obtain the 9-winged dragon skull. Task reward: 100,000 year soul ring and 1 holy angel set skull. As the task interface materialized before him, a smile graced Zhao Su's face. Although he was uncertain of the benefits the 9 divine dragons would bestow upon him, he was well aware of the advantages the holy angel set soul bones could provide. Merely acquiring the right arm bone had elevated his mental prowess to the divine realm, manifesting as tangible divine thought. It was unfathomable what heights he might reach by collecting all 6 pieces. In the ensuing 3 months, Zhao Su engaged in relentless slaughter, participating in several arena matches daily. In this brief span, his winning streak soared to 97 victories, and his energy points accumulated to a staggering 16,000. One night, he accessed the system's marketplace, bypassing other sections and directly selecting the Holy Angel set soul bones. He opted to exchange for the left arm bone without haste, not feeling the urgency for the skull, as it would be a reward upon task completion. The torso bone required 20,000 energy points, which he had yet to accumulate, so he chose the left arm bone instead. Upon completing the exchange, without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Su initiated the fusion, as the left arm bone integrated into his arm. Akin to the previous fusion with the right arm bone, a surge of formidable mental power surged into his consciousness. However, this time, with the presence of the golden pool, he experienced no pain. Once the immense mental force melded into the golden pool, it transformed entirely into a liquid state. Concurrently, the remnants of the nine-winged dragon appeared within the golden pool. The overwhelming divine thought enveloped the nine-winged dragon remains, elevating the seemingly ordinary bones to a dazzling brilliance. At the moment Zhao Su fused with the left arm soul bone, his immense divine thought radiated outward, causing a tremor in the hearts of all within the city of slaughter. Yet this divine thought was fleeting and did not leave a significant impact. Within the cave where the king of slaughter resided, he abruptly opened his blood-red eyes, filled with both fear and confusion as he gazed in a specific direction. His once vacant stare now animated. Just as Zhao Su completed his fusion, a knock resonated at the door of his chamber, and before he could respond, the door swung open to reveal Hulaina. Was that immense power you just unleashed? And you barge in without a care, not fearing that I might be undressed? Zhao Su did not respond to Hulaina's words. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water, his gaze fixated on Hulaina's alluring figure. I truly wonder what kind of person you are, he remarked. Ignoring Zhao Su's scrutinizing stare, Hulaina stepped closer and seated herself beside him, continuing. I have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter. Seek my assistance? How peculiar it is that the esteemed miss who has a request for me, Zhao Su replied. Bemused. After achieving 100 victories, I wish to traverse the path of the underworld alongside you. Is it a lack of faith in me, or perhaps in yourself? Zhao Su inquired. Before my arrival, my mentor advised me not to hastily attain 100 victories, but rather to cultivate and absorb the essence of death from the city of slaughter, as it may enhance my chances of surviving the underworld's trials. Humph. Zhao Su expressed a mix of exasperation and disdain. It is truly unfortunate that you have such a mentor. She is not aiding you, but rather leading you astray. Zhao Su, I may allow you to look down upon me, but I will not tolerate an insult towards my mentor. Hulaina retorted fiercely. I speak only the truth. She is transformed into a madwoman. If I am not mistaken, it is the essence of death within the city of slaughter, or what could also be termed as malevolent thoughts, that has driven her to this state. What do you imply? The domain of the god of slaughter, if one may call it a domain, is more accurately described as a vessel for absorbing the world's evils. Excessive absorption of the malevolent essence from the city of slaughter can engender an overwhelming desire for killing, while simultaneously corroding one's innermost being, transforming an otherwise sane individual into one of extreme madness. Furthermore, this Bloody Mary merely facilitates the swift and flawless absorption of malevolence. Zhao Su gestured towards the Bloody Mary held delicately by Hulaina. What? You should never place blind faith in the words of your deranged master. She is no longer the BB Dong of your. Impossible. Impossible, you say? Have you not perceived the transformation she underwent since entering the city of slaughter and attaining the domain of the god of slaughter? She has irrevocably changed. Hulaina bowed her head, for Zhao Su's words rang true. She too had sensed the profound alterations within BB Dong. Her temperament had soured, becoming increasingly irascible and brutal. Yet for Hulaina, her master was the dearest person in her life, akin to a mother. She was unwilling to accept the harsh reality that her mentor had succumbed to madness. Is there a remedy? Not at present. I have come to the city of slaughter to acquire the domain of the god of slaughter in hopes of finding a way to purify the malevolent essence within it. These pills, taken daily, will suppress the dark energy within you. Abandon that Bloody Mary at once. Zhao Su proffered a small porcelain vial to Hulaina, then, with a solemn tone, gestured towards the Bloody Mary on the table. He harbored a desire to prevent Hulaina from one day succumbing to the same madness that consumed BB Dong. On the morrow, Zhao Su resumed his participation in the battles of the slaughter arena, engaging in successive combats until he had amassed 100 consecutive victories. Concurrently, Hulaina also achieved her 100th triumph. A palpable excitement permeated the slaughter arena. These individuals had merely heard tell of such feats. Never had they borne witness to anyone completing 100 victories, let alone two individuals simultaneously. Unbeknownst to them, all who had previously witnessed such an accomplishment had met their demise, their blood serving as the key to unlock the path to hell. Amidst the fervor, the king of slaughter, adorned in a crimson robe and possessing blood-red eyes, materialized. Without superfluous words, the king of slaughter formed a seal with his hands. The spectators in the stands, who were chanting the king of slaughter's name, experienced a sudden and violent rupture of their bodies, their blood cascading down the grooves of the stands and into the area beneath the slaughter stage. Swiftly, a cavity materialized on the slaughter stage, marking the entrance to the infernal road. It could be said that the king of slaughter wished for Zhao Su to expeditiously depart from the city of slaughter. Zhao Su remained here, a profound sense of crisis looming within him. Although he could not recall having ever clashed with Zhao Su, an indelible fear of that formidable consciousness lingered in his mind. "Come, follow me. I shall lead you away from this place." Zhao Su, without any hesitation, uttered a few words to Hulaina behind him before leaping into the pitch-black abyss. As they ventured deeper into the cave, visibility diminished significantly, ultimately plunging them into complete darkness. Even when standing face to face, they were unable to discern each other. "You must have acquired the sixth spirit ring by now, right?" Zhao Su inquired, noticing Hulaina's increasingly labored breaths. "Indeed, I reached level 60 upon entering the city of slaughter. My master advised me to hunt for spirit beasts only after obtaining the domain of the god of slaughter, which would enable me to transcend my limits." "Very well. Then I shall bestow upon you a spirit ring." As Zhao Su walked forward, he spoke casually. Chapter 60. The Crimson Bat King, the Evil Eye. "Is it really here?" Hulaina asked Zhao Su, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Not to mention that soul skills cannot be employed here. What kind of soul beast could possibly exist in such a place?" Squeak. Before Zhao Su could utter a word, a cacophony of chattering voices reached his ears. "The sixth soul ring's absorption age spans 30,000 years. However, I surmise that this soul beast must be no less than 50,000 years old. If my conjecture holds true, absorbing this soul beast could potentially suppress the malevolent thoughts that arise from your acquisition of the domain of the god of death." In truth, Zhao Su's actions here are somewhat unprincipled, verging on using Hulaina as a subject for experimentation. Nevertheless, he possesses unwavering confidence, even if his hypothesis were to falter. He would ensure that Hulaina remains unharmed. "Are you referring to these bats? Wait, heed my command, and refrain from acting impulsively." Although Zhao Su spoke such words to Hulaina, he had already taken action. The Emperor's 7-kill sword was drawn, imbued with a formidable sword intent, slicing through the darkness towards the bats. The radiance emitted by the sword illuminated the shadowy cavern, casting a flicker of light within. Hulaina stood there, gazing at Zhao Su, who stood protectively before her, her expression somewhat dazed. A woman often finds herself enamored with a man for myriad reasons. It was evident that Hulaina had indeed developed feelings for Zhao Su, an affection that was abundant in reasons, yet paradoxically devoid of justification. Although Zhao Su's appearance may not be considered exceptionally handsome, he has indelibly etched himself into her heart. Every woman yearns for a powerful man who can provide her with a sense of security. Moreover, the more formidable a woman is, the more she desires a partner who surpasses her in strength to cherish and protect her. Zhao Su embodies such a person. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Move along." Zhao Su turned around to glance at Hulaina, who had not kept pace, and promptly called out to her. Hulaina took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and hurried to catch up. After traversing nearly 500 meters, amidst the swarm of black bats, a formidable figure emerged, a blood-red bat king, its wings exuding an imposing aura. Although this bat king was not as powerful as the blood-red 9-headed bat king residing within Tang San, its presence unmistakably suggested that it had surpassed the age of 30,000 years. "You are the one." Zhao Su gazed upon the blood-red winged bat king, and in an instant, the 12-winged seraphim soul manifested behind him. A potent aura of sanctity dispelled all malevolence, simultaneously enveloping Hulaina, who felt her chaotic heart gradually finding tranquility. The Bat King, sensing this overwhelming divine presence, was stripped of all combativeness, its sole impulse being to flee. Yet, Zhao Su would not permit such an escape. A colossal hand materialized, crushing every bat save for the blood-red-winged monarch. He seized the Bat King and brought it before the stunned Hulaina. "What are you pondering?" "Eliminate it and absorb its soul ring." "Absorb its soul ring?" "Enough with the idle chatter. Hasten." As Zhao Su spoke, he summoned his fox spirit to assist Hulaina. After Hulaina fused with the spirit, a fluffy fox tail emerged behind her, enhancing her allure. Without hesitation, Hulaina drew her short sword and plunged it into the now completely still blood-red Bat King. As the blade pierced, the Bat King definitively lost its life force. Immediately afterward, a black soul ring, interwoven with hints of golden ripples, materialized. Upon seeing this golden rippled soul ring, Zhao Su realized that the Bat King was far older than he had anticipated. Alongside the soul ring, a piece of soul bone fell, appearing to be an external soul bone, glimmering with faint crimson light. Quickly, fuse. In the interest of safety, Zhao Su enveloped Hulaina with his immense spiritual awareness. Should any danger arise, he would intervene without hesitation. Coupled with the divine essence that purifies the soul, this provided a dual layer of protection. Perhaps due to this spiritual presence in the sacred intent, Hulaina's fusion proceeded remarkably smoothly, culminating in completion in less than 10 minutes. What is your sixth soul skill? Zhao Su inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he retracted his spiritual awareness and withdrew his 12-winged, holy angel upon seeing Hulaina open her eyes. Evil Eye, Hulaina proclaimed, and with that, her sixth soul skill manifested as a single eye appeared on her forehead. Under the gaze of this evil eye, the previously impenetrable darkness became crystal clear before her. It could also emit an aura of malevolence, disrupting the attacks of adversaries. Even within a confined domain, it could disregard any restrictions, making it extraordinarily formidable. Isn't this overwhelmingly powerful? Hulaina exclaimed, a look of delight illuminating her face as she grasped the implications of the evil eye, although she had yet to test it in battle. The mere description of the skill ignited a fervor within her. Just as I surmised, the evil eye absorbs all malevolent thoughts, allowing it to draw in the evil energy from within the god of slaughter's domain, thus preventing you from succumbing to its corrupting influence. Is it truly capable of that? Zhao Su encouraged her to delve deeper into the study and comprehension of the skill. His gaze shifted to the blood-red soul bone emanating an alluring glow. He reached out to retrieve it, examining it closely, only to realize it was a flight-type soul bone. Do you possess any external soul bones? He asked. Indeed. But what a pity. What troubles you? Hulaina responded, her attention drawn to the soul bone that had fallen from the Blood Bat King. Could it grant the ability to fly like a bat? Upon seeing the soul bone, her eyes brimmed with excitement. This meant that by integrating this soul bone, she would not only gain the power of flight but could soar for extended periods like a bat. Is there a way for me to fuse with this soul bone? Though Hulaina was aware that aside from limb soul bones, which could be removed by severing limbs and sacrificing 10 levels of soul power, other soul bones and external soul bones could not be extracted alive, she still posed the question to Zhao Su. System, is there a method to extract external soul bones? Yes, but it requires enduring inhuman torture, the agony comparable to having one's ribs forcibly extracted, and one must remain conscious. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fuse with the soul bone again. The system's tone remained devoid of emotion. Yet Zhao Su felt a visceral pain akin to having his ribs pulled from his body. There is a way, but I fear you may not withstand it. I can endure it, no matter how excruciating it may be. Zhao Su then explained to Hulaina the process of extracting an already fused soul bone and subsequently integrating a new one. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's complexion paled slightly. The notion of extracting the original soul bone while fully conscious and simultaneously fusing with a new one filled her with a sense of despair. The potential pain was one thing, but the risk of making even the slightest mistake during the process could lead to death. Chapter 61. Zhao Su gazed at Hulaina's panicked expression and shook his head as he inquired. Just when Zhao Su presumed that Hulaina would choose to surrender, the panic in her eyes transformed into determination and resolve. I can endure it. As long as it allows me to undergo a metamorphosis, I can withstand any suffering. You must consider this carefully. Failure does not signify that nothing has transpired, but rather that it represents death. I fear not even death. I will ask you one last time. Are you truly resolved to change? This marks the third inquiry Zhao Su has made to Hulaina, and it shall undoubtedly be the final one. Should she persist, Zhao Su will not refuse, however. The success of this endeavor and the prospect of survival will hinge solely upon her own resolve. I am certain that even in the face of death, she would never waver in her decision. Very well, if that is the case, I shall assist you in the transformation, so remove your garments. Zhao Su extended his hand to form a seal, summoning a colossal hand that effortlessly moved a massive boulder, flattening it with a few deft strokes. He gestured towards the stone, resembling a bedrock, and inquired of Hulaina, "Is this the spot? Where do you wish to go?" Zhao Su retorted, continuing, "If you desire to exchange for a new soul bone, it is best to do so before you acquire the domain of the god of slaughter. That way, Once you attain that domain, you will be able to harness its murderous intent to fully integrate the new soul bone with your body, achieving a state of flawless harmony. All right. Hulaina did not elaborate further. She reached for the belt loosely tied around her waist, unfastening it with grace, and removed her outer garment. Beneath, she wore delicate pink lingerie, revealing her fondness for the color. To be candid, although Zhao Su often remarked on Hulaina's modesty in certain areas, it was not as insignificant as he claimed. It was merely concealed by her clothing, which did not showcase her enviable proportions. Particularly captivating were her long, slender legs, enhancing her allure even further. Zhao Su inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within his heart, even resorting to exuding a hint of sacred aura to assist himself. "What is your other external soul bone?" Hulaina inquired, reclining atop a massive stone in nothing but her pink lingerie. "The tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox." Tailbone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su involuntarily cast a glance at Hulaina's pert posterior, his gaze tinged with peculiarity as he asked, "Could it have been integrated into that part?" Although Hulaina's expression remained frosty, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she merely nodded in response. "You truly have a knack for presenting me with challenges." Zhao Su spoke, gesturing for Hulaina to turn over. "Are you certain this is necessary?" he inquired. "Indeed. I must first assist you in extracting the bone before you can integrate the new soul bone," he replied. Hulaina's complexion flushed slightly. Yet she complied with Zhao Su's request and turned over, revealing her exquisite form once more before his eyes. "Let me make it clear. I harbor no particular interest in you. This is solely for the purpose of replacing your bone." "Understood. Proceed," she responded. Zhao Su nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent as he became increasingly serious. After preparing everything necessary, he placed a pill into Hulaina's mouth, saying, "Though this elixir cannot completely eradicate your suffering, it will stimulate your consciousness and prevent you from losing awareness. Remember, it is crucial to stay alert." Hulaina responded, her tension palpable as her entire body tensed, accentuating her elongated silhouette. "Release your external soul bone." As Zhao Su's voice resonated, a foxtail, divided into 9 segments, gradually manifested from Hulaina's shapely form. Zhao Su, devoid of any hesitation, reached out and placed his hand slightly above the center of Hulaina's voluptuous form, where a foxtail had sprouted. Despite the barrier of her snug shorts, the delicate, smooth, and elastic sensation sent a jolt through Zhao Su's senses. He was compelled to amplify the sacred intention that calmed his spirit, striving to maintain his composure. The instant Zhao Su's hand made contact with Hulaina's rounded figure, her body trembled, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming wave of pain. As Zhao Su intensified his efforts to extract the soul bone that had become one with Hulaina, the sensation of agony grew increasingly acute. Soon, beads of perspiration enveloped Hulaina's entire being. Initially stifling her sounds, she could no longer contain herself and cried out in desperation, "Do not succumb to slumber. You must not fall asleep." As Zhao Su meticulously regulated the force with which he separated the soul bone, he addressed Hulaina, who had gradually fallen silent. Simultaneously, he transmitted a wisp of his divine consciousness into her mind. While this maintained her conscious awareness, it also amplified her perception of the excruciating pain as her lower body's bones were forcibly shattered. Hulaina finally succumbed to the agony, crying out as the 9-tailed sky fox's tailbone was completely extracted. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, as if she had just emerged from a bath. The flawless alabaster surface of her skin was adorned with droplets of perspiration, rendering her even more alluring. However, Zhao Su was not swayed by the picturesque scene before him. Instead, he focused entirely on extracting the bone for Hulaina and subsequently replacing it. The original tailbone had become inextricably fused with Hulaina's own skeletal structure. Thus, removing the soul bone was akin to extracting a part of Hulaina's very being. After 10 minutes, the arduous process was finally complete. Hulaina lay prostrate, as if utterly drained of all vitality. The pain gradually subsided. Zhao Su retrieved a nearby garment and draped it over Hulaina's body. Now, all that remained was for her to regain her strength and absorb the soul bone of the crimson-red Bat King. Soon, a pair of wings sprouted from Hulaina's back as she sat cross-legged atop the smooth boulder. This signified the complete success of the bone replacement. Hulaina abruptly opened her eyes, and with a flap of her bat wings, she soared into the air. As she ascended, her body rapidly contracted, enabling her to fly with greater speed and stability. After a brief aerial trial, Hulaina landed on the ground, her body instantly reverting to its normal size. The wings on her back swiftly retracted into her body. Hulina could distinctly feel that the ribs on her back had become increasingly robust and powerful, occasionally emitting a cool sensation. Wonderful. So this is what it feels like to fly. Hulina was completely immersed in the joy of flight, oblivious to the inhuman torment she had just endured. She had even forgotten that she was clad only in pink lingerie. Most notably, her small hot pants had been torn during Zhao Su's bone extraction, exposing half of her shapely, smooth buttocks, filling the dark cave with an unbearable allure. Chapter 62. Perfect absorption of evil thoughts. Reluctant separation. Why do you have such a strange expression? Hulina asked Zhao Su, perplexed by his peculiar countenance. Zhao Su remained silent, tilting his head to one side and pointing at the pert posterior of Hulina. Following Zhao Su's gesture, Hulina lowered her gaze in that direction. In an instant, her face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. As she hastily rummaged through her soul guide storage for clothing, she clumsily donned the garments. Once Hulina had dressed, Zhao Su turned his head, a lingering smile gracing his face, and remarked, "It seems you have quite an affinity for the color pink. You've donned it twice now." "Go to hell," Hulina retorted, her cheeks growing even warmer as she playfully scolded Zhao Su. "However, Bibi Dong truly treats you well." Zhao Su paid no heed to Hulina's reprimands and picked up the tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox that lay upon the colossal stone. He felt the immense soul power emanating from the soul bone and subsequently extended it towards Hulina. "Take this. When someone is in need, you may offer it to them," he said. "This soul bone is yours. Consider it a token of my gratitude for your assistance." However, Hulina declined to accept the soul bone Zhao Su proffered, softly replying, "It would be better for you to keep it. If you have no use for it, you might sell it for gold soul coins, which would be of greater benefit to me." Zhao Su ultimately placed the bony fragment into Hulina's hand. Upon receiving it, Hulina did not refuse. Instead, she accepted the soul bone with grace. "Thank you." After a while, her emotions gradually stabilized, and the flush on her face faded. She then approached Zhao Su to express her gratitude. "No need to thank me. It is your own strength that is commendable. Few could endure such pain." This statement resonated with Zhao Su's heartfelt sincerity, devoid of flattery towards Hulina. In that moment, Zhao Su found himself reassessing Hulina, recognizing her tenacity and earnest approach, which led him to no longer underestimate her. What Zhao Su was unaware of was that Hulina's childhood was far from joyful. Prior to her encounter with Bibi Dong, she and her brother endured scorn and hardship. This explains Hulina's unwavering desire to become powerful. On one hand, she sought to escape the disdain and humiliation inflicted by others, and on the other, she aimed to repay the kindness bestowed upon her by Bibi Dong, her mentor. Thus, Hulina had long sworn in her heart to dedicate her entire life to the Spirit Hall, assisting her master in realizing the dream of unifying the continent. Even death held no fear for her. After an hour, Zhao Su and Hulina finally emerged from the treacherous path and returned to the small town where they had entered the City of Slaughter. They had successfully attained the God of Slaughter domain. When Hulina activated the God of Slaughter domain, the malevolent Eye of Evil, which had just acquired its sixth soul skill, would also awaken automatically, absorbing the malevolent essence present within the domain. With each absorption, the Eye of Evil grew increasingly powerful, perfectly counterbalancing the corrupting influence of the malevolence within the God of Slaughter domain. Furthermore, as the Eye of Evil absorbed all forms of wickedness, Hulina herself experienced a transcendence. Her heart became ethereal, impervious to any seduction or illusion. "Now, it is time for us to part ways." Zhao Su still had other matters to attend to, so upon emerging from the path of hell, he turned to his companion, Hulina, and spoke. However, the expression in Hulina's eyes revealed no joy from having attained the domain of the God of Slaughter through this treacherous journey. Instead, she appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts. As Zhao Su prepared to depart, she suddenly called out to him, but ultimately, all she managed to utter was a trivial farewell. "Farewell, take care. Take care." Zhao Su nodded slightly to Hulina, uttering a word of farewell before turning to depart, swiftly vanishing from sight. As she gazed in the direction Zhao Su had taken, Hulina found herself inexplicably shedding tears. "My dear, I didn't expect you to return so soon." At that moment, a voice pierced through Hulina's thoughts, bringing her back to reality. Upon seeing the newcomer, she hastily wiped away her tears and exclaimed, "Elder Ju, Elder Gue." It was indeed Moonlight and Ghostly Charm who had brought Hulina to this City of Slaughter. To her surprise, the two had remained there for such an extended period without leaving. This clearly illustrated Bibi Dong's affection and regard for Hulaina, treating her as if she were her own daughter. "My dear, how is it that you are with him?" Ghostly Charm and Moonlight had also seen Zhao Su earlier, but they had concealed themselves until he departed before emerging. "We met in the city of slaughter. He guided me through the path of hell." As Hulaina spoke of him, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. "Have you surpassed level 60? Moonlight inquired, his expression one of curiosity as he reached out to grasp Hulaina's hand for a thorough examination, confirming that she had indeed attained the rank of a 61st Soul Emperor. He felt a sense of relief despite the puzzlement regarding how she could acquire soul rings within the city of slaughter, noting that her body and martial soul exhibited no anomalies. "Yes, I have acquired my 6th soul ring," Hulaina declared, releasing her martial soul, the 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, undeniably authentic. Particularly striking was the 6th soul ring, predominantly black yet adorned with dark golden ripples, signifying its quality far exceeded 10,000 years, reaching upwards of 50,000. "Did you slay the Bat King on the path of hell?" "Indeed, and from the Bat King, I obtained a soul bone, which I have absorbed, and it is an external soul bone." Hulaina lifted her chin with pride. "You are indeed fortunate. An external soul bone?" Moonlight seemed to ponder something further, inquiring, "Didn't you already integrate an external soul bone?" "Yes, but I extracted that one from my body." "What?" Both Moonlight and Ghostly Charm gasped in astonishment. As titled Douluos, they were well aware of the methods and costs involved in extracting soul bones. Yet, the Hulaina before them evidently did not exhibit the price they understood to be associated with such an act. "It's not overly complicated. Let us hurry. I must return to share my good news with my master." Hulaina, observing their shocked expressions, flashed a playful smile, teasingly withholding further details. At this moment, Hulaina's character had evidently undergone a significant transformation. After finishing her words, she dashed forward and leapt into the air. At that instant, her form swiftly diminished, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back, her flying speed astonishing even to Moonlight and Ghostly Charm. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise and doubt, yet chose not to voice their thoughts. They quickly followed her, hastening towards the Spirit Hall. Chapter 63. The soul hunting operation officially begins in the Pope's Palace of Spirit City. Bibi Dong sat in the Grand Pope's chair, meditating with closed eyes. Sensing someone approaching rapidly, slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze filled with curiosity as she turned towards the entrance of the palace. Soon, a diminutive bat-like figure with wings flew in. At the moment Hulaina touched down, her wings vanished, and her form immediately returned to its normal size. With her expression restored to indifference, Hulaina knelt before Bibi Dong, stating, "Master, I have returned. Indeed, in less than a year. You have traversed the path of hell and emerged from the city of slaughter." As Bibi Dong spoke, Ghostly Douluo and Zhu Douluo also entered the palace. Bibi Dong began by praising Hulaina, then coldly inquired, "You have acquired your 6th soul ring?" "Correct. I also obtained a new external soul bone," Hulaina proclaimed, releasing her martial soul, an overwhelming aura enveloping the entire Pope's palace instantaneously. As the 6th soul ring with golden ripple shimmered, a blood-red eye appeared on Hulaina's forehead. This eye, when closed, absorbed all the malevolent energy within the God of Death's domain. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. "Relate to me in detail your experiences within the city of slaughter, and remember to conceal nothing." Faced with Bibi Dong's frigid gaze, Hulaina dared not hesitate. Recounting her entire ordeal in the city of slaughter, including Zhao Su's assistance in changing her bones. "Master, that is all." Upon concluding, Hulaina respectfully presented the 9-tailed celestial fox's tail bone to Bibi Dong. Receiving the soul bone, Bibi Dong did not probe further, casually remarking, "In that case, focus on your training. You must quickly elevate your level. Yes. Moreover, do not maintain contact with Zhao Su in the future." After issuing her command, Bibi Dong turned and resumed her seat upon the Pope's throne, gesturing for Hulaina to withdraw. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hulaina's eyes. She contemplated speaking but ultimately refrained, simply acquiescing before departing. "Elder Gue, Elder Zhu, it is time. Let us officially commence the soul-hunting operation. Your Holiness. Is it not a tad premature?" Moonlight stepped forward, cautioning Bibi Dong. "In our Spirit Hall, we have 3 titled Douluos stationed. I fear unexpected complications may arise. Pay them no mind. They must adhere to my commands. Do not rush into action. First, we shall consolidate our strength." "Understood." Ghostly Douluo and Zhu Douluo bowed slightly, acknowledging her orders before retreating. "Haotian clan, your end is nigh. Bibi Dong gazed towards the direction of the Haotian sect, her aura growing increasingly frigid, as if it were on the verge of materialization. At that moment, not far from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the setting sun forest, Ning Rongrong and two other outer disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were being relentlessly pursued. Recently, Ning Rongrong had achieved a breakthrough to the 60th level, precisely to seek her 6th spirit ring. Originally, Sword Douluo and Xin had intended to accompany her on this quest. However, Ning Rongrong declined, wishing to undertake this journey alone as her final trial before becoming the sect's heir. Before entering the setting sun forest, Ning Rongrong had teamed up with a few others, and as the most exceptional genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with her evolution into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, it was effortless for her to assemble a team. Yet, ultimately, it was due to the treasures she carried that they were targeted. While hunting a soul beast nearly 30,000 years old, they were ambushed at a critical moment. Had it not been for the two outer disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School who fought valiantly to break through the encirclement, Ning Rongrong would have already succumbed to the attackers. This exemplifies the disadvantage of auxiliary-type spirit masters, without protection. Even a spirit master of a lower level could easily take them down. "Miss, you must leave, we will hold them off," urged the two, despite their severe injuries, determined to shield Ning Rongrong. Coming from impoverished backgrounds, these children were taken in by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which provided them the opportunity to become spirit masters. In truth, without the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they would not have their current lives. "No, I will stay to assist you and fight." Ning Rongrong's complexion was pale, clearly wounded, yet she summoned the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda with unwavering resolve. Rays of light emanated from the pagoda in her right hand, enveloping the two disciples. At this moment, their pursuers had caught up, numbering 7, led by an individual who had attained the 81st level as a spirit Douluo. The other 6 were also spirit saints in their 70s. These individuals seemed well aware of Ning Rongrong's identity and had come specifically to eliminate her. Furthermore, they understood that Ning Rongrong had recognized them, making her elimination imperative. Otherwise, once she returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would mark their demise. Do not struggle. Even if your 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda possesses unrivaled auxiliary capabilities, your cultivation is too low, and they are too weak. The leading spirit Douluo remarked mockingly, observing Ning Rongrong completely surrounded. "To Obaming, are you truly willing to instigate a war among the 7 sects?" Ning Rongrong retorted. "Your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is merely an auxiliary spirit, and without external support, you lack the qualifications to occupy the 2nd position among the upper 3 sects. You should have been expelled long ago." Upon hearing her words, Toba Ming snorted coldly, unleashing his oppressive aura upon the trio. As an 81st level spirit Douluo, he was beyond Ning Rongrong's current capabilities. The mere ability to shield herself and the 2 outer disciples from his formidable pressure already attested to the power of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Roaring in frustration, Tuoba Ming was incensed that Ning Rongrong could withstand his pressure despite her injuries. He resolved to eliminate her swiftly to avoid future complications. Manifesting his spirit, a white-armored earth dragon, unlike any dragon known to them, resembling a dinosaur, roared as Tuoba Ming lunged forward, aiming to strike down Ning Rongrong and her companions. Witnessing the incoming assault, Ning Rongrong closed her eyes in despair, awaiting her fate. However, after a moment, she realized she had not been harmed. The fierce attack from Tuoba Ming had ceased. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Zhao Su, clad in white, standing not far away. The members of the Holy Dragon sect lay defeated on the ground. "Brother Su." Upon seeing Zhao Su, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy, retracting the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and rushing toward him. After a year apart, she had grown even more beautiful. Although her figure may not rival Zhu Zhuqing's voluptuousness, clad in a flowing white dress with fair skin, she emanated the charm of a neighborly little sister. Chapter 64, Holy Dragon Sect, White-Armored Earth Dragon. "You truly are audacious, venturing out here alone?" Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he surveyed Ning Rongrong, remarking, "It has been over a year since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful." Ning Rongrong responded with equal admiration, "Brother Su, you two have grown increasingly handsome." Their reunion commenced with mutual compliments. "Who are you?" Tuoba Ming, gravely wounded and kneeling on the ground, fixed his gaze on Zhao Su, struggling to suppress his fear as he demanded, "Do not inquire about my identity just yet. I wish to know if your sacred dragon sect possesses the remnants of the 9-winged Long." Moments before, as Zhao Su had approached Tuoba Ming, the system had alerted him to the presence of the 9-winged Long's essence emanating from Tuoba Ming. Simultaneously, the white-armored earth dragon of their sacred dragon sect was, In fact, a degeneration of the Kolong, one of the 9 divine dragons that guard the realm. How do you know? Upon hearing Zhao Su mention the 9-winged Yinglong, Tuoba Ming could no longer maintain his composure. Terror flickered in his eyes. This matter was considered top secret even within the Sacred Dragon sect. Apart from the sect leader and a few elders, even the direct disciples were unaware of it. Take your questions and descend into hell. Zhao Su did not respond to his words, but instead reached out to place his hand on Tuoba Ming's crown, exerting sudden force that shattered Tuoba Yuan's skull while simultaneously extracting all his memories. Through Tuoba Yuan's recollections, Zhao Su learned that the remnants of the 9-winged Yinglong, a crucial artifact of their Sacred Dragon sect, lay concealed within the ancestral tablet of the Sacred Dragon ancestor. It was precisely this fragment of the 9-winged Yinglong that enabled the Sacred Dragon sect to rise anew after the decline of their martial spirits. What is this 9-winged Yinglong fragment you speak of? Ning Rongrong inquired with keen interest, gazing at Zhao Su. Merely a soul bone that had fallen from the dragon's body. He replied nonchalantly, "Is that truly the case?" She pressed, "Of course, why would I lie to you? Then how did you come to be here? Surely, you did not come solely to rescue me?" "That is not the case. I followed their trail here, and to my surprise, I found the Sacred Dragon sect in the Douluo Empire. If my conjectures are correct, the Sacred Dragon sect must have long since submitted to the Spirit Hall. And it is the Spirit Hall that intends to strike against my 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Rest assured, I have promised you that as long as your 7 treasures glazed tile school does not assist others against the Spirit Hall, I can guarantee your safety. And you shall remain one of the top 3 sects." Without mentioning Zhao Su's intervention during the Elite Soulmaster tournament, Ning Rongrong had already discerned that he was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, they had reached an agreement. As long as Ning Fengji refused to collaborate with the Spirit Hall, Ning Rongrong would succeed him as the sect leader. And Zhao Su assured her that no harm would come to any member of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. He would also provide them with defensive weaponry. "You may be disappointed. My father would certainly never agree. Otherwise, they would not have acted against me," she lamented. "Have you forgotten our agreement?" "I have not forgotten. But it seems matters may not be as straightforward as we hoped. Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu are unwavering in their support for my father," Ning Rongrong said, her brow furrowing. Although she had not forgotten their pact, during the past year since returning to the 7 treasures glazed tile school, she had made numerous attempts to probe the issue. While she was largely recognized as the next sect leader, Ning Fengji was still young, and her strength was insufficient to assume the role just yet, leaving her in a state of helplessness. "Do not worry. Do not forget our agreement. I will handle the rest. What do you intend to do? Let me make it clear. You cannot harm Grandfather Gu or Grandfather Jian, nor can you harm my father. That will not happen. I will accompany you back to the 7 treasures glazed tile school," Zhao Su stated, waving his hand at Ning Rongrong. "Let us proceed. I shall assist you in obtaining your soul ring, and then we will return together." Though Ning Rongrong remained uncertain of Zhao Su's intentions, she had no other viable options at this point and could only take it step by step. With Zhao Su's assistance, she swiftly acquired her 6th soul ring. Subsequently, they returned to the 7 treasures glazed tile school, where Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Douluos, Jian and Gu, were enraged upon hearing that Ning Rongrong had been pursued. "Calm down, Jian. We have yet to clarify the situation. Acting rashly could incite internal conflict among the 7 sects." What of internal strife? "The lower 4 sects do not regard our 7 treasures glazed tile school as allies. Indeed, old Jian and I shall go together and obliterate the Sacred Dragon sect." Though Gu, the Bone Douluo, spoke little, his words were filled with murderous intent. "Jian, Gu, do you not understand? This is evidently the Spirit Hall's scheme to incite mutual slaughter among us. Fengji, are we to let this matter slide? It is too humiliating. After all, Rongrong has not been harmed. This is not the time for such considerations. What do you think of Zhao Su?" Ning Fengji instructed the 2 to sit down before addressing them. This Zhao Su is clearly the black-cloaked figure who rescued Bibi Don from the Spirit Hall. I wonder what his purpose is in coming to our 7 treasures glazed tile school. At that moment, Chen calmed down, sitting and speaking with an icy demeanor. This individual poses a significant threat. It would be wise to eliminate him before he becomes a liability. Gu made a gesture across his throat, continuing, "Old Jian and I will confront him together. I refuse to believe he can withstand our combined might. That is unwise. This person is shrouded in mystery. He easily thwarted Tang Hao's true form, and should we falter, it would spell disaster for the 7 treasures glazed tile school." "Precisely. Have you noticed how Rongrong seems utterly compliant with him? There appears to be some connection between them. Rong was undoubtedly the most cherished among them, and any subtle changes in her demeanor would not escape their notice. Just then, Gu seemed to recall something, his eyes narrowing. Could it be that he has come for that artifact? Uncle Gu, what do you mean? While outsiders were unaware of Gu's true identity, Ning Fengji and Qin Xin were aware. This was the greatest secret hidden within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. As Zhao Su had suspected, Gu was not a native of the Douluo continent, but rather a member of the dragon clan from the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm, often romanticized as a paradise, was rife with factional struggles and unending warfare. Gu's dragon clan was among the defeated in this divine conflict, forced to seal their divine powers and retreat to the Douluo continent to bide their time. It is impossible. How could he possibly know of the Divine Realm, let alone the location of the nine-winged Long skull within our Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Seeing Gu nod in acknowledgement of his speculation, Ning Fengji found it hard to believe. It sounded too fantastical. Chapter 65. The Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. The first guardian divine dragon. There is nothing impossible otherwise. How could he, at the level of a Soul King, withstand the might of the Haotian true body? Gu's massive skeletal form leaned back against the sofa, having concluded that Zhao Su's intentions were becoming clear. Old Bone, are you suggesting that Zhao Su is akin to you? That is hard to say, but I can assure you that even if he is not from the Divine Realm, he is certainly connected to it. Fengji, assist us in eliminating him. At this, Qin Xin's sword intent emanated, addressing Ning Fengji. That cannot happen. We have yet to ascertain the situation. Acting impulsively may lead us to confront a formidable adversary. And at that point, not only the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, but even Uncle Gu could be in peril. What then is your suggestion? Let us observe developments closely while remaining prepared to act at any moment. The ever-genteel Ning Fengji now revealed an unexpected air of murderous intent. Simultaneously, he dispatched the direct disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to the Haotian school and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, seeking to unite their efforts against the Spirit Hall. In their hearts, they had already concluded that Zhao Su was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Confronting the Spirit Hall was tantamount to confronting Zhao Su himself. That evening, Ning Fengji personally hosted a banquet for Zhao Su, ostensibly to express gratitude for Zhao Su's life-saving assistance to Ning Rongrong. Yet, in truth, it was a covert inquiry. However, the moment Ning Fengji spoke, Zhao Su discerned his intentions with clarity. With that understanding, Zhao Su ceased to be evasive. You are correct, Sect Master Ning. I am indeed associated with the Spirit Hall, but I am not here on their behalf. Then what brings you here, Brother Zhao? The remnants of the nine-winged divine dragon. Zhao Su spoke with remarkable candor, directing his gaze towards Gu Rong, who was seated beneath Ning Fengji. Humph, you likely lack the necessary strength. Gu Rong retorted with a cold scoff, his entire frame appearing to swell with renewed vigor as he resolutely made his move. 9 soul rings materialized around him, all glowing in unison. With a resounding roar, he fully merged with his martial spirit, the bone dragon, charging fiercely at Zhao Su. His gaping maw sought to engulf Zhao Su whole. At that moment, both Ning Fengji and Chen Xin sprang into action simultaneously. Ning Fengji, with his right hand grasping the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda, activated his 7th soul ring, manifesting the Seven Treasures' true body, casting 2 beams of light that enveloped both Gu Rong and Chen Xin. Chen Xin, too, unleashed his formidable move with the 7 killing sword, wielding an ancient-looking great sword imbued with immense sword intent, striking towards Zhao Su. All 3 individuals unleashed their most potent attacks in a bid to catch Zhao Su off guard and bring about his demise. Humph, Sect Master Ning. You have made a grave error in judgment. Zhao Su observed that the individual before him exhibited no signs of panic, remaining composed as he sat there. Behind him, the 12-winged holy angel manifested. The moment its eyes opened, an overwhelming aura suffused with a sense of death radiated forth. The 12-winged holy angel appeared to detach from Zhao Su's body, enveloped in a resplendent golden black light, transforming into a colossal figure towering over 2 men. This was the first soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, heaven and earth, yet it manipulated the size of its form. Simultaneously, the 5th soul skill, indestructible body, also took effect upon the 12-winged holy angel. With a sword in one hand and a spear of death in the other, the angel's divine essence, imbued with the essence of mortality, effectively nullified Ning Fengji's enhancements for Chen Xin and Gu Rong. With a resounding crash, the spear of death wielded by the dark angel swiftly pierced Gu Rong's skeletal dragon form, pinning him against a nearby wall. This obliterated Gu Rong's skeletal dragon body, and his gaze turned increasingly indifferent as a white halo flickered around him. Ah! Gurong glanced at Chen Xian, who was also besieged by the oppressive sword intent, gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared, forcefully extracting the spear embedded in his form. His massive skeletal frame began to swell, and his withered muscles rejuvenated, rendering him suddenly much younger. Divine power? At that moment, Zhao Su perceived the transformation occurring within Gurong. As his soul power gradually shifted towards divine power, rapidly ascending until it reached the pinnacle of the 99th level, becoming an unparalleled Douluo. Die. Gurong's eyes blazed with fierce killing intent. As he grew stronger, he descended into madness. A bone sword materialized in his hand, and he charged toward Zhao Su. However, he was merely a pseudo-god. This was the first time Zhao Su felt such immense pressure, solidifying his resolve that no one should ascend to godhood before he located the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm. At this moment, Zhao Su also took action, employing for the first time the 4th soul skill of the 12-winged Holy Angel, the true form of the Holy Angel. After merging with the 12-winged Holy Angel, Zhao Su underwent a profound transformation. Under the influence of the law of heaven and earth, he stood over 3 meters tall, adorned with 6 golden wings and 6 black wings that emanated an aura of sanctity and the essence of death. Zhao Su transcended the conventional belief that even twin martial souls could not engage in simultaneous combat. Wielding the Emperor's 7-kill sword, he unleashed a sword intent that surpassed that of the Dust Heart 7-kill sword, weaving a formidable sword net that ensnared Dust Heart temporarily. He then devoted himself to confronting Gurong. His colossal physique emanated an overwhelming authority, swiftly subduing Gurong, who had released part of his seals. The sound of fists striking echoed mercilessly against Gurong. In desperation, Gurong, feeling perpetually oppressed by Zhao Su, resorted to his hidden trump card, his 9th soul skill. The Bone Transformation Divine Dragon reverberated through the entire 7 Treasures glazed tile school with resounding dragon roars. Originally a mere skeletal dragon, it gradually grew flesh and blood, ultimately transforming into a genuine divine dragon. The 5 claws beneath the divine dragon signified its complete form. Ding! The system's voice inquired if Zhao Su wished to absorb the fully manifested skeletal dragon from the 9 divine dragons' protective barrier. At that moment, he chose to absorb it, and a surge of formidable energy erupted, materializing into a colossal hand that seized the skeletal divine dragon rushing towards him. The hand formed seals, summoning a pentagram symbol that completely bound the skeletal dragon. Upon being thoroughly restrained, the skeletal divine dragon emitted a roar, imbued with fury and tinged with fear. The obsidian hand grasped the dragon's head, forming seals again before forcefully extracting its consciousness. As the consciousness was gradually drawn out, the flesh and blood of the skeletal divine dragon dissipated, reverting it to a mere skeletal form. Its momentum significantly diminished. Gurong's divine power also vanished entirely, and the forcibly elevated level plummeted back to its original 95. Chapter 66. The turmoil of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Once the black hand had completely extracted the skeletal dragon's consciousness, it flipped over, revealing a foreboding black flame within its palm, seemingly refining the dragon's essence. After approximately a minute, the skeletal dragon's consciousness fell entirely silent. The black hand clenched into a fist, encapsulating the dragon's consciousness, which surged into Zhao Su's body. In that instant, Zhao Su felt as though he were engulfed in searing flames, a conflagration that consumed not only his flesh, but also his very soul. The liquid spiritual energy flowing through the golden pool in his mind exploded in an instant, coursing throughout his entire being. Soon, the torment of his burning soul dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power. Every one of his 9 meridians glimmered in golden hues, and the spiritual liquid within the golden pool in his mind thickened further. Ah! Zhao Su emitted a resounding shout, his formidable soul power surging forth and propelling Gurong away. Simultaneously, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, ensnared within the 36 heavenly sword formation, were also violently cast aside. A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. At that moment, a system interface revealed Zhao Su's detailed attributes. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Emperor's 7-kill sword, devouring heaven links. Soul skills, 12-winged Holy Angel, 1st soul skill, Celestial Phenomenon. 2nd soul skill, Annihilating Palm. 3rd soul skill, Ninefold Sword Technique. 4th soul skill, True Form of the Holy Angel. 5th soul skill, Indomitable Body. 6th soul skill, Spear of Death. Emperor's 7-kill sword. 1st soul skill, Supreme Sword Intent. 2nd soul skill, Sword Name, Destruction. Third soul skill, sword name, slaughter. Fourth soul skill, sword name, a sword across the ages. Fifth soul skill, true form of the Emperor's 7-kill sword. Sixth soul skill, 36 heavenly kill, devouring heaven links, a fusion technique with the yin-yang spirit cat's martial soul, traversing the 7 extremes. Level, 69 battle soul master. Specializing in offensive capabilities. Mental power, 56,300 points, divine origin realm. Energy value, 83,000 points. Fortune value, 53 points. Guardian dragon, remains of a 9-winged Yinglong 1, complete 9-winged Yinglong. Simultaneously, Zhao Su discovered that the 9-winged Yinglong was currently being nurtured within the golden pool. A white skeletal dragon was swimming through the liquid essence of consciousness. Zhao Su retracted his divine consciousness, and both the 12-winged holy angel and the Emperor's 7-killing sword were withdrawn. Hand over the remnants of the 9-winged Yinglong, or else you shall all perish today. Zhao Su approached the fallen Gu Rong, whose pallid visage lay upon the ground, and knelt beside him. If you provide me with the remnants of the 9-winged Yinglong, I can assure you that your 7 treasures glazed sect shall forever remain one of the esteemed upper 3 sections. Who are you, and how do you possess such knowledge? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply understand that I alone can offer you protection, safeguarding the entirety of your 7 treasures glazed sect. Impossible. I could never entrust the remnants of the 9-winged Yinglong to someone like you. Someone like me? Pray tell, what manner of person do you believe I am? Certainly. You are one who aids the wicked. Do you comprehend the secret of the 9 divine dragons? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su furrowed his brow. As Gu Rong had mentioned, his understanding of the so-called 9 divine dragons of Guardian Realm was solely derived from the system's assertions. He remained oblivious to whether it was a boon or a bane, or why there was a necessity to gather these 9 divine dragons. Each time he inquired, the system either feigned ignorance or responded with irrelevant evasions. Ha ha ha, as I suspected, you are merely a puppet of an onlooker. Recognizing Zhao Su's expression, Gu Rong realized his thoughts were indeed correct. He erupted into laughter and continued, kill me. Do you truly believe that by remaining silent, I would remain uninformed? Zhao Su spoke as he extended his right hand, gently placing it upon the sparse strands of hair atop Gu Rong's head. Do not harbor any illusions. You cannot siphon my memories. Gu Rong, fully aware of Zhao Su's intentions, nonchalantly replied before closing his eyes. This individual's consciousness was enveloped by a formidable soul force. Any forced intrusion would surely lead to self-destruction. With Gu Rong's words, the voice of the system echoed in Zhao Su's ears. Hold on, do not harm Grandfather Gu. I shall grant you a soul bone. At that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared, tossing a palm-sized miniature dragon-head soul bone to Zhao Su. Zhao Su received the skull of the 9-winged dragon that Ning Rongrong had tossed to him. The formidable aura of the divine dragon was unmistakable, prompting him to secure the skull. Task accomplished, rewards granted. As Zhao Su stowed away the skull, the voice of the system resonated, confirming the reward had been credited. With this, Zhao Su exhaled in relief, a smile once again gracing his features as he took a seat at a nearby table. I assure you, as long as the 7-treasure glazed tile school refrains from engaging in the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the 7 major sects, none among the 7-treasure glazed tile school shall face any misfortune. Zhao Su declared. Do you genuinely believe that a single Spirit Hall can contend against the entirety of the continent? One must endeavor to discover the truth. Zhao Su spoke with an air of nonchalance. In light of this, we shall wait and see. At that moment, Ning Fengji appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any anger, as if the matter at hand bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Father, are you all right? Ning Rongrong approached, her concern evident. Her gaze flickered, avoiding Ning Fengji's eyes. I am fine, Rongrong. I am growing old. The 7-treasure glazed tile school will be entrusted to you henceforth. It was clear that Ning Fengji had grasped that Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly aware of Zhao Su's purpose for visiting the 7-treasure glazed tile school. A hint of helplessness lingered in his eyes. Father, please say no more. I understand that for over 20 years, the entire continent has been unnaturally tranquil. The responsibility of facing the impending storm rests with your generation. After uttering these words, Ning Fengji seemed to age a decade. Sighing with a bittersweet smile before departing the hall, Chen Xian approached Gu Rong, gently pulling him up. The two exchanged no words. They merely cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su before following Ning Fengji out. The two had resolved that as long as the 7-treasure glazed tile school was not under existential threat, they would refrain from intervening. Witnessing the desolate departure of Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Chen Xian, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of sorrow, yet she had no alternative. For the safety of all at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she knew she had to take this course of action. Taking a deep breath, her expression gradually solidified with determination. No longer wavering, she resolved that even if everyone despised her, it mattered not. Father, Grandfather Gu, Grandfather Jian, worry not. With me here. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall not falter, nor shall anyone be endangered. Ning Rongrong spoke softly yet resolutely, gazing in the direction of Ning Fingxi and the others as they departed. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Seated at the table, Zhao Su addressed Ning Rongrong. I wish to know, should the Haoyan School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan oppose the Spirit Hall, what would you do? War brings not only calamity but also progress. Though I harbor no affection for warfare, at times, it serves as the simplest means to resolve conflicts. Zhao Su's statement is undeniably clear. Chapter 67, The System's Spiritual Awareness, the Hidden Conspiracy Behind the Unknown. This is merely a fallacy, driven by your own ambitions. Ning Rongrong. For the sake of her father and the safety of her kin from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, reluctantly collaborates with Zhao Su. However, she does not endorse his ideologies. Whether it be fallacious reasoning or ambition, you will eventually come to understand that this is an inevitable outcome. I no longer wish to discuss these matters with you. I have fulfilled my promise to you. When will you complete your end of the bargain? It can be done now. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved 5 exquisite Chilua tulips from the storage space of the jade pendant, placing them delicately upon the table. These Chilua tulips possess the remarkable ability to substantially alter one's physique. However, I cannot guarantee that every individual who partakes in them will evolve into a 9-treasure glazed tower. This much I comprehend. While it is true that not every direct descendant inheriting the 7-treasure glazed tower will necessarily transform into the 9-treasure glazed tower, it is assured that even in the absence of complete evolution, their physical constitution will be significantly enhanced. This will undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for their future cultivation. Now, our agreement has been fulfilled, and henceforth, we shall have no further entanglements. Zhao Su stood up, preparing to depart. At this moment, he had acquired everything he desired. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School no longer held significance for him. Whether they would become adversaries or allies in the future would depend on the decisions made by the school. Your association with Yu Qing also seems to serve your interests. Does it not? At that moment, as Zhao Su took a step forward, Ning Rongrong suddenly inquired. Hearing this, Zhao Su paused but offered no reply, soon resuming his departure. This incident had matured Ning Rongrong considerably. She realized that being the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was no simple task. Thoughts began to form in her mind. She understood that she could not forever rely on others to ensure the safety of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, such matters were of little importance to Zhao Su now. In a relatively secluded residence on the eastern street of Heavendo City, Zhao Su sat beside a stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the skull of the 9-winged dragon that rested silently upon it. Alongside the recently acquired skull from the Holy Angel set, the words of the Bone Douluo earlier that day left Zhao Su in a state of contemplation, wavering between the immense power he had gained through the system and whether it was ultimately a blessing or a curse. You need not ponder these matters, for you have no other choice but to carry out the tasks assigned by the system. A voice echoed beside him, belonging to an ethereal figure whose features were obscured. There was no discernible aura of soul power or divine energy emanating from it, yet from its emotionless, mechanical tone, Zhao Su recognized it as the consciousness of the system, an entity that had long forgotten its name. Once, were you human? Perhaps, the figure replied, a fleeting flicker of emotion crossing its otherwise impassive visage before it returned to its emotionless state. Did I come here because of you? Even if I were to divulge everything to you now, you would not remember. Upon waking the next day, all would be forgotten. You have no alternative but to proceed with the tasks. What if I refuse to follow the tasks? Understand this, you are not alone. Only upon completing all tasks and achieving divinity may you have the potential to rebel. Once the system finished speaking, the spectral figure gradually faded away. Zhao Su then turned his attention back to the skull of the Holy Angel set on the stone table. Resolute, he stored the 9-winged dragon skull and commenced the fusion process. Upon completion of the fusion, Zhao Su felt his divine consciousness grow exponentially stronger, perhaps surpassing the early stages of divine essence. His mind became increasingly clear, and the liquid divine consciousness within the golden pool in his mind swelled in volume, empowering the skeletal dragon that resided within. This enhancement transformed Zhao Su's aura dramatically. Subsequently, he summoned his 12-winged holy angel martial spirit, fusing it with the 100,000-year soul ring. officially stepping into the realm of a soul sage at level 70. Due to the head soul bone, Zhao Su appeared even more handsome, and his stature increased slightly. Now, Zhao Su hastened his quest for the 9 divine dragons, fully aware that true security could only be achieved by attaining invincibility. Before proceeding to the Holy Dragon Sect within the Douluo Empire, Zhao Su first visited Shrek Academy. He discovered that Flinder and Lu Erlong had both reached the rank of 84th level Soul Douluo, while even Master Yu Xiaojing had surpassed 40 levels. Their training speed, while not exceedingly rapid, was nonetheless remarkable. Their accelerated advancement could be attributed to Zhao Wujia's daily addition of a pill left by Zhao Su in their tea, facilitating their elevation to the rank of title Douluo. Within the meeting room of the Holy Dragon Sect, Tuobashi sat at the head of the table, flanked by 8 elders, each wearing a grim expression. They had just learned that Tuoba Ming, who had covertly sought to forge an alliance with Ning Fingji at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was killed after being rebuffed by him while attempting to assassinate Ning Rongrong, the future heir of the school. What a fool, acting on his own and meeting his demise. Tuobashi scoffed, slamming his hand on the table. Now is not the time for blame. We must consider our next steps, one elder suggested. What can we do? The situation is as it stands. We must remain passive and let events unfold. And how shall we respond to the Spirit Hall? We must convey our unwavering loyalty to the Spirit Hall and to His Holiness the Pope. The Holy Dragon Sect found itself with no alternative. Having offended the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, their only path was to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Lord, someone claiming to be from the Spirit Hall wishes to see you and bears the Pope's token. Initially dismissive, Tuobashi's attention sharpened upon seeing the emblem with 6 symbols presented by his disciple. He quickly stood. Please, show them in. He rose and, along with the elders, exited to greet the visitor. I was unaware of your arrival. I apologize for the inadequate reception. Please, do not take offense. Upon encountering Zhao Su, who awaited in the Great Hall, Tuobashi hastened forward, presenting the Pope's token with a deeply respectful demeanor. You honor me, Lord Tuoba. I have matters to discuss privately with you. Everyone else may withdraw. Zhao Su received the papal decree and casually addressed Tuobashi, instructing him to dismiss everyone. Tuobashi presumed that the personal visit from the elder of the Spirit Hall was in response to the matter concerning Tuoba Ming. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, he showed no hesitation and gestured for those behind him to withdraw. Chapter 68. Another fragment of bone. The white-armored earth dragon evolves. What? Your jest seems rather excessive. My lord. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Su motioned for Tuobashi to take a seat. Contrary to Tuobashi's expectations of a reprimanding visit, Zhao Su directly broached the subject of the remnants of the 9-winged Inglong, expressing his desire for Tuobashi to hand over the relic. I am not one to jest, especially with those who are not my friends. Though Zhao Su's face still bore a smile, it sent a shiver down Tuobashi's spine. As long as we can become friends, I shall assist Brother Tuoba in ascending to the rank of title Douluo. That feat may not be achievable by mere chance. Do you truly possess a means to help me break through the bottleneck of level 89 and attain title Douluo? Indeed, I assure you, I do not engage in jest. What method shall be employed? Shall it involve the sacrifice of vitality? Not only will it not consume your life force, but it will also alter your physique. Your sacred dragon sect's martial soul was not merely the white-armored earth dragon, was it? How do you know this? At this moment, the reverence Tuobashi once held for Zhao Su had dissipated, replaced by a sense of vigilance. Although he could not gauge Zhao Su's level, he vowed not to remain passive should Zhao Su choose to unleash his strength. The notion of transforming one's physique to attain the rank of title Douluo seemed utterly preposterous. More importantly, Zhao Su possessed knowledge of secrets that even the Pope of the Spirit Hall could not fathom, confidences of the sacred dragon sect. I was the one who killed Tuoba Ming. All his memories have been extracted by me. You are not affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Tuobashi abruptly rose to his feet, his aura surging rapidly. The formidable fusion of his martial soul, the white-armored earth dragon, augmented his already imposing figure to even greater heights. In that case, allow me to express my sincerity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su reached out and pinched Tuobashi's cheek, compelling him to open his mouth and forcibly administered a medicinal pill. Once the pill was ingested, it transformed into a warm current that coursed through Tuobashi's body. At that moment, the martial soul that Tuobashi had integrated began to disassemble, returning to his form and merging with the warm flow. Upon contact with this warmth, the white-armored earth dragon commenced its evolution. Ultimately, it transformed from a creature resembling a dinosaur into a dark divine dragon, entirely black and akin to a one-legged ox. Its formidable aura far surpassed that of Tuaobashi's original martial soul, the white-armored earth dragon. The immense power radiating from the Kuei-long martial soul directly converted into soul power, effortlessly breaking through Tuaobashi's long-standing bottleneck at the 89th level, propelling him into the realm of the title Douluo at level 90. Once the evolution was complete, the constraints on Tuaobashi's body were entirely lifted, causing him to collapse to the ground. He was acutely aware of the transformation of his martial soul and the breakthrough he had achieved. His eyes shimmered with a wild joy. For many years, he had been stuck at the pinnacle of the ultimate soul Douluo, employing countless methods in vain. Now, not only had he successfully ascended to title Douluo, but he was also ecstatic about the evolution of his martial soul. Although their family had inherited the white-armored earth dragon since his father's time, the ancestral hall displayed a depiction of his forebear's martial soul, which resembled the evolved form he now possessed. "Thank you, Senior. Since you desire that bone, it is of no use to me, so I shall give it to you." At this moment, Tuaobashi's earlier arrogance had vanished entirely, replaced by respect. He would not hesitate to relinquish not only a bone but even his bride if Zhao Su desired it. "Senior, are you truly from the Spirit Hall?" Soon, Tuaobashi personally retrieved the remnants of the nine-winged Long and respectfully handed them to Zhao Su. He then inquired with a questioning glance. Tuaobashi had resolutely decided to no longer serve as a pawn of the Spirit Hall but to pledge his loyalty to Zhao Su. If Zhao Su were not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, he would not hesitate to sever ties with them. Naturally, Zhao Su discerned Tuaobashi's intentions and replied, "As long as you remain steadfast in your loyalty to the Spirit Hall and to His Holiness the Pope, that is all that is required." Upon the remnants of the nine-winged dragon, Zhao Su discerned a resonance akin to that which he had encountered upon obtaining the skull from the Seven Treasure Glaze sect. Recognizing it as the essence he sought, he promptly extracted it from the box and secured it within the storage space of his jade pendant at his waist. Naturally, while our sacred dragon sect remains loyal to His Holiness the Pope, we also pledge our fealty to our esteemed predecessors. "Brother Tuoba, you possess far greater wisdom than your cousin Tuoba Ming," Zhao Su remarked as he rose, presenting the papal decree adorned with angelic wings to Tuobashi. "Henceforth, you shall be the honorary elder of the Martial Soul Hall." "Thank you, esteemed senior." Tuobashi respectfully accepted the papal decree with both hands and bowed in gratitude. Zhao Su casually waved his hand, no longer lingering, and turned to depart from the Holy Dragon sect. Gazing at Zhao Su's receding figure, Tuobashi's eyes flickered with immense desire. The yearning of man can be said to be insatiable. Once a certain height is achieved, the aspiration to ascend to yet another pinnacle arises. In this moment, Tuobashi embodied such a mindset. After Zhao Su departed from the Holy Dragon sect, he made his way directly to the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire, seeking to find Zhu Zhuqing. Within a secluded courtyard belonging to the Zhu family in the imperial capital, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone in a pavilion under the night sky, her gaze vacant as she pondered her thoughts. It had been over a year since she and Dai Mubai had returned to the Star Luo Empire, during which time Dai Mubai had thoroughly suppressed Davis. Except for a few diehard supporters of Davis, the majority of the aristocracy within the Star Luo royal family had rallied behind Dai Mubai. In stark contrast to Dai Mubai's spirited demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing's life had not been easy, due to her refusal to enter into a marriage alliance with Dai Mubai. She had been expelled from the ranks of the Zhu family's direct descendants, moving from the Zhu family's main residence to this desolate courtyard. Over the past year, Zhu Zhuqing had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of her abode. "Zhuqing." As she leaned against a pillar in the pavilion, Zhu Zhuqing heard Zhao Su's voice, and gradually, a spark illuminated her once dull eyes. She swiftly turned her head toward the source of the voice, yet saw no one. Countless times throughout the year, she had imagined hearing Zhao Su's voice. Each night in her dreams, his shadow haunted her. Zhu Zhuqing had initially believed that upon returning to the Star Luo Empire and distancing herself from Zhao Su, she would gradually forget him. However, she soon realized her mistake. The more she attempted to forget, the clearer his image became. Chapter 69, more proactive, a different feeling. Zhu Zhuqing turned back, only to find the emptiness once more dimming her gaze. At that very moment, a flower, white with splashes of crimson, appeared before her. Simultaneously, Zhao Su materialized, holding the flower and wearing that familiar smile. Upon seeing Zhao Su's well-known grin, her nose tinged with sorrow and her eyes reddened. though they quickly hardened again as she turned her head away. Zhu Qing, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Please, do not cry, Zhao Su implored. Panic seizing him as Zhu Shiqing wept. He reached out to wipe her tears, but she batted his hand away, crying, I do not need your concern. What are you doing here? I do not wish to see you. Do you truly not wish to see me? Zhao Su feigned sorrow, saying, Very well. If you do not want to see me, then I shall take my leave. Do not go. Do you not realize that I was only speaking out of anger? Just as Zhao Su pretended to turn away, Zhu Shiqing became frantic and grasped his arm. If you do not wish for me to leave, then I shall stay. Zhao Su dismounted his donkey and sat beside Zhu Shiqing, once again presenting the flower before her. Observe how this blossom, away from your presence, is on the verge of wilting. Zhu Shiqing gazed intently at the flower, reaching out to take it, and tears began to flow anew. Do not abandon me. Never leave me. I promise you, as long as you do not forsake me, I shall remain by your side forever. I swear it. Zhao Su, raising his right hand, proclaimed, If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Do not utter such ominous words. I have faith in you. Zhu Shiqing interjected, covering Zhao Su's mouth. Her gaze towards him growing ever more tender. Following this brief separation, Zhu Shiqing had completely come to terms with her own feelings. She realized she could no longer bear to be apart from Zhao Su. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Smiling, Zhao Su arose and tenderly lifted Zhu Shiqing into his arms, who, in turn, nestled her head shyly against his chest. Upon entering the chamber, the ardor within Zhao Su reached its zenith. With swiftness, he divested Zhu Shiqing of her garments, revealing a figure of such fiery perfection that Zhao Su could no longer restrain himself. Zhu Shiqing murmured, biting her lip, valiantly suppressing any further sound. Did I cause you pain? No. Zhu Shiqing demurred, shaking her head, as she proactively encircled Zhao Su's neck with her arms and initiated a kiss. Though Zhu Shiqing's physique was no less alluring than Tang Yue was, it afforded Zhao Su an entirely distinct experience. The usually aloof Zhu Shiqing exhibited an unprecedented initiative, stirring Zhao Su's very essence. After 20 minutes, their souls ascended to a shared apex, an unspoken elation prompting Zhao Su to exclaim audibly. At the break of dawn, the pair departed from the Zhu estate. With Zhu Shiqing as his guide, they embarked on an exploration of the Star Luo Empire's capital. Having truly blossomed into womanhood the night prior, Zhu Shiqing shed her youthful innocence, acquiring a patina of maturity that rendered her increasingly captivating. Well, if it isn't the Zhu family's fourth daughter? More like former fourth daughter, interjected a voice laced with acrimony, emanating from a quartet not far from Zhao Su and Zhu Shiqing. The speakers were the two women of the group. Upon recognizing the four, Zhu Shiqing's countenance hardened, and she sought to avoid confrontation by attempting to lead Zhao Su away. Why the hasty departure? The group, however, seemed intent on obstructing Zhu Shiqing and Zhao Su's path. One of the women, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Zhao Su, sneered, So, this is the wild man you've taken up with? Hearing this, Zhao Su's anger flared. But Zhu Shiqing forestalled him, stating, Luo Fei, I have no desire to converse with you. Please, step aside. The Luo family, while not quite on par with the Zhu family, were nonetheless esteemed nobles within the Star Luo Empire. Luo Fei's aunt had married a general, highly favored by the Star Luo Emperor and in command of half the empire's forces, imbuing Luo Fei with an inflated sense of importance. Furthermore, Zhu Shiqing's breach of betrothal by refusing to marry Dai Mubai, the crown prince, had significantly impacted the Zhu family's influence within the Star Luo Empire. Had Dai Mubai not publicly absolved her of blame, claiming his own disinterest in marrying her, Zhu Shiqing's punishment would have been far more severe than mere removal from the family registry and relocation to a remote residence. Despite Dai Mubai's gesture, the nobility and influential figures of the Star Luo Empire were well aware of the true circumstances. Cat got your tongue, perhaps? I had imagined someone of greater consequence would have tempted you to forsake the crown prince. It seems your taste leaves something to be desired. Luo Fei fixed her gaze upon Zhao Su, her eyes glinting with derision. The aura of soul power emanating from Zhao Su was not particularly intense, merely at the level of a soul king of around 50. This led the onlookers to mistakenly perceive Zhao Su as nothing more than a worthless individual of similar rank, thus dismissing him entirely. Your opinion of me is of no concern. Zhu Shiqing, ever vigilant, kept a firm grip on Zhao Su, wary of any impulsive actions he might take against them. Attempting to leave once more, They regarded Zhao Su as a soft target, emboldening their arrogance. After all, the two young men trailing behind them, despite their youthful appearance, had already attained levels exceeding 60, and they were both formidable. In their minds, subduing a mere 50-level Zhao Su would be a trivial endeavor. Zhao Su, silent behind the protective barrier of Zhu Shiqing, only served to reinforce their conviction. What? Are we not allowed to speak of your disgraceful antics? As the voices of the two resonated, a crowd quickly gathered on the street. For the allure of spectacle is a universal trait across worlds. Zhu Shiqing's icy and exquisite features flushed with indignation at their taunts. Here is your chance, step aside immediately. Witnessing Zhu Shiqing on the verge of tears ignited an uncontrollable fury within Zhao Su. Just a worthless individual, and yet you dare speak of opportunities. Before Luo Fei could finish her sentence, she felt her body being propelled backward uncontrollably, crashing violently to the ground. Chapter 70. I never strike women. Unless provoked, I have never struck a woman, except in cases of self-inflicted provocation. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, completely disregarding Luo Fei, who lay unconscious on the ground. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su grasped Zhu Shiqing's hand and prepared to depart. Kid, you are exceedingly arrogant after striking someone. Do you think you can simply walk away? At that moment, the two onlookers, who had been standing not far away, sprang into action. One approached to assess Luo Fei's condition, while the other, speaking, reached out a hand toward Zhao Su. Bang! Zhao Su casually unleashed a kick, sending the man hurtling through the air. Initially, Zhao Su had no intention of embroiling Zhu Shiqing in trouble. Thus, he restrained his strength, seeking death. In the glaring presence of onlookers, the man was sent flying by Zhao Su's kick, undeniably humiliated and feeling insulted. With a furious roar, he revealed his martial soul, a black wild boar with menacing tusks. Upon fusion, sharp black spikes emerged across his body, and 6 soul rings shimmered around him. He then charged violently towards Zhao Su. How audacious for a mere wild boar to act so recklessly. Zhao Su uttered a mocking remark, remaining stationary as an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the wild boar charging towards him to collapse. A series of cracking sounds echoed as bones fractured within that individual. The wild boar's spirit swiftly dissipated, leaving the figure sprawled on the ground, yearning to rise yet besieged by an unbearable pain. Would you care to give it a try as well? Zhao Su gazed at the other individual, who was rendered speechless by fear, and inquired, No, do not attempt it. The person swallowed hard, hastily shook his head, and dared not linger any longer. He abandoned the others and fled, quickly vanishing from sight. My name is Zhao Su. If you seek vengeance, feel free to seek me out. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he dismissed them with indifference, turning to take Zhu Shiqing's hand and leave. Following such a commotion, both Zhao Su and Zhu Shiqing lost the desire to continue their outing and instead returned together to the secluded courtyard of Zhu's family. The most effective way to forget unpleasant matters is to engage in activities one enjoys. Soon, enveloped in shared joy, Zhao Su and Zhu Shiqing cast aside the day's discontent. The individual whose martial spirit was shattered by Zhao Su and whose ribs were broken was the nephew of the renowned general of the nation, known as the Twin Stars, who was Zhu Shiqing's father. Upon witnessing the tragic state of his nephew, the general was filled with fury and dispatched powerful warriors from his estate, determined to hunt down Zhao Su and eliminate him. Naturally, Zhu Yuming, Zhu Shiqing's father, was informed of the news. As he approached the secluded courtyard where Zhu Shiqing resided, he was greeted by her melodious laughter from outside. Dressed in a long black robe, tall and with a stern countenance, Zhu Yuming was momentarily taken aback by the sound of his daughter's laughter. Despite being Zhu Shiqing's father, he had never heard her laughter due to the peculiar customs of their family lineage. Upon entering the courtyard, he beheld Zhu Shiqing leaning against Zhao Su, oblivious to their conversation. Zhu Shiqing's face was devoid of its usual coldness, replaced entirely by a radiant smile. Ahem! Zhu Yuming cleared his throat a few times. Hearing the sound, Zhu Shiqing and Zhao Su turned to see Zhu Yuming standing at the entrance with an expression of indifference. Zhu Shiqing promptly rose, her smile quickly concealed, transforming into a mask of composure. Father. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Yuming was indeed Zhu Shiqing's father. Although Zhao Su did not agree with the traditions of the Zhu family, he still showed respect to Zhu Shiqing by standing up and giving a slight nod to Zhu Yuming. Come in, I have something to discuss with you, Zhu Yuming commanded. Stepping into the room, Zhao Su intended to follow, but Zhu Shiqing stopped him. She understood that this matter needed to be addressed sooner or later. After all, she was already Zhao Su's and had no other choices left. Just as Zhao Su paced anxiously in the courtyard, the assassins sent by the general of the nation arrived. Their timing was impeccable, as he had been seeking an outlet for his rage. Zhao Su let out a cold snort. And before the assassins lurking in the shadows could make their move, he had already acted. This time, Zhao Su summoned the Emperor's 7 killing sword directly. The 7 black soul rings shimmered simultaneously, and waves of sword intent surged toward the hidden assassins. At that moment, Zhu Yuming and Zhu Shiqing, who were in the room, heard the commotion outside and stepped out. They chanced upon Zhao Su ruthlessly slaughtering the assassins. Clad in white, he transformed into a sword, leaving those adversaries with no opportunity to strike back, as they were all swiftly dispatched. In total, there were about 8 individuals, apart from the leader, a soul sage exceeding level 70, the others also surpassed level 60. Zhu Yuming gazed at the 7 black soul rings on Zhao Su's Emperor's 7 killing sword, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. "Suge, are you all right?" Zhu Shiqing, witnessing Zhao Su revealing his martial spirit, assumed he was facing a formidable foe and hurriedly approached him, her expression filled with concern. "I am fine. With these people, even if more were to come, they could not harm me. They belong to the Wang family, and I know Wang Jie well. You will not let this go lightly," Zhu Yuming stated coldly to Zhao Su. "And if he does not let it go, so what? Let him come," Zhao Su retorted confidently. "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, the Wang family will not trouble you again." A voice echoed from beyond the courtyard, followed by the entrance of Dai Mubai. Having heard of the day's events, Dai Mubai was aware that Wang Jie would undoubtedly seek revenge, so he had sent someone to warn Wang Jie not to provoke Zhao Su. However, he arrived too late. "Your Highness," Zhu Yuming greeted Dai Mubai with a slight bow, showing respect. "There is no need for such formality, Zhu Uncle." Dai Mubai waved his hand, then turned to Zhao Su. "Teacher Zhao, may we speak privately?" Of course. No one knew what Zhao Su and Dai Mubai discussed, but afterward, Dai Mubai's demeanor toward Zhao Su was noticeably more respectful, as if an agreement had been reached. Subsequently, Zhao Su prepared to leave, but Zhu Shiqing did not accompany him. She intended to stay and assist Dai Mubai in solidifying his position as the crown prince. At the same time, Zhu Yuming announced Zhu Shiqing as the next clan leader of the Yuming clan, even in the face of opposition from elders. Zhu Yuming displayed a domineering side, allowing no dissent. Otherwise, anyone opposing would have to leave the Yuming clan. In doing so, Zhu Yuming effectively united the Yuming clan with Dai Mubai, vowing to spare no effort in securing his position as crown prince. Should he ascend to become the emperor of the future Xinglua Empire, the Zhu family would remain among the most powerful entities within the empire. Although Zhu Shiqing's generation had not formed a marriage alliance with the royal family of the Xinglua Empire, it would not hinder the subsequent generation from uniting with Dai Mubai's descendants. Moreover, Zhu Yuming understood that even if Zhu Shiqing did not become the crown princess or future queen, her close relationship with Dai Mubai would not impede the Zhu family's influence in the Xinglua Empire. Most importantly, Zhao Su possessed sufficient strength, allowing Zhu Yuming to override opposition and elevate Zhu Shiqing to the position of clan leader. Chapter 71. The Power of Strength as the Ultimate Voice in the Douluo Continent. Where power reigns supreme, formidable strength can be regarded as the most persuasive voice. From that moment onward, Zhu Shiqing ceased to remain silent, standing resolutely behind Dai Mubai as the heir of the Yuming clan. After Zhao Su departed from the Star Luo Empire, he promptly returned to the city of Tiando. He had received word that Tang San had emerged from the city of slaughter and had similarly attained the domain of the god of slaughter. Thus, Zhao Su could not help but marvel at Tang San's extraordinary talent and his own abilities. At that moment, Tang San was undergoing training under Tang Yuehua in the Weixin. Consequently, Zhao Su refrained from visiting Weixin directly to meet Tang Yuehua and instead chose to remain hidden within Tiando City. Several months later, after Tang San had left Weixin, Zhao Su finally made his appearance. At the pinnacle of Weixin, the moment Zhao Su manifested, Tang Yuehua sensed his presence. Her exquisite visage instantly broke into a smile as she turned to gaze in his direction. Upon seeing Zhao Su standing there, she swiftly rose and ran towards him. "Little beauty, have you missed me?" "Of course, but have you missed me?" Perhaps it was only in Zhao Su's presence that Tang Yuehua revealed her more delicate side. "Certainly. I've thought of you day and night without respite." Such sweet talk. Though Tang Yuehua spoke thus, her heart felt as if it had been filled with honey. By the window, nestled in Zhao Su's embrace, Tang Yuehua suddenly lifted her gaze to meet his. "Su, in a few days I shall return to the sect to see my elder brother. Would you like to accompany me? Now that Haotian sect is in a state of seclusion, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go?" "What makes it inappropriate?" Tang Yuehua rose from Zhao Su's embrace. her expression turning earnest as she inquired, "Do you wish to marry me?" "I do." Zhao Su exhibited no hesitation, speaking directly. After all, there are no restrictions of monogamy in the Douluo continent. Therefore, since my father is no longer present, if you wish to marry me, you must obtain my elder brother's consent. Very well, in that case, I shall accompany you back to the Haotian sect to meet your elder brother. At this point, Zhao Su chuckled, turning to Tang Yuehua and inquired, "Are you not concerned that I might learn the whereabouts of the Haotian sect, potentially jeopardizing you? Although the Haotian sect remains concealed, do you truly believe that the Spirit Hall is unaware of its location?" Tang Yuehua sighed and continued, "They merely fear the strength of my grandfather." Upon hearing Tang Yuehua mention Tangchen, Zhao Su gently pulled her into an embrace and, with a hint of mystery, remarked, "Do you know whom I encountered in the city of slaughter? Tang San?" At this moment, Tang Yuehua was well aware that Tang San had also recently emerged from the city of slaughter, not long after Zhao Su's arrival there. "I did indeed encounter Tang San, but he is not the one I am referring to." Zhao Su shook his head as he spoke. "Who is that? Did you not just mention them?" "My grandfather?" Tang Yuehua initially displayed a hint of confusion, but then, as a realization struck her, her expression shifted to one of shock. "My grandfather is in the city of Carnage?" "Indeed. Although he cannot yet leave the city of Carnage, I have presented him with a betrothal gift, and your grandfather has already consented to our union." Although Zhao Su's assertions were merely his own beliefs, he was convinced that having offered the betrothal gift and received acceptance meant agreement. "You are not teasing me, are you?" Upon seeing Zhao Su's somewhat mischievous smile, Tang Yuehua seized his ear and inquired fiercely, "How could I possibly tease you? What I say is the truth. My dear Yuehua, how could you doubt me? I am terribly heartbroken." Zhao Su wore a somewhat mischievous yet slightly aggrieved expression as she spoke. "You really are beyond my comprehension." Upon witnessing Zhao Su's demeanor, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle, releasing her grip on Zhao Su's ear. "You have wronged me. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation?" Zhao Su gazed upon Tang Yuehua's flawless figure, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. "How obnoxious. I shan't give it to you." Although Tang Yuehua uttered these words, her body betrayed her sincerity. Soon, the two became intricately entwined, merging into one, indistinguishable from each other. The following morning, Tang Yuehua summoned Chief Steward Ode to relay a few matters regarding the affairs of the Moon Pavilion before she and Zhao Su departed for the direction of the reclusive Haotian sect. Traveling northward in a carriage for nearly 2 hours, they arrived at a rather unremarkable village. "Miss, you have returned." This location was the periphery of the Haotian sect, inhabited by ordinary folk devoid of martial souls. Some outer disciples affiliated with the Haotian sect also resided here, and they naturally recognized Tang Yuehua. "Aunt Lu, young Dung Dung must have awakened his martial soul by now, right?" Alas, a worthless home martial soul with only a soul power of level 3, however. It does have its advantages, as it significantly hastens the pace of farming. Aunt Lu initially displayed a hint of disappointment, but it was soon eclipsed by joy. These people were indeed the most easily satisfied. Yet, those blessed with formidable martial soul talents were perpetually discontent. But there was no harm in that. At this moment, Tang Yuehua had already dismounted from the carriage, and the others working in the fields gathered around her upon noticing her presence. Zhao Su initially hesitated to alight from the vehicle, but upon reflection, she realized that since she had arrived, the time would inevitably come for the unsightly daughter-in-law to meet her in-laws. Consequently, she descended alongside Tang Yuehua. Upon seeing Zhao Su step out, Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly break into another smile as she spoke, making her way toward the village. "Auntie." As they ventured deeper into the village, the number of villagers surrounding them dwindled, leaving mostly a few children. At that moment, a jubilant voice echoed, and following the sound, they beheld 2 strapping young men, seemingly in their 30s. Towering at nearly 2 meters, they stood a head taller than Zhao Su. These 2 were none other than Tang Long and Tang Hu, the most formidable members of the 3rd generation of the Haotian sect. Tang Long, in particular, had been adopted by Tang Xiao, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become the future leader of the Haotian sect. The fact that these 2 had come personally to greet Tang Yuehua spoke volumes about her esteemed standing within the sect. "It has been years since we last met, and you 2 have grown even more robust," Tang Yuehua exclaimed, affectionately patting the muscular arms of the 2 men. At that moment, Tang Long and Tang Hu also took notice of Zhao Su standing beside Tang Yuehua. Zhao Su felt a sense of helplessness. Was it truly the case that he possessed such a lack of presence? "Aunt, is this truly the uncle you mentioned in your letter?" Tang Long inquired, pulling Tang Yuehua aside, believing he was speaking in hushed tones. "Isn't he rather feeble?" The soul power exuded by Zhao Su was indeed on par with that of the two individuals, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Why do you have so much to say? Lead the way ahead. I still wish to see my elder brother, admonished Tang Yuehua, giving Tang Long a gentle nudge to guide them toward the Haotian sect. Perched atop the mountain peak, Tang Long cast another glance at Zhao Su, opting for silence as he and Tang Hu proceeded ahead towards the nearby mountain. Chapter 72. Journey to Haotian Sect. The Howling Sky. Douluo. Soon, under the guidance of Tang Long and Tang Hu, the four arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gazing upwards, the towering peak rose at least 500 meters high, barren and devoid of any footholds. Second Ant, grip our shoulders. We shall assist you in ascending. Tang Long and Tang Hu were well aware that due to the mutation of her martial soul, Tang Yuehua was unable to surpass level 10 and thus could not scale such a high mountain. This was precisely why the two strongest among the third-generation disciples had come to escort her, not only out of respect, but primarily to ensure her safety. There's no need. You two should first ensure that you can keep up with me. At that moment, Zhao Su interjected, sparing no extra words as he wrapped an arm around Tang Yuehua's waist and, with a powerful leap, soared upwards. The swiftness of his ascent took Tang Long and Tang Hu by surprise, prompting them to hastily pursue him. Zhao Su, still holding Tang Yuehua, would occasionally pause to wait for the two. You two are far too slow. After a brief wait at the mountain peak, Zhao Su glanced at Tang Long and Tang Hu, casually remarking, clearly in response to their earlier taunt about his perceived weakness. Tang Yuehua, with a sigh of resignation, leaned closer to Zhao Su and whispered, why engage in a contest with these youngsters? Teach them a lesson so they don't grow arrogant and suffer greatly in the future. As Zhao Su spoke, he once again clasped Tang Yuehua's arm and, at the moment of leaping forth, called out to Tang Long and Tang Hu to follow. Tang Yuehua was well aware that the true Haotian sect resided atop that mountain peak. However, with every distance they covered, Zhao Su would pause to allow Tang Long and Tang Hu to catch up before resuming their journey. In their desperate bid to keep pace with Zhao Su, Tang Long and Tang Hu exerted every ounce of their strength, managing to barely keep up under Zhao Su's lenient pace. Soon, they arrived at a pair of mountain peaks connected solely by a single iron chain. I will await you on the peak ahead. Do not keep me waiting for too long. Devoid of any protective measures, Zhao Su, with an arm around Tang Yuehua, traversed the iron cable with nimble steps. What manner of beast is this? Tang Hu muttered, casting a glance at Tang Long, whose countenance mirrored his own unease. He then proceeded to don a rope and follow across the cable. Beyond the cable lay a structure resembling a stone fortress, encompassing the entire mountain peak. At the fortress's main gate, two sentries stood guard. They greeted Tang Yuehua before turning their attention to Zhao Su, demanding, present your token. Token, you say? Are you unaware that this is the esteemed guest the sect master foretold? Tang Long, stepping forward, rebuked the guards, venting his earlier frustration. Enough. They are merely fulfilling their duty, Tang Yuehua interjected, taking Zhao Su's hand as they entered the Haotian sect, bypassing Tang Long and Tang Hu, and heading directly to Tang Zhao's residence. Upon arriving at Tang Zhao's courtyard, they found him waiting at the entrance. Brother, Tang Yuehua exclaimed, rushing towards Tang Zhao, her eyes glistening. It had been many years since the siblings had last seen each other. Noticing Tang Zhao's graying hair, Tang Yuehua felt a pang of sorrow. With their father's passing, Tang Hao's departure, and the sect's seclusion, the burden had fallen heavily on Tang Zhao's shoulders. Enough, no tears. You're a grown woman. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the younger generation, Tang Zhao said, his stern face softening with a smile as he gazed upon Tang Yuehua. He then turned his attention to Zhao Su. As a level 96 super Douluo, Tang Zhao sensed that Zhao Su's strength far surpassed what his spirit power suggested. Is this the husband you mentioned in your letter? Tang Zhao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Is he not too young? Tang Zhao, fiercely protective of his only sister, whom he had cherished since childhood, hoped Tang Yuehua hadn't been swayed by fleeting infatuation or empty flattery. He didn't want her to suffer the pain of a broken heart, a pain he himself had endured. He may appear youthful, but he is not, Tang Yuehua replied, wiping her tears and smiling. She drew Zhao Su forward. Zhao Su, this is my elder brother, Tang Zhao. Brother. Zhao Su greeted Tang Zhao upon being introduced. Do you possess the strength to protect Yuehua? Tang Zhao questioned, his gaze intensifying, as a powerful aura enveloped Zhao Su. Yet, Zhao Su remained unfazed by the Douluo level pressure. Rest assured, I will safeguard Yuehua and ensure her safety, Zhao Su affirmed. Zhao Su's lips curled into a slight smile as he casually addressed Tang Zhao. Is that so? I believe you're incapable of protecting Yuehua. Upon uttering these words, Tang Xiao sprang into action, a colossal black hammer manifesting in his right hand, hurtling towards Zhao Su. Although he refrained from employing any soul techniques, Tang Xiao's formidable soul power, ranked at a staggering 96th level as a titled Douluo, coupled with the inherent dominance of the Haotian hammer, rendered him a force that even the average titled Douluo might struggle to withstand. Bang! With a thunderous crash and a violent tremor, Tang Xiao, wielding the Haotian hammer, staggered back over 10 steps before regaining his balance. In stark contrast, Zhao Su remained composed, standing resolutely without even unleashing his martial soul. He had merely relied on his physical prowess to repel Tang Xiao's assault. How can you possibly be this strong? This question echoed in Tang Xiao's mind. And even Tang Yuehua was taken aback. While she was aware that Zhao Su was not as weak as he appeared, she had never anticipated such an extraordinary display of strength. Thank you for your kind words, Sectmaster Tang. I merely employed a trivial skill. Zhao Su displayed a rare moment of humility and modesty, especially considering his intention to marry the younger sister of another. Please, Brother Zhao, Tang Xiao said. Having retrieved the Haotian hammer, he slightly inclined his body, gesturing for Zhao Su to enter. His manner of addressing Zhao Su had also shifted, indicating a preliminary acknowledgement of him. Please, my elder brother. Zhao Su extended his hand towards Tang Xiao, who, without any hesitation, turned and entered the spacious room. The room, expansive at around 100 square meters, was adorned with minimalist furnishings, 2 rows of bookshelves, a large desk, and 2 long sofas, with no other decorations to be found. Master, there is news from below that a person named Tang San has appeared in the village. At that moment, a disciple of the sect knocked and entered. Addressing Tang Xiao. Chapter 73. The Foundations of Haotian Sect, the Remnants of 2 Nine-Winged Dragons. Tang San? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Tang Xiao's eyes, as memories of his youth involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Brother, Tang San is the son of second brother and Dayin. It was I who brought him to Haotian Sect. Acting on your own, even if he comes to Haotian Sect, the elders will undoubtedly make things difficult for him. Brother, Xiao San possesses remarkable talent and is a dual martial soul. He will surely gain the elders' recognition. Dual martial soul? As Tang Xiao pondered this, the anger on his face gradually dissipated. After a moment of reflection, he instructed the waiting disciple, inform Tang Long to bring Tang San here. Understood. The direct disciple of Haotian Sect complied and promptly departed to find Tang Long. Zhao Su reclined silently on the sofa, enveloped in a profound silence that lingered for what felt like an eternity. After nearly half an hour, Tang Long's voice resonated through the air. Master, Tang San has arrived. Without turning from his position at the desk, Tang Xiao coldly commanded, let him in. Upon entering the room, Tang San's gaze was immediately drawn to Tang Yuehua and Zhao Su seated on the sofa. The moment he laid eyes on Zhao Su, his pupils constricted in astonishment. Yet he refrained from uttering a word, redirecting his attention to Tang Xiao, who stood before the desk. I pay my respects to the master. Tang San bowed respectfully to the towering figure of Tang Xiao, who stood over 2 meters tall. Enough, rise, Tang Xiao replied, his tone softening upon seeing Tang San, as he recognized the reflection of a long-desired past within him. Zhao Su, perceptive to Tang Xiao's transformation, comprehended the reason behind it. A sense of admiration welled within him. The realm of Douluo was indeed a tapestry of peculiar love stories. Not only was there the romance between the master and Lu Erlong, but also the complex entanglement of Qiang Sunji and his own disciple, driven solely by the desire to keep Bibi Dong within the Wuhuan Hall. The master was willing to sever ties with his first love for Lu Erlong, while Tang Hao and Yin's love transcended the boundaries of human and beast. Entangled in a love triangle with their own brothers, the intricate love-hate relationships among Tang Chen, Qian Daolu, and Poseidon, as well as Tang San's affection for a rabbit, painted a picture of Tang San's convoluted psyche. You wish to acknowledge your ancestry and atone for your father's sins. I have no objections. However, such a decision requires the elders' consent, Tang Xiao remarked, observing the 2 pieces of legacy soul bones presented by Tang San, originally belonging to Tang Hao. As a super title Douluo, Tang Hao understood the cost of retrieving these soul bones, his heart heavy as he closed his eyes. For the sake of his brother and Yin, Tang Xiao reluctantly acquiesced to Tang San's wish to reclaim his ancestry, yet he knew that the elders' approval was paramount. Thank you, uncle. Please take your rest. Facing the elders' inquiries tomorrow will not be easy. After Tang San departed, Tang Yuehua, moved to tears upon learning of Tang Hao's severed leg and arm in the retrieval of the legacy soul bones, turned to Tang Xiao and inquired, Brother, Do you truly have a way to persuade the elders to accept Shao San's return to the family? It is too early to say. It depends on his performance tomorrow. Tang Xiao replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the two soul bones nestled within the black box. Ding! The system's voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Su's ears, detecting the essence of the nine-headed dragon's remnants. Startled, Zhao Su straightened his posture, sensing the unmistakable aura emanating from the soul bones. Brother, Zhao Su contemplated before rising to address Tang Xiao. May I offer these soul bones in exchange for the two you possess? Exchange? Tang Xiao responded, taken aback. Although he recognized the significance of the soul bones, he was unaware that they originated from the legendary nine-headed dragon, merely considering them as two high-quality soul bones. Indeed. I am willing to trade a complete set of 6 soul bones for these two, or you may select any specific soul bone you require, Tang Xiao remarked, retrieving one of the soul bones from the black box, carefully attuning to its essence. While these 2 soul bones may seem insignificant to you, they hold immense importance for me. They are remnants of the nine-headed dragon. The nine-headed dragon? One of the 9 divine dragons? Indeed, Zhao Su did not conceal the truth, especially since Tang Yuehua was already aware of the situation. What is this 9-winged dragon? Brother, there is no need to inquire further. This soul bone holds significant importance for Zhao Su. Simply grant it to him. He will certainly offer the remaining soul bones to the sect, thus satisfying the elders. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. This adage is particularly evident in Tang Yuehua's case. Nonetheless, her assertion holds merit. Trading 2 soul bones for 6 is indeed advantageous for the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao reached out and gently tapped Tang Yuehua's forehead, shaking his head in resignation. In that case, you may keep these 2 soul bones. There is no need to exchange them. Consider them your dowry. He returned the soul bones to their box, closing it without handing it to Zhao Su, but instead presenting it to Tang Yuehua. What she chooses to do with them is beyond his concern. Thank you, brother, Tang Yuehua exclaimed, her charming visage illuminated by a radiant smile as she grasped Tang Xiao's arm. At that moment, Tang Xiao suddenly turned to Tang Yuehua, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He then took her hand. Due to Tang Yuehua's innate noble ring domain within her martial spirit, even a titled Douluo could not discern her soul power level. In Tang Xiao's mind, he believed Tang Yuehua could not surpass level 9. Thus he had not given it much thought. Coupled with the arrival of Zhao Su and Tang San, who sought to return to the Haotian sect to acknowledge their heritage, Tang Xiao's thoughts were rather chaotic, leading him to overlook Tang Yuehua's transformation. Now, as he regained his composure and made contact with her, he sensed something unusual. Level 19? You have broken through? Indeed. I initially intended to surprise you, but it seems you discovered it before I had the chance to reveal it, Tang Yuehua said. Unleashing her martial spirit, the Rui ring. Not only did it exhibit a golden hue interspersed with faint traces of crimson, but her aura also augmented significantly. Impressive. Tang Xiao smiled upon witnessing this, genuinely pleased for Tang Yuehua. But that is not all. As she spoke, the golden rippled Rui ring began to transform rapidly, reassembling into a pair of meridian twin hatchets, adorned with numerous barbs. This was her first soul ring's soul skill, Blood Moon Devour. Chapter 74, Haotian Sect, Honorary Elder Brother. Be cautious. Tang Yuehua warned Tang Xiao, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. When Tang Xiao next perceived her, she had materialized behind him. The meridian twin hatchets aimed at him, although she employed the spatial teleportation of the external soul bone, providing her with a significant element of surprise. Her soul power level was still too low. Even with the enhancements from the external soul bone and the complete set, Tang Xiao easily deflected her attack. Nevertheless, he was taken aback. Given her low level, had she attained the rank of a titled Douluo or even a soul sage of level 70, he would have had to pay a price to withstand such a sudden assault. After all, this unexpected attack bore no prior warning. By the time he sensed it, it was already too late. External soul bones and a complete set of soul bones. Yuehua, your return has truly astonished me. All thanks to ASU. Tang Yuehua retracted her martial spirit, gazing at Zhao Su with eyes filled with affection. Zhao, I apologize for my earlier words upon first meeting you. Tang Xiao inclined his body slightly towards Zhao Su, his gaze no longer laced with disdain. Brother, you are far too courteous. Yuehua is my beloved. It is only right that I do these things, Zhao Su replied, retrieving a black box from the storage space of his waist pendant and placing it upon the expansive desk. This contains 6 soul bones. I kindly ask you not to refuse. He then opened the black box, revealing 6 soul bones within. The skull and torso bones were included, forming a complete set. Moreover, these were the soul bones dropped by the forest king White Tiger, imbued with the essence of kingship, which combined with the unparalleled martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, would bestow it with even greater might. Witnessing the set, each piece rivaling the two soul bones from the nine-winged dragon. Even the worldly wise Tang Xiao could not suppress a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. Very well, I shall not decline any further. Ultimately, Tang Xiao accepted the 6 White Tiger soul bones. However, given that he was already filled with soul bones, he could no longer absorb them, which brought him some regret. Yet, he did not dwell on it, merely storing them away for the next generation of the most gifted heirs of the Haotian sect. At this moment, Zhao Su had undoubtedly gained Tang Xiao's complete approval, facilitating his union with Tang Yuehua. That very evening, Tang Xiao convened all the elders of the Haotian sect and proclaimed Zhao Su an honorary elder. This decision was met with unanimous opposition from the elders. However, when Tang Xiao presented the 6 White Tiger soul bones gifted to the Haotian sect, all the elders fell silent, ultimately consenting to Zhao Su's honorary elder status. Subsequently, Tang Xiao revealed that Tang San intended to return to the Haotian sect to acknowledge his heritage. Impossible. If you allow that scoundrel Tang Hao's son to return, I shall depart from the Haotian sect. No sooner had Tang Xiao spoken than a slender old man leaped forward, coldly snorting, clearly indicating there was no room for discussion. This individual ranked 7th among the 7 elders of the Haotian sect. Years ago, after Tang Hao offended the Spirit Hall, his son was killed during a procurement mission, leading to the elders' deep-seated resentment. The loss of his son, compounded by Tang Hao's disregard for the sect's safety in favor of Ayin, forced the Haotian sect into seclusion, restricting the direct disciples from venturing out. Once the foremost sect among the top 3, the Haotian sect had become a subject of ridicule over the years. In the heart of the 7th elder, Tang Hao was viewed as an ungrateful man, unworthy of the sect's nurturing. Thus, he was the most vehement opponent of the return of Tang Hao and his son. 7th uncle, so much time has passed. Why do you still cling to past grievances? Tang Xiao sat at the head of the table, his voice calm, revealing no trace of emotion. For Tang Hao and his son to return to the Haotian sect, there are only 2 possibilities. Either I perish, or you, as the sect master, expel me from the Haotian sect. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. 7th, your emotions have spiraled out of control. Please rein them in. The speaker was an elderly man with long eyebrows, seated beneath Tang Xiao. He was the eldest among them, and possessed the strongest cultivation, second only to Tang Xiao. To Zhao Su's astonishment, among the 7 elders present, 5 had already attained the rank of titled Douluo, apart from the other 2. This indicated that the Haotian clan boasted as many as 6 titled Douluo at that time, all of whom were direct descendants of the clan, steadfast in their loyalty to Haotian. Truly, this was the foremost sect among the upper 3 sects, and rightly so, for it harbored the world's premier weapon soul. Typically, within any sect or clan, even among the upper 3 sects like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, it would be unlikely to have so many titled Douluo alive simultaneously. As Zhao Su pondered this, the 7th elder spoke once more. This is my decision, and it shall not be altered. Upon finishing his statement, the elder rose and exited the conference room. The others, witnessing this, chose to remain silent, refraining from further discussion. The following day, upon awakening, Zhao Su was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from outside his door. Zhao Su quickly rose to his feet, donned his attire, and exited the chamber, making his way towards the sounds of combat emanating from the front courtyard. Upon his arrival, he discovered the 7th elder engaged in a fierce duel with Tang San. You are awake? Tang Yuehua swiftly approached Zhao Su, yet her gaze remained fixated on the clash between Tang San and the 7th elder. Her brows furrowed in evident concern for Tang San. Ah, they have already begun fighting? Zhao Su observed the skirmish and couldn't help but smile. However, upon noticing the resentful look in Tang Yuehua's eyes directed at him, he promptly suppressed his smile. Rest assured, the 7th elder will not strike Tang San fatally. You do not understand. The 7th elder harbors a deep-seated resentment towards second brother's family. It will not happen. Zhao Su gently grasped Tang Yuehua's hand, which was glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, and offered her soft words of comfort. Su, she called out to Zhao Su while observing Tang San, who was being subdued by Elder 7, forced to evade rather than retaliate. If Elder 7 truly intends to harm Tang San, you must intervene. Tang Yuehua's insistence for Zhao Su to take action stemmed from her own considerations. After all, Tang Xiao was the sect leader. Should he intervene at this moment, it would undoubtedly displease the other elders. Yet, Zhao Su, although an honorary elder, was still an outsider. Offending the elders of the Haotian sect would bear little consequence, especially since Zhao Su was not destined to remain within the sect for long. It must be said that Tang Yuehua's thoughts were remarkably astute, as she had already contemplated every detail amidst the chaos. Very well, if it truly comes to that, I shall act. Zhao Su did not refuse. Whether it was due to Tang Yuehua's request or his own considerations, he was resolute in preventing Tang San from perishing in that moment. However, Tang Yuehua underestimated Tang San, or perhaps more accurately, underestimated his intellect. Aware that with his current spirit power level exceeding 60, he stood no chance against the title Douluo. They had previously reached an agreement that Elder 7 could only utilize 40% of his soul power, with any excess resulting in his defeat. Thus, Tang San capitalized on this accord, avoiding a direct confrontation with Elder 7. Before long, the clash between Tang San and Elder 7 transcended the original battlefield, leading them to the precipice outside the Haotian sect's castle. Elder 7, you have already lost. Cease this at once. Elder 2 exclaimed. Witnessing Elder 7 compelled to unleash his 7th spirit ability, Haotian True Body. However, it was too late. In that moment, reason had abandoned Elder 7, leaving only an insatiable desire for victory. The colossal black Haotian hammer unleashed a formidable force of destruction, hurtling toward Tang San. Realizing he could not evade the impending strike, Tang San activated all his spirit rings, and the 8 spider lances swiftly embedded themselves into the cliff to safeguard against a potential fall. A resounding explosion echoed, and everyone presumed Tang San had been obliterated beneath the full might of Elder 7's Haotian True Body. Yet, as the dust settled, they beheld a figure clad in white, effortlessly blocking Elder 7's hammer with one hand. A tremendous shockwave emanated from Zhao Su, restoring Elder 7's lost reason, but simultaneously propelling him backward, sending him plummeting toward the abyss. Tang San was also caught in the forceful upheaval. At that moment, Tang Xiao intervened, leaping with great effort to rescue the falling Tang San. No one extended a hand to assist Elder 7, as they all understood that a title Douluo was not so easily dispatched, and furthermore, Elder 7 had not sustained any injuries. Indeed, moments later, Elder 7 emerged from the unfathomable depths, disregarding Tang San, who was seated in meditation to recuperate, and instead fixated on Zhao Su, who remained composed in his white attire. In the heat of his earlier furious strike, although Elder 7 had lost his rationality, upon regaining clarity, he had witnessed Zhao Su effortlessly hauled his Haotian hammer with a single hand. Was it you who blocked my Haotian hammer? Elder 7 inquired. Indeed. Has Elder 7 regained his senses now? A faint smile graced Zhao Su's face, as if it were a commonplace occurrence for him to withstand the might of the heavenly hammer wielded by the 7th Elder. At that moment, not only the 7th Elder, but also the other elders, Tang Xiao, and all the disciples of the Haotian sect were engulfed in disbelief. Impossible. How could you possibly block my true form with your bare hands? The 7th Elder, skeptical, proposed, let us engage in a contest. Should I be compelled to unleash my martial soul, it would signify your victory. Very well, then I shall ascertain your true capabilities, Zhao Su replied, ignoring the 2nd Elder's admonitions. Upon hearing Zhao Su's challenge, the 7th Elder summoned the formidable black heavenly hammer into his right hand once more and hurled it fiercely towards Zhao Su, resolute in his conviction that Zhao Su could not possibly withstand the full force of his true form. Upon encountering the 7th Elder, who swung a massive hammer toward him, Zhao Su felt a twinge of helplessness. Nevertheless, he held a favorable impression of this fiery and straightforward elder. In that case, allow me to demonstrate what a true powerhouse embodies. At that moment, Zhao Su sprang into action, opting not to summon the 12-winged holy angel, but instead employing his first soul skill, heaven and earth manifestation. Instantly, his form began to swell, ultimately reaching an imposing height of over 3 meters. Though towering, his presence remained harmonious. A luminous white aura enveloped him as he seized the 7th Elder's Haotian hammer mid-swing, forcibly wresting it from the Elder's grasp. The Haotian hammer, measuring over 1 meter in length, felt like a mere toy in Zhao Su's hand. With one hand pressing down on the 7th Elder's head, he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes with the Haotian hammer. Now, experienced the sensation of being struck by the Haotian hammer. The resounding impacts echoed, bang, bang, bang. Zhao Su relentlessly wielded his hammer, striking the immobile 7th Elder with a sound reminiscent of iron being forged. Standing at an impressive height of 3 meters, Zhao Su towered over the diminutive 7th Elder, who appeared almost childlike and utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Observing this spectacle from a distance, the second elder furrowed his brow, yet dared not intervene. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Tang Xiao, who was equally stunned. Master, perhaps you should administer a lesson, after all. The seventh elder has been driven mad by the grief of losing his son, and his sins do not warrant death. Ahem. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Tang Xiao withdrew his gaze, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. He then turned to Tang Yuehua, urging, Yuehua, please, intercede. It has gone on long enough. Elder brother. Second uncle, do you not perceive the changes within Uncle 7? Tang Yuehua, having attained a profound understanding of the 9 nether demonic arts, felt a spiritual connection with Zhao Su. She comprehended that Zhao Su did not genuinely wish to take the seventh elder's life. Rather, he aimed to discipline him while also alleviating the internal injuries caused by the forceful attempt to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. What is this? Just moments ago, Tang Xiao and the second elder had not contemplated this, but with Tang Yuehua's reminder, they turned their attention back to Zhao Su and the second elder. They could indeed sense the stagnant meridians within the seventh elder, slowly being unblocked under Zhao Su's vigorous strikes. Yet, such a method felt somewhat humiliating. Nonetheless, the second elder recognized that the seventh elder's volatile temperament needed to be tempered, otherwise, his cultivation would stagnate. It was indeed beneficial for someone to provide him with a wake-up call. What are you all doing here? Return to your training. The second elder admonished the direct disciples of Haotian's sect gathered nearby. After all, the seventh elder was a senior. It was important to maintain some dignity in front of the younger generation. Thud. Just as the younger disciples were about to disperse, they heard the resounding thud of the hammer hitting the ground. At that moment, Zhao Su had ceased his assault, discarding the Haotian hammer beside the battered seventh elder, who lay on the ground, bruised and battered by his own martial spirit. After relinquishing the Haotian hammer, Zhao Su's physique returned to its normal size, revealing a well-proportioned body that, while not particularly muscular, was nonetheless appealing to the eye. Several young girls, around 16 or 17 years old from the third generation of Haotian sect, gazed at Zhao Su with starry-eyed admiration. Zhao Su quickly retrieved a black robe from his storage jade pendant and donned it. Let it be. Once he awakens and the swelling subsides, all will be well. After Zhao Su donned his attire, he casually addressed Tang Xiao, who stood a short distance away. Tang Long, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and escort Elder Qi back. Ah yes. Let's go. We must return Elder Qi swiftly. Tang Long glanced at Tang Yu, who in turn looked towards Tang Ming and urged, come on, let's go together. How can I carry him alone? Reluctantly, Tang Ming complied, and together with Tang Yu, they lifted the unconscious Elder Qi and began their return. Chapter 76. The Declaration of War by the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Tang Xiao expressed his gratitude after witnessing the second elder being carried away. There is no need for thanks. I acted thus for the sake of Yuehua, Zhao Su replied, appraising Tang Xiao with a discerning gaze before shifting his attention to the second elder and the other elders. A slight smile graced his lips as he remarked, it appears that both you and the esteemed elders bear hidden injuries. Shall I administer a few strikes? No, we are of advanced age. It is as it is. The fifth elder, tall yet somewhat frail, resembled a slender bamboo stalk as he turned to Tang Xiao and continued, the sect leader is still young, with ample opportunity for growth. I believe it is more fitting to bestow a few strikes upon the sect leader. Old 5. The second elder chuckled initially but quickly regained his composure, casting a stern glance at the fifth elder. Despite Tang Xiao being of their nephew's generation, he was, after all, the sect leader. Merely jesting, there is no need for the second elder to take it to heart. There are various methods to alleviate hidden injuries. Zhao Su, while speaking, produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to the second elder. Inside, the elixir was crafted from the soul-gathering herb, designed to aid in cultivation and rectify hidden injuries within the body. The seventh elder, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, would likely be driven to madness. However, receiving a direct blow can have its advantages, swift and decisive. Just as the second elder accepted the elixir and expressed his gratitude, a series of resounding booms echoed from a distance. Master, several elders, and 4 title Douluo have breached our Haotian sect's protective barrier. For title Douluo? Indeed. They appeared to be from the Spirit Hall. The mention of the Spirit Hall caused not only Zhao Su's expression to shift but also that of Tang Yuehua. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. The 4 title Douluo had already materialized before them, all belonging to the flight-type soul masters. Tang Xiao, The Pope commands that I deliver a message, submit to the spirit hall, or face death. One of them, adorned with a pair of giant rock wings, resembled a humanoid creature with distinct rock features. You think you can annihilate our Haotian sect with just your few? You overestimate yourselves. Tang Xiao scoffed, propelling himself forward, the black Haotian hammer materializing in his grasp as he struck fiercely at the four. Seeing Tang Xiao's counterattack, the four quickly positioned themselves, forming a unique formation. Black and white iron chains manifested at their command. Their martial souls were these chains, and their positioning appeared meticulously calculated, resembling a martial soul fusion technique. Within the confines of the iron chain prison they constructed, even the formidable Tang Xiao, at rank 96, was suppressed, rendered unable to unleash the Haotian hammer's overwhelming force. Tang Xiao, consider this a warning. 1 month from now, should your Haotian sect refuse to submit, prepare for annihilation. The four had come merely to declare war, not to engage in combat. They understood that annihilating the Haotian sect with just the four of them was implausible. After delivering their message, they swiftly retreated, their figures vanishing from sight. It seems our Haotian sect is on the brink of exposure. Tang Yuehua interjected, her brow furrowed as she approached Tang Xiao. Brother, we hold no significant enmity with the spirit hall. Why must we wade through this murky water? Tang Xiao cast a glance at Tang Yuehua, offering minimal response, simply reassuring her, fear not. Even in our secluded existence, our Haotian sect shall not be bullied by the spirit hall. With that, he turned and entered the Haotian sect, the second elder and others exchanging glances before following suit. Now that the spirit hall had arrived at their doorstep, it signified that the Haotian sect's hidden sanctuary was no longer concealed. This could be deemed as their emergence into the world. Plans needed to be devised swiftly. Su, what should we do? Tang Yuehua inquired anxiously of Zhao Su. Rest assured, the spirit hall will not act so swiftly. Yet, Zhao Su was mistaken. The spirit hall had not only dispatched individuals to declare war and provoke the Haotian sect, but had also sent forces toward the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Following the spirit hall's arrival, the atmosphere within the Haotian sect grew tense. Multiple layers of sentries were activated, and the protective barrier was reinforced. Provisions were stocked, and training intensified, clearly preparing for a prolonged conflict with the spirit hall. That night, after Tang Yuehua departed Zhao Su's chamber, a shadowy figure emerged behind him. Master, Bibi Dong has taken action against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. So soon? Did I not instruct you to remain at the papal hall, defying her commands? We underestimated Bibi Dong. Her scheming runs deeper than we anticipated. Besides Bibi Dong and Yue Guan, there are 9 titled Douluo hidden within the spirit hall, all loyal to her. It appears I have underestimated the spirit hall. At that moment, Zhao Su comprehended that the events unfolding were no longer following the original storyline. Perhaps, with his presence, an entity that did not originally exist. The narrative of Douluo continent had been irrevocably altered. It was akin to a parallel world. Each different decision could reshape the entirety of fate. Shadow, you must immediately head to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, ensuring the survival of at least one direct descendant. And the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? I shall personally visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. I promised Ning Rongrong that I would not harm anyone from her sect, and I will not break my word. Zhao Su's expression was quite grim. Indeed, I shall go immediately. After Zhang Ying departed, Zhao Su approached the window, opened it, and gazed at the waning moon in the sky. The reason Zhao Su chose to remain in the spirit hall was not solely for the sake of Bibi Dong. Initially, Zhao Su harbored a deep yearning for her. However, he has since become utterly disillusioned. He has come to understand that someone like Bibi Dong approaches her emotions with utmost seriousness, which explains her profound animosity towards Yu Xiaojiang. On one hand, her feelings for Yu Xiaojiang are evident, while on the other, her resentment stems from the belief that if she cannot possess something, no one else shall either. Zhao Su's decision to remain in the spirit hall and assist Bibi Dong is fundamentally rooted in the stipulations laid out by the system. It has issued 2 essential tasks that must be accomplished. First, to gather the 9 divine dragons of protection. Otherwise, the possibility of attaining divinity will remain forever out of reach. Second, to aid Bibi Dong in achieving the position of the Rakshasa god, not merely inheriting the title, but usurping it entirely. This latter task is arguably far more arduous than the quest for the 9 divine dragons. After all, locating the 9 divine dragons requires merely a modicum of effort and meticulous planning, ensuring that significant errors do not arise. In contrast, Bibi Dong is an individual, a fervent and unpredictable entity, who is unlikely to submit to anyone's authority. The rationale behind the system's imposition of such a daunting task remains an enigma to Zhao Su. To fully supplant the Rakshasa god, rather than merely inherit the title, it is imperative to empower Bibi Dong, culminating in her slaying of the Rakshasa god during the descent of the Rakshas's 9 trials. It is crucial to acknowledge that the Rakshasa god is a first-tier deity, ranking among the most formidable beings in the divine realm. To vanquish the Rakshasa god with only semi-divine capabilities is, quite frankly, an insurmountable challenge. Hence, Zhao Su is compelled to assist Bibi Dong in the pursuit of soul rings of 100,000 years in age. Presently, a preliminary plan has begun to take shape. 4 soul rings have already been identified: Xiao Wu, the great Ming heaven blue bull python, the titan giant ape, and the resurrected Ayin. Coupled with the 100,000-year soul ring that Bibi Dong already possesses, this indicates that only 4 more are needed, based on the intelligence gathered by Zhao Su's shadows. Other 100,000-year soul beasts have been tentatively pinpointed: the evil demon Orca King, the 3 brothers of the Thousand June and Emperor, the dark demon evil god Tiger, and the nearly million-year-old deep-sea demon Whale King. It is only through this assemblage that one might hope to slay the Rakshasa god upon achieving semi-divine status. However, the level of difficulty is evident. For Zhao Su, there exists no alternative but to confront these formidable challenges head-on. Zhao Su collected his thoughts and, after a moment's reflection, stepped out of his room and made his way to Tang Yuehua's chamber. "Yuehua, are you asleep?" he inquired. "Not yet. What brings you here? Are you up to no good again?" Tang Yuehua opened the door, her gaze imbued with a seductive charm as she looked at Zhao Su. "Of course I am. Even if it means indulging in mischief every day, I would gladly do so." Zhao Su, with a gentle gesture, wrapped his arm around Tang Yuehua's waist, drawing her into his embrace. "How annoying!" Tang Yuehua exclaimed, lightly striking Zhao Su's chest, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "But I must take my leave now." Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a glimmer of despondency flickered in Tang Yuehua's eyes. The Spirit Hall has launched an assault on the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I must rush to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. It is a promise I made to Ning Rongrong, and I cannot allow the school to be annihilated. Go ahead. But do exercise caution, Zhao Su urged. Rest assured, in this continent, no one can harm me. Rather, it is you I worry about. I will be fine. With my elder brother and several elders present, the Spirit Hall would not dare to act recklessly. Despite her reassurances, Zhao Su harbored lingering concerns for Tang Yuehua's safety. For Bibi Dong had become increasingly unpredictable. No one could foresee what further madness she might unleash. Take this, if you encounter danger. Hand it to someone from the Spirit Hall, and they will not harm you. With a look of deep concern, Tang Yuehua accepted the Pope's token that Zhao Su handed her. At this moment, a storm loomed over the Douluo continent. And even Zhao Su could not guarantee his own safety, especially in the final battle against the gods. Do not overthink it. Refrain from returning to Heaven Do City for a while. It is safer here. Understood. Tang Yuehua nodded, and Zhao Su chose not to say more, fearing that the more he spoke, the harder it would be for him to part. Under the reluctant gaze of Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su hesitated no longer. As he turned to leave, a pair of butterfly wings appeared behind him, swiftly carrying him down the mountain. Inside the grand hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, a fierce battle was underway. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 4 title Douluo and nearly 10,000 soul masters to launch an assault, inflicting significant losses upon the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Do you really think you can withstand the 4 of us alone? Sneered the serpent spear Douluo, pointing his spear at the already injured Chun Xian. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us begin. Overconfident, I see. Just then, Ning Fingji and Gu Rong, who had resolved the external crisis, arrived, evening the odds to 3 against 4. After all, Jian Shen Xian and Gu Rong were both super title Douluo above level 95. In contrast, the highest among the Spirit Hall's 4 title Douluo was merely level 93, coupled with the renowned support of Ning Fingji. Thus, this battle was not necessarily a foregone conclusion. However, their expressions soon darkened as they sensed 2 more title Douluo approaching swiftly. This sudden assault by the Spirit Hall instilled a profound sense of dread in everyone present. Nevertheless, neither Chun Xian nor Gu Rong showed any sign of retreat. Kill. Chun Xian summoned his 7 kills sword, unleashing a powerful intent of battle toward the Serpent Spear Douluo and the Spike Porcupine Douluo. Feeling the overwhelming aura of killing intent, The two were taken aback and swiftly retreated. Gu Rong also made his move. In Ning Fengji's right hand, a radiant 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda emitted a luminous halo, enveloping Gu Rong and Chen Xian. Clearly, the 5 exquisite tulips Zhao Su had gifted to Ning Rongrong had facilitated the evolution of Ning Fengji's martial soul to its 9-treasure form. The 7-treasure glazed tile school had effectively transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile school, as the other 2 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall joined the fray. Even with Ning Fengji's assistance, Chen Xian and Gu Rong gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's army of soul masters surged forth once more, launching another wave of attacks on the disciples outside the 7-treasure glazed tile school, leading to many outer disciples betraying their allies at a critical moment. Fengji, Gu Rong, you go assist the sect's disciples outside. I will handle things here, Chen Xian commanded. How can you face 6 titled Douluo alone? One of them protested. Enough with the unnecessary words. Hurry. You would want the 7-treasure glazed tile school to be annihilated, would you? Chen Xian's voice rang out, his body radiating with brilliance as 9 soul rings simultaneously illuminated around him, entangling 6 titled Douluo with his sheer strength. Though Ning Fengji felt a twinge of worry, he agreed with Chen Xian's assessment. If they did not provide support to the sect's disciples now, they might all perish here. Gu Rong, you too. Ensure the safety of the sect leader. Be careful, old sword. The skeletal visage of Bone Douluo revealed a fleeting expression of concern, yet he did not linger. Following Ning Fengji toward the hall's exit, divine and demonic dual slash. After Ning Fengji and Gu Rong departed, Chen Xian unleashed his ultimate technique with no reservations. The 9th soul skill, divine and demonic dual slash, began to manifest as the 7-kill sword shimmered with an eerie and powerful aura. With no defense remaining, Chen Xian's sole focus was on offense. Retreat quickly, the bear demon Douluo cried out, hastily retreating, for he was the strongest on the Spirit Hall side. Naturally, Chen Xian targeted him with a powerful swing, even as the bear demon Douluo retreated and activated his martial soul's true form. He was still severely injured by Chen Xian's strike. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo swung a spear at Chen Xian. After wounding the bear demon Douluo, Chen Xian turned swiftly, only to have his right arm severed by the serpent spear Douluo. In that instant, the 7-kill sword struck again, inflicting further injury upon the serpent spear Douluo. The spike porcupine Douluo and the other 3 titled Douluo also suffered varying degrees of injury from Chen Xian's divine and demonic dual slash. 6 against 1. And yet they could not gain a significant advantage, leaving the 6 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall astonished by Chen Xian's might while also harboring thoughts of eliminating him today. Chapter 78. The storm approaches. Aside from the severely injured bear demon Douluo, the remaining 5 quickly surrounded the one-armed Chen Xian. Just then, a sword similar to Chen Xian's 7-kill sword, radiating powerful sword intent, plunged into the ground. The sudden appearance of this sword prompted the titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall to become alert. Let us depart. Today I do not wish to spill blood. Dressed in black, Zhao Su strode into the hall, followed closely by Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. You shall not leave. No one is permitted to escape the 7-treasure glazed tile school today. Gu Rong shouted furiously upon witnessing Chen Xian, who was struggling to hold on. He charged forward, forcing the spike porcupine Douluo and others to engage in combat, realizing that they could not accomplish their mission today. With no desire to continue fighting, they began to retreat while still engaging in battle. Although they were weaker than Gu Rong, as titled Douluo, they found it challenging to leave if they were determined to go. Uncle Bone, let it be. Do not pursue them, lest we fall into their ambush. Ning Fengji halted the pursuing Gu Rong and, having reached Chen Xian's side, revealed his martial soul. A radiant light enveloped Chen Xian, hastening the healing of his bleeding wound where his arm had been severed. The pallor of his face gradually regained a semblance of color. It must be said that the 7-treasure glazed tile school's reputation as the foremost auxiliary soul master is by no means exaggerated. Master Jian, how do you fare? I shall not perish. Chen Xian inhaled deeply, suppressing the anguish within, and with great effort, he rose to his feet and spoke. Brother Zhao, I am grateful for your assistance. Without you, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would likely have faced utter destruction today. Ning Sect Master, you are too courteous. I promised Rong that I would not allow the Spirit Hall to harm the people of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and I have broken that vow. How can this be blamed on Brother Zhao? Ning Fengji paused for a moment before continuing. Brother Zhao has witnessed the brutality of the Spirit Hall. Do you still intend to serve them wholeheartedly? Ning Sect Master, there is no need for further discussion. While you refuse to join the Spirit Hall, I cannot betray them either. Let us each tread our own path. Zhao Su interrupted Ning Fengxi's words and, without lingering, swiftly departed. Fengxi, it seems we can no longer remain in the sect. We must urgently seek a new sanctuary to guard against the resurgence of the Spirit Hall. With a pale countenance, Chen Xian gazed at the departing Zhao Su and spoke to Ning Fengxi. Ning Fengxi nodded and replied, Sword Uncle, your injuries are severe. Stay here to recuperate, while Bone Uncle and I immediately make our way to Tiando City. For now, we can only find temporary refuge in the Tiando Empire. Observing the desolation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengxi felt a profound sorrow. After years of diligent management, the sect had been utterly devastated in a single night. However, now was not the time for such reflections. Ning Fengxi and Gu Rong wasted no time and made their way directly to Tiando City, simultaneously arranging for the collection of their belongings, ready to depart at a moment's notice. At the moment the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was attacked, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was conducting their ancestral rites. With their outer sentinels absent, they too fell victim to an assault, suffering even worse than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. When Ning arrived, she witnessed the current clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family perishing in a mutual destruction with a tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall. The scene of countless bodies strewn across the ground filled even Ing with a sense of brutality. Concealed in the shadows, she learned that the family's most gifted duo, the twin stars Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, were alive but not present in the clan. Moreover, the second family head, Yu Lumian, had already allied himself with the Spirit Hall, choosing not to assist. Just as she prepared to leave, a tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall was seen excavating 3 soul bones integrated within Yu Yuanjin's body. Ing halted her steps, her gaze fixed on 2 of the soul bones, an arm and a leg, where she sensed the presence of the 9-winged Inglong's remnants that Zhao Su had instructed her to remember. Without hesitation, Ing launched an attack on the tidal Douluo, who was engrossed in delight over the soul bones unearthed from Yu Yuanjin. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the tidal Douluo was unable to defend himself, and the 3 soul bones were swiftly seized by Ing. Who? The tidal Douluo erupted in fury upon witnessing his coveted soul bones snatched. As Zhao Su spoke, he planted a kiss on Zhu Zhuqing's cheek. Yet his expression turned somewhat peculiar as he glanced at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, I am truly sorry. Upon entering the room, Zhao Su abruptly uttered this phrase, leaving both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in a state of confusion. At that moment, Ma Hongjun hurriedly approached, calling out to Rongrong, only to notice Zhao Su as well. Boss Zhao, you have returned too? Indeed. Zhao Su merely nodded, remaining silent. What happened to the fatty? You seem quite anxious, he remarked. By the way, the esteemed Ning Rongrong has arrived. She is currently in the dean's office, and it appears there is a grave matter at hand. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was also unaware of the unfolding events. He had merely been summoned by Flander to seek out Ning Rongrong. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had been besieged by the Spirit Hall, resulting in the tragic loss of 2/3 of its direct disciples. And the Sword Douluo had suffered the loss of an arm. It was then that Zhao Su broke the silence, addressing Ning Rongrong. I have failed to keep my promise. What? Ning Rongrong gasped in shock, her eyes instantly filled with concern. Without uttering another word, she dashed towards the dean's office. Zhao Su and the others promptly followed suit. Chapter 79, Starry Forest, The Hunt for Xiao Wu. Upon arriving at the dean's office, they encountered Ning Fengxi and Gu Rong seated within, both bearing grim expressions. Father, Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon spotting Ning Fengxi. You must be aware that our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has been destroyed. Ning Fengxi, noticing Zhao Su, who had followed closely behind, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation from Ning Rongrong's distressed demeanor. Thus, he refrained from concealing the truth and directly addressed Ning Rongrong. It was evident that Ning Fengxi's countenance was far from favorable. His typically neat hair appeared disheveled, giving him an aged appearance. Is it the Spirit Hall? At this moment, Master and Lu Erlong also arrived at Flinder's office, coincidentally overhearing Ning Fengxi's remarks. Although there was no concrete evidence implicating the Spirit Hall, who else possessed the formidable power to orchestrate an attack led by 6 tidal Douluo alongside thousands of soul masters upon our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? 6 tidal Douluo? They were aware that the Spirit Hall likely harbored hidden tidal Douluo, yet the prospect of 6 being dispatched simultaneously startled everyone present. Indeed, if not for Sword Uncle's sacrifice, injuring several of them at the cost of an arm, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would have surely faced total annihilation. Father, how is Sword Grandfather? Do not worry. His injuries have stabilized and are not life-threatening. As Ning Fengxi spoke, he turned towards Master, Brother Yu, with the 7 treasure glazed tile school under siege. We must also alert the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to remain vigilant. The Spirit Hall has initiated its assault, indicating they will not limit their aggression to just us. Consequently, Master and Lu Erlong hurry back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan that very night, only to be met with a scene of carnage. The entire clan had been plundered, leaving devastation in its wake. Bibion's actions. While severely damaging the 7 treasure glazed tile school and annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, instilled a sense of dread throughout the Soul Master community. This further galvanized Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaojing to resolutely oppose the Spirit Hall. As a result, Zhao Su's previous machinations against the 7 treasure glazed tile school were rendered utterly ineffective, and Ning Rongrong's demeanor towards him grew increasingly indifferent. In the Spirit City, within the Papal Palace, Bibidon, you are truly conceited. Believing that by lurking in the shadows and attacking the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, you can evade blame? What of it if blame is cast upon me? They are but insignificant factions, and new 7 schools can be chosen anew. Bibion sat upon the papal throne, her gaze icy and laced with mockery. Humph, not only are you a madwoman, but you are also a fool. Do you truly believe that your meticulous calculations will suffice? Have you considered that the 2 great empires and the top 3 sects united could easily contend with your Spirit Hall alone? At that moment, Zhao Su found himself utterly speechless. He had once perceived Bibidon as a cunning individual, yet she now appeared merely as simple-minded lunatic seeking vengeance upon society after suffering emotional turmoil. To label her as the greatest villain of the Douluo continent only underscored the incompetence of the so-called righteous factions, were it not for the constraints imposed by the system. Zhao Su would have long since severed ties with the Spirit Hall and pursued an independent path, which would undoubtedly be preferable to being tethered to a capricious madwoman. What of alliances? I, Bibion, fear nothing. If that is the case, then I have nothing further to say. Zhao Su understood that whatever he said now, Bibidon would likely not absorb it. With a resigned shake of his head, he prepared to depart. Although he was bound by the system's constraints to assist Bibidon in genuinely usurping the position of the Rakshasa god, he also needed to ensure that he could complete his initial plans, gather the 9 divine dragons of Guardian, and secure his ascendance to divinity, thus placing himself in an invulnerable position before addressing other matters. At that moment, a figure from the Spirit Hall hurriedly entered, yet upon seeing Zhao Su, he hesitated. Stammering slightly, "Speak," Bibidon coldly commanded. "The Ghost Elder and the Chrysanthemum Elder have located the whereabouts of Shao Wu within the Stardow Forest, but encountered the obstruction of 2 additional 100,000-year-soul beasts during their capture attempt. 2 more 100,000-year-soul beasts? Indeed. You must inform the Ghost Elder and the Chrysanthemum Elder to seal off the entire Stardow Forest. I shall personally go to hunt these 300,000-year-soul beasts." Understood. The man acknowledged and respectfully withdrew. Bibidong's gaze flickered as she rose and turned to Zhao Su, shedding her earlier indifference and arrogance. "Can you assist me? If you help me hunt down these 300,000-year-soul beasts, I will heed your every command henceforth. Remember your words, do not act rashly. Now is not the time to incite a war across the continent." "I understand." Bibidong recognized that relying solely on her own strength, she could not contend with 300,000-year-soul beasts. Even with the aid of the Ghost and Chrysanthemum Elders, success was not guaranteed. However, with Zhao Su's assistance, her confidence was considerably bolstered. Zhao Su, feeling helpless, decided to first assist Bibidong in order to placate her. Within the Stardow Forest, Moonlight and the Spectre had ensnared the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. However, while the others set out to capture Shao Wu, Tang San suddenly appeared and whisked her away. Leading the pursuit were Yin, Xieyu, and Hulaina from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. During the chase, Tang San dispatched numerous Spirit Hall Soul Masters, and even Hulaina and her companions suffered defeats at his hands. Yet, Tang San was but one individual. And despite possessing twin martial souls and various concealed weapons, he was still only at the 60th level and had to protect Shao Wu. Under the relentless assault of dozens, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Subsequently, he fell into a web trap set by the Spider King, leaving him with no chance of escape. In a critical moment, he forcibly broke his right leg and threw the blue-silver Emperor Soul Bone, imbued with flight abilities, to Shao Wu, intending to send her out of the encirclement. To save Tang San, Shao Wu had no choice but to sacrifice herself, as she transformed completely into radiant light, offering her soul rings, soul bones. In spirit to Tang San, a powerful divine consciousness suddenly enveloped the two, separating them in an instant. At that moment, Bibidong also appeared. Following the method Zhao Su had imparted, she formed hand seals and drew the already sacrificial Xiaowu towards her. Xiaowu's sacrificial soul rings began to merge into Bibi Dong's martial soul. At that time, Bibi Dong's second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, had only a single red soul ring, indicating that she had long contemplated making all the soul rings of her second martial soul last for 100,000 years. Chapter 80. Successful Hunt of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. Even though Bibi Dong had already reached the 99th level, with 9 soul rings of her first martial soul being of 10,000-year caliber, she still faced formidable resistance while absorbing Xiaowu's sacrificial martial soul. This was due to the overwhelming and tyrannical soul power of the 100,000-year soul ring and Xiaowu's inherent resistance. No. Tang San, with a shattered right leg, lay on the ground, watching helplessly as Xiaowu's soul rings were gradually consumed by Bibi Dong. He reached out, his eyes blazing with uncontainable fury, and shouted loudly. Yet, this event had become an irrevocable reality. Despite the intense unwillingness in his heart, he could do nothing to change it, with Zhao Su's powerful divine consciousness aiding her. After nearly an hour, Bibi Dong finally absorbed Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring completely. After absorbing Xiaowu's soul ring, Bibi Dong appeared more youthful, her skin fairer and smoother, as if it could be easily pierced by a breath. Upon completing the absorption, she disregarded the prostrate Tang San, for she had promised Zhao Su not to lay a hand on him. Under Hu Lai's guidance, she headed towards the central lake of the Douluo forest. The single 100,000-year soul ring from Xiaowu was evidently insufficient for her. She aimed to hunt down the other 200,000-year soul beast as well. After Bibi Dong departed, a divine consciousness gathered Xiaowu's residual spirit, and soon a small white rabbit began to take shape. Yet, at that moment, the rabbit's eyes were hollow, devoid of any light. Although Xiaowu had lost her soul rings and soul bones, the possibility of her revival was not entirely extinguished. Once Tang San grew into a tidal Douluo, he would be able to resurrect Xiaowu, allowing her to live and cultivate anew. Zhao Su remained elusive throughout the ordeal. His voice transformed as he delivered the true form of Xiaowu, a small rabbit, to Tang San's side. Simultaneously, a formidable regenerative force coursed through Tang San, rapidly healing his wounds. However, the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone was not returned to him. Instead, it was claimed by Zhao Su, who understood that time was of the essence and could no longer adhere to the original plan. He needed to employ unconventional methods to resurrect Ain swiftly. As the regenerative energy mended Tang San's injuries, Zhao Su rendered him temporarily unconscious to prevent any interference in the hunt for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. In the heart of the Douluo forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, provoked by Yu Guan and Gue Mei, succumbed to their fury. Acutely aware of Xiao Wu's waning vitality. Humans, we have shown you boundless tolerance, yet you relentlessly press us. Do you truly wish for mutual destruction? Humans are the masters of all. You spirit beasts exist as our formidable sacrifices, dressed in a golden robe and wielding a scepter. Bibi Dong appeared before the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, her gaze laced with disdain. Humph, if that is the case, we shall not show mercy. Second, eliminate them. The Sky Blue Bull Python, hearing this command, refrained from further words. Its massive serpentine body emerged from the lake, brimming with rage as it charged towards Bibi Dong. Just then, an overwhelming divine consciousness materialized, immobilizing both the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. A sword, imbued with a terrifying aura, slashed towards the Sky Blue Bull Python. Elder brother. The Titan Giant Ape howled in fury upon witnessing the sword cleave through the Sky Blue Bull Python's hardened scales, attempting to break free from the divine restraint. It found itself unable to summon its soul power, forced to watch helplessly as Bibi Dong advanced to slay the Sky Blue Bull Python and meditated to absorb its soul ring. In addition to the 100,000-year soul ring being absorbed by Bibi Dong, the Sky Blue Bull Python possessed a soul bone, specifically the most precious trunk bone among its 6 parts. All present gazed at the trunk bone with covetous eyes, yet none dared to approach it. Soul bones, especially those shed by 100,000-year spirit beasts, could bestow unexpected enhancements, but one must remain alive to reap those benefits. After absorbing the soul ring of the Sky Blue Bull Python, Bibi Dong first glanced at the enraged Titan Giant Ape struggling against the divine control, then turned her attention to the trunk bone on the ground. However, her body was already adorned with soul bones. Although they were not as ancient as that of the Sky Blue Bull Python, they suited her perfectly. Upon picking up the trunk bone, she surveyed the expectant faces surrounding her. Ultimately, Her gaze settled on Ghost Douluo as she tossed the sky blue bull python's trunk bone to him. Seize the opportunity to fuse with this soul bone. You are currently too weak and must enhance your strength. Yes, thank you, your holiness. Ghost Douluo, his form ethereal, revealed his true visage to the crowd for the first time. He appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man in his 50s, standing at around 5'6". Yet his unremarkable features radiated excitement. Bibi Dong then approached the Titan giant ape, wielding the sword once more, which cleaved through its formidable defenses. Subsequently, she dealt the fatal blow. The Titan giant ape's colossal form collapsed, transforming into a soul ring and another trunk bone, akin to its elder brother, the sky blue bull python. This time, Bibi Dong did not hastily absorb the soul ring. Instead, she collected the fallen soul bone of the Titan giant ape, feeling the overwhelming power it contained. You still require one final soul bone. This one is for you. She tossed the soul bone to Hulaina, who beamed with joy. Thank you, teacher. Do not mention it. I hope you grow swiftly and do not disappoint me. Rest assured, teacher, I shall not let you down. Hulaina replied with unwavering determination. Bibi Dong said nothing further but continued to absorb the Titan giant ape's soul ring. With the complete absorption, the plan to hunt the 100,000-year spirit beasts concluded successfully. After assimilating the soul rings of 300,000-year spirit beasts, Bibi Dong appeared slightly taller, her figure, wrapped in golden attire, increasingly perfect. Her cold, flawless visage emanated an indescribable allure. Instruct the team to continue searching for traces of 100,000-year spirit beasts. Notify me immediately upon discovering any leads. Before departing from the Starry Forest, Bibi Dong briefed Yueguan and Guimei, and then set off with Hulaina back to the Spirit Hall. Concurrently, as Bibi Dong successfully eliminated Shao Wu and the twin brothers, Ningfengji, along with the Master, had forged an alliance with the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire to jointly oppose the Spirit Hall. Chapter 81. The need to accelerate training. The Snow Knight Emperor entrusted all soul masters within the Tiando Empire to the Master for training. Additionally, upon the suggestions of the Master and Ningfengji, he decided to send envoys to the Xingluo Empire to negotiate a temporary ceasefire and a unified front agreement. Just as Zhao Su had anticipated, the various forces sensing danger began to gradually unite, undoubtedly complicating the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent. However, there were benefits to be gleaned from this situation. In light of the formidable power displayed by the Spirit Hall, many sects, families, and kingdoms expressed their support for it. Bibi Dong issued an order to establish guard teams in all kingdoms backing the Spirit Hall. Ostensibly, these teams were meant to safeguard the sanctity of the Spirit Hall within each kingdom. Yet everyone understood that their true purpose was to intimidate those who defied the Spirit Hall. Beyond sects, families, and kingdoms, many powerful young soul masters chose to align themselves with the ever-ascendant Spirit Hall. While the various factions maintained a fragile balance on the surface, everyone recognized that such equilibrium would not endure for long. At this juncture, Zhao Su had already acquired 7 pieces of the 9-winged dragon's remains, needing only 2 more to complete the set. Moreover, Tuobashi of the Holy Dragon sect was steadily leveling up. Once he reached level 95, Zhao Su would be able to absorb the Kuei dragon from him, along with the golden sacred dragon summoned by Master Flender, Lu Erlong, and the Zhulong from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. In essence, Zhao Su had located 5 of the 9 divine dragons. He was merely awaiting the opportune moment to absorb them. Thus, Zhao Su's most pressing task remained to seek out the remaining 2 pieces of the 9-winged dragon's remains and the other 4 guardian dragons. My lord, news has arrived from the shadows concealed within the Tiando Empire. The imperial family has sensed the presence of the 9-winged dragon's remains in a tranquil courtyard within Tiando City. Zhao Su was contemplating his next plan when Ning appeared beside him to convey this information. The Tiando Empire? Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Su's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. Why did I not think of this sooner? Command the shadows to ascertain how many pieces of the 9-winged dragon's remains the Tiando Empire possesses. If there is only one, we shall focus our search for the last piece on the imperial family of the Xingluo Empire. Yes, moreover, it seems that Yu Luomian's martial soul has undergone a transformation and may no longer serve as a viable vessel for our dragon rearing. A transformation? Indeed, just days ago, Yu Luomian ascended to the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo, and subsequently, his martial soul transformed into the purple lightning demon dragon. Where is Yu Luomian now? Within the Spirit Hall, the Pope has promised him allegiance in exchange for his support, assuring him that once the blue lightning tyrant dragon family is eradicated, he will be made an elder of the Spirit Hall. Understood. Zhao Su nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. After the shadow departed, he rose and gazed towards the direction of the spirit hall. He intended to meet Yu Luomian in person, to ascertain whether the mutated purple lightning demon dragon was indeed one of the 9 guardian dragons he sought. At this moment, Yu Luomian was brimming with confidence. Despite only being an 80th level Soul Douluo, he was a trusted confidant of Bibi Dong, commanding respect even from titled Douluos within the spirit hall. This privilege only served to embolden him further. Cheers, Brother Shilong. I raise a glass to you. Inside the spirit hall, Yu Luomian was drinking with the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo. Yu Luomian was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to these titled Douluos. Although he enjoyed Bibi Dong's protection, it was imperative to cultivate good relations with them to secure his position within the spirit hall. Suddenly, as the merriment reached its peak, a sharp slicing sound pierced the air, and a long sword materialized within the grand hall. It was none other than Zhao Su's Imperial 7 Kills sword. Upon seeing the sword, the serpent spear and porcupine Douluo immediately recognized Zhao Su's arrival. Though unaware of his intent, they swiftly rose and retreated to the side. However, Yu Luomian, unfamiliar with the Imperial 7 Kills sword, regarded the departing figures with a bemused expression, slurring slightly as he mocked, "Brother Shilong, it's merely a sword. Look at how frightened you all are." No sooner had Yu Luomian uttered these words than the long sword moved, slicing towards him. Startled, he felt the overwhelming sword intent, and, in an instant, his drunkenness evaporated, prompting him to swiftly merge with his martial spirit. Yet, after Yu Luomian had fused with his martial spirit, the Imperial 7 Kills sword departed without warning, leaving him further perplexed. Zhao Su, observing Yu Luomian's mutated martial spirit, the purple lightning demon dragon, sensed no trace of the guardian dragon's aura, nor did the system provide any indication. Zhao Su realized that he had overthought the situation. The mutation of the Jade Crown's martial soul was merely a consequence of its elevation in rank. This revelation stirred a sense of concern within him. At that moment, the direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were dwindling in number. Should none among the living be capable of evolving the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon into the Candle Dragon, he would ultimately face failure. Confronted with this thought, Zhao Su understood that he could no longer afford to wait and must swiftly gather the 9 divine dragons for protection. He resolved to personally embark on the quest for the 9 divine dragons, while simultaneously enhancing his own level to 99, striving to attain the pinnacle of his current potential. Subsequently, Zhao Su sought an audience with Tang Yuehua. After parting ways with her, he proceeded to Shrek Academy, where Zhu Zhuqing resided. In Zhao Su's heart, aside from Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuqing, there was no one else he held concern for. After ensuring that all was in order, Zhao Su set off alone from the city of Tiando. As Zhao Su approached the gates of Tiando City, Ning Rongrong intercepted him. "You weren't waiting here for me, were you?" she inquired. "Indeed. I heard from Yu Qing that you intend to set out for training immediately?" "Yes. I must elevate my rank to title Douluo as swiftly as possible to ensure my safety. Then I shall accompany you on your journey. I too need to hasten my cultivation to restore the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. You can protect me?" Ning Rongrong had long contemplated that in order to revive the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she must grow stronger. However, as a support-type soul master, she needed someone to safeguard her during her training. The recent betrayal of the outer disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect had eroded her trust in them. Zhao Su is not only trustworthy, but more importantly, possesses formidable strength, capable of protecting her adeptly. Should you wish to accompany me, you may do so, however. Let us clarify. Wherever I go, you shall follow, and do not inquire further. Regarding the destruction of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, he indeed failed to fulfill his promise to Ning Rongrong to assist her in enhancing her power, which serves as a form of compensation. "As long as it aids in my cultivation, I care not where you go," Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering determination in her gaze. Do not be deceived by her seemingly delicate appearance. Once she has made a decision, she never alters it lightly, and it must be accomplished. Chapter 82. The Transformation of Martial Spirits, Seizing Ayin. Very well, if that is the case, I shall take you with me. We will first visit a certain place. As Zhao Su spoke, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Without waiting for Ning Rongrong to inquire further, he took the lead and stepped outside. Observing this, Ning Rongrong hastily followed suit. A day later, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong entered the Sunset Forest. "What are we here for?" Ning Rongrong asked. "You will know soon enough. Remember, no matter what happens, do not speak excessively." Zhao Su once again cautioned Ning Rongrong. As they approached a distance of roughly a mile from the heart of the Sunset Forest, Zhao Su instructed Ning Rongrong to find a place to conceal herself and await his return. You wouldn't be contemplating any mischief, would you? Have you forgotten our pact? If you utter another word, I shall abandon you here without a second thought. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Su swiftly darted forth, hastening towards the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire. At that moment, a thatched hut had been erected near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang Hao, who had lost an arm and a hand, sat in front of the hut, gazing vacantly at a distant blue-silver emperor. Not long ago, Tang San had relocated his mother, Ayin, to this area, which was conducive to her growth. Tang Hao had remained steadfastly by Yin's side, vigilantly protecting her. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Su observed all of this, retrieving a black cloak from his storage space. He enveloped himself entirely in the cloak and exchanged for a soul exchange pill within the system's marketplace. This pill possessed the remarkable ability to temporarily transform one's martial soul into the desired one. Zhao Su first summoned the Emperor's 7-kill sword, then ingested the soul exchange pill. A radiant white light enveloped the Emperor's 7-kill sword, which began to morph at a remarkable pace visible to the naked eye. Ultimately, the Emperor's 7-kill sword transformed into the Haotian hammer. The obsidian Haotian hammer, along with the aura emanating from it, bore a striking resemblance to the authentic Haotian hammer. Zhao Su then deliberately released a hint of his aura to draw Tang Hao's attention. As Tang Hao rose and gazed towards Zhao Su's direction, Zhao Su had already struck, wielding the Haotian hammer and swinging it towards the one-legged Tang Hao. To conceal his identity, he intentionally suppressed his own power. Bang! Although Tang Hao was one-legged, he was remarkably agile, swiftly evading Zhao Su's ferocious blow. He then quickly leaped backwards, clearly aware that Ayin was planted nearby. Tang Hao was reluctant to engage in combat here for fear of harming her. Who are you? Tang Hao inquired. His gaze clouded as he focused on the Haotian hammer in Zhao Su's grasp. In Tang Hao's heart, he believed that the Haotian hammer could not be counterfeit, and its distinctive oppressive aura could not be feigned. You need not know who I am. You have betrayed the sect, bringing disgrace upon it. Such a person deserves to die. Zhao Su not only transformed his martial soul into the Haotian hammer, but also completely disguised himself as a member of the Haotian sect. His motives for this were twofold. First, to conceal his true identity. Second, to sow discord between Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. By creating a rift between Tang Hao, he effectively undermined the relationship between Tang San and the Haotian sect. However, his visit was not solely aimed at causing discord. His true purpose was to seek out Ayin. At present, he possessed the soul bone that had fallen from Ayin, which could expedite her growth and facilitate her swift return to human form. Are you sent by the sect to kill me? Spare me the pleasantries, reveal your hammer. Zhao Su refrained from excessive words. After speaking, he swiftly swung his hammer once more towards Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao had lost an arm and a leg, and his level had plummeted by 20, leaving him at a mere 76, the moment he brandished the Haotian hammer, his entire demeanor transformed. His previously murky gaze ignited with a renewed fervor. Now that you are but a shadow of your former self, once the youngest title Douluo, you are no longer my adversary. Immediately, Zhao Su unleashed one of the secret techniques of the Haotian clan, the chaotic cloak hammer method. This method was, in fact, among the techniques Tang Hao excelled at. Upon witnessing the chaotic cloak hammer method, Tang Hao felt a twinge of astonishment. Many within the Haotian clan were versed in this technique. However, few possessed the prowess to wield it with such devastating force at the level of a soul saint in the 70s. Tang Hao also employed the chaotic cloak hammer method. Yet due to his missing arm and leg, he was unable to unleash his full potential and was ultimately struck away by Zhao Su. Tang Hao, today I shall not take your life. Yet, for your treachery in abandoning your sect for this herb, and for the grief you have caused your father, I shall make you witness as I uproot this herb completely. Nay, it is I who have betrayed the sect. All of this is my fault, and it has nothing to do with Ayin. You may slay me, but I beseech you, spare Ayin. The mere act of Tang Hao uttering the word plead reveals the depth of his affection for Ayin. This perfectly aligned with Zhao Su's intentions. He sought to drive Tang Hao into madness, to make him believe that it was the Haotian clan that had harmed Ayin. Indeed, Tang Hao, this is what the elders have commanded me to do, and it is merely your just retribution. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su did not linger any longer and turned to leave. At that moment, Tang Hao, who had just risen to his feet, swiftly leaped on one leg in pursuit of Zhao Su's departing figure. However, he soon lost sight of Zhao Su. In that instant, Tang Hao seemed to have gone mad, frantically searching for any trace of Zhao Su. Gone. Zhao Su arrived at the hiding place of Ning Rongrong and swiftly called out to her without pausing, then proceeded towards the outskirts of the sunset forest. Ning Rongrong had just heard Tang Hao's furious roar in his frenzy. Without further inquiry, she quickly followed suit. Upon leaving the sunset forest and reaching the nearest town, where people gathered, Zhao Su finally slowed his pace. Was that man Tang San's father? Indeed. What had transpired with him? Let us find a hotel first. After settling in, I shall explain everything to you. As Zhao Su spoke, he glanced around and swiftly located a hotel, proceeding without hesitation into its premises. After securing a room, upon entering, Zhao Su instructed Ning Rongrong to draw the curtains closed. Only then did he retrieve the temporarily sealed blue-silver emperor from his storage space. At the moment the seal was undone, the branches and leaves of the blue-silver emperor began to grow rapidly, soon filling half the room. What is this? Ning Rongrong inquired of Zhao Su, gazing at the lush foliage of the blue-silver emperor. Chapter 83. Limitless Replication of Martial Spirits, a century-old soul beast. As Zhao Su spoke, he deftly retrieved the storage bracelet he had prepared in advance. He then laid down the specially formulated soil, designed to accelerate the growth of the blue-silver emperor, within the confines of the bracelet. Upon this layer of soil, imbued with a vibrant essence of life, he sprinkled a unique powder. Once this was accomplished, he carefully transplanted Ain into the enriched soil. 100,000-year soul beast? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Zhao Su's words. The rarity of such soul beasts is well known, and each one possesses formidable strength. In a one-on-one confrontation, even a titled Douluo might find themselves outmatched by a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet, while this particular plant appeared robust, it still bore no comparison to the might of a 100,000-year soul beast. You must be aware that Tang San's mother is a 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor. Correct? Of course, I know, Ning Rongrong replied. As a thought struck her, she asked, you can't possibly be suggesting that the plant we just saw is Tang San's mother. Can you? Congratulations, you are correct. After Zhao Su had settled Ain comfortably, he took a seat beside the table, a gentle smile gracing his face as he nodded. What is it that you intend to do? I cannot reveal it to you just yet. When the day of my success arrives, you will naturally understand. Surely, you do not intend to domesticate the blue-silver emperor to acquire its century-old soul ring for yourself? No, that is not my aim. Then what is your purpose? As I mentioned, you will know once I have succeeded. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he fell silent, disregarding Ning Rongrong's words that echoed in his ears, merely shaking his head in response. Eventually, Ning Rongrong, growing weary of her inquiries, ceased her chatter. The following morning, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong departed from the town they had been residing in. This time, Zhao Su chose not to linger around the vicinity of Heavendoe City. Instead, he rented a spacious and comfortable carriage, setting forth towards the frigid northern lands. He had received news from the shadows that the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, were currently honing their skills in the icy wilderness. It was precisely because they were training outside that they had evaded the fatal calamity. After receiving a message from their master, though they were engulfed in sorrow, their fighting spirit was reignited. They resolved to cultivate their strength in the frozen expanse, vowing to return for vengeance once they grew powerful, with the direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan being scarce. These brothers were the most likely candidates to evolve their martial souls into that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Rongrong, do not pursue them. These individuals are not worth our energy. Zhao Su called out to Ning Rongrong amidst the frozen forest of the north. At that moment, they had been away from Heavendoe City for a year, and Zhao Su had ascended to the rank of an 81st level soul Douluo, while Ning Rongrong had just achieved the realm of a 70th level soul sage. Zhao Su possesses a marketplace that enables the direct exchange of soul rings, whereas Ning Rongrong must seek out suitable soul beasts in order to obtain her soul ring. Their current venture into the frozen forest is to assist Ning Rongrong in acquiring a soul ring. However, after 3 days, they have yet to encounter a suitable soul beast or one that exceeds 50,000 years of age. Just moments ago, a team of over 10 soul masters ambushed Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Why did you not eliminate them? Through more than a year of arduous training and enduring the elements, Ning Rongrong appears to have grown taller, her once fair skin having darkened somewhat. Notably, the aura of hostility surrounding her has intensified. You carry an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Be cautious lest it backfire upon yourself. Zhao Su did not respond to Ning Rongrong's inquiry. Instead, he cast a glance at her, tinged with concern, and remarked, I have embarked on this journey solely for the sake of experience and to elevate my rank. I am indifferent to notions of murderous intent, and I shall not suffer any backlash. Since you assert this, I find myself at a loss for words. Zhao Su, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and chose to disregard Ning Rongrong, continuing his journey in search of a suitable soul beast. Quickly, encircle that mirror beast. It is at its wit's end and must be defeated. Soon, a cacophony of sounds reached him. An ensemble of 8 individuals was engaged in an assault on an already injured mirror beast. Among them, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong recognized a familiar figure, Oscar, who had ventured out alone for training. This group was striving to procure a soul ring for him. And judging by the number of soul rings on Oscar, he had reached the formidable level of 69. Although this mirror beast was not the 6th soul ring for Oscar as depicted in the original tale, it had transformed into his 7th soul ring. This particular mirror beast was significantly more powerful than its counterpart in the original narrative, which was merely over 20,000 years old. The current beast, based on its size and exhibited prowess, undoubtedly surpassed 50,000 years in age. What use is this mirror beast? It cannot enhance the 9 treasure glaze tile. Ning Rongrong clearly held no interest in the mirror beast. She sought a soul beast capable of augmenting her 9 treasure glaze tile. As an auxiliary soul master, what you lack is offensive power. If the mirror beast can enable you to replicate others' martial souls and soul skills, wouldn't that be far superior to merely enhancing the attributes of the 9 treasure glaze tile? How can you be certain that such skills will manifest? Ning Rongrong inquired. Her curiosity piqued, yet still tinged with skepticism. Only by attempting will we discover the truth. As Zhao Su spoke, he had already unleashed his attack. The Emperor's 7-kill sword was drawn, first slaying the enemies and then targeting the soul beast. However, he showed restraint towards Oscar. Zhao Lao Da Rongrong? Oscar was initially startled to see his companions fall one after another, but his eyes brightened upon spotting Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong, particularly at the sight of Ning Rongrong. Rongrong had also reached level 70 and needed to hunt a soul beast to obtain a soul ring, and this mirror beast was just perfect. Then let it be for Rongrong. I shall seek another suitable soul beast. Before Zhao Su could finish his sentence, Oscar, fixated on Ning Rongrong, spoke without a hint of hesitation. Love could compel Oscar to forsake everything. Yet, the events of the Douluo continent had already transformed. Ning Rongrong was no longer the character from the original tale who adored Oscar. Nevertheless, Oscar remained steadfastly devoted to her. Alas, while the flower had intentions, the water flowed unfeelingly. Zhao Su conjured a massive hand, seizing the mirror beast that had transcended 50,000 years. He commanded Ning Rongrong, eliminate it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong retrieved a dagger from her soul tool and plunged it into the already near-death mirror beast. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul ring produced by the creature. Although this mirror beast had surpassed the age limit for absorbing a 7th soul ring, it was still within Ning Rongrong's capacity to endure. Before long, she had completely absorbed the essence, her eyes gleaming with excitement, just as Zhao Su had articulated. The 7th soul skill manifested as her martial soul's true form, augmented by the ability to replicate other martial souls. This soul skill, attached to her true martial soul, required no blood sacrifice. As long as she was enveloped in the radiant light of the 9 treasure glaze tile, she could replicate the martial souls of those around her, including her enemies. The most pivotal aspect was that this replication effect would only revert to her original martial soul once her soul power was depleted, implying there was no temporal limitation. As the 7th soul ring around Ning Rongrong illuminated, a resplendent 9-colored light enveloped Zhao Su. Thereafter, the true form of the 9 treasure glaze tile in her palm began to transform, morphing into Zhao Su's most formidable 12-winged holy angel martial soul, albeit with significantly diminished might compared to its original form. Ning Rongrong's 7th soul skill to replicate martial souls harmonized flawlessly with Zhao Su's essence. Although the auxiliary martial soul could only exert power commensurate with her soul power and rank, Zhao Su's martial soul was exceptionally potent, even when constrained. It was not something ordinary individuals could contend with. Ning Rongrong commanded the 12-winged holy angel, wielding the spear of death, and an immense pressure accompanied by formidable offensive power radiated forth, obliterating all trees within a 10-meter radius with a single strike. This is fantastic. I will no longer be an unarmed soul master. With a radiant smile illuminating her delicate face, Ning Rongrong retracted her martial soul and leapt into Zhao Su's embrace. This unexpected gesture left Zhao Su momentarily bewildered. In the distance, Oscar's expression darkened considerably upon witnessing the scene. Fear not, Xiao Ao. I shall assist you in acquiring a martial soul befitting you. Zhao Su gently pushed the exuberant Ning Rongrong aside and cast a glance at the somewhat despondent Oscar. Thank you, but I am capable of obtaining the soul ring on my own. I do not require the assistance of others. Oscar expressed his gratitude initially. Yet without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed. Observing this, Zhao Su could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to utter further words. Love, after all, is something that cannot be dictated by others. What is it? Following her earlier excitement, Ning Rongrong gradually regained her composure, displaying no emotional upheaval at Oscar's departure. She gazed at the lifeless head of the mirror beast, which radiated a shimmering golden light. Zhao Su followed the direction indicated by Ning Rongrong and approached the side of the mirror beast, crouching down to sense the aura of the golden radiance. You are fortunate. This is a soul bone from the head, he remarked as he unearthed the skull, once freed from the flesh that enveloped the head of the mirror beast. The golden glow intensified remarkably. The soul bone emanated a powerful presence that Zhao Su had not encountered in any skull apart from the angel skull within the Holy Angel set. Even the skull of the nine-winged Ing Long paled in comparison to the aura of this particular skull. The head soul bone of the mirror beast? It seems to hold extraordinary strength. Perhaps it is connected to the replication soul skill you have just acquired. Ning Rongrong did not hesitate or voice any objections as she accepted the mirror beast skull from Zhao Su and began the fusion process. However, as the soul bone integrated into her mind, the golden radiance surged dramatically. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's expression contorted in agony. The pain in her head became excruciating. Initially, she managed to endure it through sheer willpower, but as the sensations grew increasingly unbearable, she could no longer withstand the torment. Clutching her head with both hands, she collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing her distress, Zhao Su was taken aback and swiftly channeled his consciousness into Ning Rongrong's mind. Within her consciousness, a blazing flame materialized, engulfing her soul in its fiery embrace. From within this burning essence, tendrils of black mist were expelled, swirling away from her tormented spirit. Zhao Su understood that the golden radiance emanating from the soul bone was not light, but rather flame, the chaotic white fire, one of the 10 ancient divine fires. Ancient texts recorded that these primordial flames had vanished long before the early days of Douluo continent. Little did he expect to witness the chaotic white fire, the foremost among the ancient divine flames, in this very moment. At present, the chaotic white fire was engulfing Ning Rongrong's soul, striving to incinerate the impurities within her spirit, along with the accumulated malice and hatred of the past year. However, it was evident that Ning Rongrong's willpower was waning, causing her soul to become increasingly ethereal. Clearly, if she could not endure the trials posed by the chaotic white fire, her soul would ultimately be reduced to ashes. Even if her physical form were to survive, she would be left as a mere shell of her former self. Zhao Su no longer hesitated. His formidable consciousness enveloped Ning Rongrong's soul, gradually awakening her awareness. With the assistance of Zhao Su's divine thought, the expression of anguish on Ning Rongrong's face faded, and she settled into a meditative position. Her soul, too, joined her in this ethereal state amidst the chaotic white flames. Billowing clouds of black mist emerged from her spirit, ultimately dissipating, leaving a shimmering layer of white radiance upon her soul's surface. After approximately 10 minutes, once Zhao Su confirmed that Ning Rongrong was no longer in peril, he sought to retract his consciousness. However, he soon discovered that a portion of his essence had been completely absorbed by the white luminescence, integrating into Ning Rongrong's soul. Nonetheless, Zhao Su thought little of it. The loss of a fragment of his consciousness held no significant consequence for him. After reclaiming his essence, Zhao Su observed Ning Rongrong, who remained in deep contemplation, realizing that she would not awaken anytime soon. Thus, he casually found a nearby tree stump to sit upon. Having fused with the soul bone of the mirror beast's head and purged of impurities by the chaotic white flames, Ning Rongrong's skin, which had been darkened by the sun, regained its delicate whiteness, appearing even more radiant than before. Her skin, as smooth and flawless as that of an infant, combined with her exquisite beauty, was enough to captivate the hearts of most men, despite her modest figure. After what felt like an hour, Ning Rongrong finally stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, they sparkled like the stars in the night sky. At that moment, any trace of malevolence or negativity had vanished from her demeanor, replaced by a gentle smile. With her fair skin and twinkling eyes, she appeared increasingly enchanting. "Brother Su, thank you." Ning Rongrong called out to Zhao Su, who sat a short distance away, her voice sweet and melodic. "Thank me for what?" Zhao Su replied, somewhat bemused. "When I was engulfed by the white flames, I sensed that you were the one who awakened my consciousness. I could feel your presence." Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. This left Zhao Su feeling a mix of helplessness and understanding. He realized that a portion of his consciousness had indeed been absorbed by her spirit, enhancing her mental strength and leaving behind a trace of his essence within her soul. Zhao Su sighed, pondering that possessing overwhelming strength could also be a burden. "There is no need for gratitude. You and I are comrades, and it is my duty to protect you." Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su with her bright, expressive eyes, filled with anticipation as she inquired, "Will you protect me like you did Yu Qing? It is getting late, and you have found a suitable spirit ring. We must take our leave from this place." Zhao Su did not respond to Ning Rongrong. After speaking, he turned and departed. Although Ning Rongrong was undeniably beautiful, a quality that generally garnered admiration from all, Zhao Su was reluctant to entangle himself in romantic affairs any further. With Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhiqing already in his life, that was more than sufficient. Chapter 85, Reunion with Tang San. Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su's receding figure, a hint of mischief flickering in her eyes as she softly murmured, "You will surely be mine." With that, she hastened to catch up with him. Ever since that day when Ning Rongrong integrated the head spirit bone of the mirrored beast containing the chaos white flame, the impurities within her soul had been expelled. Consequently, she no longer exuded any murderous intent. Her personality had grown increasingly cheerful, and a gentle smile adorned her face, drawing attention wherever she went. Yet, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Zhao Su. "Could you please stop staring at me? It's making me quite uneasy," Zhao Su remarked, lifting his head to meet Ning Rongrong's fervent gaze as he sat in a noodle shop. "I am willing," Ning Rongrong replied with that simple declaration, falling silent thereafter. She ceased eating and continued to gaze intently at Zhao Su. "Stop. Submit to inspection." At that moment, a voice captured Zhao Su's attention. He turned to see Tang San and Titan, the robust leader of the Power Clan, descending from a spacious carriage. Zhao Su's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He and Ning Rongrong had been waiting in the border town for 3 days, anticipating Tang San's arrival, drawing upon his memories from his previous life regarding the Douluo continent. Coupled with the reports from Shadow, Zhao Su effortlessly discerned the whereabouts of Tang San. He also learned that after Zhao Su forcibly took Ain, Tang Hao descended into a state of utter madness, disregarding his identity as a traitor to the sect. He forcefully stormed into the Haotian clan, demanding the return of his loved ones from Tang Xiao. Caught off guard, Tang Xiao found himself overwhelmed as Tang Hao erupted in fury, denying him any opportunity for explanation and launching an immediate assault. In his prime, Tang Hao might have been a match for Tang Xiao, but now, with 2 limbs severed and having fallen to the 70th rank, how could he possibly contend with Tang Xiao, a 96th rank Super Douluo? The 5 elders, witnessing Tang Hao's reckless advance upon the Haotian clan, engaged him without discernment, particularly the 7th elder, who harbored the strongest discontent toward Tang Hao. He struck decisively, subduing Tang Hao with ease. Ultimately, it was only through the pleas of Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua that the 7th elder consented to spare Tang Hao, albeit under the condition that he be expelled from the Haotian clan, never to ascend the mountain again. Although seething with indignation, Tang Hao found himself powerless to retaliate. He subsequently sought out Tang San, who, upon hearing that his mother had been taken by the Haotian clan, did not respond with the same wrath as Tang Hao. Instead, he offered words of comfort, promising to retrieve his mother. Tang San understood that they were at a critical juncture in their struggle against the Spirit Hall. When the time came to confront them, the support of the Haotian clan would be essential. Therefore, it was not prudent to sever ties with them at this moment. Tang San epitomized a perfect self-interested pragmatism, exhibiting remarkable patience. He engaged respectfully with those who could be of use to him, while displaying an entirely different demeanor toward those who could not. This may well explain the rapidity of Tang San's growth. "Tang San, fatty, what are you doing here?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon spotting Tang San and Ma Hongjun. She glanced at Zhao Su, who nodded, prompting her to rush out of the noodle shop toward them. "Rongrong, what brings you here?" Ma Hongjun asked, his eyes lighting up in surprise at the sight of the even more beautiful Ning Rongrong. I came out with Zhao Laoda for training. We just arrived here yesterday and are planning to explore the Star Luo Empire. Ning Rongrong replied, gesturing toward Zhao Su, who was still enjoying his noodles. Zhao Su hastily took a couple of bites, set down his bowl and chopsticks, paid for his meal, and then rose to exit the noodle shop. Zhao Laoda, how come you two are together? Ma Hongjun inquired, casting a lewd glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su, continuing. Surely you two haven't become an item? What nonsense! You lecherous fatso, just watch me not hit you. Ning Rongrong's face flushed with anger as she reached out to strike Ma Hongjun. Yet you claim otherwise. Look at your cheeks, they're all red. Xiao Ao will be heartbroken if he finds out. Ma Hongjun dodged Ning Rongrong's attempts while pointing at her slightly flushed face. All right, you two, enough of this. At that moment, Tang San interjected, putting an end to the playful scuffle between Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun. He then turned his gaze toward Zhao Su, his expression devoid of warmth, instead tinged with a hint of vigilance and caution. However, he concealed it well, ensuring it did not manifest too overtly. This is the esteemed Elder Titan, the leader of the Strength Clan. Tang San introduced Zhao Su, adding, this is our teacher from Shrek Academy, Zhao Su. Upon hearing Tang San's introduction, Titan's eyes revealed a flicker of curiosity. Zhao Su appeared to be only a couple of years older than Tang San, which was quite astonishing considering he was already the mentor of such a prodigy. As he spoke, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from him, pure power exerting its influence. He sought to gauge Zhao Su's strength. However, as Titan unleashed his full might, even Tang San found it necessary to rely on his own soul power to withstand it. In stark contrast, Zhao Su stood unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips. In matters of reciprocal respect, when Titan maximized his aura, Zhao Su reciprocated with a measure of his own, effectively suppressing Titan's force. Ultimately, he managed to send Titan staggering back, who let out a muffled grunt and retreated several steps before regaining his composure. At that moment, several esteemed disciples from the Li family were drenched in sweat, having felt the grim specter of death under Zhao Su's oppressive presence. Having long heard of Titan's formidable reputation, witnessing it firsthand was indeed a revelation. You flatter me. Before young Master Zhao, I feel as though I have wasted my years, Titan conceded, acknowledging Zhao Su's overwhelming prowess despite his inherent pride. From their brief encounter, Titan recognized the chasm of difference between himself and Zhao Su. As flattery filled the air, a contingent of armored soldiers approached, beginning to inspect their carriage and demanding the contents of their soul guides. Following the reprimand from the Li family's disciples, 3 rather unscrupulous individuals emerged. Among them was Douluo, the one who had previously been burned by Ma Hongjun's flames. Provoked by Ma Hongjun's taunts, Douluo was consumed by rage and charged at him recklessly, joined by the other 2 in an attempt to overwhelm Ma Hongjun. Yet, Ma Hongjun had significantly transformed since those days, no longer the easy target he once was, especially with Zhao Su standing resolutely behind him. A resounding phoenix cry echoed as a fiery phoenix materialized behind Ma Hongjun, its 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, radiating brilliance. Douluo and his companions were taken aback, astonished that within just a few years, Ma Hongjun had ascended to the level of a soul emperor. The refined and purged phoenix spirit exuded an unparalleled majesty. Faced with this display, even the furious Douluo felt a twinge of trepidation. However, by the time he contemplated retreat, it was too late. Ning Rongrong, eager to test her newly acquired 7th soul skill, the ability to replicate soul techniques, saw Douluo and his companions as perfect practice targets. Fatty, allow me to handle them. I want you to witness my new 7th soul skill. Ning Rongrong called out to Ma Hongjun, her face alight with pride as she advanced. Are you serious? You're better off assisting me, Ma Hongjun retorted, incredulous at her confidence. Ning Rongrong merely pouted, dismissing his concerns. She stepped forward, summoning her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which shimmered with a radiant spectrum of colors. Upon witnessing her 7 soul rings, Douluo and his companions displayed signs of surprise. After all, she appeared to be in her early 20s, yet had reached the formidable rank of 70. This level marked a significant threshold for any soul master, as a true spirit awakening could render even 3 soul emperors of over 60 levels potentially ineffective opponents. Nevertheless, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was not an offensive spirit. All of its techniques provided supportive effects. Even Ning Fengji, without the protection of a powerful title Douluo, was not a force to be reckoned with. Little girl, it seems you do not grasp the distinction between support type and assault type soul masters. Do you truly believe your 70 level prowess can match us? The trio's expression shifted from surprise to disdain. Ning Rongrong responded with a huff, showing no hesitation as she activated her seventh soul ring, directing its power towards Tang San. This time, she did not replicate Zhao Su's spirit but rather enhanced Tang San's. The Haotian hammer, while formidable, was not the only consideration. She was also intent on keeping Zhao Su's 12-winged seraph a secret from prying eyes. As she swept past Tang San, a layer of white light enveloped her 9-treasure-glazed tile pagoda, and she charged towards Douluo and his companions. Both Douluo and his allies, as well as Titan and Tang San, were left bewildered by Ning Rongrong's actions. While Tang San suspected that Ning Rongrong had acquired an offensive soul skill, he believed it to be purely for self-defense, never anticipating her intent to engage the 3 soul emperors in close combat. The ensuing spectacle left everyone utterly astounded, particularly Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and the direct disciples of the Li family watched in disbelief as Ning Rongrong, wielding the Haotian hammer cloaked in white flames, transformed into a whirlwind of unrestrained fury. With no elaborate techniques or flashy maneuvers, she simply swung the hammer, knocking each of Bu Li's companions away with a single strike. Ning Rongrong did not relent. She swiftly advanced, bringing the Haotian hammer down once more. Though devoid of soul rings, the hammer itself weighed over 1,000 pounds. And in her hands, it was as light as a toy, having absorbed the spirit bone from the chaotic white fire mirror beast. Not only had she purified the impurities within her soul, but her physical form had also been significantly enhanced. Now, even without assisting others, her sheer physical strength was formidable. Why are you still here? Do you wish to be reduced to a pulp? Zhao Su, the only one maintaining composure, addressed the soldiers attempting to obstruct Douluo and his group. The dozen soldiers, upon hearing his words, dared not retort and promptly fled towards the barracks. Today, I am in a good mood. I shall spare your lives. But should I discover any further misdeeds from you, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words? The 3 hurriedly bowed their heads, eager to send her off as swiftly as possible. Ning Rongrong turned, her gaze tinged with a hint of pride as she looked towards Zhao Su. Soon after, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong boarded a carriage alongside Tang San and Titan. Initially, Tang San and Titan were reluctant to accompany Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Their journey to Longxing City in the Douluo Empire was not merely to attend a gathering of the 4 single attribute families. They also sought to persuade the other 3 clans to join the Tang sect. Bringing Zhao Su along was rather inconvenient. However, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to this, as Ning Rongrong busily engaged in small talk, much to the chagrin of Titan and Tang San. Yet, they found themselves powerless. After all, Tang San could not afford to openly confront Zhao Su at this juncture. Before long, the carriage rolled into Longxing City. Titan glanced at Tang San, took a deep breath, and cleared his throat, stating, "Young Master Zhao, upon our arrival in Longxing City, we will part ways here. I sincerely apologize. We cannot accompany you further." "Is that so? In that case, let us do this. I shall gift this carriage to young Master Zhao and Miss Ning as a token from my old man." Titan's heart leaped with joy at Zhao Su's words, but the subsequent remark made him roll his eyes at Zhao Su. "Since we have nothing better to do, why not follow along with Senior Titan? It would be a fine opportunity for us to gain some experience." "Is there anything wrong with that?" Tang San interjected. "Since Zhao Su wishes to accompany us, let him." With Tang San's affirmation, Titan refrained from further protest, though his eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Yet, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong feigned ignorance, gazing out of the carriage window. Longxing City could be regarded as the most prosperous border city between the Heaven Do Empire and the Douluo Empire. The streets bustled with a diverse array of people, and the lively cries of street vendors echoed through the air. Although Longxing City lacked the grandeur of Tiandu City, its level of prosperity and population density far surpassed that of Tiandu. Soon, the carriage came to a halt before a residence that bore a striking resemblance to that of the Li family. After Titan disembarked, disciples from the Yu family stationed at the entrance approached and promptly sent word to their clan leader, Niugao. These gatekeepers were already informed that the gathering of the 4 families was taking place in the coming days, and they recognized Titan, treating him with utmost respect. As they conversed, a tall, robust elder with particularly broad shoulders emerged with a hearty laugh. "Old gorilla, long time no see. I've missed you dearly." This man was Niugao, the leader of the Yu family. Their greeting was uniquely exuberant. They spread their arms wide and collided chests, the sound echoing like firecrackers. They then wrapped their arms around each other, clearly engaged in a friendly contest of strength. After their playful bout, Titan and Niugao erupted into hearty laughter. "Talon, pay your respects to Grandpa Nyo. At Titan's urging, Talon stepped forward to kneel before Niu Gao, but was halted by the elder. You rascal. You're growing stronger by the day. Your father didn't have your build at your age. You're too kind, Grandpa Niu. All right, let us not linger here. Come inside. Enjoy some tea and chat. Niu Gao and Titan linked arms and entered the residence together. Zhao Su, Rong, and a few others followed closely behind Tai Long as they entered the residence of the Yu family, observing the exquisite and spacious abode. Even Zhao Su couldn't help but express admiration. The Yu clan, in addition to their formidable defensive capabilities, exhibited a remarkable mastery in construction, which is a vital means of their survival. Upon entering the grand hall, although the furnishings were rather simple, each item was thoughtfully placed with purpose. Once seated, Niu Gao finally noticed Zhao Su, Rong, and the portly Tang San. Their physiques and demeanor clearly indicated that they were not members of the Li clan. Old orangutan. Will you not introduce these young people to me? Titan inquired, casting a glance at Tang San, whose expression momentarily reflected some difficulty. Yet he proceeded to introduce them to Niu Gao. Niu Gao did not pay much attention to Zhao Su, Rong, and Tang San. Instead, his gaze was drawn to Tang San, not due to his appearance, but because of his surname, Tang. Years ago, in a bid for self-preservation, the Haoyan sect announced its closure. While this decision safeguarded the sect's foundation and strength, it brought suffering to the 4 clans that depended on it. Unable to locate the Haoyan sect, the Soul Palace vented its frustrations on these affiliated sections. Over the past 2 decades, the disciples of the 4 clans have endured significant losses. It was only in recent years, through their construction skills, that they managed to establish a foothold in Longxing City, securing their own territory and income, and leading a life akin to that of ordinary people. Their hearts harbored deep resentment towards the Haoyan sect. Old Rhinoceros, besides attending our 4 clans gathering. I have another important matter to discuss. May we converse privately? Old Orangutan, I hope you haven't done anything behind my back that would offend me? A private discussion. As Titan spoke, he rose and walked toward the backyard with Niu Gao. Seems we are regarded as thorns in their sides. I wish to leave this place. Shall we? After watching Niu Gao and Titan depart, Rong leaned closer to Zhao Su's ear and whispered, Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer. Zhao Su cast a glance at Rong, urging her to remain calm and not to overthink the situation. Although Rong felt somewhat displeased, she refrained from further comment, settling back into the spacious chair. Soon, Niu Gao and Titan re-entered the hall, with Niu Gao's expression notably grim. He approached Tang San directly and inquired, Are you the son of Tang Hao? Indeed, I am the son of Tang Hao, Tang San replied, revealing his Haoyan hammer. However, at that moment, there were no soul rings adorning the hammer. Yet, Niu Gao displayed no surprise. It was evident that Titan had already informed him of Tang San's dual martial souls. If you wish for my clan to submit, you must demonstrate whether you possess the strength to do so. The old gorilla has sung your praises, but I am keen to see if you can breach my defenses. Old Rhinoceros, you promised me, do you intend to go back on your word? If you cannot even break through my defenses, do not harbor any illusions of my submission. I am already showing you a measure of respect. Niu Gao's eyes widened with rage, clearly struggling to contain his fury. Pardon the interruption, Zhao Su interjected as Niu Gao and Titan faced off. He stood up and addressed Niu Gao. Senior Niu Gao, allow me to clarify. It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, all so-called defenses are utterly futile in the face of absolute power. What did you say? Niu Gao retorted. The unique trait of the Yu clan's martial souls lies in their defense. While they may lack offensive capabilities, they are undeniably the strongest in defense across the Douluo continent. Yet, Zhao Su's words, though not explicit, subtly implied that the Yu clan was merely superficial in nature. I speak only the truth. And I hope that Senior Niu Gao will heed my advice. It would be wise to focus on the art of construction instead, at the very least. It will provide a means of sustenance by building houses for others. Although Zhao Su's words contained no profanity, they struck Niu Gao's ears with a bitterness far more potent than any curse. It could be said that a single utterance from Zhao Su rendered the Yu clan utterly worthless. They were reduced to merely surviving by constructing houses for others. Despite Zhao Su's honesty, it was indeed the case that the Yu clan was barely sustaining itself through the design and construction of homes for others. This was a sore point for Niu Gao. Young man, in your youth, do not be so arrogant. One must understand humility to endure the long journey ahead. Very well, we of the Yu clan do not welcome you. Though Niu Gao felt a surge of anger, he suppressed it forcefully, for Zhao Su was brought by Titan, with whom he shared a lifelong bond. He had no desire to escalate the situation. Why must you be so angered, esteemed elder? How about we wager on something? Wager on what? Of course, on defense. Haha. It seems you are indeed one who only learns through hardship. Very well, I shall accept your wager. If you lose, before Niu Gao could finish, Zhao Su interjected, if I lose, I shall bow 10 times before you and sincerely apologize. If I lose, my life henceforth belongs to you. I shall do whatever you command. Old Rhino, do not act impulsively. At your age, why contend with a child? Titan quickly intervened, hoping to dissuade Niu Gao from the bet. Titan understood Niu Gao's temperament all too well. Should he lose to Zhao Su, he would undoubtedly honor his word, making it impossible for Titan to persuade him to lead the Yu clan into Tangmen. Rest assured, I cannot possibly lose. Niu Gao was confident in his defensive capabilities and sensed a soul power fluctuation emanating from Zhao Su, indicating a level exceeding 60. Despite Zhao Su's prodigious talent at such a young age, breaking through his defenses was an impossibility. Old Rhino, if you still consider me a good brother, do not prevent me. Trust that I shall show you respect and will not take his life. At this moment, Niu Gao was beyond reason, solely focused on teaching Zhao Su a lesson. However, in doing so, he fell directly into Zhao Su's trap. Very well, it's settled. Hearing Niu Gao's words, Zhao Su's smile grew ever brighter. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The expansion of Tang San's influence could not be allowed. The Yu clan's absolute defense might seem ineffective before him, but in the midst of a great battle of soul masters, it served as the finest shield. Chapter 88. A more humiliating method of competition speak. How shall we compete? It is not merely between us, it is you against her. Zhao Su turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and, sensing that Niu Gao was on the verge of losing his temper, continued. Let us simplify the contest. You shall unleash your martial spirit and assume your strongest defensive stance. If she can breach your defense, then you shall be deemed the loser. Initially, I thought your arrogance was merely a fade, but it seems your reasoning is quite flawed. I must inform you that my clan, the Yu clan, does not welcome you. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Niu Gao felt a mix of anger and amusement, deeming Zhao Su's behavior utterly unreasonable. What, are you afraid? If a contest is to be held, let it be between us two, without the need for others to intervene. She represents me. If she cannot shatter your defense with a single strike, then I shall willingly concede and kneel to apologize. Zhao Su's intention was not to seek the limelight for Ning Rongrong, but rather to convey to Niu Gao the profound truth of his assertions. A seemingly fragile young girl was capable of breaching his most formidable defenses, which serves to illustrate the futility of the defenses Zhao Su referred to within the realm of soul masters. Very well, under these circumstances, I must insist that you bow your head. Niu Gao ceased his futile chatter and summoned his armored giant rhinoceros martial spirit, enveloping himself in a thick, horn-like protective layer. However, the aura emanating from him indicated that he had not summoned his most powerful defense. He was adamant in his disbelief that a young girl could penetrate his defenses. Replicate my 12-winged holy angel, but refrain from revealing your martial spirit. Activate the fourth soul skill, indestructible body. Surely, this won't lead to his demise, will it? Zhao Su's words to Ning Rongrong were inaudible to those present, yet Ning Rongrong's utterance resonated clearly with everyone in attendance. Her seemingly casual remark sent Niu Gao's fury soaring to unprecedented heights. What are you underestimating? Do you still wish to compete? Old rhinoceros. I advise you to unleash your martial soul's true form and activate your strongest defense. Otherwise, should you meet your demise, I shall bear no responsibility. How arrogant. First, shatter my defenses before uttering further claims. Very well, I shall not hold back. A smirk graced Ning Rongrong's lips as she advanced slowly, her small fist poised toward Niu Gao. Are you ready? Such needless chatter. Bang. Before Niu Gao could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong had already struck, her seemingly light punch colliding with the white protective barrier he had summoned. Crack. With a resounding bang, Niu Gao was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the walls of the hall. The sound of his fall and the shattering of the barrier echoed throughout the space. Old rhinoceros. Upon witnessing this, Titan was the first to react, rushing toward the gaping hole in the wall. As he passed through the breach, he beheld Niu Gao's massive form sprawled on the ground, the rugged layer of skin akin to that of a rhinoceros beginning to flake away. Due to the damage to his martial soul, his complexion appeared ashen, and the rage in his eyes had morphed into disbelief. With Titan's assistance, he managed to rise, forcefully pushing him aside before re-entering the hall through the opening. He turned to Ning Rongrong, who stood there with an innocuous, sweet smile, and inquired, "What level of soul power do you possess?" "Just recently." I acquired my 7th soul ring. Ning Rongrong replied, extending her right hand, revealing a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda that radiated with a spectrum of colors. The 7 soul rings atop it were unmistakably clear. Impossible. How could the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul so effortlessly breach my defenses? Although Niu Gao voiced his disbelief, doubts about the formidable strength of his own martial soul began to creep into his mind. I have long maintained that defense is of little consequence. Zhao Su, while speaking, retrieved a small porcelain vial from the jade pendant at his waist and handed it to Niu Gao. Consume this elixir, and your injuries will swiftly mend. I concede. Niu Gao did not reach for the pill offered by Zhao Su. Instead, he abruptly knelt before him. I accept defeat. From this moment forth, I, Niu Gao, along with my clan, shall submit to your highness. Senior Niu Gao, there is no need for such grand gestures. The notion of submission is unnecessary. If you hold me, Zhao Su, in high regard, let us be friends from this day onward. Zhao Su's words undoubtedly alleviated Niu Gao's heart considerably. However, his nature is such that he is willing to accept the consequences of his bets, and he never easily breaks a promise once made. Friends remain friends. Yet from this moment forth, the Yu family shall be the vassals of your esteemed self. Upon hearing Niu Gao's declaration, Titan sighed deeply, casting a glance at Tang San, whose expression was inscrutable, revealing no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. With a resigned shake of his head, Titan understood Tang San's silent cue to refrain from further discussing the Yu family's potential alliance with the Tang sect. Zhao Su observed this entire exchange with keen interest, yet paid it little mind, for his objectives had largely been fulfilled. Everything else was of little consequence. After Niu Gao consumed the medicinal pill gifted by Zhao Su, his injuries swiftly healed, and even his damaged martial soul was restored. His pallid complexion soon returned to its normal hue. His soul power, already at the formidable level of 84, saw a significant enhancement, instilling in him the belief that he would soon attain the esteemed rank of 85. Niu Gao's respect for Zhao Su deepened, as the anger and humiliation he once felt began to transform gradually. He instructed his son, Niu Ben, to prepare a lavish banquet, where a generous array of meats adorned the expansive table, accompanied by 3 jars of potent liquor, each containing approximately 10 pounds. Each guest's bowl was a deep ceramic vessel, filled with nearly a pound of wine. I, the old rhinoceros, was once akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, having seen little of the world. I shall pour myself a bowl as penance, Niu Gao proclaimed, lifting his ceramic bowl and downing its contents in one swift motion. Well then, since you, esteemed elder Niu Gao, are so forthright, I, Zhao Su, shall join you in a bowl. Zhao Su similarly raised his wine bowl and downed it in one go. As he consumed more and more of the fiery liquor, the knots in Niu Gao's heart gradually unraveled, bringing the two closer together. Ultimately, they referred to each other as brothers. It could be said that they had successfully forged a bond that rendered even Titan, their old companion, unable to interject. Although termed as strong liquor, Zhao Su perceived its potency to be only slightly higher than the beer he had consumed in his previous life. Despite this, the relentless flow of wine into his belly could not be hindered. While he would not become intoxicated, he did feel somewhat uncomfortable from the fullness. For Zhao Su, this day marked a rare moment of joy since arriving in the Douluo continent. He found himself increasingly fond of Niu Gao, the hot-tempered yet straightforward elder. After the crowd dispersed, Niu Gao pulled Zhao Su aside for a few more hearty bowls, only concluding their revelry when Niu Gao was thoroughly incapacitated by drink. Chapter 89. The Fierce Ning Rongrong. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Su splashed some water on his face to awaken his senses. Although alcohol is not inherently beneficial, it can occasionally serve as a remedy, allowing one to momentarily forget their troubles and cast aside all burdens. Zhao Su sat by the window, gazing up at the full moon in the sky. A wave of longing washed over him as he thought of his family, his parents, and his sister. He couldn't help but wonder how devastated his parents must be since his disappearance, having spent over 20 years in this Douluo continent. He pondered whether 2 decades had also passed in his own world. Lost in his thoughts, Zhao Su eventually succumbed to slumber at the window. Perhaps in dreams, he would once again reunite with his parents and those dear ones who cared for him. Brother Su, a gentle voice echoed in his ears. Though he could not tell how long he had been asleep, Zhao Su hazily opened his eyes and looked up, meeting the slightly worried yet handsome face of Ning Rongrong. Alas, it had been quite some time since he had indulged in such copious amounts of alcohol. Zhao Su sat up, inhaling deeply as he suppressed the yearning within his heart. He turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and inquired, "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" Have you come to see me for some reason? It's nothing serious, she replied. I was merely concerned about you and wanted to check in. Wrong. I'm not the right person for you. It would be best if you did not invest your feelings in me. Zhao Su understood that Ning Rongrong's sudden change was due to that strand of divine consciousness she had unexpectedly absorbed. No. I am most aware of what type of person suits me best. You are indeed the most suitable one for me. As Ning Rongrong spoke, she suddenly moved closer, sitting upon Zhao Su's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. I have feelings for you, and my previous silence was due to Zhu Qing. This past year of our private moments together has made me realize that I can no longer restrain my own heart. Rongrong. As Zhao Su was about to speak, he was silenced by Ning Rongrong's soft and sweet lips. I do not care about Zhu Qing. If you are worried about her, I shall explain it to her. I no longer wish to deceive myself. With that, he kissed her once more. The kiss, tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity, quickly ignited a fervent heat within Zhao Su's heart. Coupled with the influence of alcohol, he found himself yielding, albeit reluctantly, to Ning Rongrong's advances. Although Ning Rongrong possessed a delicate appearance, she was undeniably the more proactive partner, leaving Zhao Su to question who the true man was between them. Whom do you prefer? Me or Zhu Qing? After their passionate encounter, Ning Rongrong propped her chin upon Zhao Su's chest and looked up at him. I adore both. No, you must choose one. Both you and Zhu Qing are the most beautiful. To win the affection of either would render me the luckiest man alive. Yet, I am fortunate enough to have both of you. Would you say that makes me happier than the luckiest man? How annoying. You are such a smooth talker. Aside from me and Zhu Qing, you must have deceived many women. Haven't you? Not many, just one more. And I speak nothing but the truth. Each of you holds a vital place in my life. Who could it be? It wouldn't be Xiaowu, would it? Ning Rongrong fixated her gaze on Zhao Su's eyes, suddenly recalling something. No, I have no affection for rabbits, but she is indeed connected to Tang San. Once we return to Tiando City, I shall take you to meet her. Zhao Su understood that Ning Rongrong would eventually learn of these matters. It was better to speak of them openly himself. You are now a man more fortunate than the happiest of men, and I shall not permit you to seek happiness elsewhere. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong turned and settled herself upon Zhao Su. Her pure and delicate visage belied the audacious act she performed. Although her figure did not rival that of Tang Weiwa or Zhu Qing, her skin was fairer than theirs. Smooth and tender like that of an infant. She seemed almost boneless, exuding a remarkable softness. Coupled with her bold movements, it offered Zhao Su an entirely novel experience. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Su was still immersed in the tender embrace of slumber when there came a knock at the door. Mr. Zhao, are you awake? Who is it? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su furrowed his brow, expressing a hint of displeasure as he inquired. The younger generation, Niu Ben, informs that the esteemed leader of the Xiangjia sect, Hu Yinjin, has arrived. My father requests your presence. At that moment, Ning Rongrong had fully regained her consciousness. Her gaze filled with tenderness as she looked at Zhao Su. I understand. I shall attend immediately. Upon Zhao Su's words, the flames of his inner turmoil were reignited, prompting him to pull the quilt over himself once more. An hour later, as Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong emerged from their chamber, they found Hu Yinjin and Niu Gao engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Brother Niu, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The voice of Niu Leoj, infused with a hint of soul power, instantly countered the oppressive aura of Hu Yinjin. It is worth noting that Hu Yinjin is merely at the 86th level, while Zhao Su has already ascended to the 83rd level of Soul Douluo. Naturally, he is not a match for Hu Yinjin. Zhao Laodi, did you sleep well last night? Upon seeing Zhao Su, Niu Gao completely disregarded Hu Yinjin and approached Zhao Su, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong beside him. A slight blush appeared on Ning Rongrong's fair and delicate face. Very well, I must express my gratitude for your generous hospitality, Niu Leoj. Zhao Laodi, you are being too courteous. As for my brothers, I, Niu, shall never be stingy. However, I shall not extend the same courtesy to those who are not friends. Niu Gao's words were clearly directed at Hu Yinjin. Humph, if that is the case, I shall not disturb you further. Niu Gao, I hope you will seriously contemplate what I just said, otherwise your family shall no longer be my friends. I, Hu Yinjin, shall show no mercy to those who are not friends. With that, Hu Yinjin stood up and swiftly departed. Those who had come with Hu Yinjin followed in his wake. Humph, do they truly think I fear them? Niu Gao scoffed as he watched Hu Yinjin's retreating figure. Niu Laoj, who are they? Zhao Su took his seat at the head of the hall alongside Niu Gao, feigning ignorance of Hu Yinjin as he inquired about him. They belonged to the Xiangjia sect, one of the lower four sects. And the portly figure before them was none other than Hu Yinjin, the sect leader of Xiangjia. Xiangjia sect? Have you offended them, Brother Niu? Alas, the story is rather lengthy. The Xiangjia sect, much like our Yu family, excels in defense, yet possesses a greater offensive capability. Hu Yinjin is here to entice me into joining the Xiangjia sect. Although Niu Gao articulated this, he was acutely aware that such words were merely a facade to preserve his pride. What he termed as enticing was, in fact, an act of assimilation. Should he acquiesce to Hu Yinjin, it would likely lead to the disciples of the Yu family becoming subservient to the Xiangjia sect. Furthermore, as the strongest sect in terms of defensive prowess, the Yu family harbored its own unique secret techniques. Hu Yinjin's visit, cloaked in the guise of persuasion, was fundamentally aimed at acquiring their defensive secrets. Chapter 90. The Two Factions with Tang San. If the Xiangjia sect were to obtain the Yu family's exclusive techniques, they could elevate their defenses to match that of the Yu family. Coupled with their inherent offensive strength, it would undoubtedly enhance the legacy of their martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, to unprecedented heights. In the upcoming election of the new 7 sects in 6 months, they would surely secure a position among the top 3 sections. This represents a rare opportunity for the lower 4 sections. Thus, not only the Xiangjia sect, but also the other 3 sects have begun their maneuvers. Among the lower 4 sects, the current strongest is undoubtedly the Holy Dragon sect, the only sect that possesses a title Douluo. I wonder what plans Brother Zhao has regarding this matter? I shall not align myself with the forces of the Spirit Hall. Zhao Su understood that the 4 single attribute clans harbored profound animosity towards the Spirit Hall, which was precisely why he had never sought to ally with Niu Gao. Should he provoke Niu Gao, it might very well drive him to join forces with Tang San, a scenario that would not bode well for Zhao Su. Brother Niu, why don't we unite and establish our own sect? Establish our own sect? Indeed, a sect that stands apart from the Spirit Hall and the various factions. The Spirit Hall is currently purging dissenters. Can we truly remain unscathed? As long as Brother Niu harbors no ambitions for supremacy, I believe I can ensure the Yuji clan can remain independent. Really? Of course. Upon reflection, Brother Niu, you could rally the remaining single attribute clans to join us, and we could form a 4 attribute sect. We shall engage only in trade and refrain from participating in the conflicts of the various factions. Zhao Su observed that Niu Gao is somewhat intrigued and continued, Brother Niu, the architectural prowess of the Yu family is unparalleled across the continent. We could offer our services to all sects, constructing their residences and receiving compensation in return. If you could persuade the other single attribute clans to join us, each possessing their unique skills, it would be quite simple to lead a stable life. Zhao Laodi, to be honest, I have entertained such thoughts for quite some time. However, the elders of the other clans are exceedingly obstinate, and I fear I may not be able to convince them. This is easily remedied. If you introduce me, I shall persuade them. Do you truly have a way? Rest assured, Zhao Laodi, it is not that I doubt your capabilities, but I wish to confirm, can we truly remain unscathed amidst the conflicts involving the Spirit Hall and various factions? Absolutely. I reiterate, as long as you do not wish to engage in the struggle for supremacy, but instead seek to earn a living and ensure the prosperity of your sect, I guarantee it can be accomplished. Very well, Zhao Laodi, I place my trust in you. Niu Gao's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Zhao Su's words struck a chord deep within him. Over 20 years ago, he had been deeply disheartened by the Haotian sect. At this point, he was no longer inclined to affiliate himself with any faction, nor did he wish to partake in their conflicts. As long as he could lead a peaceful life, all else would become inconsequential. Trust me, Brother Niu, I shall never let you down. Our single attribute clans include not only the Yu family and the Li family led by the Old Ape, but also the Min family, whose leader is Bai He. They are the most unfortunate yet the easiest to persuade. However, the Pa family seems quite challenging to rally. Subsequently, Niu Gao provided Zhao Su with a detailed analysis of the single attribute clans. The Li family's Titan had already pledged allegiance to Tang San, making them impossible to recruit. Thus, their focus shifted to the Min and Pa families. Although the Min family possessed unparalleled speed, akin to the Yu family, they lacked offensive power and had no other means of survival, leading to their dire circumstances. They were constantly struggling for existence without a stable residence. The Pa family, on the other hand, not only had formidable attack capabilities but also boasted ancestral skills in alchemy. They thrived through trade with the Tiando and Xinglua empires, making them the wealthiest of the clans. However, young Wudi was known for his fiery temper and difficult demeanor. Additionally, the Min family had a familial tie to Tang Hao, as Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were Bai He's nephews. Let us set the Min family aside for now and first approach Elder Yang. What do you think? That seems to be the only course of action. Niu Gao nodded in agreement with Zhao Su's proposal. Titan and Tang San then exited the room and made their way to the reception area. At this point, the factions had effectively split into two camps, Tang San and Titan Esli family forming the Tang sect, while Zhao Su and Niu Gao prepared to establish the single attribute united sect. Both Titan and Niu Gao had their own considerations. Soon, they received word that the Min family had arrived. Titan and Niu Gao quickly rose to personally greet them. Compared to the imposing figures of Titan and Niu Gao, Bai He of the Min family appeared much more slender, his physique resembling that of an average person. While Titan and Niu Gao had seemingly surpassed the limits of human stature. Old Bai He, you have finally arrived. Titan and Niu Gao greeted Bai He warmly upon their meeting. Although Bai He disliked being referred to as Old Bai He did not take offense from his two old friends. Old Rhinoceros, you were still as punctual as ever. Of course, while you belong to the Min family, when it comes to feasting, I am always the quickest. Come now, let us not stand here idly. We shall converse inside. Niu Gao smiled, ushering the two men in. Accompanying Bai He were 13 individuals, nearly the entirety of the Min family. Among them was a young girl, tall and graceful, possessing striking beauty. Though slightly more slender than Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong, yet her looks were merely a shade less remarkable. Her demeanor exuded a hint of pride as she scanned her surroundings while walking beside Bai He. Old Bai He, allow me to introduce my newly accepted little brother, Zhao Su. Upon entering the hall, Niu Gao took the lead in introducing Zhao Su to Bai He. Upon hearing Niu Gao's words, Zhao Su stepped forward with a gentle smile, addressing Bai He. I have heard Brother Niu speak of you since yesterday. Today, I see that your prowess is indeed extraordinary. Haha, young brother, you flatter me. Even someone as proud as Bai He appreciated compliments. Old Rhinoceros, when did you acquire such a young brother? We share similar aspirations and have become fast friends despite our age difference. Niu Gao glanced at Zhao Su before continuing. How have you been lately, old friend? Ah. Words fail to express. As long as I am alive, that is enough. At this point, Bai He's smile faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow as he sighed and fell silent. Do not worry, everything will improve, Niu Gao reassured Bai He before sharing his thoughts. Zhao Lao Di and I are planning to unite our single attribute clans to establish a trading association. I wonder if you would be interested? Upon hearing the mention of a trading association, Bai He immediately perked up. Oh, a trading association? What kind? An independent trading association, separate from the Spirit Hall and various factions, focused solely on profit without engaging in their conflicts. That sounds splendid. Please elaborate. Over the years, Bai He and his clan had lived a nomadic existence, often struggling to make ends meet. Hearing Niu Gao's proposal intrigued him, while Bai He himself was aging and indifferent. He felt compelled to consider the well-being of his granddaughter and the clan members who accompanied him. Continuing in this manner, Bai He understood that even with the support from the other three clans, it was not a sustainable solution. Niu Gao subsequently shared his entire vision with Bai He. Are you certain that the Spirit Hall will not interfere? Bai He, though interested, expressed his concerns after listening to Niu Gao's proposal. Of course, while conducting business, we must also possess the means to protect ourselves. We shall refrain from involvement, but should trouble arise, we will not back down. This is precisely why I wish to unite our forces. Your plan is fundamentally flawed. The Spirit Hall is currently ambitious, striving for dominance over the continent. No sect can remain unaffected under such circumstances. At this juncture, Tang San interjected, voicing his perspective. In Tang San's view, business could be pursued, but it should be in opposition to the Spirit Hall, collaborating with other sects and clans that were similarly opposed to the Spirit Hall. That would be a more sustainable approach. Old Niu, I believe this young man possesses a point worth considering. Under a collapsing nest, how can there be intact eggs? Such actions would only hasten the demise of our singularly attributed four clans. I wish not to dwell on past grievances. My only desire now is to lead a tranquil life. Senior Niu Gao, it is only by eliminating the Spirit Hall that we can genuinely attain peace. You are mistaken. Although the Spirit Hall has always been domineering, it has been quite benevolent towards the common folk and lower-tier soul masters. They awaken the martial spirits of ordinary people free of charge, thus granting them the possibility of becoming soul masters. Their motives are merely to recruit talents for the Spirit Hall. What? then, is wrong with such an approach? Zhao Su, with unwavering determination in his gaze, retorted to Tang San and continued, your desire to recruit them into the Tang clan is merely a means to wield them against the Spirit Hall, is it not? The Spirit Hall operates with tyranny, committing countless atrocities. Should it not be eradicated? Have you considered that once the Spirit Hall is vanquished, the various factions will undoubtedly grow increasingly brazen, and the common folk will suffer under the oppression of the great clans with little hope for advancement? It is implausible. Without the Spirit Hall, the entire continent would ascend to true prosperity. Humph. Do you genuinely believe what you are saying? Enough, enough. This is not the time for debate. Niu Gao interjected to halt their escalating argument. I stand firmly with Zhao, focusing solely on business. The continent's conflicts do not concern my clan. Old Niu, your actions are nothing short of self-destruction. Whether it leads to my own demise or not, I have made my decision. What say you, old whitebird? I am yet to form a conclusion, Bai he admitted, displaying a hint of indecision, uncertain of which path to choose. In that case, let us postpone this discussion for today and indulge in food and drink. With Niu Gao's command, preparations for a feast began, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Soon, food and drink were served. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, emboldened by the effects of the alcohol, Titan and Niu Gao resumed their spirited debate. Each presented their arguments with fervor, neither swaying the other. Tang San and Zhao Su also engaged in a subtle contest of wills. Once the banquet concluded, Tang San sought out Bai he directly. Having learned of his special connection with Bai he through Titan, he aimed to cultivate a closer bond with him. In Zhao Su's room, Ning Rongrong nestled in his embrace, unusually quiet today, refraining from disturbing him. Brother Su. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's call, Zhao Su finally retracted his sorrowful expression, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Su, your alliance with the esteemed Niu Gao is solely for the purpose of establishing a profit-driven merchant association, devoid of involvement in the conflicts between the Spirit Hall and various sects? Indeed, my intentions extend beyond that, Zhao Su replied. For the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong rose from Zhao Su's embrace, her gaze fixed intently upon his eyes as she continued. If the seven-treasure glazed tile school were to oppose the Spirit Hall, would you then annihilate it for the sake of the Spirit Hall? That is not the case. It is not as you envision. My actions are also for my own sake. Zhao Su then recounted to Ning Rongrong the details he had shared with Tang Yue regarding the demon god, still concealing his identity as a traveler and the existence of the system. Beyond that, he held nothing back. The demon god? Indeed. I must gather the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian before someone ascends to godhood to complete the demon god's trial. Otherwise, I shall suffer a backlash from the demon god, leading to my eternal damnation. Have you gathered the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian? Not yet. I have only located one, and I still require 2 fragments of the 9-winged Long. However, I have obtained clues and am in the process of investigating. Fear not. Brother Su, no matter the circumstances, Rongrong shall stand by your side. Upon my return, I will persuade my father not to conspire with the Heaven Do Empire and Tang San against the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Rongrong. Zhao Su tenderly embraced Ning Rongrong, his emotions a complex tapestry woven with feelings of remorse. We need not exchange words of gratitude. Brother Su, you must promise me that you will live well. Rest assured, until there is no one left to ascend to divinity, I shall encounter no unforeseen mishaps. Zhao Su positioned Ning Rongrong upon his lap, his furrowed brow replaced by a gentle smile, and continued, furthermore, regarding the assault on the 7-treasure glazed tile school by the Spirit Hall. I shall devise a means to compensate Sect Master Ning and the 7-treasure glazed tile school. You still refer to me as Sect Master Ning? My esteemed father-in-law. Once this matter is resolved and we return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I shall seek your blessing for our union. How annoying. I have yet to express my intent to marry you. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a soft crimson as she turned away, avoiding Zhao Su's gaze. You are already mine. Who else could you possibly marry? Zhao Su, growing increasingly unruly, reached out to unfasten Ning Rongrong's clothing. In response, Ning Rongrong displayed her fierce side once more. Originally seated sideways on Zhao Su's lap, she turned to straddle him instead, wrapping her arms around his neck, her gaze imbued with tenderness and a hint of seduction. She declared, I shall marry no one but you. With that, she leaned in for a kiss. After days of practice, her kissing technique had become notably adept, her soft tongue captivating Zhao Su and immersing him in an unprecedented bliss. The following noon, Yang Wudi of the Broken One clan arrived, his expression grim. He sought to unite with Niu Gao and Titan Bai he to form a sect, aiming to collectively resist the Spirit Hall. Prior to attending the gathering, Yang Wudi had been threatened by the subordinate clans already aligned with the Spirit Hall, warned that failure to comply would lead to the annihilation of his clan. Observing Yang Wudi's fury, Niu Gao spoke first. Old goat, I wish to pose a question. What is it? Do you wish for a relentless struggle against the Spirit Hall? Or do you prefer a stable existence? What kind of question is that? The Spirit Hall has already obliterated the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Do you think we can remain unscathed? Indeed. The old goat speaks wisely. Even if we do not provoke the Spirit Hall, they will not spare us. Upon hearing Yang Wudi's words, Titan interjected, directly courting Yang Wudi. Old goat, Bai He and I are preparing to unite and head to Heaven Do City to join the Tang sect in our fight against the Spirit Hall. The Tang sect? Allow me to introduce you to Tang San, the master's son. Old gorilla, have you forgotten how the Haotian sect abandoned us for their own sake? And how Tang Hao disregarded the plight of our 4 clans? Do not be hasty, old goat. The master had no choice at that time. And our true enemy should be the Spirit Hall, not the Haotian sect. Titan deliberately redirected all animosity toward the Spirit Hall. Whether it be the Haotian sect or the Spirit Hall, I shall not align with any sect. If you insist on opposing the Spirit Hall, then I must say I cannot accompany you. By now, Niu Gao had regained his composure and took a seat at the head, appearing quite serene. Though I harbor a grudge against the Spirit Hall, I will not affiliate myself with them, nor will I submit to any other sect. To claim allegiance is merely to become their servant, offering monthly tributes, yet in critical moments, they never consider us subordinate sects. Yang Wudi also took a seat. Profoundly wounded by the Haotian sect's betrayal. Were it not for their actions, his clan would not have spent years in hiding, perpetually wary of assassination by the Spirit Hall. The Haotian sect's closure of their gates only exacerbated their plight, leaving them to fend for themselves. Senior Yang, the events of those years were beyond the Haotian sect's control. Beyond their control? If the Haotian sect faced insurmountable challenges, must we also accept our fate? Leave at once, lest you truly anger me and meet your end here. It was evident that Yang Wudi harbored deep resentment toward the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. Were it not for Bai He's presence, he would have already attacked Tang San. Senior, may I have the opportunity to defend the Haotian sect and my father? Tang San stepped forward to address Yang Wudi. Leave, Yang Wudi roared, brandishing a dark long spear in his right hand, launching an attack upon Tang San. Tang San had no choice but to retreat swiftly, narrowly evading the strike of Yang Wudi's spear. Intrigued, Yang Wudi advanced, activating the 7th spirit ring on his spear, transforming it into its true form. Tang San's expression remained cold, devoid of fear, as the blue-silver Emperor's vines surged forth to ensnare Yang Wudi temporarily. However, the man and spear had become one, and Yang Wudi easily broke free from the confines of the vines, charging towards Tang San once more. Now taking the confrontation seriously, Tang San summoned the 8 spider lances, launching them swiftly at Yang Wudi. In his left hand, he gripped the Haotian hammer, preparing to strike while Yang Wudi was momentarily restrained by the lances. Mere tricks. Yang Wudi scoffed, disregarding the Haotian hammer as he collided with it using his spear. All eyes were fixated on the duel between Tang San and Yang Wudi. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Su exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rongrong. Understanding his intent, she stepped forward, appearing nonchalant yet strategically positioning herself to shield Zhao Su. Meanwhile, Zhao Su discreetly retrieved a silver needle from a jade pendant at his waist. With remarkable speed, he launched the needle towards Yang Wudi. Coated with a substance that could induce temporary madness, it would enhance spirit power and bestow formidable strength beyond one's natural capabilities. Upon being struck by the silver needle, Yang Wudi's aura intensified, his anger surging. No longer exhibiting restraint, he thrust his spear towards Tang San's vital points, clearly intent on killing. Old goat, do not act impulsively. Why contend with a mere child? Titan, noticing Yang Wudi's transformation, urgently cautioned him. Yet Yang Wudi paid no heed, consumed only by the desire to attack. Though Tang San had achieved remarkable heights at such a young age, he remained only at level 68. Even with the internal power from his Xiantian skill augmenting his spirit power, he barely surpassed 70, while facing the 89-level Yang Wudi rendered him at a disadvantage. Previously, he could hold his ground through agility in the 8 spider lances, but as Yang Wudi descended into a frenzy, Tang San found himself retreating, struggling to avoid being slain. Old goat, cease this madness. Titan, witnessing Yang Wudi's growing fury, could do no more than intervene, transforming into a towering figure of strength. He leaped to shield Tang San from the spear's deadly thrust. Old gorilla, do you truly wish to stand against me? Old goat, you have lost your mind. Calm yourself. We can discuss this rationally. Humph. Yang Wudi scoffed. You protect this child of the Haotian sect, which indicates you do not regard me as a friend. There is nothing left to discuss. After speaking, Yang Wudi charged directly at Titan, eschewing any further dialogue and diving straight into combat. Although Titan was reluctant to engage with Yang Wudi, he found himself left with no choice but to attempt to subdue him and bring him to a state of calm. At this moment, Tang San appeared pallid, blood staining the corner of his mouth as he observed the fierce clash between Titan and Yang Wudi. Yet he harbored no intention of intervening. With a resounding crash, Titan forcefully blocked Yang Wudi's thrust, subsequently ramming his shoulder into him, sending Yang Wudi hurtling backward. Regaining his balance, Yang Wudi swiftly stabilized his stance, the broken soul gun in his hand beginning to whirl rapidly, with a single thrust capable of shattering all. The broken soul gun was enveloped in a shroud of dark luminescence as it sliced through the air towards Titan. Chapter 93. I have no home left. Boom. When the two formidable forces collided, a colossal shockwave erupted outward. Bai He and Niu Gao promptly intervened to shield their respective kin, while Zhao Su stood up, positioning himself protectively behind Ning Rongrong. Observing the fierce battle between Yang Wudi and Titan, a knowing smile crept upon his lips. Enough. You two should cease this battle. What grievances could warrant such a deadly confrontation? Bai He interjected, sensing the escalating intensity of their clash. If this continued, one of them would surely sustain grave injuries. Or worse, they might both be left utterly defeated. Yet, despite Bai He's utmost speed, he lacked the offensive power to intervene effectively in the duel between Titan and Yang Wudi. Indeed, as old friends, is there not a resolution that can be found? Niu Gao chimed in, attempting to dissuade them. However, neither combatant was in a position to heed the pleas, fully engrossed in their struggle. Zhao, if they persist in this manner, they will likely suffer mutually assured destruction. What shall we do? Niu Gao, seeing his attempts at persuasion falter, approached Zhao Su with a hint of desperation in his voice. Fear not, my brother, for I shall intervene. Both of them are formidable Soul Douluo level fighters. While their attributes may be singular, their offensive prowess is unparalleled. Can you truly stand against them alone? Niu Gao, although finding a kinship with Zhao Su, had never witnessed his prowess in battle. He could ascertain that Zhao Su's level was merely in the 70s. How could he hope to impede two enraged Soul Douluo level warriors? Today, I will demonstrate my strength to you, my brother Niu. Once we establish our merchant guild, let it be known that should the Spirit Hall seek trouble, I shall be the one to resolve it. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he did not wait for Niu Gao's response and disappeared from the spot. When Zhao Su reappeared, he stood calmly between Yang Wudi and Titan, with one hand grasping Yang Wudi's soul destruction spear and the other blocking Titan's advance. Zhao Su emanated a radiant black and gold light that suddenly erupted, sending both men flying. The two massive figures crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, a sacred aura emanated from Zhao Su, enveloping Yang Wudi and Titan. This divine presence swiftly quelled the anger and fury raging in Yang Wudi's heart, gradually restoring his crimson eyes to their normal state, leaving him gazing around in a daze. Dear elders, we are all brothers. Why must we resort to such deadly conflicts? Let us calm down and have a proper discussion. Indeed, old gorilla and old goat, what is the point of this? Humph, old gorilla. I ask you one last time. Are you truly willing to forsake decades of our friendship for this young man? Old goat, the past is behind us. Why must you dwell on it? The Spirit Hall is eyeing all factions with malice. We should unite against them. Help him against the Spirit Hall? Assist the son of one who once abandoned us for his own gain, sacrificing our kin to confront the Spirit Hall? Senior Yang, I apologize on behalf of my father. But the events of that time were not as you perceive. Not as I perceive. What else could it be? Yang Wudi's eyes flared red again. For a soul beast, we, loyal to his family, were sent to our deaths. Is that not precisely what you claim is different from the past? Enough, old goat. You are still consumed by anger. Let us converse when you have cooled down. Titan realized that no matter what he said now, Yang Wudi would not be able to listen. There is no need for another discussion. I believe the gathering of the 4 single attribute clans is now pointless. Farewell. After speaking, Yang Wudi glanced at Tang San, then without further hesitation, strode toward the exit. Those who had accompanied Yang Wudi hastily followed suit. Sigh. What was meant to be a harmonious gathering has devolved into this. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave as well. Bai He. Will you stay or accompany me? Titan understood that their once united single attribute clans had now fractured and would no longer stand as one. He also recognized that Yang Wudi and Niu Gao could not possibly join the Tang sect. Thus, he placed his last hope in Bai He. As the Mingji clan and Haotian sect were, in a sense, relatives, after all, Bai He was Tang Hao's uncle. Very well, I will accompany you. Bai He ultimately chose to leave with Titan. Old Rhino, there is no need for further words. Everyone has their own choices. As long as we do not regret them in the future, that is sufficient. With that, Niu Gao turned away, no longer looking at them. Titan and Bai He exchanged a glance, then turned to Niu Gao's departing figure, saying nothing further as they left the residence of the Yu clan. Once the others had departed, Zhao Su finally spoke. Brother Niu, I truly apologize for putting you in a difficult position. Zhao, what are you saying? This matter has nothing to do with you. Come, let us drink. The food and wine are ready. It would be a waste not to partake. Although Niu Gao spoke these words, he could not conceal the disappointment in his heart. At the dining table, Niu Gao downed 3 bowls in quick succession, while Zhao Su matched him, drinking 3 bowls as well. The two continued their revelry until the evening, at which point Niu Gao slumped over the table and fell into a deep slumber, marking the end of their gathering. Stepping out of the dining hall, Zhao Su, his face slightly flushed, gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. What are you pondering? Ning Rongrong, who had returned to her room, approached Zhao Su and gently linked her arm with his. Nothing much, just feeling a bit homesick. I wonder how my parents are doing now. Brother Su, where is your home? Perhaps I could accompany you back? Home? At the mention of home, a blend of longing and despair crossed Zhao Su's face. I have long since lost my home. I apologize, Brother Su, for bringing up your sorrow. It is not your fault. It is my own issue. The two settled into a nearby pavilion, and perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, Zhao Su opened up for the first time. My home lies far away from here. Perhaps I shall never return. Far away? Ning Rongrong, noticing the sadness in Zhao Su's eyes, felt a pang of empathy. Do not worry. No matter when, Rongrong will be by your side. My home is wherever Brother Su is. Indeed, anywhere you are, that is my home. Zhao Su concealed the sorrow that lingered in his eyes and turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, feeling a flicker of solace within. He resolved to abandon such thoughts and muster his spirits to swiftly achieve his goals, devising a way to return home and bring his dearest companion to meet those who cherish him most. Chapter 94. The complete subjugation of the Yu and Pa clans. The following day, Niu Gao came bustling with excitement to seek out Zhao Su. Zhao, my young brother, you have succeeded. Niu, my older brother, what brings you such joy? Zhao Su waved his hand, gesturing for Niu Gao to take a seat. Niu Gao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, this morning, young Wudi sought me out, expressing his desire to join our merchant guild, but he has set a condition. Intrigued, Zhao Su inquired, what condition? Niu Gao continued, he wishes for us to assure him that from this day forth, he will solely focus on researching medicinal herbs and refrain from engaging in any disputes. We must protect his clan from the disturbances of the spirit hall. That is a promise I can guarantee, Zhao Su replied, retrieving a bracelet from his storage jade pendant and handing it to Niu Gao. This contains all the rare treasures I have collected over the years, including numerous rare celestial herbs. You can present these to Elder Yang, allowing him to dedicate himself to his herbal studies. Wonderful. With these celestial herbs, I am certain that the old goat will agree to join us. Niu Gao exclaimed, barely waiting as he left the room to seek out Yang Wudi. After approximately half an hour, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong were in the courtyard, admiring the flowers, engaged in light-hearted conversation that caused Ning Rongrong to laugh charmingly, her smile enhancing her beauty. Brother Zhao, Niu Gao called out, and upon seeing Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, Zhao Su rose to greet them. Brother Niu, Elder Yang, he acknowledged. Do not refer to me as elder, just call me old goat, like old rhinoceros. Yang Wudi replied, his tone unusually calm, likely influenced by the celestial herbs. Then I shall address you as Brother Yang, just as I do Brother Niu, Zhao Su stated. In that case, I shall not hold back and will call you Brother Zhao. Yang Wudi responded. Brothers, we have come to discuss the name of our united guild and the location of our base, Niu Gao said. Please, I have already contemplated this matter and wish to share my thoughts with both of you. Zhao Su invited. The 3 men proceeded to the main hall, sipping tea while deliberating the specifics of their future endeavors. Our guild shall be named the Holy Angel Merchant Guild. What do you both think? The Holy Angel? Yang Wudi questioned, somewhat perplexed. Why this name? Both of you should know that the angel spirit is a divine spirit inherited by the spirit hall, and with this name, they would think twice before causing us trouble. Additionally, Brother, your spirit is the holy angel. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of skepticism in the other's eyes. However, before either could respond, the conversation continued. Zhao Su unleashed his 12-winged, sacred angel martial soul, exuding a divine aura of death, half shrouded in black and half radiating golden light. As the 12 wings gently stirred, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the two, instilling a deep-seated fear within their hearts. What astonished them the most were the 8 terrifying soul rings, 2 black and 6 red. 6 soul rings of 100,000 years. Yang Wudi abruptly rose, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. I must have embarrassed you too. It was only when Zhao Su retracted his martial soul and the oppressive aura dissipated that Yang Wudi and Niu Gao began to regain their composure, hearing Zhao Su's voice. My younger brother is truly a prodigy. At that moment, Yang Wudi and Niu Gao were at a loss for words, their expressions still etched with shock. If my younger brother's conjecture holds true, then my elder brother's broken soul gun must possess unparalleled talent, albeit with a fatal flaw, correct? Indeed. The inherited martial soul of my Broken One clan, the Broken Soul Gun, inherently carries a 10,000-year soul ring, yet it can never surpass the level of 90, reaching the rank of title Douluo. Thus, I have concentrated all my efforts on enhancing my attack power, even against the title Douluo. I, Yang, have the confidence to contend. Does my elder brother wish to break through to title Douluo? This is an insurmountable flaw of the inherited martial soul of my Broken One clan. While it may be impossible for others, it is not for me. Zhao Su raised the teacup beside him, took a sip, and casually glanced at Yang Wudi while smiling and saying, Really? Yang Wudi first displayed a look of surprise, but then shook his head, dismissing Zhao Su's words. Impossible. Our lineage, the Broken One clan, has tried countless methods through generations, all to no avail. How can we ascertain the impossibility without attempting it? Zhao Su retorted. Then what should we do? Unleash your martial soul. Though Yang Wudi harbored doubts, he nevertheless complied with Zhao Su's suggestion and summoned his martial soul. The Broken Soul Spear, a seemingly ordinary black spear. As Zhao Su reached for the Broken Soul Gun, an overwhelming aura of destruction surged into it the moment he made contact. Instantly, the weapon began to tremble violently, emanating powerful flames from its ebony shaft. These dark flames fervently consumed the ancient soul ring at the base of the gun. After approximately a minute, the black soul ring erupted with a resounding crack, separating from the gun engulfed in dark fire. Yet, instead of plummeting to the ground, it swiftly reformed, ultimately merging back into a complete soul ring, reintegrating into the Broken Soul Gun. At that moment, Yang Wudi felt his soul power surging rapidly, breaking through the threshold of level 90 before finally stabilizing. Concurrently, the soul ring fully became the 9th ring of the Broken Soul Gun, a ring that would enhance in potency alongside Yang Wudi's rising soul power. By the time he reached level 99, this innate soul ring would attain the caliber of 100,000 years. With the complete integration of the 9th soul ring and Zhao Su's essence of destruction, the once ordinary Broken Soul Gun transformed into a formidable weapon. It could be said that this new incarnation of the Broken Soul Gun rivaled the renowned Haoyan Hammer, often celebrated as the ultimate martial soul. I have truly ascended to the level of a title Douluo at level 91. Yang Wudi marveled at the unprecedented strength he felt. Gazing at the Broken Soul Gun, ablaze with black flames and radiating an aura of annihilation, overwhelmed with excitement, he raised the weapon and executed a series of techniques inherited from his clan. Although he tempered his strength, Yang Wudi could distinctly sense the profound transformation that had occurred within the Broken Soul Gun. Brother Zhao, from this day forth, my life is yours. Direct me eastward, and I shall not veer west. Brother Yang, there is no need for such formality between us, as we are bound by the camaraderie of age and friendship. Indeed, since you insist, let us forego pretense. From now on, our clan shall follow your lead, Brother Zhao. Absolutely, Brother Zhao, just say the word, and I shall heed your command. After the excitement subsided, Yang Wudi's gaze towards Zhao Su was devoid of doubt, replaced entirely by unwavering trust. Chapter 95. A return to the Holy Dragon sect. At this juncture, Zhao Su no longer held back, declaring that the name of their united trading company would be the Holy Angel Trading Association. Zhao Su serves as the president of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, with Yang Wudi and Niu Gao as vice presidents, overseeing all affairs of the association. In addition to specializing in the pharmaceutical products developed by the Pu family, Niu Gao's Yu family has established the Holy Angel Auction House. The ultimate goal is to expand and become the most formidable entity This is merely a preliminary plan, and there are intentions to delve into various industries in the future. Currently, the most pressing task is to have Niu Gao seek a group of exceptional blacksmiths, as Zhao Su aims to forge golden silk soft armor capable of withstanding Tang San's concealed weapons. This is not an insurmountable challenge. Although there are indeed few blacksmiths on this continent who surpass the craftsmanship of the Li family, they are not entirely absent. As long as we can afford the price, I assure you that the blacksmiths we find will not be inferior to those of the old gorilla from the Li family. If it is a matter that can be resolved with money, then it is not a problem at all. Zhao Su, while rummaging through a storage of jade pendants, produced a card containing 5 million gold spirit coins and handed it to Niu Gao. This card held 5 million gold spirit coins. Was it sufficient? 50 million, roughly? How much? 50 million? Niu Gao initially murmured softly, nodding in acknowledgement, only to realize the gravity of the amount. His eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Su for confirmation. If this was insufficient, I possess another 50 million. For now, this will suffice. Zhao Su then retrieved another card and placed it before Niu Gao. Not only Niu Gao, but even Yang Wudi, who had dealings with both the Xinglua and Tiando empires through his pharmaceutical prowess, did not possess such wealth. He had never even heard of 100 million gold spirit coins. That is more than enough. There is no need for such a sum. Niu Gao wiped the sweat from his brow and returned the 2 cards to Zhao Su. For the initial funding, a few million will be adequate. Since that is the case, let these be entrusted to Brother Niu as the startup capital for our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Besides reconstructing the headquarters, we will also need to procure a substantial amount of materials for forging the gold thread software. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Very well, in that case, I shall not decline. I will establish a dedicated account for the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, meticulously documenting every expenditure. Let these decisions rest with you, my esteemed brothers. Zhao Su is now undoubtedly abundant in golden soul coins. So, Brother Zhao, where should we establish our headquarters? What do you both think about setting it in Heaven Do City? That works, but considering we are leveraging the name of the Holy Angel, might the Spirit Hall come looking for trouble? Fear not. I will handle any issues with the Spirit Hall. There shall be no complications. Brother Zhao, please don't think me overly verbose. We are merely merchants and shall not serve the Spirit Hall or any other factions. Yang Wudi and Niu Gao may have already surmised the connection between Zhao Su and the Spirit Hall. Hence, Yang Wudi reiterated his thoughts to Zhao Su. Naturally, Brother Yang. Rest assured, our sole aim is profit, not servitude. Zhao Su spoke with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Yang Wudi nodded in agreement, a smile also gracing his face. Subsequently, Yang Wudi made arrangements with Zhao Su and Niu Gao to return and summon their clansmen, preparing for the migration of their entire clan to Tiando City. With that, Yang Wudi took his leave first. Niu Gao decided to sell all their assets in this place and, after a month, lead the entire clan to Tiando City. After finalizing their plans, Zhao Su prepared to depart. Just the previous night, news from the shadows arrived, revealing that Zhang Ying had discovered a fragment of the 9-winged Yinglong within the Tiando Empire. However, this fragment was currently in the possession of Prince Xueqinghe. Moreover, Zhang Ying was aware that Xueqinghe was, in fact, Qianrenxue, making it unwise to confront her directly. The last fragment of the 9-winged Yinglong had also been located within the royal family of the Xinglua Empire and was already secured. This meant that now, only the fragment in Qianrenxue's hands remained elusive among the 9 pieces of the 9-winged Yinglong. Brother Niu, I shall await your grand arrival in Tiando City. At the entrance of the Yuji clan's estate, Zhao Su clasped his fists in respect to Niu Gao. I am most grateful, Brother Zhao. Niu Gao reciprocated the gesture with equal respect. Zhao Su exchanged a few inconsequential words with Niu Gao before turning to board the carriage prepared for him by the imperial family, setting off towards the outskirts of Longxing City. Brother Su, shall we head directly to Tiando City? No. First we shall visit the Holy Dragon Sect. What purpose do we have at the Holy Dragon Sect? If my estimations are correct, Tuobashi should have firmly secured his status at the title Douluo level. And it is time to absorb the Kuei dragon from the 9 divine dragons that guard the realm. As Zhao Su spoke, a flicker of longing passed through his eyes, as if he were reminded of someone. Ning Rongrong fixed her gaze upon Zhao Su, smiling as she remarked, surely, it is not solely for this matter? What else could it possibly be for? Zhao Su's gaze flickered, deliberately tilting his head to avoid looking at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong reached out and linked her arm with Zhao Su's, inquiring, as far as I know. The Holy Dragon Sect should be located near the capital of the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City, correct? What's the matter? Zhu Qing is currently in Douluo City. Isn't she? Perhaps, Zhao Su replied. Do you not wish to see Sister Zhu Qing? I do not wish to meet her. I am going to the Holy Dragon sect to find Tuoba Shi, not to Douluo City. In his previous life, although Zhao Su was not a romantic sage and had not dated many girls, he understood the unspoken rule of refraining from showing particular concern for another girl in the presence of one, even if she claimed to be indifferent. Are you reluctant to see Zhu Qing, or are you deliberately avoiding the topic out of fear of inciting my anger? No, we have matters to attend to. Now is not the time to seek out Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong scoffed, grasping Zhao Su's ear. Not a single man is trustworthy. Don't think I am unaware of your thoughts. I truly have not given it much thought. The carriage sped along, and due to the shock absorption treatment of the Yu family's vehicles, they hardly felt any jarring bumps. 3 days later, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong arrived at the Holy Dragon sect. Upon hearing of Zhao Su's arrival, Tuoba Shi personally came to the entrance to greet him, respectfully ushering him inside. Senior, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive my shortcomings. Tuoba's sect master is too kind. Once in the hall, Zhao Su continued, I have matters to discuss privately with sect master Tuoba. Have everyone else leave. Yes, everyone depart. No one is permitted to enter without my summons. With Tuoba Shi's command, all present withdrew. At this moment, aside from Zhao Su and Tuoba Shi, only Ning Rongrong remained seated nearby. Release your martial soul. For what purpose? Just do as instructed, and also unleash your 7th spirit ability, martial soul, true body. Understood. Despite his confusion, Tuoba Shi complied and released his evolved Kuei dragon martial soul. It was a black dragon, resembling a dark creature with a singular leg. Chapter 96, The Second Guardian Divine Dragon, Kuei Dragon. As Tuoba Shi activated his 7th spirit ability and manifested his martial soul true body, the dragon seemed to come alive, emanating an increasingly formidable aura. Detecting the complete Guardian 9 divine dragons, including the Kuei dragon. Would you like to absorb it? The moment the true body of the Kuei dragon appeared, the system's voice resonated in Zhao Su's ear. Zhao Su, without a moment's hesitation, chose to absorb. Subsequently, the system conjured a colossal hand that, without any forewarning, reached directly for Tuoba Shi. Just as Tuoba Shi intended to retaliate, Zhao Su's voice echoed, do not resist. Tuoba Shi distinctly recalled the formidable strength Zhao Su had exhibited previously, thus he forcibly suppressed his urge to fight back upon hearing Zhao Su's command. He allowed the immense hand to grasp him and the Kuei dragon together. Tuoba Shi experienced an excruciating pain as if his martial soul were being severed, and it felt as though each of his bones were snapping one by one. Unable to contain himself, he cried out in anguish. Simultaneously, the soul power within him began to operate autonomously, striving to resist the terrifying aura emanating from the gigantic hand. However, Tuoba Shi quickly realized that his soul power was as ineffective before the enormous hand as a mere child standing before a giant. After approximately 5 minutes, the agonizing sensation of broken bones gradually subsided, replaced by a warm current that flowed into his fractured bones, beginning the process of healing. This warmth coursed through his entire meridian system before settling in his dantian. The moment this warm current fused with his soul power, it ignited with a blaze of energy. The powerful aura, augmented by the influx of warmth, significantly enhanced his soul power until it reached the pinnacle of a level 94 title Douluo. Zhao Su cast his gaze upon Tuoba Shi, who was prostrate on the ground, and urged him to rise. Hearing Zhao Su's voice, Tuoba Shi, without lifting his head, reiterated, Tuoba Shi is willing to serve as master, to toil like an ox and horse, and to remain a loyal servant. Tuoba's sect master, that is quite unnecessary. You need not become my servant. Simply fulfill your role as the esteemed leader of the sacred dragon sect. Please, stand up. Tuoba Shi then rose and stood respectfully beside Zhao Su, declaring, it is an honor for both myself, Tuoba Shi, and the entire sacred dragon sect to be in service to you, my master. Well, we are soon to arrive at the appointed time for the new 7 sects of the Martial Soul Hall. Focus on your training. I have high hopes for the sacred dragon sect to emerge as the foremost among the top 3 sections. Thank you, my master. As Zhao Su prepared to depart, Tuoba Shi hastily added, Master, I have arranged accommodations for you and the mistress. The night is drawing near. Why not rest here before you continue your journey? No, I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Su did not linger at the Holy Dragon sect. Under the cover of night, he departed in a carriage. Brother Su, are you truly not going to meet Sister Zhu Qing? Ning Rongrong inquired once more from within the carriage. I shall not, he replied. Zhao Su responded with remarkable decisiveness. Ning Rongrong, observing Zhao Su's serious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, it's been ages since I've seen Sister Xuqing. I truly miss her. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su finally burst into laughter. Humph, I knew it. Flattering words from a despicable man, Ning Rongrong huffed, playfully pinching Zhao Su's waist, eliciting a cacophony of exaggerated cries within the carriage. Amidst the commotion, the carriage journeyed toward the nearby Douluo city. In the Zhu family estate of Douluo city, the elders of the Yuming clan were uniting in their opposition to Zhu Zhuqing's ascension as the next clan leader. Despite Zhu Yoming's steadfast insistence on Zhu Zhuqing's elevation to leadership, it proved futile. Recently, Davis had hunted a formidable dark sacred white tiger beast, nearly 10,000 years old, from an unknown location. Not only did he acquire its soul ring, but he also obtained a fragment of its skeletal remains. Coupled with the fusion technique of his martial soul with Zhu Tianyun, the Yuming white tiger, Davis, boasting a soul sage level exceeding 70, could contend directly with an ordinary titled Douluo. Although Dai Mubai possessed extraordinary talent, he was merely at the 76th level of soul sage, lacking the martial soul fusion techniques that their royal family and the Zhu family's Yuming spirit cat offered. He was simply no match for Davis, having faced repeated defeats at his hands. Consequently, certain elder statesmen and various clan factions began to lean toward Davis, even though Dai Mubai had Zhu Zhuqing's support. He remained at a disadvantage. At this juncture, Zhu Yuming announced his desire to appoint Zhu Zhuqing as the leader of the Yuming clan ahead of schedule, which instantly met with opposition from the clan elders. One faction, led by Zhu Yuming, clashed with another led by the Grand Elder, creating a stalemate. After days of heated debate, no resolution had been reached. Zhu Zhuqing, having violated the family oath, lacks the qualifications to lead our Yuming clan, especially since Dai Mubai may not even become the future monarch, the Grand Elder asserted coldly. Must our Yuming clan remain subservient to the imperial family of Douluo to wield any power? Zhu Yuming, tall and clad in a flowing black robe, retorted with an air of authority. For centuries, our Yuming clan has thrived alongside the Dai family. Do you wish to ruin us? Ruin us? Perhaps not. The Grand Elder scoffed. Zhu Yuming, are you truly willing to defy the entire clan for this ungrateful daughter? I am the leader of the Yuming clan, and I possess the right to choose the future heir. Zhu Yoming's gaze was resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Very well, then as the Grand Elder, I shall initiate your impeachment. At that moment, a figure claiming to be Zhao Su entered the conference room, respectfully addressing Zhu Yuming and the Grand Elder. Zhao Su? Do not admit him. Both Zhu Yuming and the Grand Elder spoke simultaneously, their commands entirely contradictory, leaving the messenger momentarily perplexed as to whom to heed. Brother Su. Upon hearing Zhao Su's name, Zhu Zhuqing immediately rose, disregarding the Grand Elder entirely as she dashed toward the door. Zhu Yuming remained silent, taking his seat, realizing that with Zhao Su's arrival, he need not fear the Grand Elder's faction. Grand Elder, this Zhao Su is the man Zhuqing found. He is a teacher from Shrek Academy. A middle-aged man, bearing some resemblance to Zhu Yuming, leaned closer to the Grand Elder and whispered. This man was Zhu Yoming's younger brother, Zhu Yusui, a staunch supporter of Davis, wagering all his chips on Zhu Tianyun. Should Davis ascend to become the emperor of the Douluo Empire, and Zhu Tianyun become empress, he would then replace Zhu Yuming as the new power holder of the Yuming clan. Thus, he sought to manipulate the Grand Elder to thwart Zhu Zhuqing's rise to leadership. What is his level of power? The Grand Elder inquired quietly of Zhu Yusui. I have ascertained that he is at the realm of over 70 levels of Soul Sage. Humph, what can a mere Soul Sage achieve? The Grand Elder dismissed it with a scoff, unaware that his indifference was about to alter the course of his own life. At the entrance of the Zhu family courtyard, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong had disembarked from the carriage, standing quietly as they awaited news from the messenger. Do not be anxious. I will elucidate everything to Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong gently reassured Zhao Su, who was pacing back and forth with evident tension, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. No, Su Gu. Before Zhao Su could finish her words, a voice tinged with excitement broke through, and then a figure leaped directly into Zhao Su's embrace, with arms wrapped tightly around Zhao Su. All the grievances accumulated over the past few days erupted at the sight of her. Ignoring the gazes of those around, she began to weep. What's wrong? Have you been wronged? Zhao Su gently extended his hand to wipe away Zhu Zhuqing's tears. Observing her distressed expression filled him with compassion. No, it's just that I've missed you. Zhu Zhuqing ceased her weeping and clung tightly to Zhao Su, unwilling to part for even a moment. Sister Zhuqing, do you not see me standing right here? Zhu Zhuqing's attention was solely on Zhao Su, completely oblivious to the presence of another person beside him. It was only when Ning Rongrong spoke that Zhu Zhuqing finally noticed her. Rongrong? Zhu Zhuqing wiped her tears and turned to Ning Rongrong, whose beauty had been enhanced by the purification of the chaotic white flames after absorbing the head spirit bone of the mirror beast. I apologize, Rongrong. I was just overwhelmed. Let us go inside and talk. Zhu Zhuqing then took Ning Rongrong's hand and turned to enter the Zhu family residence, instead of proceeding to the conference room. They were led directly to the secluded courtyard where Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong would stay. After Zhao Su's previous departure, Zhu Yuming had wished for Zhu Zhuqing to return to the main residence, but she had declined, preferring the tranquility of this place. Rongrong, how did you two come to be together? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. I have reached the rank of Soul Saint at level 70 and need to hunt for suitable spirit rings. Brother Su is also going out to train, so we decided to travel together. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't bring herself to meet Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. When she had not seen Zhu Zhuqing, she had spoken with great confidence, asserting she would explain everything. Yet, upon encountering her, she found herself at a loss for words. Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized Ning Rongrong and then glanced at Zhao Su, harboring a flicker of suspicion, though she chose to remain silent. Miss, the clan leader and the elder request that you bring young Master Zhao to the conference room. Just as the atmosphere among the three grew somewhat delicate, a disciple of the Yuming clan knocked on the door and addressed Zhu Zhuqing. Reply to the elder that I have no desire to debate anything today. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. Zhu Zhuqing responded. Wait a moment, Ning Rongrong interjected, turning to Zhu Zhuqing. Why fear him? If he is unreasonable, just teach him a lesson. With a playful shake of her small fist, Ning Rongrong smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing had a fair understanding of Ning Rongrong. While she appeared to be the quintessential neighborhood girl, she was quite fierce in reality. The messenger, hearing Ning Rongrong's words, couldn't help but glance at her with renewed interest, though his expression conveyed his disdain. Let us go together, Zhu Zhuqing declared. Zhao Su stepped forward, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, conveying a reassuring gaze that promised her his unwavering support. Upon meeting Zhao Su's eyes, Zhu Zhuqing's previously tumultuous heart gradually found tranquility. Without further hesitation, she accompanied Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong towards the conference hall. Zhu Zhuqing, as the legitimate successor of my Yuming clan, you have audaciously torn asunder the marriage pact that has united the Zhu and Dai families for generations. You are utterly unworthy of being a member of the Zhu clan, let alone its leader. Zhu Sui initiated the confrontation with Zhu Zhuqing. Before Zhu Zhuqing could utter a word, Ning Rongrong interjected. Your family thrives on sacrificing the happiness of your own daughters to secure wealth and glory. Such a family ought not to exist. What are you to dare speak here? The affairs of the Zhu family do not concern you. The elder's sharp retort echoed, an oppressive aura emanating from him, casting a shadow over Ning Rongrong. It was evident that the elder harbored murderous intent, not merely seeking to teach Ning Rongrong a lesson. Zhuqing's matter is my concern, and your clan's rules are nothing but shameless. Are we not allowed to voice our opinions? Ning Rongrong remained unfazed by the elder's pressure, as she had already attained the rank of a level 73 soul sage, coupled with her complete soul bones and the legendary chaotic white fire. Even a titled Douluo would find it impossible to overpower her with mere intimidation. Presumptuous. You, a mere girl, dare to flaunt your power in my Zhu family? You seek death. A burly man aligned with the elder bellowed, lunging forward. The Yuming spirit cat swiftly possessed him, transforming his hands into razor-sharp claws, darting toward Ning Rongrong with astonishing speed. Humph, merely a cat. Ning Rongrong disregarded the assailant, even turning her back to him in an act of silent contempt. Just as he was about to make contact, the sound of a sword being unsheathed resonated from Ning Rongrong. The Emperor's 7 kills sword materialized, a flash of sword intent slicing through the air. The man, who had been charging forward, abruptly halted, the light in his eyes fading as he collapsed to the ground. A horrific wound marring his chest, his heart crushed. In my Zhu family, those who dare to harm us shall face death. Do you even possess any dignity? Your family's reputation is built upon the betrayal of your daughters. Ning Rongrong's fearless words rendered the elder's face ashen, though he dared not retaliate. Having sensed the terrifying sword intent from the Emperor's 7-kill sword, Elder, while her words may be harsh, they ring true. It is time for our Yuming clan to amend its archaic rules. At that moment, Zhu Yuming finally spoke up, confidently asserting his stance. Are you suggesting we sever our ties with the royal family of the Douluo Empire? What alliance? It is merely a facade. A means for them to cultivate a pet capable of merging with their Dai family's white tiger. The speaker, a man of slender build yet strikingly handsome, was Zhu Zhuqing's third uncle, who had supported her from the outset, ever since Zhu Zhuqing returned triumphant from the elite competition in Spirit City. Demanding the annulment of her engagement to Dai Mubai, Zhu Yuqing had been her staunch ally. Initially, Zhu Yuming had sided with the elder, but after encountering Zhao Su, he altered his allegiance. Do not forget your station, Zhu Yuqing. Uncle, you have enjoyed a life of luxury at the expense of your daughter. Have you ever considered the life that Lu Mei led within the palace? Zhu Yuqing referred to Lu Mei, the current empress of the Douluo Empire, who had long since passed away. Historically, every empress of the Douluo Empire fell victim to a grave illness shortly after childbirth, succumbing within years. The marriage of Zhu family daughters to the imperial family was merely a means to produce heirs. Such was the foundation of the Zhu family's once prestigious status within the empire, built upon the graves of their daughters. It is their destiny. Being a daughter of the Zhu family entails such acceptance. Nonsense. You, an old fool, are a waste of resources. Ning Rongrong had previously heard of the Zhu family's peculiar customs from Zhu Zhuqing, and the exchange between Zhu Yuqing and the elder clarified her understanding. Her indignation erupted fully. Extending her right hand, the Emperor's 7-kill sword appeared in her palm. Its 7th black soul ring, glimmering with golden waves, illuminating the room. A series of sword intents surged toward the elder. Realizing the danger, the elder hastily summoned his martial spirit, attempting to flee. However, it was too late. The sword intents swiftly reduced him to mere bones. Who else dares to act? Witnessing the gruesome scene, all who stood with the elder instinctively recoiled, silenced by fear. Even Zhu Yuming, accustomed to bloodshed, found himself astonished by Ning Rongrong's prowess. His face paling as he rose to declare, "From this day forth, we abolish our clan's rules. Everyone shall have the freedom to love. And Zhu family women shall no longer be coerced into marrying the Dai family. We shall heed the leader's decree." The assembled crowd echoed in unison, no longer daring to voice dissent. Moreover, from now on, Zhu Qing shall be the new leader of our Yuming clan. Father, I do not wish to be the leader of the Yuming clan, nor do I wish to remain in Douluo City. I want to leave with Suge. Zhu Zhuqing firmly clasped Zhao Su's hand, her eyes no longer wavering, but resolute. She had resolved that wherever Zhao Su went, she would follow. Perhaps it was Ning Rongrong's presence that instilled a sense of urgency within her. Very well, if that is your decision, I shall respect your choice. Although Zhu Yuming hesitated, he ultimately acquiesced to Zhu Zhuqing's wishes. That night, Ning Rongrong shared a room with Zhu Zhuqing, while Zhao Su slept alone in another chamber. As night enveloped the world, Zhao Su found himself restless in bed. At dawn, he rose early, exiting his room to sit at the stone table in the courtyard, gazing toward the chambers occupied by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. As the sun climbed higher, the two finally emerged, appearing quite close. Zhu Zhuqing wore a cold expression, yet it was not devoid of warmth. Her gaze toward Zhao Su carried a hint of longing. You have awakened? Zhao Su hurriedly approached the two individuals, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, who, however, chose to ignore him. Who was the other person? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong each took hold of one of Zhao Su's arms, their hands simultaneously pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Zhu Zhuqing fixed her gaze on Zhao Su and inquired, "Once we return to Tiando City, I shall introduce you to her." "No, you must divulge everything at this moment." Both women exerted their strength, and an intense wave of pain coursed through Zhao Su's waist. Faced with their furious expressions, Zhao Su had no choice but to confess entirely. "Are there any others?" "No, truly there are none, I swear." Zhao Su promptly raised his right hand and declared, "Apart from the three of us, you are forbidden from associating with any other women. Otherwise, we shall not spare you." At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had undoubtedly formed a complete alliance. And under their united front, Zhao Su found himself utterly devoid of any temper, rendered submissive and compliant. Yet, he reveled in this arrangement, basking in a profound sense of happiness. In Chapter 99, winning over the Divine Craftsman, for the subsequent few days, the trio of Zhao Su shared a room every night, ensnaring him in a cocoon of tenderness from which he was reluctant to escape. It was not until 3 days later that news arrived from the shadows. A grave incident had transpired within the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. The Snowy Night Emperor had been gravely poisoned and was nearing his end. Zhao Su understood that it was undoubtedly Qian Rinxue impersonating Shui Qinghe who had begun to take action against the Heavendo Empire. This realization jolted Zhao Su awake from his reverie, reminding him of the urgency to return to Heaven-Do City. However, before heading back, he needed to visit a particular place. The shadow had not only brought news of the palace coup in the Heaven-Do Empire, but also tidings concerning Niu Gao. When Zhao Su and Niu Gao parted ways, they had made a pact. Should Niu Gao and his kin arrive in Heaven-Do City while Zhao Su was absent, they would take refuge in the residence Zhao Su had purchased there, where members of the shadow would be present. This would allow them to settle temporarily and search for a suitable location within the city to prepare for the future. Niu Gao possessed 100 million gold soul coins. Thus he was not lacking in funds. He also remembered his promise to Zhao Su to seek out skilled blacksmiths for the Holy Angel Trading Company. Although few could rival the craftsmanship of the smithing clan on Douluo continent, they were not entirely absent. Most of those with superior skills were found in the city of Gengxin, the city of metal. Therefore, without any delay, Niu Gao arranged for his kin and then set off for Gengxin City with a few companions. He also informed the members of the shadow about his plans. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Su did not hesitate. He met privately with Zhu Yuming, leaving her with several powerful concealed weapons for her self-defense in case of danger. Zhu Zhuqing had also resolved to accompany Zhao Su on his journey. "Brother Su, what is our purpose in Gengxin City?" Ning Rongrong inquired, somewhat perplexed. As they traveled swiftly in their carriage towards Gengxin City, Niu Gao should have already arrived in Gengxin City. "We must reach there before Tang San does. Otherwise, if he gets there first, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to find skilled blacksmiths." 6 days later, the trio arrived at Gengxin City. It was evident that Niu Gao had received word of their arrival. He was waiting at the city gates when Zhao Su's carriage appeared. Upon boarding the carriage, Niu Gao's expression was grim. "What troubles you, brother Niu?" "Alas, Zhao, we are too late. Lu Gao has already been taken by that titan, the old gorilla, into the Tang sect. Are there no other divine craftsmen besides Lu Gao?" Although Zhao Su felt a twinge of displeasure, he regarded the matter as relatively inconsequential. In this vast land, there existed only 3 divine craftsmen: the president of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao, the vice president, Titan, and the third, Tang Hao. At this moment, all 3 divine craftsmen had already joined the Tang sect. Could we cultivate a divine craftsman ourselves? It is indeed possible, but the time required is incalculable. And nurturing a divine craftsman is no simple endeavor. After all these years, only 3 have emerged. Therefore, we do not need a divine craftsman. We merely require a blacksmith capable of crafting concealed weapons and golden silk armor according to my blueprints. This is manageable, and I can handle it." Although Niu Gao assured Zhao Su that finding a blacksmith for the concealed weapons and golden silk armor would pose no problem, he still appeared somewhat disheartened. "Alas, if only we had a divine craftsman, we could avoid worrying about such matters ourselves. Is there truly no chance?" "The opportunity appears slim. Lu Gao and Titan share a strong bond, and having already pledged his support to Titan, I doubt he would easily change his mind. In that case, let us go directly to the Blacksmith Association to meet Lu Gao. I shall speak to him personally. There is no harm in trying." After Niu Gao spoke, he fell silent, directing the coachman towards the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally encountered Tang San, Titan, and Oscar exiting the premises, their expressions indicating a favorable mood. "I am Niu Gao, the clan leader of the Yu family, seeking an audience with the president of the Blacksmith Association, the divine craftsman Lu Gao." Waiting for Tang San and the others to depart, Niu Gao disembarked from the carriage and approached the Blacksmith Association. Soon after, he gestured to Zhao Su, indicating that Lu Gao had agreed to meet with them. "Rong, Zhiqing, you two wait for me here. If you feel bored, feel free to wander about and see if anything catches your fancy. Rest assured, I've got this covered. My 7 treasure glaze tile sect possesses skills beyond mere support," Ning Rongrong confidently declared, patting her chest. Zhao Su nodded and dismounted from the carriage, making his way toward the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. At that moment, he had already formulated a plan in his mind, albeit one that could only be executed upon his actual encounter with Lu Gao. In the private forge on the 5th floor of the Blacksmith Association headquarters, Lu Gao was engrossed in studying blueprints when Zhao Su and Niu Gao entered. He merely glanced up at them before returning his gaze to the drawings. "What brings you to seek me?" Lu Gao inquired without lifting his head. Zhao Su did not respond to Lu Gao's words. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Niu Gao. Afterward, a smile graced his face as he approached Lu Gao. He casually cast a fleeting glance at the partial blueprints of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle in Lu Gao's hand. Although these blueprints were exquisite, they appeared to be somewhat incomplete. Did you also possess knowledge of the art of forging? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhao Su did not respond. Instead, he retrieved several blueprints from the jade pendant at his waist, each more intricate and complete than those possessed by the renowned architect, Lu Gao. Lu Gao merely cast a cursory glance but was utterly captivated. He carelessly discarded the partial blueprints that Tang San had given him onto the table and reached out to accept the documents Zhao Su offered. Upon examination, a glimmer of unabashed admiration sparkled in Lu Gao's eyes. To him, these blueprints were akin to a breathtakingly beautiful woman, drawing his gaze and holding it captive. Moreover, I possess not only the designs for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, but also blueprints that are even more exquisite. Zhao Su once again produced two sets of blueprints, one depicting the intricate details of peacock feathers, and the other illustrating the fierce beauty of the Buddha's Fury Lotus. Such exquisite craftsmanship seemed beyond the realm of human capability. As he gazed upon these three blueprints, the initial excitement of Lu Gao gradually morphed into disappointment, which was soon replaced by a calm demeanor. Turning to Zhao Su, he continued, "You must have some expectations in providing me with these blueprints, correct?" Zhao Su replied, "Indeed. I wish to request President Lu to lead the Blacksmith Association in joining our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, to forge concealed weapons and the golden silk software capable of defending against these very weapons." Zhao Su did not beat around the bush. Instead, he candidly addressed Lu Gao. "Our Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce will not impose any restrictions on your freedom, President Lu, nor on the entire Blacksmith Association. We shall provide the funding, and you need only to focus on your research of these concealed weapons. Each of these weapons can be inscribed with both the name of the Blacksmith Association and yours." Chapter 100. Another interception of Tang San's Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce? What is that? At this moment, Lu Gao, having regained his excitement, temporarily set aside the blueprints in his hand and inquired of Zhao Su. Niu Gao stepped forward and thoroughly elucidated the details regarding the Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce to Lu Gao. "Are you truly just merchants, with no affiliations to the Spirit Hall or any other factions?" Upon hearing Niu Gao's explanation, Lu Gao was evidently intrigued. Although Tang San's promises were alluring, he preferred to immerse himself in the study of forging techniques, shunning the conflicts among various powers. The proposition of the Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce evidently resonated more with his inclinations. "Of course, if we collaborate, you will remain the president of the Blacksmith Association and can concurrently serve as the vice president of our Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, the products forged by the Blacksmith Association can be auctioned through our chamber's auction house." "And what is your motive?" "Quite simply, I aspire to establish the largest chamber of commerce across the Douluo continent, with the principle of remaining unaffiliated with any sects while conducting business with all of them. With just yourself, can you truly safeguard the entire Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce? Brother Lu, you need not worry about that. Focus solely on your research of the concealed weapons, and we will handle everything else. Provide me with all the blueprints and detailed explanations of the concealed weapons, and I shall agree to join your Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce." In the end, Lu Gao could not resist the allure of the exquisite concealed weapons. "Naturally, besides these three most intricate types of concealed weapons, I have dozens of various other designs that I can unconditionally present to you, President Lu." "Dozens? That is merely an understatement," Zhao Su replied, casually revealing several more blueprints. "Whenever you have thoroughly studied these, I shall have more to offer. Have you actually forged these?" Lu Gao scrutinized the blueprints and then turned his gaze toward Zhao Su, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. He believed that while the blueprints Zhao Su presented were ingenious, it was improbable that anyone could forge them. If that were the case, these blueprints would merely be worthless scraps of paper. "Though I share an appreciation for these items, I do not possess the same obsession as you, President Lu. I merely crafted a few pieces in my leisure time." Zhao Su, speaking confidently, produced the peacock feather and the torrential rain pear blossom needle, placing them before Lu Gao. The torrential rain pear blossom needle appeared rather ordinary, merely a prototype device without any remarkable features. However, it was the peacock feather that piqued Lu Gao's interest. The feather was elegantly cylindrical, measuring 1 foot in length, with a diameter of 3 inches at its cross-section, adorned with 2 buttons atop. In its closed state, the peacock feather was strikingly beautiful, radiating a delicate blue hue. Such a seemingly diminutive object held the capacity to contain 360,000 concealed weapons? Lu Gao cautiously approached and picked up the peacock feather, scrutinizing it closely. The intricate blueprints for the feather began with a statement introducing its capabilities in its activated state. The peacock feather could unleash an impressive 360,000 hidden weapons. Should Lu Huichang harbor any doubts regarding its power? Would he care to test it? How shall we proceed? Fire it at me. You? Very well. I believe Lu Huichang is equally eager to witness the splendor of the peacock feather in full display. Do you think you can withstand it? Fear not, for I crafted it myself, and thus I am fully aware of how to counter it. Shall I commence? Indeed. Given Zhao Su's insistence, Lu Gao felt no need for further politeness. Not only was he eager to test the might of the peacock feather, but he also wished to gauge Zhao Su's prowess. Zhao Su was acutely aware of Lu Gao's intentions, which is why he chose to serve as the target, allowing Lu Gao to test the might of the peacock feather. As Lu Gao pressed the button beneath the peacock feather, the cylindrical shape began to unfurl, emanating a delicate azure hue, resembling the resplendent display of a peacock's tail. The moment the peacock feather blossomed, countless silver needles were instantaneously launched towards Zhao Su, saturating a 10-meter radius around him. Thus, even if Zhao Su had wished to flee, it was utterly impossible. Cling. In that instant, Zhao Su seamlessly merged with the indomitable body of the holy angel martial soul, manifesting a colossal hand that intercepted all the projectiles within the 10-meter range. However, Zhao Su deliberately allowed a few of the hidden weapons from the peacock feather to pierce his defenses. Young friend, what level are you at this moment? Lu Gao inquired, gazing at Zhao Su as he retracted the now-closed peacock feather. Zhao Su did not conceal his abilities, directly manifesting his 12-winged, holy angel martial soul. Upon witnessing the 8 soul rings, 2 black and 6 red, Lu Gao's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident within his pupils. I have just ascended to the esteemed rank of an 83rd level soul Douluo. A soul Douluo? The configuration of 2 black and 6 red soul rings? Surely I am not mistaken. Indeed, what President Lu has observed today is the unvarnished truth. Such a level and such a soul ring configuration cannot fully counteract the lethality of the peacock feather. Among the hidden weapons I am familiar with, the peacock feather ranks merely 4th. Even so, if employed with surprise, it could effortlessly eliminate a title Douluo. Very well, I acquiesce. From this day forth, my blacksmith association shall serve as a branch of your holy angel chamber of commerce, with all blacksmiths responding to your command. Since this is the case, we shall henceforth be like family. My dear brother Lu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Upon hearing Lu Gao's words, Zhao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the assistance of Lu Gao and the Blacksmith Association's craftsmen, he could swiftly devise the golden thread software capable of withstanding Tang San's Zhuge crossbow, rendering Tang San's hidden weapons utterly ineffective. As for the software to counter the peacock feather and the rainstorm pear blossom needle, Zhao Su had no intention of pursuing that. Firstly, it would be too labor-intensive, and secondly, even if given the opportunity, the production of such items by Tang San would be limited and would not significantly impact the overall battlefield dynamics. Zhao Su then conferred with Lu Gao, agreeing that the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association would remain in Gingxin City, with the emblem of the Holy Angel incorporated into its sign. The management of this headquarters would be entrusted to Lu Gao's senior apprentice. Lu Gao, accompanied by his other 2 apprentices and a dozen master blacksmiths, set off for Tiando City to establish a branch of the Blacksmith Association. There, Lu Gao would focus on refining his forging skills. Moreover, the various items forged by the association's members would have priority for auction at the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, with all proceeds from the sales going directly to them without any fees deducted. Additionally, the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce would allocate a monthly stipend of 10 golden soul coins to each blacksmith. Such conditions and remuneration were unparalleled across the continent. Beyond his role as the president of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao also served as the vice president of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, overseeing its forging department. The next day, when Titan and Tang San returned to the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association in search of Lu Gao, they were informed by Lu Gao's senior apprentice, Si Long, that Lu Gao had already departed for Tiando City with his 2 other apprentices and several master-level blacksmiths. Chapter 101. The Shadows of Tang San. Alas, it was unexpected that Zhao Su had outmaneuvered him once more. Upon hearing Si Long's words, Titan sighed deeply. Who exactly is this Zhao Su? Did you offend him in the past? No, this individual's identity remains shrouded in mystery. I only know that he is likely unrelated to the Wuhuan Temple. Beyond that, I possess no further knowledge, replied Tang San, his expression grim. Although he endeavored to maintain composure after being repeatedly thwarted by Zhao Su, his frustration was palpable. Yet, he understood that with his current strength, Neither the Wuhuan Temple nor Zhao Su was an adversary he could confront. Thus, he resolved to endure. What should we do next? Titan sensed Tang San's shift in demeanor and refrained from further commentary, instead inquiring about their next course of action. We must return to Tiando City. For our influence here has waned. Our only recourse is to engage with the Tiando royal family. Will the Tiando royal family truly oppose the Wuhuan Temple? This was a critical question. Should the Wuhuan Temple's power continue to grow, the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire would be compelled to safeguard their supremacy, potentially facing obliteration at the hands of the Wuhuan Temple. For their own survival, they would likely resist. Indeed, that is a viable option. What of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Titan acknowledged that Ning Rongrong's relationship with Zhao Su was quite extraordinary. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School held enmity towards the Wuhuan Temple, the dynamics between Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji remained uncertain. Ning Fengji had always doted on his daughter, and should Ning Rongrong persuade him to forego vengeance, it would spell devastating consequences for Tang San and his companions. As much of their funding was reliant on the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, we must promptly resolve our financial issues to prevent the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School from withdrawing support. We need to strategize. Do you have any solutions? It is still too early to say. Tang San's ruthlessness ran far deeper than his outward demeanor suggested. When others could assist him, he would employ any means necessary to win them over. Yet, should they cease to be of use, he would cast them aside without hesitation. Furthermore, he extended no complete trust to anyone, not even to Tang Hao or his so-called second father, his master, viewing them primarily as tools. This habit had been ingrained in him since his previous life. The so-called Tang sect was merely a third-rate sect reliant on poison and hidden weapons, with all its tactics lacking sophistication. In his previous life, Tang San had been but an outer disciple of the Tang sect. His ambition to establish the Tang sect in Douluo continent, purportedly to combat the Wuhuan Temple's brutality and defend those harmed by it, was merely a means to fulfill his own aspirations of becoming the true master of the Tang sect. Everything else was merely a stepping stone toward that goal. With Lu Gao having departed Gingxin City and the necessary materials nearly procured, there was no further delay, and they hastened back to Tiando City. Little Ao. I speak the truth. In the Longxing City, the Yuji clan, the fatty witnessed it firsthand, Rongrong and Zhao Su are already together. I advise you to abandon any hopes regarding Rongrong, Tang San said to Oscar, whose countenance was notably dark. While ostensibly advising Oscar, he sought to sow discord between Oscar and Zhao Su. Oscar remained skeptical of Tang San's assertions. He had witnessed the interaction between Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su in the frozen forest, although Zhao Su had taken his spirit beast for Ning Rongrong. Oscar sensed that Ning Rongrong harbored no feelings for Zhao Su. Her companionship with Zhao Su